Chapter 62. The new king ascends. Behold this free kick. Look at Ye Luo, oh my. The ball has entered the net. On the television screen, Ye Luo's meticulously executed soccer ball skimmed the grass and soared into the goal, eliciting gasps from the commentators. Arsenal has pulled one back. They now trail by only a single goal. The commentators roared with excitement. As for Ye Luo, the Manchester United goal stood directly before their fans in the second half. He pointed towards the away supporters, clenched his fist, and pounded it against his chest. He is far from a mere nice guy. Did you not call for me? Now I respond. It is you who inspired this act. The credit belongs to you. Ye Luo even smiled and gave a thumbs up to the Manchester United fans. One might mistake him for being on amicable terms with them, were it not for his Arsenal jersey. However, everyone understood the underlying intent. It was a blatant slap in the face. Laughter erupted among the Arsenal supporters, filling the Emirates Stadium with a jubilant atmosphere. Meanwhile, Manchester United's fans were undoubtedly feeling rather miserable, some regretting whether they should have provoked him, sparking his determination. Now, with Ye Luo signaling to the United fans, it was as if they had assisted him in scoring. Following the restart, Arsenal, buoyed by their goal, seized the initiative on the pitch. Manchester United found themselves unable to mount any attacks. Under Ye Luo's leadership, Arsenal's offensive surged wave after wave. Such relentless pressure left Manchester United with little opportunity to respond. Merely maintaining their defense was a victory in itself. Initially, United's players attempted to adhere to Mourinho's tactics, seeking to attack. However, after a few futile attempts that failed to threaten Arsenal's goal, they found themselves on the receiving end of several counterattacks from the invigorated Arsenal, leaving their goal under siege. Mourinho recognized that pressing forward recklessly would lead to their demise. Although the match's overall tone remained one of aggression, there were moments that called for caution. Consequently, Mourinho swiftly made a substitution, bringing on Fletcher for Willian. With Carrick, Fletcher, and Schweinsteiger in midfield, and wing players Rooney and Eto'o, along with center forward Persie, he aimed to solidify their defensive stance. The strategy was to hold firm for a period before reassessing. This substitution, despite Mourinho's silence, was understood by the United players as a clear message. With Arsenal riding high on their morale, adopting a defensive posture was not a misguided decision. Mourinho's strategy appeared sound. The only issue was that he underestimated Arsenal's resolve. For Arsenal, trailing was simply unacceptable. How could Ye Luo allow his team to lose to their archrivals at home? Such a defeat would have dire ramifications for their morale and title defense. Even though Manchester United adopted a defensive approach, it did not hinder Ye Luo's performance. Ye Luo. He charged forward with the ball. Ye Luo understood. It is imperative to score swiftly now, for this would disrupt Manchester United's defensive posture. In pursuit of a rapid goal, Yellow even unveiled his hidden cards. Equalizing the score, Arsenal would gain a significant advantage. Yellow surged forward with the ball, penetrating the penalty area, leaving the Manchester United players momentarily stunned. In their shock, their only instinct was to obstruct him. As Yellow advanced into the box, all the Manchester United players rushed towards him, a swarm converging upon Yellow. He resembled a powerful magnet, while the surrounding United players appeared as mere iron filings. Yellow maneuvered through the crowd, and at that moment, De Gea lunged forward. With a deft flick of his outer foot, Yellow nudged the ball past De Gea and unleashed a shot, an open goal. The ball found the net. Just 2 minutes after Yellow had equalized for Arsenal, he scored again. Arsenal had leveled the match. Manchester United's 2-goal lead evaporated within 10 minutes. After his goal, Yellow did not celebrate. Instead, he promptly rose from the ground, stumbled towards the goal, seized the ball before the Newcastle United players could react, and turned swiftly to dash to the center circle. Although over 20 minutes remained in the match, Yellow clearly perceived the urgency of the moment. The Emirates Stadium erupted in delirium. All the Arsenal fans leaped from their seats, cheering, rejoicing, and waving everything in their hands. Yellow's voice resonated throughout the arena. A hat trick. Yellow had once again performed the extraordinary feat of a hat trick. The television screen captured a close-up of Yellow, cradling the ball as he sprinted back. Mourinho, observing that face, couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. Is such a player truly conquerable? This question lingered not only in Mourinho's mind, but also haunted the players of Manchester United, their faces etched with terror. Doubt crept into their minds, and they had lost all confidence. This goal had utterly shattered United's morale. Even Mourinho himself could hardly fathom how to approach the remainder of the match. The score now stood at 3-3, placing the dilemma back in Mourinho's hands. For Arsenal, there were no choices to be made. This was their home ground, and they would undoubtedly strive for victory. A draw at home against Manchester United would hold no significance for Arsenal. Conversely, Manchester United now faced a decision. Should they fight for victory or settle for a draw, thereby ending their 5-match losing streak against Arsenal? Given Arsenal's momentum, pressing forward to attack posed considerable risk. Yet Mourinho was unwilling to relent. He had once glimpsed the prospect of victory in this match, only to have it disrupted by Ye Luo. The more he pondered, the more his frustration grew. The young lad has already performed a hat-trick. He does not believe that he possesses boundless energy. Mourinho swiftly made his decision to launch an offensive. Manchester United must prevail. However, while the goal is victory, this does not imply that Mourinho will permit the currently unstable Manchester United players to push forward recklessly. That would be tantamount to courting disaster. He has not lost his composure. He is acutely aware that Arsenal will undoubtedly launch a vigorous attack at home. This presents an opportunity for Manchester United. Arsenal did not celebrate their goal extensively. Thus, Mourinho had no time to relay his instructions to the entire team. Instead, he seized Evra at the sidelines and informed him that the team must now transition to a defensive counterattack. The resolve to defend must remain unwavering. He then proceeded to make substitutions. Eto'o was replaced by Phil Jones, a center-back. Manchester United's formation transformed into a 5-3-2, adopting a defensive posture. Typically, such a drastic tactical adjustment would induce some confusion in an ordinary team. However, the Manchester United players quickly accepted and executed the changes. Indeed, Manchester United is a team adept at handling tough matches. Ferguson's legacy has not yet faded. Mourinho's adjustments proved effective, bolstering midfield defense. Meanwhile, with Rooney and Van Persie as dual strikers, Arsenal's defense could not afford to be complacent. The harassment from Rooney and Van Persie alleviated some of the attacking pressure on Manchester United. Furthermore, with 3 defensive midfielders, their defense remained resolute. Additionally, they had the officiating of Webb, who many fans believe to be Manchester United's favored referee, a notion not entirely unfounded. Although blatant errors may not be rampant, his officiating tends to lean somewhat in favor of Manchester United. Thus, after Arsenal equalized, the score remained unchanged. As the match time dwindled, the score still stood at 3-3. Some Arsenal fans began to feel anxious. A draw would be disheartening for Arsenal, especially since the match was held at their home ground. If they do not secure a victory, Manchester United may revel in their triumph. Score 1 Ye Luo. Score 1. As more fans murmured these words, they eventually coalesced into a singular chant. Score 1. Score 1. Score 1. An increasing number of fans joined in this fervent cry throughout the Emirates Stadium. This resonating sound filled the air, imbued with their hopes and strength. It gathered above the stadium, swirling above the heads of the Arsenal players. It was as if the Arsenal players, upon lifting their gaze, could behold the magnificent sight of the colorful wishes of their supporters. Akin to a vivid aurora dancing in the sky, continuously morphing into various shapes and hues. This was the vibrant aspiration of Arsenal's fans. As the match time continued to dwindle, the score remains a stalemate at 3-3. Manchester United, in fact, made several attempts to launch an offensive. Although they failed to find the net, their efforts undeniably put Arsenal's defense under considerable strain. Manchester United posed a dilemma for Arsenal. Should they continue their assault? If they chose to do so, they must also ponder the vulnerabilities lurking behind them. If Arsenal pressed forward, it would delight Manchester United, as their counterattacks could devastate their opponents. Conversely, if Arsenal opted to retreat, they could accept a draw, albeit reluctantly. For Arsenal, there was no alternative. Their sole objective was victory. No one would be satisfied if Manchester United departed the Emirates Stadium with a point. During this period, Arsenal unleashed an onslaught towards Manchester United's goal. As the clock dwindled, these attacks began to resemble desperate measures. Yet, were they truly desperate? At least, Ye Luo did not share that sentiment. He was imbued with unwavering confidence. Arsenal would surely triumph. His relentless efforts in the offensive front finally bore the sweetest fruit in the 88th minute. This time, it was a cross from the substitute Mahrez that arced gracefully toward the goal. Ye Luo sprinted towards the ball's destined point without any feints. Everyone anticipated his leap for the header. However, this time, Ye Luo's sudden burst of speed allowed him to momentarily shake off his markers. Yet, as he leapt, challenges awaited him. Vidic, Ferdinand, and Phil Jones, three formidable defenders, also soared into the air. Nevertheless, when the ball altered its trajectory and flew toward the net, terror etched itself upon their faces. As they witnessed the ball slip into the goal, despair enveloped them. A last-minute goal. A last-minute goal. A last-minute goal. It was Yellow's decisive strike. Andy Gray's voice reverberated in the ears of every Arsenal supporter. The Emirates Stadium erupted in jubilation. Andy Gray, somewhat hysterical, was eclipsed in fervor by the Arsenal fans. They embraced one another, chanting, waving their arms, and brandishing their scarves. Everyone knew Arsenal had triumphed. They had secured a hard-fought victory. They had personally propelled Manchester United toward the abyss. With this victory, no team in the Premier League could threaten Arsenal. They were once again on their path toward the championship they so ardently desired. Mourinho closed his eyes in anguish. A bitter disappointment. He gazed at the exuberant Yellow, feeling a pang of jealousy. How could such a talented player belong to Arsenal? It seemed profoundly unfair. If Manchester United had him, they would dominate all of Europe. Yet, Mourinho refused to concede defeat. With mere minutes remaining, Manchester United could not afford to surrender. A single goal within those fleeting moments would suffice. Manchester United has, on countless occasions, performed miracles, relying on the indomitable spirit of the Red Devils. The essence of the Red Devils is derived from this tenacity. He raises his arms, urging his team to advance, push forward, attack. He commands Vidic not to play as a central defender, but to surge forward as a striker. This is a relentless display of effort. Fortunately, alongside Vidic, Manchester United also boasts the talents of Ferdinand and Phil Jones as central defenders. Thus, in terms of defensive personnel, they are not lacking. On the other side, Wenger is equally swift. He promptly begins to orchestrate substitutions, replacing attacking players with defenders. Wenger's strategy is to fortify his defense in the final moments, safeguarding their victory. Time is of the essence for Manchester United. At this juncture, there is no need to take risks with aggressive attacks. The safest and most prudent approach is to defend. If they can withstand these final minutes, victory will belong to Arsenal. At this point, the result is paramount. The aesthetics of the game are of little concern. Even if a staunch defense leads to an unappealing spectacle, Wenger prioritizes the outcome. Of course, Wenger refrains from substituting Yellow. He requires Yellow to act as a steadfast presence at the forefront. As long as Yellow remains in position, Ferdinand, Phil Jones, and Fletcher are deterred from pushing forward. They must maintain sufficient defensive numbers to guard against Yellow, for his mere presence poses an everlasting threat to Manchester United's defense. With Yellow on the field, the Manchester defenders are reluctant to advance, thus alleviating pressure on Arsenal's backline. Therefore, retaining Yellow is not solely for offensive purposes. It is equally crucial for defense. Time is running out for Manchester United. They yearn to unleash their full force to equalize the score, yet Yellow prowls near their defensive line, creating unease within the United squad. They dare not commit fully to an all-out attack, as such a strategy would be folly. Consequently, as the match draws to a close, they fail to pose a genuine threat to Arsenal. In the span of a few minutes, Manchester United manages only 3 or 4 aimless long-range shots, and the score remains unchanged. Ultimately, Arsenal triumphed over Manchester United with a score of 4-3 on their home ground, securing victory in this challenging encounter. When the final whistle blew, Arsenal's players jubilantly embraced one another. Winning this match was no small feat, especially given their depleted ranks. Arsenal had decisively cast their greatest title rival into the abyss. Yellow, with clenched fists and his captain's armband stained with dirt and grass, shouted triumphantly to his teammates, "We are champions. We shall surely be champions. If we can defeat Manchester United under these circumstances, who can stand against us?" The team was invigorated. They were all deeply moved by Ye Luo's words, erupting in jubilant cheers. "Champions! Champions! We are the champions! Oh, we have Ye Luo. He is the best in the world, our striker, our king." The players sang a heartfelt tribute to Ye Luo, though it was unclear who began the chorus. They hoisted Ye Luo onto their shoulders, and in that moment, he truly resembled a king, carried by his teammates as they paraded around the field, celebrating their victory with the fans. The ruler of the Chiefs Stadium had ascended to the throne. Witnessing this spectacle, Andy Gray was left in awe, murmuring a statement that instantly became the headline across major media outlets: a quadruple, a last-minute victory, the championship battle. All these elements made this match a hot topic of discussion among fans post-game. Chapter 63. The most notable match. When Wenger saw the match conclude, he let out a long sigh of relief. He had thought the game was lost, especially when they were 2 goals down, facing none other than Manchester United. With Arsenal's squad plagued by injuries and lacking depth. In such a dire situation, Wenger himself began contemplating strategies for the league ahead. Yet, who could have anticipated that Ye Luo would lead the team to victory under such circumstances? Wenger was utterly astonished. He believed the emergence of a player like Ye Luo defied the very laws of football. In this scenario, with the team victorious, who could possibly defeat them? Real Madrid? Could they really triumph over Arsenal at home? Prior to this moment, Ancelotti had been quite confident, but now his belief began to waver. He never expected Manchester United to be overturned in such a manner. Was it due to United's inadequacies? No, that was certainly not the case. Mourinho was adept at converting advantages into victories. Yet, even so, Manchester United had succumbed, and the sole reason remained. Ye Luo? Ancelotti even speculated that, under such conditions, no team in the world could withstand the might of Ye Luo. To confront Arsenal was to contend with Ye Luo himself. After the match, the entirety of England's media reverently lauded Ye Luo. The king of Arsenal had guided them to an astonishing victory. Coming back from 2 goals down to equalize and then to take the lead. Was there anything Ye Luo could not accomplish? A quadruple. Ye Luo had handed Manchester United their 6th consecutive defeat against Arsenal. The media in England buzzed with excitement, to the extent that the upcoming Champions League knockout stage garnered little attention. However, Arsenal would not be lost in the euphoria of victory, for they had another crucial match on the horizon, the second leg of the Champions League round of 16, where they would face Real Madrid away from home. Following the conclusion of their match against Manchester United, the entire Arsenal squad promptly boarded a flight to Madrid. In the Spanish capital, they utilized the training facilities of Atletico Madrid, which fortuitously were available as Atletico was also preparing for their Champions League knockout match. This luxurious training complex thus became an unexpected boon for Arsenal. Naturally, Atletico was quite willing to extend some advantages to their rivals, Real Madrid. Given the fierce rivalry between the clubs, in merely 3 days, Arsenal would face Real Madrid at the illustrious Bernabeu Stadium, a moment poised to determine their fate. The question remained, could Arsenal eliminate Real Madrid on their home turf? Unlike the beleaguered Carlo Ancelotti, the prevailing sentiment among the majority was one of pessimism. The English media harbored doubts regarding Arsenal's chances, not due to a lack of talent, but rather the stark reality of their circumstances. Having just endured a grueling midweek battle, compounded by issues of squad depth and fatigue, Arsenal found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Conversely, Real Madrid enjoyed a weekend free of matches, having successfully petitioned the Spanish Football Federation to postpone their weekend fixture to better prepare for this crucial encounter. This decision underscored the esteemed position of Real Madrid within Spanish football and the flexibility of the federation, in stark contrast to the rigid and unyielding English FA, where postponements are deemed impossible. Consequently, Arsenal's media expressed outrage, lamenting the lack of support from the English FA for clubs participating in the Champions League. Regardless, Arsenal had just emerged from a taxing clash with Manchester United, while Real Madrid faced no such exertion, effectively resting in anticipation. Madrid's media thus remained optimistic. Well aware of the formidable nature of their squad, they perceived the threat posed by Arsenal's standout player, but believed it would only compel Real Madrid to expend additional effort in overcoming Arsenal, rather than jeopardizing the outcome of the match. Ultimately, the expectation was that both Arsenal and their star player would face elimination. In this encounter, Arsenal's sole objective would be to bolster their striker's tally, seeking to extend his lead in the scoring charts. Therefore, Real Madrid's defense must remain vigilant, ensuring no opportunities were afforded to their adversary. It was not that the Madrid media underestimated Arsenal's striker. Rather, the current state of Arsenal appeared undeniably frail. How could such a team possibly triumph over Ancelotti's Real Madrid? The exhausting match against Manchester United should have thoroughly depleted Arsenal's reserves. Did they possess any remaining energy to achieve something remarkable at the Bernabeu? Although it was noted that their striker had scored twice in the first leg, the situation seemed dire. However, the media in Madrid has analyzed the remarkable difficulty with which Ye Luo has scored these 2 goals. If it is so challenging to score at home, how much more arduous must it be away? Based on this reasoning, the Madrid press has concluded that Ye Luo will struggle to pose any threat to Real Madrid. The disparity in strength between a significantly weakened Arsenal and the current Real Madrid is immense. The Madrid media sees no reason to favor Arsenal in their quest for advancement away from home, despite their recent victory on home soil. While external opinions may not favor Arsenal, the team harbors a strong sense of self-assurance, for they currently lead on aggregate. Throughout their training sessions, they have exuded confidence, a formidable conviction that persists even in Madrid, within the enemy's lair. This unwavering belief stems from their recent triumph over Manchester United, which has invigorated the Arsenal players with a fierce determination. Wenger, naturally, will adeptly leverage this sentiment. In recent days, he has enlisted individuals to gather local newspapers, seeking out articles that belittle and disparage Arsenal. On the eve of the match, he meticulously prepared a translation for the tactical meeting, presenting it to the players. "This is how the local Madrid media perceives our upcoming match," Wenger declared while waving the newspapers. "Can you guess what they are saying?" he inquired. The players exchanged glances. And then the captain Ye Luo responded, "There's no need to guess, boss. It surely states that we cannot possibly defeat Real Madrid and that we will undoubtedly be eliminated. Right?" Ye Luo turned to his teammates, who nodded in agreement. "Yes, indeed." Wenger smiled. "You are correct. The enemy will not utter kind words." He then opened one of the newspapers. "As we all know, AS claims that Real Madrid will effortlessly defeat us at home," he said, holding up the paper. "Marca believes that Real Madrid has already begun considering potential opponents for the quarterfinals." Oh, what delightful news. They acknowledge that with Ye Luo, Arsenal must still be regarded with caution. But ultimately, it is Real Madrid who will advance. Laughter erupted among the players at the notion that Ye Luo is merely someone to be wary of. They found the Madrid journalists rather endearing. After all, it is Arsenal that currently holds the lead. Moreover, how dare they underestimate Ye Luo? They truly do not know what they are in for. Wenger, noticing the confidence of his players, chuckled. "Excellent. The enemy has underestimated us. Therefore, let us surprise them in tomorrow's match. Imagine if we were to triumph at the Bernabeu. The expressions on the faces of those who so confidently declared our elimination would be absolutely priceless." Ancelotti stood before the home team's coaching seat at the Santiago Bernabeu Stadium, which lay empty, with 28 hours remaining until the match commenced. His presence here was solely due to his role as the manager of Real Madrid. He gazed around the stadium, acutely aware that a fierce battle awaited him the following day. Contrary to the opinions of the journalists, Ancelotti did not underestimate Arsenal's capability. Indeed, while Arsenal appeared to rely heavily on Ye Luo, it was precisely Ye Luo who posed a formidable challenge. He was exceedingly dangerous. In the lead-up to this pivotal encounter, Ancelotti felt compelled to ensure that everything was in order. He began to stroll onto the pitch, savoring the quality of the grass underfoot. Bending down, he caressed the turf, satisfied to find it trimmed to his specifications. The grass was cut quite short, offering a firm surface that, while lacking in elasticity, would facilitate the swift rolling of the ball and allow for higher rebounds. These characteristics aligned perfectly with Real Madrid's tactical style. Conversely, overly soft grass could hinder players' ability to exert force and impede the ball's velocity. On this meticulously maintained turf, passes could effortlessly penetrate the opponent's defense, a feat more challenging on longer grass, which would slow the play. This pitch was indeed optimal for Real Madrid's performance. Nevertheless, Ancelotti was acutely aware of Arsenal's own speed, particularly that of Ye Luo. It was highly probable that they would exploit this speed advantage to counterattack against Real Madrid. Despite the media's exuberant proclamations suggesting that Real Madrid had already secured advancement, Ancelotti remained lucid. The reality was that Madrid trailed an aggregate score, necessitating an aggressive offensive display on their home ground. Setting aside Arsenal's defensive capabilities, their counterattacks were notably incisive. Arsenal merely needed to place the ball at Ye Luo's feet to create a threat. Should they surpass Arsenal, perhaps this season would culminate in a championship for Real Madrid under his guidance. In La Liga, Real Madrid had already fallen significantly behind. Thus, Ancelotti understood that failing to secure the UEFA Champions League title would likely result in his dismissal from the managerial position next season. In Florentino's eyes, Ancelotti had always been viewed as a transitional coach. They would undoubtedly need to adopt a counter-attacking strategy. The crux of the match lay in securing the first goal. As Zidane had remarked, Ancelotti nodded in agreement, refraining from voicing his thoughts. The anticipation surrounding the match was undeniably immense. In the lead-up, clashes erupted between the fans of both sides. English football hooligans had earned a notorious reputation, yet Spain too harbored its fair share of extreme supporters. Even the self-proclaimed aristocrats of Real Madrid had their own factions of fervent fans. These supporter groups exhibit tendencies towards violence, which is why they are considered extreme. Consequently, the security forces in Madrid have been on high alert in recent days, intensifying their vigilance. Nonetheless, conflicts remain prevalent. Overall, the extremist fans of Real Madrid still hold the upper hand, as this is Madrid, after all. Although English football hooligans have a notorious reputation, their combat prowess is rather lacking. In a past encounter between the England team and the Russian squad, over 1,000 English hooligans were subdued by merely 200 Russian counterparts. In the aftermath, the Russian leader Putin remarked, "I simply cannot fathom how over 1,000 were overpowered by just 200. Throughout the streets of Madrid, various banners and slogans deriding Arsenal have emerged. Among them, Ye Luo, as Arsenal's star player, has naturally become the target of Real Madrid fans' vitriol. Logically, one might assume that such a formidable player would be spared personal attacks, as no one can guarantee he won't join Real Madrid in the future. However, Ye Luo himself severed that possibility, allowing Real Madrid fans to unleash their insults without any psychological burden. These derogatory slogans about Ye Luo were omnipresent. When Arsenal's bus made its way from the hotel to the Bernabeu, these slogans were glaringly evident. It was nothing new, merely expressions of racial discrimination that Ye Luo had grown accustomed to. These Spaniards, with their inexplicable confidence, elicited a slight grimace from Ye Luo. The bus arrived directly at the stadium, halting at the designated entrance. As the players disembarked and filed in, a throng of media reporters awaited them. Upon the players' appearance, camera flashes erupted, and the sound of shutters clicking filled the air. Some reporters sought to interview Arsenal's star, Ye Luo. "We are not here for a leisurely visit. We are here to defeat Real Madrid and advance to the quarterfinals." However, a reporter reminded him that Real Madrid had not lost at this stadium in 2 years. Ye Luo smiled faintly, replying, "Then I am honored, for the last time Real Madrid lost here was due to me." That defeat, during a Champions League match against Malaga, saw Ye Luo score 4 goals, decimating Real Madrid. Since that match, Real Madrid has not suffered a loss at the Bernabeu, instilling a sense of trepidation in many visiting teams even before the match begins. Yet, this does not apply to Ye Luo, who harbors fond memories of this stadium. His words rendered the reporters in Madrid visibly uncomfortable. Ye Luo was entitled to make such claims, having faced Real Madrid 5 times at this venue, and emerged victorious each time. The reporters' faces darkened, for nothing stings more than the truth. After the Arsenal players entered the locker room, the bus carrying Real Madrid players arrived at the exclusive entrance of the Bernabeu, prompting a rush of reporters. Ancelotti alighted from the vehicle with a stern expression, disregarding the media's presence as he made his way directly into the tunnel. In contrast, Cristiano Ronaldo reveled in the throng of reporters pursuing him. "There is little to discuss. This is our home ground," he proclaimed, donning sunglasses with an air of nonchalance. His short hair was meticulously styled with gel, standing erect like a forest of steel needles. "We haven't suffered a defeat here in 2 years," Ronaldo asserted with confidence. Yet, a reporter interjected, recalling that the last time Real Madrid lost on this pitch was due to his actions. Indeed, Ronaldo's countenance darkened with displeasure. "Let us wait and see then. It is also our chance for vengeance." With that, he turned away, leaving a cluster of disgruntled journalists in his wake. However, excitement soon enveloped the gathering. The clash between Ronaldo and Ye Luo seemed destined to unfold. Even before the match commenced, the supporters of both teams had already engaged in a spirited rivalry, their animosity approaching the legendary intensity found between Real Madrid and Barcelona. On one hand, Ye Luo had thoroughly offended the Madrid fans. On the other, the competitive dynamic between Ronaldo and Ye Luo fostered a certain antagonism among the Real Madrid supporters towards Arsenal. Chapter 64. Real Madrid at home. The Bernabeu Stadium may be the most renowned football arena in the world. With its steep 6-tiered stands, when filled with fans, the spectators gaze down upon the pitch, creating an atmosphere of palpable pressure. Countless Real Madrid supporters, clad in white jerseys and waving white scarves, exude pride. Considering themselves nobility, the aristocrats of the football realm, it is noteworthy that the football cultures of Spain and England are strikingly distinct. Modern football originated in England, born from the working-class movements of the Industrial Revolution, with many teams initially comprised of factory workers. Arsenal, for instance, traces its roots back to a team formed by workers from a munitions factory, earning the nickname the Gunners, a symbol that remains on their crest. Similarly, Manchester United and Liverpool share this heritage. In contrast, Spain, having been among the pioneers of the age of exploration, thrived on the wealth derived from South America for centuries, lacking the impetus to cultivate a grueling industrial landscape. Consequently, football in Spain evolved into a pastime for the aristocracy, a leisure activity for the working class that transformed into a spectacle reminiscent of ancient Roman gladiatorial contests enjoyed by the elite. Most Spanish clubs operate on a membership basis, meaning that the fans who attend the matches are, in theory, the true owners of their teams. When the players of Real Madrid underperform, their supporters do not hesitate to express their discontent with jeers. As the match has yet to commence, the cheers and boos resonating within the Santiago Bernabéu are indeed pronounced, albeit somewhat less fervent than those typically heard in England. This subdued atmosphere leaves many young Arsenal players visiting this grand arena for the first time, glancing around in surprise. They had envisioned the Bernabéu in grandiose terms, yet upon arrival, they find it rather genteel. The cameras swiftly seek out the pivotal figures of the match: Arsenal's captain, Ye Luo, leading the team, and Cristiano Ronaldo, positioned at the rear. One dons the number 10, the other the number 7. Unquestionably, they are the focal points of the encounter. When they shake hands, their eyes do not meet. Ye Luo remains composed, feeling no particular trepidation before Ronaldo, while the latter appears somewhat antagonistic. Their handshake is merely a fleeting touch of fingertips before they part ways. The television commentators, particularly those from Marca Radio, are exhilarated by this display. Cristiano Ronaldo is brimming with determination. Once he focuses, no opponent can overcome Real Madrid. The Madrid supporters hold a deep-seated trust in Ronaldo, their star player. It was he who scored a precious away goal the last time these teams met. Yet, lamentably for Ye Luo, he was the one who delivered the final blow to Real Madrid in that encounter. In terms of goal scoring, Ronaldo cannot rival Ye Luo. However, the number of goals is Ronaldo's greatest asset. Within Real Madrid's tactical framework, he is the designated finisher, a role of undeniable significance. In contrast, Ye Luo's importance to Arsenal's strategy transcends mere goal scoring. He engages in extensive movement, passing, receiving, dribbling, and pressing. Their roles are entirely distinct, a nuance understood only by seasoned coaches and players. For the fans, however, the primary focus remains on goals. Nonetheless, even in this regard, Ronaldo cannot compare to Ye Luo. Yet, the supporters of Real Madrid firmly believe that Ronaldo will rise to the occasion in this match. This is their home ground, and their adversaries are significantly weakened. What is there to fear? As both teams complete their final pre-match rituals, lining up for handshakes, posing for photographs, exchanging flags, and finally flipping a coin, it is Ye Luo who loses to Casillas, granting Real Madrid the choice of ends while Arsenal secures the kickoff. This outcome aligns perfectly with Ye Luo's intentions. As this is the Bernabéu, the quality of the pitch and various conditions are of the highest standard. There are no concerns regarding the peculiarities of the evening matches. The choice of ends holds little significance. Rather, the kickoff is what Ye Luo places greater importance upon, as it signifies an opportunity to launch an offensive against the opponent's goal from the very outset. With everything in place, Ye Luo placed the ball under his foot and observed the figure of Casillas advancing towards his goal. Suddenly, he turned his head and whispered instructions to Mahrez. In the presence of the team leader, Mahrez hurried over, bowing slightly in readiness to comply. Let's initiate an attack right from the start. Here is your positioning. Ye Luo instructed Mahrez on the route he should take. Once he finished, Mahrez nodded repeatedly. He then inquired, "Isn't this a bit risky?" "Not at all," Ye Luo replied with a smile, gazing at Mahrez. "We are not here as guests." As soon as Ye Luo uttered those words, the referee blew the whistle to signal the commencement of the match. He promptly kicked the ball to Mahrez and then sprinted forward. Mahrez followed Ye Luo's instructions meticulously and passed the ball back. Ye Luo received the ball and charged forward with it. Ye Luo advancing with the ball. The commentator Andy Gray was taken aback. All 11 players from Real Madrid were positioned in their defensive half, while Arsenal had only 2 players forward. Another player, Mahrez, was jogging along the flank. It was indeed not the wisest choice for Ye Luo to drive forward alone. The Real Madrid players were evidently unprepared for such a move from Ye Luo, and it was only after he bypassed Benzema and the other defenders that they scrambled to organize their defense. Nevertheless, The Real Madrid players remained unhurried. As it was merely Ye Luo against them, Di Maria surged in from the side, refraining from a tackle, believing it unnecessary to commit a foul. He thought that simply staying close to Ye Luo would allow his teammates to come in and cleanly intercept the ball. Di Maria's plan was optimistic. But in the instant he charged forward, Ye Luo suddenly accelerated, maneuvering towards the center, nearly colliding with the advancing fullback Cointreau. With the ball under his control, Ye Luo now faced only two defensive lines. The two defensive midfielders, Khedira and Xabi Alonso, along with three defenders, Pepe, Ramos, and Marcelo. Typically, this would present a 5-to-1 scenario in defense. However, the sheer intensity of Ye Luo's advance had unsettled the previously composed Real Madrid players. The crowd erupted in disapproval. Ye Luo weaved past four players. Andy Gray's voice carried a hint of anticipation, as he found it hard to believe Ye Luo could truly penetrate the defense. Yet, given Ye Luo's history of miraculous feats, hope lingered in the air. Thus, Andy Gray dared not assert that Ye Luo's offensive surge had truly reached its conclusion. Stop him. He must not be allowed to continue his advance. The commentary from Marca Radio conveyed a palpable sense of panic, mirroring the anxiety of the Real Madrid supporters in the stands. At that moment, Ye Luo had penetrated nearly 20 meters, leaving him a mere 30 meters from the Real Madrid goal, well within his striking range. Everyone was acutely aware of the terror his long-range shots could invoke. As Ye Luo drew back his bow, Khedira, in a flurry of desperation, charged forward, attempting a sliding tackle that sent turf and earth flying. His white jersey was instantly smeared with mud, yet he failed to make contact with either the man or the ball. Ye Luo deftly lifted his right foot, allowing the ball to leap over Khedira's legs as he soared past. Upon landing, he carried the ball forward. Xabi Alonso, observing the unfolding scene, hesitated to make a direct tackle, fearing Ye Luo's speed would enable him to bypass him effortlessly. He opted for a tactical retreat, maintaining a cautious distance while positioning his body to obstruct Ye Luo's potential shooting angle. This was evidently a prudent choice, although his one-on-one tackling prowess may not rival Khedira's. His awareness of the game's dynamics and positioning far surpassed that of his defensive counterpart. He acutely sensed the impending danger and selected the most judicious defensive strategy. Xabi Alonso successfully bought time for the defensive line behind him to establish a robust defensive framework. Marcelo advanced to flank Xabi Alonso, effectively sealing off Ye Luo's avenues for a long-range shot. Meanwhile, Ramos and Pepe braced themselves, ready to respond. Should Ye Luo continue his forward assault, he would find himself ensnared within a pocket formed by four of Real Madrid's defenders. However, Ye Luo chose not to press forward. Though he had a strong likelihood of earning a free kick, he discerned a superior alternative, passing the ball. In a sudden flourish, he flicked the ball with the tip of his right foot, sending it soaring over Xabi Alonso's shoulder. Naturally, Xabi Alonso refrained from using his hands to block the ball, as the risk of a red card was too great to contemplate. The ball traced a distinct arc, veering towards the right flank. As all eyes remained fixed on Ye Luo, it was unnoticed that Mahrez had already arrived on the right side, unmarked and surging forward at high speed. Mahrez! The commentators exclaimed in astonishment. He caught up to the ball, glanced at the penalty area, and delivered a precise cross. At that moment, Ye Luo, sprinting into the box, leapt high, overpowering Pepe and Ramos to meet the ball with a powerful header. The commentators gasped in unison, amidst the terrified cries of the spectators. Ye Luo directed the ball toward the goal. Casillas soared upward, barely grazing the ball with his fingertips, which ultimately salvaged Real Madrid from imminent peril. The football struck the crossbar with a resounding thud and rebounded perfectly into the grasp of the startled Casillas. Ye Luo had initially intended to pursue a follow-up shot, but upon witnessing the scene, he could only offer a smile to Casillas before retreating with composure. Although the ball did not find the net, the disappointment was minimal. It was merely one attack among many yet to come. The entire Santiago Bernabéu Stadium was left in awe by this offensive display orchestrated by Ye Luo, with Real Madrid supporters nearly convinced that their team was on the verge of conceding a goal. Ye Luo's header. Oh my goodness. Casillas. Casillas has saved Real Madrid, exclaimed Andy Gray, clutching his head in regret. As an English commentator, he, of course, supported the English teams in the Champions League. What a pity. If that ball had gone in, it would have left Real Madrid in dire straits. Duan Xian shared in the lament. joined by numerous fans from the Dragon Nation watching from their televisions. This time of night was particularly unfriendly for the Dragon Nation supporters, many of whom had just crawled out of bed. Some were still nestled under their covers, staring at their phones. The sudden thrill jolted them awake, dispelling any lingering drowsiness. Wow, wow, wow. Almost dribbled past the entire Real Madrid team. If that had gone in, it would have been incredible. What a shame. The enthusiasm of the Dragon Nation fans was fully awakened by this near miss. Ye Luo was in superb form, and it seemed that Real Madrid had much to fear in this match. Earlier, the media had confidently declared that Real Madrid was assured of victory. Come on, take a few steps back, they scoffed, dismissing the notion that international support was solely behind Real Madrid, as if translating a few articles from Madrid gave them credence. The Football Association is foolish, utterly foolish. Ultimately, discussions among the spectators veered towards a light-hearted exchange of greetings directed at the Football Association and the mouthpiece journalists represented by Madrid. The match had hardly begun. Yet Ye Luo had already bypassed several Real Madrid players, venturing deep into enemy territory. Had it not been for Casillas's miraculous save, that header would have surely found the back of the net. Real Madrid destined for victory? Ye Luo's astonishing form was evident from the outset, nearly breaching Real Madrid's defenses. The true disappointment now lay with the Arsenal fans, who were left lamenting what could have been an ideal start for their team. Real Madrid supporters, shaken momentarily, quickly found solace in rationalizing the event. It's all right. It was merely a surprise attack. No goal scored. That was their only chance. Their confidence renewed. They began to dream of a potential massacre of Arsenal on their home turf. In the ensuing minutes, Real Madrid indeed showcased their formidable prowess, unleashing wave after wave of attacks that left Arsenal struggling to regain composure. The fans of Real Madrid can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The initial offensive from the opposing team was merely an anomaly. At the Bernabeu, the spotlight eternally shines on Real Madrid. Prior to the match, many cautioned against underestimating Arsenal's counterattacks. However, in these initial moments, Arsenal has been relegated solely to a defensive posture with no counterattacks to speak of. Andy Gray's tone shifted to one of concern. A depleted Arsenal is facing unprecedented difficulties, and against the relentless assault of Real Madrid, their defense will not hold for long. In the face of a team like Madrid, mere defensive tactics offer no escape. They possess an abundance of stars capable of altering the course of the game in an instant. Arsenal must mount an offensive. Yet, how can they attack when their midfield and defense cannot even secure possession? Ye Luo has also observed a transformation in Real Madrid, which is no longer the disjointed collective of 2 seasons ago. They have evolved into a well-organized unit, resembling a cohesive whole. When Ye Luo first arrived at the stadium 2 years prior, Real Madrid could only be described as a collection of stars with minimal synergy. But now, the current iteration of Madrid is indeed a unified force. Players like Cristiano Ronaldo have been seamlessly integrated into this system, where each individual functions as a vital component. This foundation was laid by Mourinho, and Ancelotti has adeptly maintained it without significant alteration. This incarnation of Real Madrid should not be underestimated. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 65. The source of defeat. After an aggressive 5-minute onslaught, Real Madrid began to recalibrate. This ability to alternate between attack and defense is a hallmark of a mature team. They can launch offensives and retract when necessary, adjusting the rhythm of the game according to its flow rather than succumbing to chaos mid-play. Following their initial fervor, the players of Real Madrid required a moment to recuperate, seeking to lower the tempo and regain their stamina. This ebb and flow allowed them to master the rhythm of the match, clearly indicating that this Real Madrid has indeed matured tactically. Regrettably, the individual once mocked as merely a disjointed assembly of superstars has departed to coach Manchester United in the Premier League. Taking the reins of this team is Ancelotti, a coach renowned for his adept management of locker room dynamics. With a well-formed tactical system and the resolution of locker room conflicts due to the coaching change, this Real Madrid undeniably stands as the leading contender in this season's Champions League. However, Arsenal is no pushover. They are acutely aware of Real Madrid's strategies, and thus, how could Arsenal possibly afford their rivals a moment's respite? As the opposition falls back, Arsenal presses forward with their attack. Yet, under Mourinho's tutelage over the past 3 years, Real Madrid has evolved beyond a team reliant on individual stars for offense and on Casillas for defense. Their defensive fortifications are now tightly secured. Defense and a conservative style of play have become a source of contention between Mourinho and the media in Madrid. Mourinho excels in honing a team's defensive capabilities. Over the years, debates regarding the playing style of Real Madrid have persisted. Some argue that with an abundance of elite stars, the club should reclaim its former flamboyant style, focusing on attacking football. Such sentiments have placed considerable pressure on Mourinho. However, he gradually alleviated this with a string of victories. Truth be told, the current Real Madrid squad possesses players ideally suited for counter-attacking play. Cristiano Ronaldo, Di Maria, the prodigal son, Higuain, and Benzema. The attributes of these players complement each other exquisitely, making them exceptionally well-equipped for counterattacks. Thus, employing a defensive counter-strategy against formidable opponents is entirely justified. If a team arrives at the Bernabeu and encounters Real Madrid's defensive setup, they should feel pleased. It signifies that Real Madrid regards them as a formidable adversary, validating their strength. By this standard, one could surmise that Real Madrid treats Arsenal as a top-tier opponent, having deployed a tightly knit defensive formation against their attacks. When faced with Arsenal's ironclad defense, the team typically seeks to pass the ball to Ye Luo, relying on his abilities to breach the opponent's defenses. Consequently, when Arsenal initiates an offensive, the ball is often directed toward Ye Luo. Upon receiving the ball, he attempts to penetrate the defense, but is quickly surrounded and dispossessed by Real Madrid's players. After all, these players are world-class talents, not just any ordinary individuals. Few can dribble past them, as they form a compact defensive unit that differs from typical team defenses. For Ye Luo to be surrounded and have the ball taken from him is already quite an accomplishment. Given the lack of immediate space for breakthroughs, two options remain: long-range shots or crossing from the flanks to create scoring opportunities in the center. Ultimately, when faced with an opponent's dense defense, the solutions are limited to these strategies, underscoring why breaking through such defenses is a global challenge. When a team confronts a tightly knit defense, they often resort to crossing from the wings. This tactic is straightforward: deliver the ball to the flank and then cross it in, leading to a tussle between the attacking players and the defenders in the center. Occasionally, scoring requires a touch of luck. However, for Arsenal, this approach transcends mere fortune. When Ye Luo once again takes the helm of the team's offense, he can either pull back for a long-range strike or surge into the box for a headed goal. In both realms, he excels at the highest level, standing poised in the penalty area, ready to contest for the ball. In a fierce contest against Real Madrid players such as Pepe and Ramos, Arsenal found themselves in a precarious situation. The sole player they could rely upon was Ye Luo, upon whom Wenger had placed all his hopes. Numerous media outlets have coined a term to describe Arsenal's predicament: Ye Luo dependency. Many commentators assert that without Ye Luo, Arsenal would merely be a second-rate team. Some even cynically remark that Ye Luo's presence diminishes Wenger's coaching prowess. While it may seem that even a dog could lead Arsenal to victory from the substitute bench, Wenger dismisses such critiques without a second thought. With such an exceptional player at my disposal, why wouldn't I depend on him? He might retort. Ye Luo soon realized that his initial assumptions were overly simplistic. The defensive strategies employed by Real Madrid were astutely targeted. Some players marked him closely, while others obstructed passing lanes, making it exceedingly challenging for him to position himself advantageously. The skill demonstrated by the Real Madrid players was indeed impressive. However, the greater the challenge, the stronger Ye Luo's resolve became. The home performance of Real Madrid was formidable, igniting Ye Luo's competitive spirit. Defeating a fully committed Real Madrid. Now that would be exhilarating. As Arsenal struggled to penetrate the defense, a sense of danger loomed. They could potentially counterattack against Madrid, as they were ahead on aggregate. Andy Gray expressed his concerns. Were Wenger to heed Gray's warnings, he might chuckle wryly. If Arsenal's roster were fully intact, he would unhesitatingly opt for a defensive counterattack. Yet, the current state of the team's defense was far from reassuring. In light of this, it might be wiser to gamble on Ye Luo's ability to score. All Arsenal needed was one goal to plunge Real Madrid into despair. Although Arsenal's possession play carried the risk of being countered, Wenger preferred this approach over the peril of being overwhelmed defensively. He firmly believed that Ye Luo would discover a way to breach the defense, regardless of its density. Wenger himself lacked an abundance of tactical options. Yet as long as Ye Luo was positioned in the attacking line, Arsenal's offense would always pose a threat. He suddenly realized that having Ye Luo on the team significantly alleviated the pressure he felt as a coach. Arsenal's approach against Real Madrid's tight defense became straightforward and somewhat brutish. The objective was simple: deliver the ball into the penalty area and let Ye Luo work his magic. It wasn't just Wenger who felt this dependency. The players shared the same sentiment. To prevent Real Madrid from stifling their play down the flanks, Arsenal's players had to elevate the height and speed of their crosses. Consequently, this increased the difficulty of ball handling and made it harder for Ye Luo to receive the ball. Yet, the urgency of the moment compelled them to disregard these complexities. At present, the strategy relies heavily on sheer numbers. As long as Ye Luo manages to receive the ball within the penalty area just once, it suffices. The team's midfield trio comprises Cantwell, Wilshere, and B. Silva. It is imperative for them to calmly orchestrate the attack, seeking openings after a series of passes. Such an approach, however, is excessively demanding for them, given their youth. While they possess potential, they remain inexperienced in the face of such high-level competition. A single misstep could lead to a counterattack against them. Therefore, in the absence of Cazorla and Fabinho, it is perhaps wiser to adopt the current style of play, advancing down the flanks and delivering crosses. This simplicity, however, places a burden on the players attempting to capitalize in the center. Nonetheless, in the heart of the attack are Ye Luo and Giroud, both adept at heading the ball. Moreover, Ye Luo is unafraid of exertion. Once he begins to run, other Real Madrid players must follow suit. Ye Luo's movement compels several Real Madrid players to engage. No one dares to underestimate him. Under Arsenal's straightforward and forceful attacking strategy, Real Madrid finds themselves surprisingly subdued. Typically, Real Madrid would aim to consolidate defensively, alternating between periods of retreat and attack, hoping to wear down their opponents. Yet, they now find themselves unable to break free offensively. Although Arsenal's offensive approach is simplistic, it proves remarkably effective. Ye Luo's presence in the penalty area necessitates that Real Madrid maintain a sufficient number of defenders to mitigate the threat he poses to their goal. Consequently, they cannot commit too many players to their own attack. In football, the ball is sometimes cleared from the penalty area, yet controlled by a multitude of Arsenal players outside. As the Gunners have not deployed additional players within the box, only Ye Luo and Giroud. Even Mahrez is stationed on the periphery. Thus, the current scenario reveals that Ye Luo, primarily alongside Giroud, has effectively tethered the entire Real Madrid defense, including the holding midfielder, along with Di Maria and the elusive figure. Outside the penalty area, Real Madrid's players consist solely of Cristiano Ronaldo and Benzema. However, they face the daunting task of contending with 7 or 8 Arsenal players. No matter how skilled they are, they cannot outmaneuver the competition for the loose balls on the outskirts. As a result, the match's dynamics have left spectators somewhat bewildered. Arsenal continuously secures possession of the peripheral areas, delivering crosses repeatedly. In response, Real Madrid supporters scoff at Arsenal's efforts. What are they doing? Their attacks lack technical sophistication. They presume that since Ye Luo excels in heading, they should target him exclusively, which reflects a lack of ambition. How could such an approach possibly breach Real Madrid's defenses? To believe that goals can be scored through such simplistic tactics is sheer folly. Real Madrid fans mock Arsenal's rudimentary style. What about Ye Luo, the so-called most well-rounded forward? It appears to be nothing more than a facade. As minutes tick by, the match reaches the 20th minute, and the score remains 0-0. Arsenal has not scored, but they have also not conceded. In this scenario, Wenger remains unperturbed. This was a plan he had meticulously orchestrated long ago. Arsenal appeared to be on the offensive, yet in truth, they were employing a defensive strategy tailored by Wenger to suit the current characteristics of the team. The approach relied on Ye Luo's formidable presence to restrain the majority of Real Madrid's players. Scoring was of little consequence. The primary objective was to ensure that Real Madrid dared not push forward. Ideally, the match would conclude in this manner, allowing Arsenal to eliminate Real Madrid with a score of 2-1. Initially, Ancelotti scoffed at Arsenal's rough offensive tactics, but gradually, his amusement faded. He sensed something amiss. Arsenal seemed to be committing few players to the attack. While they were consistently delivering crosses, only Ye Luo and Giroud occupied the central area. If they were to score, one would expect more players to venture into the penalty box. However, the other Arsenal players were maintaining control on the periphery. A realization began to dawn upon Ancelotti. He could no longer remain composed. Rising from his seat, he approached the sidelines, squinting at the pitch. A minute later, he slapped his thigh in exasperation. He had been outsmarted. Ancelotti immediately grasped Wenger's design. The offense was merely a guise for defense. By harnessing Yellow's immense capacity to dominate, the strategy kept the flames of battle confined to Real Madrid's half. Scoring was irrelevant. The critical factor was to prevent the ball from entering their own perilous zone. Who could have anticipated such a strategy? Wenger had ingeniously utilized Yellow's intimidation to craft this seemingly offensive yet fundamentally defensive approach. On the surface, Real Madrid's compact defense appeared to facilitate their counterattacking prowess. Yet, in reality, they could not mount a counterattack at all. Arsenal's numerical superiority on the periphery was overwhelming. Moreover, Yellow's exceptional skill within the penalty area compelled the Real Madrid midfield and defense to refrain from venturing too far. The ball's distribution relying on Cristiano Ronaldo and Benzema was futile. Under these circumstances, how could Real Madrid counterattack? There was simply no opportunity for a counterattack. Breaking this tactical setup would be straightforward, enhance the competition for the ball on the periphery. However, this would necessitate reallocating personnel from within the penalty area, thus loosening the grip on Yellow. A dilemma indeed. What should Real Madrid do now? Ancelotti furrowed his brow. He had to concede that he had been rather presumptuous. He believed that with Arsenal's injury woes, Real Madrid could easily dominate the match at home. Yet, with Arsenal's strategy in play, Real Madrid found themselves in a precarious position. It took Ancelotti 20 minutes to perceive Wenger's intentions, a feat that the commentators from Marca, of course, failed to achieve. Meanwhile, the score remained at 0. And despite Arsenal's sustained offensive efforts for over 10 minutes, they had yet to find the net, much to the delight of the Marca commentators. Arsenal appears utterly inept against Real Madrid, resorting solely to their rudimentary tactic of wide crosses without any alternative strategy. The commentator remarked on this as Arsenal once again ventured down the flanks, the ball finding its way to Cancelo. Here it comes again. His tone dripped with sarcasm. How could they possibly breach Real Madrid's defense with such an approach? What do they think Real Madrid is? As the mocking smile spread across his face, the ball arced from the wing, soaring towards the penalty area. Wenger glanced at Ancelotti on the sidelines. You might think you figured it out, but in truth, you have not. For even with Yellow standing alone, it cannot be said that Arsenal lacks offensive prowess. Yellow represents Arsenal's most significant attacking threat. Even if he finds himself isolated within the box, he remains impossible to contain. Ancelotti's gravest error was not taking 20 minutes to discern Arsenal's tactical intentions, but rather naively believing that sheer numbers could stifle Yellow's impact on the defensive end. Allowing Arsenal to continually direct the ball into the penalty area is the true source of Real Madrid's failure. Chapter 66. Kicked into the abyss. Cancelo's cross can only be described as barely adequate. As the ball ascended, Pepe and Ramos, tasked with defending Yellow, swiftly made their assessments. Judging by the trajectory of the ball and the intended landing spot, it was evident that the football would head towards the near post, while Yellow positioned himself centrally, making it impossible for the ball to reach him. Instead, it would likely fall in front of them. Consequently, Pepe abandoned the idea of immediately closing down and prepared to leap for a header clearance. Just then, Yellow, previously stationed in the center, suddenly surged towards the near post. Pepe is an exceptional center back, despite the jests from fans regarding his defensive antics and the moniker Monk Pepe. His position within a team of Real Madrid's caliber is not solely due to his roughness. His positioning and anticipation are remarkably precise, and his defensive capabilities are unquestionable. Pepe successfully established his position and accurately gauged the ball's landing. This defensive effort should have been successful, right? Behind Pepe, Ramos's expression morphed into one of alarm. He shouted to alert Pepe of the danger approaching from behind, but Pepe could not hear him over the din. At that moment, the Portuguese center-back was solely focused on clearing the ball, while Ramos, unable to match Yellow's speed, could only watch helplessly as Yellow leaped into the air, rising to a height far superior to Pepe's. Bent forward, Pepe remained oblivious to what transpired behind him. The Real Madrid supporters were not particularly anxious. To them, Cancelo's cross was poor, aimed too close to the goal, and awkwardly positioned. By the time Yellow adjusted and arrived, it would be too late. Even if he were to exert himself to contest for the ball, it would be exceedingly difficult to direct it towards the goal, rendering it insignificant. However, when Ye Luo leapt into the air, a gasp of horror echoed throughout the Bernabeu. The cross arrived with remarkable speed, and in the blink of an eye, the football was already in position. Pepe, uncertain of the situation behind him, instinctively aimed to head the ball out of play, believing it to be the safest option. At that moment, he felt as if the sky had darkened above him, followed by a chorus of gasps. Almost immediately, he caught sight of a figure crossing in front of him. To leap and head the ball, Pepe had already adopted a crouching stance, and thus he lifted his gaze to behold a body soaring parallel to the ground, akin to a fish leaping from the water. Instinctively, he rose, his head connecting just above the abdomen of Ye Luo, who was nearly atop Pepe's body. Pepe's leap provided him with a pivotal moment of leverage, his feet dangling as he folded his body almost into wave shape. The posture appeared rather awkward, yet it proved remarkably effective. He committed no foul and made contact with the ball, his head reaching just above Pepe's, almost surpassing his height. A fish-like leap to head the ball. Although Ye Luo's height was somewhat elevated, it was indeed a textbook leap, with the strength of his core and neck muscles propelling him. His body seemed to swing like a hammer, forcefully driving the football towards the goal. This time, he did not send it soaring high. The ball flew straight towards the net, catching Iker Casillas completely off guard. He never anticipated that Ye Luo would execute such a header. As Ye Luo ascended, Casillas reacted, albeit a fraction too late. He attempted to make the save, but it was futile. The football sailed between his head and the crossbar, crashing into the net behind him. It danced against the net for a moment before settling upon the ground. The Real Madrid supporters stood in stunned silence, their gazes following the bouncing ball until it finally came to rest. Expressions of disbelief washed over their faces. Such a goal, such a manner of conceding, utterly shattered their expectations. Just then, Ye Luo descended from the air, grasping Pepe's shoulder as he glided down his back like a slide, for Pepe stood taller than he. He landed effortlessly and turned to witness the ball still bouncing in the net. Ye Luo glanced towards the referee, who had momentarily been taken aback, but reacted far quicker than the fans. Subsequently, he blew his whistle and pointed to the center circle. Goal. Valid. Only then did Ye Luo spread his arms wide, soaring across the pitch like a bomber in flight, with several Arsenal players behind him, similarly extending their arms in celebration. They soared like Ye Luo's wingmen at the Bernabeu. It was only at this moment that the Real Madrid supporters realized what was expected of them. They immediately erupted in boos, attempting to suppress the visiting fans and the celebrating Arsenal players. A tremendous uproar broke through the dam, sweeping across the entire stadium. Ye Luo, Ye Luo, Ye Luo, Guo. This goal has led Real Madrid to a dead end. Who could have imagined it? Who could have foreseen this? In this crucial match, on the hallowed ground of Real Madrid at the Bernabeu, it was Arsenal who struck first. 3-1. The aggregate score now stands at 3-1. Arsenal has also secured an away goal. This strike rendered Cristiano Ronaldo's earlier goal in their first encounter utterly meaningless. Pepe had no inkling that Ye Luo could leap from behind him for a header. Indeed, this was a textbook leap. If other players' jumps were merely like small carp breaking the surface, then Ye Luo's leap resembled that of a flying fish flapping its wings in midair. Strictly speaking, this goal cannot be attributed to Pepe's error, for any center-back in that position and situation would hardly anticipate a goal executed in such a manner. It demands extraordinary jumping ability, a keen sense of bodily balance, and formidable core strength to achieve such a finish. The commentators quickly caught on, exuberantly conveying to viewers from every angle just how remarkable and extraordinary this goal was. The commentator from Marca Radio was left speechless. All his previous sardonic remarks felt like slaps across his face. The cold sting of reality was even more disheartening. The score stood at 0-1, with the aggregate at 1-3. Even if Real Madrid were to score 2 more in the ensuing match, it would merely level the aggregate score. But what if Arsenal were to score again? That would spell utter disaster for Madrid. They needed to win by at least 2 goals to advance. This goal silenced the Madrid media, reporters, and various experts who had previously believed Real Madrid was in a favorable position to progress. No one had anticipated the match would unfold in this manner, with Arsenal taking the lead instead of the home team, Real Madrid, and in such an unconventional way. Thus, when Ye Luo directed the ball into the net, Real Madrid's fans instinctively thought that a foul must have occurred. Yet, neither the on-field referee nor the players representing Real Madrid had any objections to the goal. Pepe, himself, stood frustrated with his hands on his hips, fully aware that no foul had transpired. In fact, if one were to argue for a foul, the incident where he inadvertently collided with Ye Luo's abdomen was more likely a foul. Currently, Real Madrid not only trails an aggregate score, but has also seen Arsenal level the away goals. The only advantage for Madrid lies in playing on home turf, if one could even consider that an advantage. As Cancelo delivered a cross from the flank, Wenger clenched his fists slightly, having observed Ye Luo's movement. In training, whenever Ye Luo seized the opportunity, the likelihood of scoring was exceedingly high. No matter how challenging the ball might be, it posed no problem for Ye Luo. When he struck the ball into the net, Wenger unleashed his pent-up passion. The entire Arsenal coaching staff and substitutes erupted in jubilation. Coaches embraced passionately, while substitute players waved their towels and rushed from the bench, sprinting towards the corner flag to join the starting players in a loud celebration of the goal. They understood all too well the significance of this goal. It not only widened the aggregate score, but also transcended the mere achievement of an away goal. This goal shook the confidence of Real Madrid's players. The Madrid side believed they could eliminate Arsenal, boasting away goals and home advantage while facing a depleted opponent. How could they possibly lose? Yet, Ye Luo's goal conveyed a stark message. Arsenal has Ye Luo. This goal utterly shattered the confidence of the Madrid players. They could no longer afford to defend. They had to attack. Even if they attempted to maintain their defense, it would prove futile. Arsenal demonstrated the potency of their offensive tactics, not only maintaining control of possession, but also finding the back of the net. Initially, the Madrid players might have regarded such a crude attacking approach as mere time wasting. However, the reality was evident, even with a rough attack. And with only 2 points in the penalty area, Ye Luo still scored. The once solid psychological defense of Real Madrid was breached, revealing a small crack. As the match progressed, this crack would inevitably widen, leading to a complete collapse of Real Madrid. Ancelotti furrowed his brow, struggling to devise a strategy to counter Wenger's expansive tactics. With Arsenal now leading 3-1 on aggregate, it was an extraordinarily favorable situation for them. Even with the home advantage, Real Madrid would find it challenging to mount a comeback. Ancelotti was frantic, yet he could not hastily utilize his substitution quota, as there remained a possibility of extra time in this match. The 3 substitution slots were precious and could not be wasted frivolously. Moreover, making substitutions now would contradict his pre-match arrangements. As the game resumed, Real Madrid's players appeared flustered, uncertain of how to proceed. They yearned to attack, to score, and level the match, yet they feared being pierced by Ye Luo's prowess on the counter. If the strategy is to defend resolutely, there remained 25 minutes until the conclusion of the first half. Commencing such a defensive stance now seems futile. The players are reluctant to accept this, particularly in the hallowed grounds of the Bernabeu, where conceding a goal at home without any counteraction would be a loss of face. The Real Madrid players are engulfed in conflict, their thoughts disunited, leading to a chaotic scene filled with errors. Arsenal, however, will not show mercy. They seize the opportunity to bombard the goal of Real Madrid, though it cannot be termed a bombardment. It is Ye Luo who is making the decisive runs, while Giroud merely serves to distract and disrupt. Yet, astonishingly, Real Madrid appears flustered by Ye Luo alone, allowing him to threaten Casillas' goal time and again. Were it not for Casillas' heroic performance, Arsenal would have undoubtedly sealed the match already. In the stands of the Bernabeu, the cheers for St. Iker resonate loudly. A goalkeeper's remarkable display only underscores the abysmal performances of the other Real Madrid players. Ancelotti, initially maintaining a stern facade with arms crossed on the bench, exuded an air of confidence. However, as the minutes ticked by, he could no longer maintain his composure. He stepped to the sidelines, alternating between furrowed brows and fervent shouts, clearly dissatisfied with the unfolding situation on the pitch. Real Madrid seems to have reverted to the era of the Galactic Fleet in the front line, while the back line is reminiscent of the days of Casillas. The score of 0-1 remained until the halftime whistle, with Arsenal failing to extend their lead. Yet, this did little to appease the supporters of Real Madrid, who were deeply discontented with the team's performance. They had come expecting a leisurely match, indulging in delightful cuisine and sharing jovial conversations, only to witness such a dismal first half. Conceding a goal was one thing, but the players' subsequent display was akin to a team still in slumber. As the Real Madrid players descended the pitch, they were met with boos from the stands, not directed at their opponents, but aimed squarely at them. Playing at the Bernabeu serves as both motivation and pressure for the players of Real Madrid. Conversely, the Arsenal players left the pitch exuberant, buoyed by Ye Luo's goal, which granted them complete control of the match. The coach's tactical arrangements appeared highly effective, placing Arsenal in an exceedingly advantageous position. In the second half, they merely needed to maintain their momentum. Should they capitalize on another opportunity, they could push Real Madrid deeper into despair, securing their place in the quarterfinals. Thus, as they exited the field, the Arsenal players even took a moment to relish the sight of their opponents being jeered by their own fans. A disgrace. Your performance in the first half is nothing short of a complete humiliation. In the home dressing room, Ancelotti's fury reached unprecedented heights. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Is conceding a single goal truly the extent of your shortcomings? What is the big deal? Has this frightened you all into submission? This is our home ground. We are the true masters here. We are intimately familiar with every corner of this stadium. And damn it, we have the support of 70 to 80,000 fans. I simply cannot comprehend how you can play as if you've lost your touch after conceding a single goal. Are you still players of Real Madrid? Ancelotti's fury was directed at each and every star of the club. Normally, he might have been more diplomatic, as these stars are not just any players. They are illustrious figures in the world of football. There is a certain decorum to uphold. However, Ancelotti found himself beyond such considerations. By the latter part of the first half, he had come to a realization. There was only one path for Real Madrid in this match: attack. Go all out. Otherwise, they would be slowly boiled alive by Arsenal. In the second half, I do not wish to witness your cowardly display. You must toughen up. Remember, this is our home ground. You must make it clear in the second half. They are on the brink of collapse. Score again. Score again. Put an end to their luck. In the away team's locker room, Captain Yellow rallied the already high spirits of the team with clenched fists. Wenger smiled, feeling no sense of overstepping from Yellow. Encouraging morale is inherently the duty of a captain. Moreover, the current situation is exceedingly favorable for Arsenal. Thus, no significant tactical adjustments were necessary. Even if Real Madrid pressed forward, it posed no concern. With Yellow on the field, a single counterattack could send Real Madrid spiraling into despair. Chapter 67. Send them to hell. As the second half commenced, Arsenal continued their tactical approach from the first half. Although they led the score, it was only by a single goal. If Real Madrid were to overtake them, they would be on equal footing with Arsenal, perhaps even dragging the match into extra time. This was unacceptable for Arsenal, given their squad depth was inferior to that of Real Madrid. A protracted battle would not favor Arsenal. Scoring early in the second half would effectively seal Real Madrid's fate. For Real Madrid to turn the tide in such circumstances, they would need to score at least 3 goals while ensuring Arsenal did not find the net. Thus, another goal for Arsenal would solidify their advancement to the quarterfinals. Consequently, at the beginning of the second half, they launched an aggressive assault on Real Madrid's goal, hoping to breach their defenses swiftly. Yet, amidst their fervent attack, they failed to notice that Real Madrid had transformed in the second half. They still believed they could manipulate Real Madrid as they did in the latter stages of the first half. In reality, these players of Real Madrid are indeed world-class stars. After a 15-minute intermission, their mindset has stabilized. As Arsenal pressed forward in an attempt to score again, Real Madrid's counterattack bore fruit for the Gunners. Cristiano Ronaldo. Amidst the commentators' astonishment, just outside the penalty area, Cristiano Ronaldo received a return pass from Benzema and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball skimmed along the grass, soaring toward the lower right corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Szczęsny made a valiant effort to save, deflecting the ball away, but failing to secure it or send it out of bounds. Under such circumstances, Szczęsny's reaction and subsequent clearance were indeed the pinnacle of his efforts. Therefore, when the ball settled at Benzema's feet, Szczęsny could only watch in dismay as Benzema took aim. Benzema sent the ball into the net, 1-1. Real Madrid equalized the score, bringing the aggregate to 3-2, though Real Madrid still trailed by 1 goal. This was no longer a desperate gap for the team. Benzema pulled Real Madrid back from the brink. 1-1. Real Madrid now only trailed by 1 goal. They needed just 1 more to level the aggregate score. Both teams would stand on equal footing. Real Madrid equalized in the 56th minute. The goal was scored by Benzema. The fans of Real Madrid once again glimpsed hope. Damn it! Wenger abruptly rose from his seat, realizing he had underestimated the situation. This is Real Madrid. He had made such a colossal error. The timing of this goal was disastrous for Arsenal. What once seemed like a secure match now hung in the balance. We were too optimistic, Wenger thought, glancing at the ecstatic Ancelotti not far away. Then at the fervent crowd in the Bernabeu. He murmured to himself, yes, this opponent is unlike those we encounter in the league. They are Real Madrid. Wenger took a deep breath. The individual prowess of the stars in Real Madrid is indeed formidable. The entire Bernabeu was in a frenzy. All the fans of Real Madrid were cheering, their voices overwhelming everything. It is hard to believe that this very group of fans had jeered at their players before the first half concluded. Now, they wholeheartedly offered their cheers. The commentator from Marca Radio was overwhelmed with emotion, rising to his feet, microphone in hand, trembling with excitement. This is Real Madrid. This is the Bernabeu. This is the counterattack of Real Madrid. We are Real Madrid. We always strike back with relentless force. Yes, the counterattack begins now. Let Arsenal witness our prowess. This goal has left Real Madrid supporters in a state of exhilaration. Should Real Madrid falter once more in the round of 16? The haunting memories of past disappointments will resurface. If the team were to be eliminated at this stage again, how mercilessly would the Catalans mock them? Where would Real Madrid's pride find refuge then? Such a scenario must be averted at all costs. Benzema's goal came at a pivotal moment. He scored shortly after the commencement of the second half, and ample time remained in the match. If Real Madrid capitalizes on this opportunity, they can certainly equalize the aggregate score. The supporters of Los Blancos are convinced that, on their home turf, once the team begins to score, the goals will flow in succession. Arsenal will undoubtedly be intimidated by such a fearsome atmosphere. The Bernabeu has transformed into a veritable hell, fiery, terrifying, and deafening. These descriptors aptly capture the essence of this moment. Initially perceived as a place of elegance, the players of Arsenal will no longer share that sentiment. They now confront the most daunting away ground in the world. Amidst the fervent cheers of the home crowd, Real Madrid's offensive efforts surge relentlessly, while Arsenal's defense appears overwhelmed. The players of Real Madrid seem invigorated, displaying a stark contrast to their earlier performance. Now, it is Real Madrid's turn to besiege Arsenal. We must counterattack. Ye Luo takes a deep breath. In the face of such an onslaught, he cannot guarantee how long his teammates can sustain their support. He is not a dedicated defender. And at this juncture, Arsenal does not require defense, but rather an effective offense, preferably scoring. Only this can quell the fervor of Real Madrid. However, the pressing question remains, how to counterattack. Under the relentless pressure from Real Madrid, Arsenal struggles even to maintain possession, let alone initiate a counter. Ye Luo contemplates and then shouts to the players in the backline. Forget the complexities. Clear the ball decisively. Just kick it forward. The next phase is entrusted to me. His voice resonates across the pitch, reaching the ears of every player. Upon hearing Ye Luo's call, Arsenal's players find a renewed sense of purpose. Their initial anxiety under siege somewhat alleviated. Stay close to him, follow his lead. Do not hesitate to commit fouls when necessary. Xabi Alonso shouts into Khedira's ear. Normally, a long clearance would pose little threat, but Ye Luo cannot be judged by conventional standards, thus Alonso's reminder is warranted. Nevertheless, Ye Luo must not be constrained. As the football was launched with a powerful kick, Ye Luo leaned against Khedira, expertly controlling the ball with his chest. Khedira, exerting himself with all his might, attempted to grapple with him, yet Ye Luo stood unwavering. In fact, as he pivoted and surged forward with the ball, it was Khedira who found himself toppled. The midfield orchestrator of Real Madrid realized that relying solely on Khedira was insufficient to contain Ye Luo. Consequently, Real Madrid was compelled to bolster their midfield with additional personnel to engage Ye Luo in a physical contest. Naturally, other Arsenal players would also surge forward at opportune moments to support Ye Luo. Through Ye Luo's relentless efforts, the previously subdued Arsenal surprisingly advanced the conflict to the midfield. While they momentarily posed no threat to Real Madrid's front line, they succeeded in distancing the ball from their own defense, immersing the match in an intense midfield struggle. This shift could be deemed a turning point in the game. The physical confrontations between both sides were fierce, often resulting in players tumbling to the ground. Ye Luo, the linchpin of the team, frequently faced 2 or even 3 opponents at once. It became clear to the Real Madrid players what it meant to encounter the most versatile of forwards. Not only were his technical skills and shooting prowess world-class, but his physical confrontations also instilled fear in the hearts of the Real Madrid players. In a bid to counteract Ye Luo's threat, Real Madrid was compelled to increase the number of players assigned to confront him. Ye Luo resembled a majestic tiger encircled by a pack of wolves, showcasing a fierce battle between predator and prey on the pitch. As his teammates passed the ball forward, Ye Luo found himself with his back to the goal, unable to turn easily due to the dual pressure of 2 Real Madrid players closing in on him. Amid the physical tussle, their feet reached out. Poised to disrupt his control of the ball, Ye Luo spread his arms wide, firmly shielding the ball while simultaneously contending with the two players. Just then, a third player approached, Persie. He collided into Ye Luo from behind with great force. Had it been another player, they might have crumpled to the ground, perhaps even rolling in agony. However, facing Ye Luo, the latter merely swayed his upper body slightly and deftly maneuvered the ball to the other side. Persie, well aware of Ye Luo's prowess, did not expect this collision to yield any significant results. Thus, he promptly grasped Ye Luo's shoulder while sweeping his foot from the opposite side in a wrestling maneuver. Though there is no evidence to suggest Persie was trained in wrestling, his action would have garnered high marks in a wrestling match. Ye Luo's response was straightforward. He summoned the strength of his core muscles, twisting his body with the agility of a carp breaking free. Not only did he evade Persie's grip on his shoulder, but he nearly executed a perfect shoulder throw on Persie. Despite Persie's wrestling skills being formidable, before Ye Luo, he appeared as an ant facing a heavyweight contender. What good is technique if one cannot overpower their opponent? As Ye Luo seized the fleeting moment when Persie's hand departed from his shoulder, he deftly maneuvered the ball to the right front, accelerating to shake off three players, including Persie. However, this did not signify an unobstructed path ahead, for he was met by Cointreau, who lunged in with a tackle. With a flick of his right foot, Ye Luo nudged the ball to his left foot, executing a subtle yet skillful nutmeg. The ball glided past, and Ye Luo leapt, vaulting over Cointreau's outstretched leg. Yet, in the next instant, Ramos surged forward, tackling him around the waist in a manner reminiscent of an American football embrace. To thwart Ye Luo, the players of Real Madrid resorted to every tactic at their disposal, with Ramos employing a technique from rugby. While such a maneuver might not constitute a foul in rugby, it certainly did in football. Despite Ye Luo's prowess, maintaining his balance under such circumstances was impossible. Both players tumbled to the ground, and Ye Luo's frustration reached its zenith. He gestured emphatically, mimicking the action of issuing a red card. That's a red card. Damn it. His anger was justified. He was merely a step away from evading the incoming Real Madrid player. If only he could accelerate, the likelihood of Real Madrid stopping him would diminish significantly. It could be argued that Ramos's foul was tactical in nature, warranting a yellow card, and the overt nature of the tackle certainly met the criteria for one. Therefore, Ye Luo opined that the cumulative effect justified a red card. Moreover, obtaining a free kick from that position felt like a significant loss. The distance from the goal was too great, making a direct delivery into the box impractical, rendering it less advantageous than a corner kick. If Ramos escaped punishment, it would indeed be a disservice. Yet, the referee disregarded Ye Luo's protests, opting instead to blow his whistle and issue a warning to Ramos. He then summoned both Ye Luo and Casillas, advising them to manage their players' emotions. Casillas nodded in agreement, while Ye Luo seethed in silence. The foul was committed by a Real Madrid player, and yet we are to control our emotions? What kind of reasoning is this? Just a warning? Ye Luo challenged the referee's decision. The referee, maintaining a stern demeanor, asserted, "I have my own standards." It must be noted that this was Real Madrid's home ground, and the home advantage was palpable. However, the Arsenal players were not to be easily intimidated. Witnessing Ye Luo suffer such a blatant foul, compounded by the referee's mere verbal admonition, they too began to escalate their actions. As the intensity of the players' actions increased, the risk of incidents rose. On Arsenal's side, Wilshere sustained an injury during a collision. Wenger, observing the scene from the sidelines, furrowed his brow in concern. The team's injury woes were already substantial, and with Wilshere's injury, their midfield became further strained. The pressing concern now is whether Wilshere can endure the match. His condition appears rather bleak, and Joe Allen has begun to warm up. Wilshere, having observed this development, is reluctant to be substituted. He conveys his sentiments to the team physician, asserting, "I believe I can continue. I'm capable of persisting." We must be mentally prepared for the possibility of extra time. The score stands at 1 apiece. Should Real Madrid score, it would lead to a 2-1 situation, equalizing the aggregate score with identical away goals. Thus, the scenario Wilshere describes remains a distinct possibility. However, the team physician dismisses his claim, stating, "You cannot continue. Do you wish to jeopardize your entire season?" This remark startles Wilshere. When weighed against the prospect of a season-ending injury, being substituted in this match seems the lesser of two evils. Consequently, he acquiesces, allowing the physician to assist him off the field. Arsenal is compelled to replace Wilshere with Ramsey, a player who has seen limited playing time this season and is already contemplating a transfer at season's end. With Wilshere's departure due to injury, Arsenal's predicament becomes increasingly dire, as they now possess scant substitutes in midfield. Andy Gray, the commentator from Sky Sports, speaks with palpable concern. In such a critical match, introducing a player who rarely sees the pitch inevitably weakens their midfield. As Arsenal makes this substitution, the Real Madrid fans respond with a chorus of boos, not out of disdain for Arsenal's players, but in frustration over what they perceive as time wasting. They eagerly await the resumption of play. With another key player injured, what recourse does Arsenal have to mount a comeback? The fans feel confident of their team's victory. With ample time remaining for Real Madrid to score, Arsenal's supporters fall into a hushed silence, their expressions grave. The team's injury woes have escalated. And now Wilshere has succumbed as well. Options in midfield are dwindling. Yet, they remain unaware that the situation is about to worsen. In the 67th minute, Mahrez, while tracking back to defend, fouls Di Maria and is cautioned with a yellow card by the referee. The Arsenal players, fueled by agitation, protest the apparent double standard, noting that similar fouls by Real Madrid go unpunished. Following the issuance of the card, Mahrez, in a provocative gesture, begins to applaud the referee, an act that earns him a second yellow card, resulting in a dismissal. Mahrez, what an uncharacteristic lack of composure. Has he been possessed by a devil? The commentators are left momentarily speechless by this sudden turn of events. The Arsenal players crowded around the referee, fervently pleading for him to reconsider his decision. However, Yellow remained steadfast. He patted Mahrez on the shoulder, assuring him, "Do not worry. Even with 10 men, we shall triumph over them." With a sudden shove, he propelled Mahrez towards the sidelines. "Stop dawdling. Our time is limited." Initially touched by his captain's loyalty, Mahrez felt a surge of gratitude that softened his earlier frustration. Yet, Yellow's forceful gesture elicited an eye roll from him as he hurriedly exited the field. Once Mahrez departed, Yellow squinted at the referee, then turned his gaze toward the onlooking Real Madrid players. He strode forward, separating his teammates, and gathered them closely. With a serious countenance, he addressed them. "The decision is unchangeable. Even if you were to take that fellow down, it would not alter the outcome. Thus, we must not dwell on this." He raised a finger, declaring, "All we need is one goal. We can send them to hell." Chapter 68. Hell. Bernabeu. The situation had indeed become arduous for Arsenal, especially after Mahrez's dismissal, leaving them with only 10 players. Real Madrid was poised to capitalize on this disadvantage, and Arsenal had no choice but to tighten their formation, compressing the space to temporarily mask the challenges of being a man down. Under the pressure from Madrid, Giroud retreated to the midfield, taking on defensive duties. It soon became evident that despite being one player short, Arsenal exhibited remarkable vigor. Each player seemed invigorated, running and covering ground with reckless abandon. They believed Yellow's words held truth. They needed just one goal to condemn Real Madrid to despair. Though Yellow stood alone in the attacking front, it sufficed. Arsenal's strategy was to defend with 8 and attack with 1. If they could not execute the simple task of retrieving the ball for Yellow, they might as well find a wall to crash into. United in purpose, they unleashed an even more formidable defensive strength than before. Real Madrid was caught off guard by Arsenal's sudden ferocity. They had anticipated a turtle-like retreat, but instead faced a spiky hedgehog. The rhythm of their attacks was disrupted by Arsenal's unexpected resilience. For a moment, it appeared as though Arsenal, rather than being a man down, was the one with the numerical advantage, while Real Madrid struggled. All the Arsenal players understood that under these circumstances, they could not afford to let the match extend into extra time. They were expending their energy in a fierce contest against their opponents, and entering extra time would be a costly endeavor. Their physical endurance is undoubtedly waning. Playing with one less player means that each member of the team must exert themselves more to compensate for the lost coverage. They must seize the moment while they still possess energy. Otherwise, by the end, they may find themselves utterly depleted. The conviction that sustains the Arsenal players is embodied in their captain, Yellow. Regardless of the circumstances, he is certain to score. All it takes is a single goal. Just one goal can send Real Madrid into despair. Initially, Real Madrid found themselves bewildered by Arsenal's fierce onslaught. However, they quickly regained their composure, realizing that Arsenal was courting disaster. How could they dare to attack so boldly with a man down? Did they underestimate the sharpness of Real Madrid's counterattacks? Yet, The players of Real Madrid soon discovered that while dreams are enchanting, reality can be harsh. Although Arsenal was without Mahrez, they swiftly made a substitution, bringing on Coquelin to replace Giroud. With only Ye Luo positioned up front, this misfortune inadvertently enhanced the midfield's depth and resilience. After all, Mahrez was not primarily a defensive player, and his contributions to defense might even be less significant than Ye Luo's. Coupled with the relentless running of the Arsenal players, Real Madrid found themselves pushed back, struggling to even cross into the halfway line. This was not a tactical retreat to prepare for a counterattack. They were genuinely being suppressed and unable to lift their heads. After Mahrez's departure, the scene at the Bernabeu left Real Madrid's fans in stunned silence. The stadium erupted with boos, reflecting the tradition of their supporters to jeer their own team. This time, it was unclear whether the jeers were directed at Arsenal or at Real Madrid, perhaps both. Ye Luo remained stationed in the penalty area, refraining from dropping back for the ball. If he were to retreat, there would be no forward presence. Without a striker to apply pressure, the defenders of Real Madrid would feel compelled to push forward. Ye Luo raised his hand in the box, signaling his intent. If there was no space, then let it be a clash of strength. He made it clear that he was prepared to engage, testing their defensive capabilities. Pepe and Ramos were certainly feeling the strain. Logically, it should not have been this way. After Mahrez left the field, the two center-backs should have been able to focus entirely on Ye Luo. Yet, surprisingly, the situation had become even more challenging. Ye Luo's individual prowess was overwhelming, causing discomfort with every part of his physique. Pepe and Ramos are considered elite world-class center-backs, yet even together, they struggled against Ye Luo, illustrating the immense pressure he imposed on Real Madrid. Besides crossing from the flanks, Arsenal undoubtedly had other means to deliver the ball to Ye Luo's feet. Ye Luo was drawn out of the penalty area. He swiftly received a pass from B. Silva. This time, he faced away from the attacking direction, with Ramos positioned closely behind him. The latter hesitated to press against him, as Ye Luo had previously exploited such moments to pivot and shoot, using his body as an axis. Although Ramos appeared physically stronger than Ye Luo, he had to concede that he was not a match for Ye Luo in terms of strength. Thus, he chose not to humiliate himself further. His strategy was to maintain a distance of an arm's length from Ye Luo. Should Ye Luo attempt to turn, he would then move in to interfere and entangle him, rendering Ye Luo's power ineffective. Ye Luo, upon gaining possession of the ball, leaned slightly backward, failing to locate an open teammate. Ramos, with a faint smile, thought to himself, "If I don't engage closely, how can you bully me with your strength?" Just then, Ye Luo unexpectedly executed a dazzling bicycle kick, moving into a reverse direction. Ramos had no time to contemplate the technical difficulty of Ye Luo's maneuver before he saw Ye Luo suddenly pivot to the left. As Ramos began to react, Ye Luo abruptly halted, defying the laws of inertia, his center of gravity coming to a sudden stop. In the next moment, Ye Luo forcefully shifted his body to the right. Ramos attempted to mimic Ye Luo's dramatic change of balance, but his equilibrium did not permit such a feat. Fearing Ye Luo's physical dominance, he was taken aback as Ye Luo demonstrated that he could outmaneuver him with sheer technical skill and balance, rather than brute force. Caught off guard, Ramos resorted to using his hands. However, as he reached out, Ye Luo took a decisive step forward, pulling the ball away, spinning, and then deftly controlling it once more. Ramos grasped nothing but air. In his eagerness to match Ye Luo's rhythm, he slipped and fell. This misstep could prove disastrous. Pepe rushed forward, and amidst the commentators' crescendo of astonishment, Ye Luo surged into the penalty area. Rather than shooting immediately, he lowered his shoulder. Engaging in a physical confrontation with Pepe, the sheer force and balance once again enabled Ye Luo to prevail, shoving Pepe aside by a meter. Only then did he lift his right leg, his gaze fixed intently on the ball. This time, he thought, even if Casillas were a god, I shall score. Ye Luo gritted his teeth, his expression fierce. His torso, thighs, and calves coalesced into a single line, akin to a bowstring drawn taut, unleashing power to its fullest extent, as if he intended to propel both himself and Casillas into the net. At the moment of Ye Luo's collision with Pepe, Andy Gray had already grasped the microphone, preparing to unleash his commentary just as Ye Luo readied himself for the decisive strike. His voice, accompanied by the cacophony of the Bernabeu, resonated through the microphone, reaching the ears of every Arsenal supporter seated before their television screens. Ye Luo, Eto'o yell echoed amid Andy Gray's fervent exclamations. The ball, struck by Ye Luo, evaded Marcelo's desperate tackle and soared towards the right corner of the net before Iker Casillas could intervene. Ultimately, it plunged into the net. The goal was scored. As Ye Luo eluded Ramos, many fans felt a surge of anxiety. Ye Luo retreated, and the center-back was compelled to pursue him. Yet, this defender was effortlessly outmaneuvered, and Ramos stumbled, failing to maintain his grip on Ye Luo. Another center-back was similarly brushed aside. At that juncture, all they could do was hope. Arsenal's supporters erupted in jubilant cheers while the Real Madrid fans, filled with dread, watched their own penalty area. Once again, they had seized the Bernabeu. In this moment, all Arsenal fans, alongside those present in the away section, united in a singular chant, "Long live Ye Luo." Although the match had not yet concluded, it was evident to all what Ye Luo's goal signified. The score stood at 2-1. The aggregate was 4-2. Arsenal not only led by 2 goals on aggregate, but also boasted 2 crucial away goals. This meant that the prospect of extra time was now extinguished. For Real Madrid to advance, merely leveling the aggregate score would not suffice. They needed to surpass it, requiring at least 3 additional goals in the remaining 20 minutes. Real Madrid found themselves in dire straits. From this moment on, the Bernabeu had transformed into a hell for the Madrid players. For at this instant, over 70,000 Real Madrid fans were no longer a source of motivation. They had become the epitome of torment. Indeed, as the Real Madrid supporters regained their composure, the stadium was enveloped in a chorus of sharp boos. The stands were adorned solely with waving white handkerchiefs. This cacophony was directed at the players of Real Madrid. In their own fortress, they had allowed 2 goals to the opposition, and despite having an extra man on the field, the match had deteriorated to this state. Was it not justifiable to boo? The fans of Real Madrid were notoriously discerning and demanding. They were not particularly fond of Mourinho, deeming his tactics overly conservative. If it were not for Mourinho's ability to secure victories, they would not tolerate his presence. Furthermore, numerous players were subject to scrutiny should their performances falter. On the path to the training base, one often endures the scorn of Real Madrid fans. Unlike the supporters in England, who, even in the face of relegation, would applaud their team during the fateful match, the fervor of Spanish fans is markedly different. In England, should frustration need to be vented, it is typically directed at the club owners rather than the players. Every professional who has graced the pitches of England would unequivocally attest to its status as a paradise for footballers, for it boasts the most loyal fans in the world. As long as one remains devoted to the team, even a player of limited ability will forever enjoy the unwavering support of their fans. When Leeds United faced relegation, their supporters, tears glistening in their eyes, chanted promises of return and offered applause to the team, lavishing praise upon the players. Such a scenario is rare. Not only in Spain but also in Italy, a team of Leeds United's stature facing relegation might provoke a fan backlash severe enough to incite violence against the players. In Spain, especially within the realms of a colossal club like Real Madrid, fans are far more discerning. Should a player falter, they are met with boos. Dissatisfaction with the coach's tactics or substitutions may elicit gestures of disdain directed at the manager. Playing at the Bernabeu symbolizes both honor and immense pressure. The glory that unfolds before the public eye comes at a steep cost. Ancelotti suddenly hurled his notebook to the ground, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it." The Italian stormed to the sidelines, his face a mask of fury. With an extra player on the field, conceding a goal was an unbearable blow. The situation was dire for Real Madrid, necessitating 3 goals. Even with the advantage of an additional player, this had become a seemingly insurmountable challenge for the club. Beside him, Wenger and his compatriots raised their arms in jubilant celebration, fully aware of the significance of that goal. They cheered, embraced, and fervently waved their fists. Wenger's face radiated excitement. At the Bernabeu, leading their opponents 2-1, the aggregate score stood at 4-2. Victory was assured. Arsenal had triumphed. When Arsenal drew Real Madrid in the round of 16, they were the subject of ridicule by countless media outlets. After finally finishing first in their group and avoiding Bayern and Barcelona, they found themselves yet again colliding with Real Madrid. Such misfortune was unparalleled. However, having surmounted this hurdle, Arsenal would feel no pressure regardless of their next opponent. After facing Real Madrid, what other team could intimidate them? The pressure on Real Madrid was immense, transforming the atmosphere into a veritable nightmare. The fans unleashed a cacophony of boos, urging their team forward into attack, for they could no longer afford to defend. The only option was to advance. Yet, in such a tumultuous state, how could the players maintain their composure? Thus, their response manifested in grander gestures to exhibit their commitment to the cause. However, this only led to further complications. Yet it increasingly evokes a sense that Real Madrid has utterly lost its once cherished noble demeanor. The referee could not refrain from sounding his whistle repeatedly amidst the clamor of the Bernabeu. However, in the 87th minute of the match, the cacophony transformed into an eerie silence, a deathly stillness. At that moment, the entire Bernabeu truly descended into a hellish realm. This chapter concludes with the revelation of Chapter 69, the overwhelming defeat. The catalyst that turned the Bernabeu into a veritable inferno was Ye Luo's third goal. This strike was the final blow to the already precarious edifice of Real Madrid. He wove his way down the flank, skillfully evading several defenders, before delivering a low shot into the net within the penalty area. This blow irrevocably shattered Real Madrid's hopes. 3-1, 3-1, 3-1. Real Madrid had completely lost all prospects of victory. Congratulations to Arsenal for eliminating Real Madrid. Once again, Real Madrid faltered in the round of 16. Before Ancelotti took the helm, they had reached the Champions League semi-finals for 2 consecutive seasons. This season, many anticipated that Ancelotti's squad would excel in the Champions League, perhaps even clinching the title. Commentators shook their heads in disbelief. The supporters in the Bernabeu were left speechless. When Arsenal scored their second goal in this match, Real Madrid initially surged with vigor, pressing hard against Arsenal. Yet, they failed to find the back of the net. Instead, Ye Luo seized the opportunity during a counterattack, sending the ball past Casillas into the goal. 3-1. Arsenal had already secured their victory. No one believed that Real Madrid could overturn the match by scoring 4 goals in the remaining minutes. After Ye Luo's goal, Wenger utilized his third substitution, bringing on a defensive player. Ye Luo remained on the pitch, while the fatigued Silva was replaced. The substitutions made by Arsenal were executed at a leisurely pace. At this juncture, Real Madrid supporters recalled their stance, unleashing a chorus of boos directed at Arsenal, perceiving their substitutions as mere time-wasting. Yet, they failed to consider that, including stoppage time, there were merely 7 or 8 minutes left to play. Would Arsenal really concede 4 goals in that brief span? If so, Arsenal might as well abandon their efforts and seek a wall to crash into. To secure this victory, Arsenal had expended considerable energy. If they were to be eliminated after such an effort, Wenger would likely suffer a severe heartbreak. The substitutions took a moment, and the final stoppage time was set at 5 minutes, which felt somewhat extended. However, Wenger was too weary to protest. Even if 10 minutes of stoppage time were granted, it would bear no significance. The 5 minutes of stoppage time yielded no goals for Real Madrid. The referee signaled the conclusion of the match at 95 minutes and 53 seconds. Following the final whistle, the Arsenal players, long awaiting on the sidelines, burst forth onto the pitch with open arms, embracing their teammates in a jubilant display of camaraderie. They have triumphed over Real Madrid, advancing to the quarterfinals. The match has concluded. Arsenal has secured a remarkable 3-1 victory away from home, eliminating their formidable foes with an aggregate score of 5-2. This marks Real Madrid's first home defeat in the Champions League in 2 years, following their previous loss to Malaga. And it is a match they could least afford to lose. This season, the aspirations of Real Madrid were high, with both manager Carlo Ancelotti and the players openly declaring their championship ambitions. They indeed possessed the credentials to contend, having reached the semi-finals for 3 consecutive seasons, where typically, only the strongest teams prevail. However, who could have anticipated that they would face Arsenal in the round of 16, resulting in their premature exit? The seeds of their downfall may have been sown when they finished second in their group stage. Amidst the commentators' voices, filled with excitement and dismay, Arsenal's players raised their arms in triumph, celebrating their victory. While merely reaching the quarterfinals, the significance of this achievement is undeniable, especially having eliminated a team like Real Madrid under such challenging circumstances. Once their injured players return, who could possibly stand in their way? Meanwhile, some Real Madrid players stood still, hands on hips, gazing skyward, while others simply lay on the ground, all consumed by disappointment. They had long accepted the harsh reality of their fate. As the match progressed, they understood their inability to reverse the tide against Arsenal. The moment Ye Luo scored his second goal, the realization dawned upon them. Thus, in the aftermath of the match, Their reaction was not one of hysteria, but of quiet disillusionment. The television broadcast fixated on Ramos, as Madrid's media speculated that the turning point of the match was Yellow's second goal, during which Ramos had slipped. It is easy to imagine that following this encounter, Ramos would face relentless scrutiny from the Madrid press. Yet, one cannot place the blame solely on him. Even if one were to replace Ramos with any other central defender in the world, few would perform better under such circumstances. After capturing the despondent faces of the defeated, the camera shifted to Ye Luo, who had achieved a hat-trick, celebrating with his teammates. Reporters surged forward, encircling him, and Ye Luo appeared exhilaratingly animated. "I have no time for interviews right now. We need to celebrate. Eliminating Real Madrid is a monumental achievement. But this is not the end. It is merely the beginning. Our goal is the Champions League title." With that, he pushed past the reporters and opened his arms wide, embraced by his teammates. A group of reporters exchanged glances, initially eager to pose further inquiries. However, they soon realized that no matter what they asked, it would be futile. Ye Luo had already provided them with the headline for tomorrow. "Our goal is the championship." This proclamation resonated with vigor. Thus, the title for the Moro's paper was readily apparent, encapsulated in Ye Luo's words. A victor's declaration is seldom verbose. In the post-match press conference, Wenger expressed his delight at the team's away victory over Real Madrid, which ended the latter's 2-year unbeaten home record. Yet, concurrently, he voiced his criticisms regarding the referee's decisions, asserting that the officiating favored the home team excessively, overlooking numerous fouls committed by Real Madrid while being overly stringent with Arsenal. Ancelotti echoed similar sentiments, lamenting the referee's harshness in the latter stages of the match, where every physical contact was deemed a foul, disrupting Real Madrid's rhythm. Clearly, Ancelotti felt a sense of injustice regarding his team's elimination. His strategy seemed simplistic, merely passing the ball to Ye Luo and watching the spectacle unfold, devoid of any intricate techniques or tactics. This singular approach, relying solely on Ye Luo's capabilities, left Ancelotti discontented. The outcome of the match bore no reflection on the coach's acumen. It was entirely a showcase of Ye Luo's individual prowess, a reality difficult for Ancelotti to accept. With the team ousted from the round of 16 and trailing behind Barcelona and Atletico Madrid in the league, coupled with the unpredictable nature of the Copa del Rey, Ancelotti knew that a season devoid of silverware could spell the end of his tenure. The Arsenal fans were elated, opting to linger outside the stadium rather than disperse immediately, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their team's bus. They had triumphed at the Bernabeu. Arsenal had achieved the remarkable. They had emerged as serious contenders for the Champions League. This match underscored Arsenal's formidable fighting spirit and indomitable will. As the Arsenal bus made its appearance, the fans showered each player with applause. When it was Ye Luo's turn, the ovation and cheers were so thunderous that it seemed they might overturn the bus. His name echoed in jubilant cries. He was the linchpin of Arsenal's triumph over Real Madrid. This adulation persisted as the Arsenal players boarded the bus at the Bernabeu, continuing until they disembarked in London. In North London, the fans' reception was nothing short of celebratory, akin to having secured the Champions League title, despite the reality that they had merely progressed to the quarterfinals. For Arsenal supporters, this victory was indeed one worthy of celebration. The Arsenal fans had endured much. Although they regularly qualified for the Champions League, they often faced daunting opponents, such as Bayern or Barcelona, and would find themselves returning home in the round of 16. This year, Bayern Munich and Barcelona were not drawn, but instead, we faced the formidable Real Madrid. Who could one turn to for solace? The initial adversary in the knockout stage is indeed a giant like Real Madrid. Coupled with a challenging schedule and significant injuries, many Arsenal fans believe that the team's journey in this season's Champions League was about to come to an end. However, against all odds, the team valiantly triumphed over Real Madrid, even in the absence of several key players. Such a victory is undoubtedly a remarkable achievement worthy of grand celebration. As Ye Luo boarded the team bus, throngs of Arsenal supporters congregated along the roadside, brandishing their scarves, waving their arms, clapping, cheering, and singing. Observing this scene, some reporters from rival teams expressed their envy, remarking that one might think the fans were celebrating a championship victory. In truth, even Ye Luo found it perplexing. They had merely reached the quarterfinals, not claimed the trophy. Was it really that significant? Though they had not secured the championship, Arteta remarked, it felt nearly as momentous. In our history, we have only participated in one Champions League final. In England, Manchester United boasts 3 Champions League trophies, Liverpool 5. And even clubs like Aston Villa and Nottingham Forest have tasted European glory, although we are often referred to as a powerhouse of the Premier League. Arteta shook his head with a wry smile. He turned and noticed Ye Luo smiling. In truth, I am not entirely familiar with the sentiments of Arsenal fans, as this is only my second season with the team. Ye Luo gestured out the window, indicating that perhaps many of them have been supporters since the inception of Arsenal. However, one thing I do know is that no one dislikes champions. Everyone desires more titles. Manchester United and Real Madrid. Why do they command a broader fan base beyond their local supporters? It is largely because they have amassed numerous championships. No one can resist the allure of winning. Just wait. Once Manchester City continues to invest and secures their own titles, they too will attract a legion of fans overseas, akin to Manchester United. Ye Luo remarked with a dismissive smirk. Perhaps some might profess affection for Nottingham Forest out of sentimentality, yet a greater number will gravitate towards Manchester United. Is it due to some mystical charm they possess? No. Ultimately, it is because Manchester United has been the most successful club in the Premier League over the past 2 decades, enabling them to garner substantial support in East Asia and North America, ultimately becoming the most lucrative team in the league. All of this stems from their championships. Arteta nodded in agreement, refraining from contradiction. Ye Luo's assertions resonated with the very essence of competitive football. Winners inevitably attract more. Thus, by securing more titles, we will truly emerge as a genuine powerhouse, will we not? Ye Luo remarked, his tone brimming with confidence. Outside the bus, the cheers of the fans continued unabated. Such a spectacle nearly rivaled the celebrations of last season's Premier League triumph. However, the joy among Arsenal's supporters is not merely for the trophy itself, but rather for the current state and confidence of the team. The triumph over Real Madrid, despite a depleted squad, has fostered a sense of belief and hope for Arsenal's future. This sentiment may indeed surpass the elation derived from a mere championship trophy. The outlook for Arsenal shines brightly as a result of this match. Having overcome such formidable challenges, there is a newfound resilience that assures fans that no future adversities will shake their faith in this team. A squad that can triumph at the Bernabeu against such a powerful foe, under dire circumstances, raises the question, what obstacle could Arsenal possibly fail to surmount? This is, after all, the most significant takeaway for Arsenal and its supporters following this match. Arsenal's away victory over Real Madrid has undoubtedly made headlines across Europe and indeed the world of football, as Europe remains the epicenter of the sport. Even regions like Asia and North America, or Latin America, which can rival Europe in footballing prowess, find themselves lagging in club competition organization due to various economic and political challenges. Consequently, there remains a keen interest in European football, particularly the Champions League. Even within Latin America, the fanbase of Real Madrid extends beyond Europe, deeply rooted in Latin America due to shared language and historical ties from Spain's colonial past. Thus, the elimination of Real Madrid left many of their fans in Latin America in mourning, while fans of Barcelona reveled in celebration. The Spanish media, the following day, erupted with criticism, chastising Real Madrid's players for their lack of effort and attitude, and targeting Ancelotti's conservative tactics, which allowed Arsenal to seize the opportunity. Most notably, the blame fell on Ramos, with many outlets asserting that his blunder cost Real Madrid a favorable outcome. Meanwhile, media across Europe appeared less inclined to criticize Real Madrid and instead sang praises for Ye Luo. Arsenal's victory over Real Madrid is indeed a remarkable achievement, with Ye Luo, who scored a hat-trick during the match, recognized as the key architect of their success. Numerous reports focused on lauding Ye Luo's performance, with some headlines boldly declaring, Ye Luo conquers the Bernabeu. Faced with the daunting challenge of a formidable Real Madrid squad, and with many of their main players sidelined, very few had faith in Arsenal's chances, despite the presence of Ye Luo. After all, Real Madrid had Cristiano Ronaldo on their side as well. However, who could have anticipated that, despite everything, Real Madrid would be unable to thwart Ye Luo? In this match, Ye Luo unequivocally demonstrated to the world that he is indeed the strongest forward on the planet. The brilliance of Cristiano Ronaldo has been entirely eclipsed by him. It is beyond dispute that Ye Luo stands as the preeminent center forward, for neither Cristiano Ronaldo nor Lionel Messi can be accurately classified as such. Numerous teams would spare no expense to acquire Ye Luo, Yet Arsenal is unlikely to release such a pivotal player, especially during a time when they are vying for multiple championships. 17 goals. 17 goals. Having played 8 matches and scoring 17 times. Averaging over 2 goals per game. That is Ye Luo. Can you fathom that his presence has propelled the Champions League scoring chart to such heights? Messi has netted 14 Champions League goals, while the eliminated Real Madrid's Cristiano Ronaldo is stuck at 11 this season. Now, it is merely a contest between Messi and Ye Luo. The media is astounded, due to the existence of Ye Luo and others like Messi. The Champions League scoring leaderboard has become intensely competitive to an almost staggering degree. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 70, Applause. The media's assertions hold merit. Previously, the record for goals in an entire Champions League season was merely 12. And now, after the completion of the round of 16, Ye Luo has scored 17, while Messi has netted 14. The intensity of competition has fans exhilarated. In fact, Guardiola should express gratitude towards Ye Luo, for his presence has invigorated Messi's resolve. In the face of a formidable opponent like AC Milan, Messi contributed both a goal and an assist, leading Barcelona to a 2-0 away victory and a 3-1 aggregate progression to the quarterfinals. Since Barcelona's match occurred a day prior to that of Arsenal and Real Madrid, the Catalan media was abuzz with excitement, believing that the match between Arsenal and Real Madrid represented a struggle between Ye Luo and Cristiano Ronaldo. Remarkably, the Catalans, typically at odds, found themselves supporting Real Madrid as they perceived Ye Luo to be the greatest threat. After all, Ye Luo had a lead on Messi. Consequently, they reluctantly backed Real Madrid. What followed? Messi, having narrowed the gap with Ye Luo to a single goal, was soon left trailing by 4. For Messi, the elimination of either Real Madrid or Arsenal would be advantageous. However, he favored Arsenal's defeat, believing it would allow him to surpass Ye Luo in the scoring chart. Yet, unexpectedly, it was Arsenal that advanced, with Ye Luo even executing a hat trick in the match. This reality left Messi somewhat displeased. During training, the players at Barcelona could sense Messi's fierce determination. Guardiola was elated. Where once there was a rivalry between Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi, now emerged Ye Luo, intensifying the pressure on Messi even further. This implies that Messi will exert himself even more diligently. He will strive to extract the utmost from his form. As Messi's performance improves, Barcelona will undoubtedly experience an enhancement in their overall condition, which is certainly advantageous for the club. Concerning Arsenal's advancement to the quarterfinals, Mourinho is rather pleased, as he has not relinquished his ambition for the championship. Although the initiative currently lies beyond Manchester United's grasp, Arsenal is embroiled in a forefront battle. Mourinho is patiently anticipating the day Arsenal falters. He does not believe that Arsenal can sustain their success with a depleted squad. Furthermore, in terms of squad depth, Manchester United is undeniably stronger than Arsenal and is capable of managing multiple competitions. As for Arsenal, Mourinho doubts their ability to cope with their entry into the quarterfinals. Arsenal must continue to divert their focus on the Champions League. Under such circumstances, they cannot fully concentrate on domestic competitions, and it is likely that they will encounter losses during this period. This scenario is precisely what Mourinho hopes to see. Eliminating Real Madrid has not come without significant costs for Arsenal. One could argue the toll has been severe. The team's physical exhaustion is evident, and Wilshere's injury has left their midfield nearly devoid of options. It is important to note that their next league match will not be an easy one, as Arsenal is set to host Liverpool, who currently sits 5th in the league. They will undoubtedly seek victory to secure points and ascend into the top 4 for Champions League qualification. As the manager of Manchester United, Mourinho has surprisingly lent support to Liverpool, hoping they will muster the strength to triumph against a beleaguered Arsenal. Mourinho is indeed waiting for Arsenal's collapse. How could Wenger be unaware of this? For Wenger, the joy of eliminating Real Madrid and reaching the quarterfinals lasted merely a night. Upon waking the next morning, he was beset by a throbbing headache. Wilshere's injury has rendered the midfield almost a realm of inexperienced players. The available midfielders now include Kanté, Silva, Coquelin, and Ramsey, with the latter two having seen little playing time this season, casting doubt on their form. On Friday, UEFA conducted the draw for the quarterfinals. The teams that reached this stage include Arsenal, Manchester United, Barcelona, Borussia Dortmund, Bayern Munich, Paris Saint-Germain, Juventus, and Galatasaray. There were no avoidance rules for the quarterfinal draw. Juventus was fortunate to draw Galatasaray, while Arsenal faced Bayern Munich. Manchester United drew Borussia Dortmund, and Barcelona encountered the wealth-laden Paris Saint-Germain. The 8 teams will vie for a place in the semi-finals. Arsenal's opponent is Bayern Munich. Who would dare underestimate them? Wenger hopes that the injured players will recover swiftly and return to form, lest they face a daunting challenge against Bayern Munich. As the league progresses into its later stages, the schedules of the prominent teams become increasingly congested due to various cup competitions and the Champions League. Following their triumph over Real Madrid, Arsenal's next formidable opponent is Liverpool. Upon recovering from the elation of eliminating the Royal Club, a stark realization dawns upon everyone. Arsenal, having ousted Real Madrid, faces significant challenges. Their players are battered and fatigued. Liverpool trails Chelsea, currently in 4th place, by a mere 3 points, a gap easily bridged by a single match. For Liverpool, securing a Champions League berth is of paramount importance. This match, or rather the subsequent dozen fixtures, compels them to fight with fervor. Given Arsenal's current state, Liverpool must seize this rare opportunity with all their might. For Arsenal, encountering a rival like Liverpool is the last scenario they wish to face. This clash is destined to be a grueling battle. Prior to the match, speculations arose regarding how Wenger would approach this encounter. Some pondered whether, with Arsenal leading second-place Manchester United by 9 points, they might opt to forego this match in favor of focusing solely on the Champions League. After all, with their current points tally, losing a single match would not be critically detrimental, and there seems little reason to struggle for just one game. However, such individuals fail to grasp that the title race is ultimately about maintaining momentum. Should they concede 1 or 2 league matches, that momentum would inevitably wane. If there are games they can afford to relinquish, why not surrender several? Wenger is acutely aware that to contend for the league title, they cannot afford to slacken their resolve. Is a 9-point lead truly a significant advantage? Not necessarily, especially within the fiercely competitive environment of the Premier League. Thus, for Arsenal, surrendering the league is out of the question. Consequently, when Arsenal's starting lineup was announced, many who anticipated some rotation were astonished to discover that Wenger had deployed his strongest possible squad. Aside from the injured Wilshere, Maine returned to the starting 11, and every other position mirrored that of the previous Champions League match against Real Madrid. To balance both competitions, they surprisingly made no rotations, but instead fielded their best team. Observers were taken aback by Arsenal's ambition. Did they indeed aspire to pursue both the Champions League and the domestic title? Mourinho scoffed, expressing concern that they might end up with neither trophy. Remarkably, it has been less than 3 days since Arsenal's return from Madrid, and Wenger's greed is palpable. Initially, Mourinho believed that if Wenger were to adopt a more pragmatic approach, he would make concessions in certain fixtures, particularly in this match against Liverpool, where rotation would have been prudent. At that moment, Manchester United's opportunity will arise. Yet, who could have anticipated that Arsenal would not make any rotations? This caught Mourinho completely off guard. However, this could work in their favor. Their greed may lead them to a fierce confrontation with Liverpool. Another team lurking in the shadows is also from Manchester City. In truth, the collective gaze is fixed upon the rivalry between Arsenal and Manchester United, inadvertently neglecting Manchester City. Upon witnessing Arsenal's starting lineup, Pellegrini's face broke into a smile. "Our opportunity has arrived," he declared. As the manager who succeeded Mancini, Pellegrini is acutely aware that his team's singular aim is the Premier League title. Although Manchester City currently trails Arsenal by 10 points, Pellegrini draws confidence from their recent string of victories against formidable opponents, Chelsea, Liverpool, Tottenham, and Everton, on their travels. This remarkable winning streak has significantly bolstered the players' morale. Crucially, they also have the chance to confront Arsenal directly. This means that should Arsenal experience any turmoil, Manchester City will undoubtedly have a chance. 10 points may seem substantial, but there are still 13 matches left in the league. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for Manchester City to seize their opportunity, as the formidable teams they face next are none other than Arsenal and Manchester United. The opening for Manchester City lies in Arsenal's potential collapse. Arsenal's decision to forego rotations against Liverpool has given Pellegrini hope. Moreover, Manchester City's greatest advantage is that they only have domestic competitions left to contend with. The Champions League? They were eliminated from the group stage, which does not tax Manchester City's stamina or energy in the least. Leading Manchester City to a historic Premier League title is Pellegrini's sole objective. To this end, he has consistently employed a second-string lineup for the League Cup. And with their early exit from that competition, he does not intend to invest significant energy into the FA Cup either. For Manchester City, these two fronts are merely a matter of taking it as it comes, ensuring that these matches do not hinder the stamina of their key players. Thus, the main squad of Manchester City can focus solely on the league. The Manchester duo is lurking ominously behind Arsenal. Since the moment the starting lineup was released, Rodgers has not managed to relax. While others hope for a breathtaking clash between Liverpool and Arsenal that would exhaust Arsenal to the fullest, Rodgers does not wish for his team to become a pawn for others' gain. He would prefer that Arsenal proactively rotate their squad, deploying a second-string team. This would enable Liverpool to more easily secure points at the Emirates Stadium in their pursuit of Chelsea. In their chase of Chelsea, Liverpool cannot afford to relax for a single match. Upon the announcement of Arsenal's starting lineup, Rodgers could foresee that this match would undoubtedly be a fierce battle for Liverpool. However, this was merely Rodgers' personal perspective. In the media section of the Emirates Stadium, the presence of Liverpool's journalists was notably significant, given the city's prominence. They did not perceive Arsenal's lack of rotation as a substantial threat to Liverpool, having just returned from Madrid, with such exertion and no rotation. Was it not akin to courting disaster? One cannot expect to have it all without facing dire consequences. The Liverpool reporters wore expressions of derision, convinced that Arsenal would falter, depleting their last reserves of energy at home and ultimately succumbing to defeat. Yet, they were mistaken, and Rodgers was vindicated. This match indeed proved to be a fierce contest. As the game commenced, it became evident to all that Arsenal, back from the Bernabeu, did not exhibit signs of fatigue. On the contrary, they unleashed an astonishing fighting spirit, radiating a menacing aura that instilled fear in their adversaries. The battle at the Bernabeu had not drained Arsenal. Rather, it imbued their players with boundless confidence, determination, and strength. Their resolve soared, and their self-assurance was palpable. Having triumphed over Real Madrid, they returned to their home ground unperturbed by Liverpool. Could Liverpool truly be compared to Real Madrid? They had dismissed the latter. Why then would they tremble before Liverpool? Such a notion was laughable. Consequently, Liverpool's players could not fathom why Arsenal's squad regarded them with such lofty disdain. What fueled their unwavering confidence? Most notably, Arsenal's players appeared to navigate the match with an air of nonchalance, as if they were effortlessly in command, while Liverpool seemed more like the team recently battered by a fierce contest and plagued by injuries. Why were Arsenal's players so composed on the pitch? The answer lay in their confidence. Confidence is paramount for a player's performance on the field. Players brimming with self-assurance can unleash their full potential. The power of the spirit is formidable. At present, Arsenal and its players are imbued with confidence in themselves and in their team. Equally buoyant were the Arsenal supporters, who sang and cheered from the stands, providing immense courage and motivation to the players on the field. Confronted with such an Arsenal, in such an Emirates Stadium, Liverpool managed to hold on for merely 18 minutes. After that brief span, their goal finally succumbed to defeat. Ye Luo surged into the penalty area with ferocious intent, cutting in towards the edge of the small box before unleashing a low shot with his right foot. The ball swiftly darted past several defenders and nestled into the net. Arsenal, playing at home, took a one-goal lead against Liverpool. As the ball crossed the goal line, the Liverpool journalists in the stands were left utterly dumbfounded. The flush of embarrassment was palpable. All their prior taunts transformed into resounding slaps across their faces, a painful reality to confront. In the midst of the jubilant cheers from the crowd, the commentators in the broadcast booth erupted with excitement. Once Ye Luo entered the penalty area, one could only hope for the best. This offensive play reaffirmed a crucial truth. Ye Luo is indeed the most fearsome predator in the world of football. I could discern no signs of physical fatigue from the Arsenal players. Their performance was simply outstanding, each member exhibiting remarkable speed and vigor. In contrast, Liverpool appeared somewhat restrained, perhaps intimidated by the atmosphere at the Emirates Stadium. Ye Luo has opened the scoring for Arsenal. A splendid shot, an exquisite dribble. Who dared to claim that Arsenal would suffer a disastrous defeat without rotation? Just look at this goal. Ye Luo has demonstrated that Arsenal remains a formidable force at the Emirates Stadium. The commentators, standing fervently at their booths, clutched their microphones and passionately delivered their commentary. Wenger knew the reason behind this. He had seen it in training. The team's confidence was soaring, a residual effect of their triumph over Real Madrid. After this match, it was not only the Arsenal fans who gained confidence, but also the players themselves. Rodgers wore a grim expression. In the lead-up to the match, he had repeatedly emphasized the importance of not underestimating Arsenal. Yet, his players appeared to have succumbed to media influence, believing Arsenal to be a spent force. They thought this encounter at the Emirates would be a walk in the park, that Liverpool would easily capitalize on an opportunity. But in reality, they were facing the reigning champions. The Liverpool players thus paid a hefty price for their misjudgment. Now, Rodgers found himself at a loss for how to reverse the tide of the match. After scoring, Arsenal's confidence surged even further, making it exceedingly difficult for Liverpool to stage a comeback. Rodgers had surmised correctly. Upon the match's resumption, Arsenal did not relent in their offensive onslaught. With their lead, their attacks grew even more ferocious. Liverpool could do little but defend desperately, unable to muster a counterattack. Arsenal's offense was like a torrential storm, pummeling Liverpool relentlessly. Meanwhile, Liverpool resembled a boxer in the ring, completely dominated by their opponent, forced to protect their head while leaving other areas to fate. Even their striker Bentique had found himself playing almost as a center-back during this period. The extent to which Liverpool was suppressed is truly dire. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, Liverpool was unable to maintain their defense. In the 26th minute of the match, Arsenal initiated an offensive in the center. The starting trio for this match consisted of Giroud, Ye Luo and Mane. Ye Luo maneuvered to receive the ball, swiftly passing it to Giroud before quickly turning around. Giroud hurriedly returned the ball. Ye Luo successfully turned to face the goal. Liverpool's players quickly surrounded him, but at that moment, Ye Luo nudged the ball with his right foot, slicing through Liverpool's defense like a scalpel. The ball reached the left side of the penalty area, where an onrushing Mane struck it with precision. The ball flew into the net for the second time. Mane. Oh my. Liverpool now trails by 2 goals. Arsenal, playing at home, is simply on fire. 2-0. 2-0. A goal from Mane. Let us examine this goal. Oh. Liverpool's defense was so preoccupied with Ye Luo that when he passed the ball, Mane was completely unmarked and able to shoot. Liverpool's defense appeared alarmingly immature. Initially, it was expected to be a closely contested match, but who could have anticipated such a one-sided affair? Arsenal showed no signs of fatigue. The astonished voice of the commentator resonated through the television screen. Liverpool certainly did not foresee Arsenal's exceptional form, displaying no hint of fatigue from their midweek match. They were left questioning their very existence as Arsenal dominated them. In front of the television, Mourinho wore a grave expression. After defeating Real Madrid away, Arsenal returned to so effortlessly trample Liverpool. This was not merely due to Ye Luo's outstanding performance. The entire Arsenal squad exhibited remarkable form. From the first 20 minutes of the match, the Arsenal players even appeared more exuberant than during their time at the Bernabeu, showing no signs of exhaustion whatsoever. How could it be that Arsenal's players were not tired? Mourinho found it hard to believe. This defied logic. There was no reason for Arsenal, having engaged in a grueling midweek battle, to dominate Liverpool with the same lineup. At this stage of the season, even without midweek matches, many teams were running low on stamina, especially with the added demands of the Champions League. Arsenal's players had no reason to possess such superior fitness compared to those of other teams. What could possibly explain this? Mourinho pondered, ultimately concluding that the cause lay in the adrenaline surge experienced by the Arsenal players after their victory over Real Madrid. They were unprecedentedly excited and confident, resulting in this phenomenon. This was the only plausible explanation. Other reasons simply did not hold water. However, if this were the case, one must wonder how long this surge of energy could last. If it persists long enough, perhaps until the return of their key players from injury, then Manchester United would stand no chance at all. Prior to this match, many believed it would present a formidable challenge for Arsenal. However, Arsenal completely dominated the game. The Liverpool players appeared utterly bewildered under the dual pressure from both their home fans and the Arsenal squad. In the first half, Arsenal netted 2 goals, leaving neutral supporters, who had hoped for a fiercely contested encounter, sorely disappointed, particularly with Liverpool's lackluster performance. Many felt that Liverpool had displayed an alarming timidity, unable to mount any significant offensive against such a formidable Arsenal side. Yet, Liverpool had their own perspective. To venture forth would risk conceding even more goals. At halftime, both Liverpool and Arsenal supporters reached a consensus on one matter. The outcome of this match was no longer in doubt. It was evident that Liverpool could not triumph at the Emirates Stadium against an Arsenal side in such extraordinary form. The atmosphere felt less like a Premier League match and more akin to a Champions League final. Some even suggested that if Arsenal maintained such form throughout the season, they would have secured the league title 10 rounds in advance. As the second half commenced, both teams resumed play. Rodgers made some adjustments, though his options were limited considering Liverpool was already 2 goals down. What more could be done? Trailing by 2, the only recourse was to adopt an attacking strategy. The pivotal question was how to execute this offense effectively. Ultimately, Rodgers resorted to a straightforward tactic, enhancing set-piece attacks. For weaker teams facing stronger opponents, set pieces present crucial scoring opportunities. In open play, where both teams establish formations and compete in technical prowess, creativity, and scoring ability, the weaker side typically lacks the advantage. In such scenarios, defeat looms as a likely outcome. Yet, football possesses a certain fairness. Even the lesser teams need not be entirely helpless when confronted by stronger sides. There exists a method of attack that significantly levels the playing field in terms of technical capabilities, allowing elements of luck and physicality to come into play. While also being relatively easy to train, set-piece attacks, including free kicks and corners. This is why many underdog teams often seek to acquire a skilled crosser and a tall striker, as it represents a cost-effective method of offense. Liverpool, while not a weak team, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage in this match. In the 53rd minute, Liverpool earned a corner in the attacking third. Seizing this opportunity, the towering Bentique headed the ball into Arsenal's net, leveling the score. Liverpool had reduced the deficit to just 1 goal, and their morale surged. While Arsenal was likely to experience some fluctuations in their performance. However, what Rodgers did not anticipate was that while Liverpool's spirits rose, Arsenal's fluctuations did not decline, but rather intensified positively, much like a bullish stock trend. Following Liverpool's goal, the morale of Arsenal is not faltering, it is ascending. They have been provoked. How dare they retaliate? The Arsenal players immediately responded with a flurry of fervent attacks, forcing Liverpool back decisively. In the 62nd minute, just 9 minutes after Liverpool's goal, Arsenal executed a beautifully orchestrated offensive play. Ultimately, it was Silva, surging into the penalty area, who found the back of the net. Upon witnessing this goal, Rodgers could only shake his head in resignation. He knew the match was over, utterly over. This goal was indeed nearly indefensible, epitomizing the quintessential Arsenal style of scoring. Ye Luo initiated the play on the flanks, engaging in a series of swift passes with his teammates. By the time they reached the center, he had drawn the attention of most of Liverpool's defense. Finally, Ye Luo lofted the ball to the side of the penalty area, where Silva, filling in as a midfielder for the match, made a timely run to alter the score to 3-1. What had initially been an eagerly anticipated clash of titans unexpectedly turned into a one-sided affair. Liverpool struggled momentarily, but thereafter showed no signs of resistance. Meanwhile, Arsenal, having secured their victory, saw no need to continue their relentless assault. After all, they were not in a scenario where goal difference was a factor for championship contention. Thus, persisting in their vigorous attacks, which would deplete their already limited stamina, would be an irrational endeavor. The prudent management of energy is an essential lesson for professional athletes, as well as for professional teams. Many young players often find themselves cramping after just a half of play because they exhaust themselves with excessive running upon entering the field. Consequently, they quickly falter due to overexertion. This is why a balanced age structure within a team, comprising experienced veterans, seasoned intermediates, and promising youth, is crucial. Experienced players on the pitch can effectively guide the movements and playing styles of younger teammates. A mature team understands how to maintain their advantage until the final whistle, preserving their lead while minimizing unnecessary energy expenditure. This is a more sophisticated skill, not readily grasped by all teams and players. Rhythm is paramount. To secure victory in a match, one must also do so with ease. Thus, it is essential to dictate the pace of the game according to one's intentions. If the tempo falls into the hands of the opponent, the toll on physical endurance can be daunting. The timing, speed, and distance of one's runs will be dictated not by oneself, but by the adversary. Just when one has completed a sprint and is gasping for breath, needing a moment to recuperate, the opponent may breach your defenses, compelling you to grit your teeth and defend. In such instances, the toll on stamina is undoubtedly greater than that of the opposition. Hence, the ability to control the rhythm is indispensable for any mature team. Currently, Arsenal is mastering the pace of the game, wisely conserving their energy. Thus, the pace of the match was deliberately slowed down. The focus shifted to ball control and passing. minimizing the movement of the players, particularly their sprinting. After all, Arsenal's physical condition was not particularly promising. Should they continue to relentlessly attack Liverpool, they would likely exhaust themselves by the end of the match. Wenger began to make substitutions, introducing several young players to invigorate the team. Among those entering the field was the recently recovered Van Dijk. He did not start the match due to his recent injury recovery and lack of time spent training with the team, prompting Wenger to exercise caution in his deployment. In a situation where victory was nearly secured, allowing the returning injured player to experience the match atmosphere and regain his competitive edge was prudent, also serving as preparation for future encounters. Conversely, Ye Luo remained on the pitch, not merely to accumulate additional goals, but to instill a sense of restraint in Liverpool's ambitions. His presence reinforced Arsenal's defensive efforts. As long as Ye Luo was on the field, Liverpool dared not fully commit to an all-out attack. He served as a strategic deterrent for Arsenal. In the end, Liverpool failed to score, while Ye Luo netted a goal himself, showcasing yet another exquisite finish following a series of intricate team plays. Upon this score, even Liverpool's fans could only manage a rueful smile. For other forwards, a goal achieved through a dribble past several defenders would be a highlight reel moment post-retirement. For Ye Luo, it was as effortless as breathing. Liverpool faced a humiliating defeat on their turf, and with 2 goals and 2 assists to his name, Ye Luo was undoubtedly named the man of the match. As the league progressed through 24 rounds, Ye Luo had already scored 48 goals and provided 19 assists, maintaining an astonishing average of 2 goals per match. This prolific efficiency left journalists in the English media astounded as they penned their articles. Ye Luo had matched his goal tally from the previous season and was now pursuing a new record. Would he break the single-season goal-scoring record in the English top flight? Speculation abounded. Ye Luo's goal count had already set a record in the Premier League, yet it did not qualify as an all-time record in the entirety of English top-flight football. Ahead of him were Aston Villa's Tom Waring, who netted 49 goals in the 1930-31 season, and the legendary Everton forward Dixie Dean, who established a remarkable 60-goal record during the 1927-28 season. Thus concluded Chapter 72, The Illusion of the Treble. With over a dozen matches remaining in the league, Ye Luo's scoring efficiency suggested that achieving 60 goals in a season, thereby breaking a record that had stood for over 90 years, was not beyond the realm of possibility. Should Ye Luo indeed surpass this record, it would send shockwaves throughout the world, for in this modern era, scoring 60 goals in a single season carries a weight far greater than it did 9 decades ago. If we liken the current record to a grand pyramid, then the 60 goals scored 90 years ago can only be regarded as a mere pile of small stones. In the 1927-1928 season, football was not as refined as it is today. In its nascent stage, the sport was characterized by chaos and a lack of structure. For any team, the primary objective during a match was to breach the opponent's goal as often as possible, with players merely chasing the ball haphazardly, vying for shooting opportunities. In 1863, during the reign of Xian Feng, the Football Association first introduced the offside rule. At that time, the regulation stated that any player ahead of the ball-kicking teammate was considered offside and was prohibited from touching the ball. In retrospect, this rule was evidently unreasonable, as any forward pass would render it impossible for players to receive the ball. Consequently, the game transformed into one focused on dribbling, rendering scoring exceptionally challenging. Thus, this irrational rule was swiftly amended. The offside rule was revised to require that, when the ball was passed by a teammate, there must be at least 3 opposing players between the attacking player and the goal line. It was upon this foundation that various football tactics emerged, and the arrangement of positions began to acquire both rationality and necessity. The 1-1-8 formation evolved into a 2-2-6 formation, ultimately transforming into the 2-2-3 formation, famously known as the WM formation of the ancient era. The inaugural World Cup champion, Uruguay, secured the title using this formation. This tactical setup preserved offensive vigor, utilizing 2 wide players to supply ammunition to 3 central forwards. However, constrained by the prevailing offside rule, scoring remained a formidable challenge. In pursuit of enhancing the spectacle of football and encouraging goals, the offside rule was once again amended in 1925, changing the requirement from 3 players to 2. This significantly increased the number of goals scored in matches. Dixie Dean's remarkable achievement of 60 goals during the 1927-1928 season cannot be divorced from this rule change. At that time, Defenses were far less stringent and varied than they are today, which also accounts for the decreasing number of goals in modern football. Today's defensive strategies have reached an apex, making scoring considerably more difficult. In contemporary international competitions, a world-class striker managing 5 or 6 goals is deemed an exceptional accomplishment. In such a context, the prolific scoring of players like Ye Luo, who defied the trend, is indeed a remarkable feat of course. Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo have maintained similar scoring efficiency in La Liga, yet many attribute this to the relative leniency of defensive tactics in the league, as both Barcelona and Real Madrid often overpower most of their opponents. The overall strength of the Premier League is evident. Relegation teams can spend tens of millions of euros on new players. This is unimaginable in La Liga, where some relegation-threatened clubs struggle to pay the modest registration fee of just over €1 million, facing the possibility of withdrawal from the league. In the same era as Ye Luo, one might ponder whether it is our fortune or misfortune. For the fans, it is undoubtedly a blessing, as they witness the emergence of a great player. However, for the player, the circumstances may not be as favorable. Dean's record may well be shattered by Ye Luo this season. With a tally of over 60 goals in the Premier League, a feat that seemed inconceivable just a year ago, yet it is unfolding before our eyes. All media outlets lament the prospect of the Premier League being dominated by a player from the Dragon Kingdom, as England is poised to bow beneath the terrifying shadow of this formidable dragon. After triumphing over Liverpool at home, Manchester City and Manchester United also dispatched their respective opponents. Aside from Arsenal, the performances of Manchester United and Manchester City have been commendable. Particularly, Manchester United has been impressive, aside from their 6-point deficit against Arsenal. They have garnered only 3 points less than Arsenal against other teams. Previously, Manchester United's championship aspirations would have been a foregone conclusion. However, given the current trends, they may be on the verge of setting an awkward record as the team with the highest points ever to finish second in the league. Of course, this record could also belong to Manchester City. Fans of both Manchester United and Manchester City have finally grasped the meaning of both you and Liang exist. Following this match, the Champions League quarterfinals will commence in 2 weeks, during which Arsenal will face a grueling schedule, including 2 matches within a week. First, they will compete in the League Cup, where, after making significant rotations, and without even including Ye Luo in the matchday squad, they were eliminated by Newcastle. The media in England did not pay much attention to this outcome, as it was understood that Arsenal could not deploy their first team in every competition. Sacrifices were necessary. Compared to the League and the Champions League, the League Cup is deemed rather trivial. However, Arsenal is soon to encounter a series of fierce battles. They will face West Ham United in the FA Cup, followed by Everton in the league. Merely 3 days after the Everton match, they will host Bayern Munich in the Champions League. It can be said that Arsenal cannot afford to relax for even a moment. Manchester United, having opted to forego the League Cup and FA Cup, saw Mourinho field the youth team in those matches. In the post-match press conference following their defeat to Chelsea in the FA Cup quarterfinals, Mourinho candidly stated that Manchester United would focus all their energy on the league. When questioned about their chances of winning the league, he merely smirked. Why not? We are only 9 points behind. He then stood up and turned to leave. Upon witnessing Wenger field a portion of his main squad in the FA Cup, even allowing Ye Luo to take the field, Mourinho discerned the presence of ambition, a dream of a treble. Mourinho deemed this aspiration to be delusional. Unconvinced that Arsenal's squad depth could facilitate the acquisition of titles across the league, the Champions League, and the FA Cup simultaneously. Nevertheless, he supported Wenger's endeavors, recognizing the necessity of these competitions to deplete Arsenal's resources. Manchester United's only hope of overtaking Arsenal lay in the latter's potential collapse. Chapter 73. Bayern's hope in the FA Cup match. Arsenal triumphed over West Ham United with a score of 2-1, advancing to the semi-finals. This was the scenario Mourinho had yearned to witness. For once in the semi-finals, the notion of surrender would dissipate. Abandoning the quarterfinals would evoke little outcry from fans or media alike, but to relinquish the semi-finals would undoubtedly place immense pressure on Wenger. Indeed, Qin Ming's performance was commendable, yet he perceived himself as the focal point of the ensemble, believing that all should heed his direction, unwilling to allow anyone to usurp the attention that rightfully belonged to him. Eugene Tian silently calculated how to prepare for the next scene involving the acting Qin Ming. After approximately 10 seconds, The soldiers reacted collectively, launching an assault on Xianyun, yet the phoenix flapped its wings, sending most of the soldiers sprawling. After speaking, Yi Xian descended, directing the vibrant spiritual energies into the magma below. Driven by curiosity, he sought to explore. The cave was not extensive, having been previously scouted with no discernible dangers or signs of the 7 great demon kings. Due to his limited experiences, Zhu Xian had consistently held the reins of decision-making. Should Zhu Xian falter, he would find himself at the mercy of Lu Zhan, ultimately betraying the Zhou royal house. Subsequently, the gaping wound in his heart began to heal, restoring itself within his body, and his chest commenced its recovery. The torments of hell were excessively brutal. Given the chance, the malevolent spirits would charge forth recklessly, preferring oblivion to a return to the inferno. It was a vast expanse, boundless in nature, linked to this realm by stellar energies. At that moment, 3 streams of purple aura sensed the energy column beneath the Jiuli formation. The swordplay was as swift as the wind, undeniably indicative of profound mastery. And soon a perfect apple was carved. Every midnight, the sound of footsteps and faint cries echoed through his home. Upon hearing this, Zhongli immediately understood, finding himself speechless, but soon broke into a soft chuckle, covering his mouth to stifle the sound, akin to the call of an owl. As he observed Wang Zheng's mounting fury and promptly ceased his laughter. This conundrum was somewhat perplexing, prompting him to consult with Yu Shu for her perspective, as her thought processes often diverged from his own. Meanwhile, the patrolling personnel stood in astonishment, gazing at the suddenly vanished house, bewildered by the unfolding events. Wang Zheng had partaken in a simple meal, and he observed no practitioners approaching him with ill intent. Rather, they merely congregated at a distance, contemplating in their hearts and choosing not to be the first to act, preferring instead to remain in the shadows to reap the benefits. Feeling a slight disappointment, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. He struggled to rise, when suddenly a beam of crimson light shot forth, piercing his body. It was a red sword. With that, Wang Tengfei retrieved several weapons from the cockpit, donned the specially designed coat provided by Zhao Letian, opened the door, and slipped into the snow. If I do not love you, yet keep you by my side, I would condemn you to a life devoid of true love. I cannot be so selfish, having already been selfish for 3 years. In truth, Chu Yifeng opened his mouth, genuinely wishing to call out to Xiao Rumo. Yet how could he possibly explain all of this? Thus, Zhao Yun often unconsciously interpreted warfare through the lens of gaming, sometimes taking too many assumptions for granted. This was a perspective shaped by over 20 years of life experience in his previous existence, and having only traversed this realm for a little over 2 years, he had yet to fully overturn this notion. Tao Yaoyao tilted her head back, her hollow eyes gazing at the pristine white ceiling, feeling as though the sky was collapsing upon her. Now that a method has been found, it becomes simple, Qinling stated. The Qinling Mountains lie within Guangzhou. I will arrange for people to take aerial photographs of the Qinling, believing that within these images, we may uncover the dragons I depicted on the map. Chapter 74. Is he a god? Indeed, Bayern Munich's opportunity for a comeback had arrived. Arsenal's players were undeniably fatigued, with the exception of Ye Luo. The rest stood still, gasping for breath. Arsenal's players were not made of iron. Their grueling schedule had collided with a wave of injuries, leading to their defeat at their own hands. Although the current score stood at 2-1 in Arsenal's favor, much time remained in the match. Given Arsenal's present condition, could they endure? Their opponents were the formidable Bayern Munich, who had recently eliminated Real Madrid and subsequently triumphed over Liverpool and Everton in the league. This led many to believe Arsenal's players were tireless mechanical warriors. At that moment, countless Manchester United fans watching on television perceived Arsenal's weariness, igniting hope within their hearts. Arsenal's players were not invincible. They too could feel fatigue. Indeed, they were exhausted. An opportunity had arisen for Manchester United. An opportunity within the league. Mourinho felt a wave of emotion welling up in his eyes. His judgment had proven absolutely correct. In this world, there are no gods. Substitution. Wenger's brow furrowed. He felt somewhat helpless, as if a skilled cook were faced with an empty pantry. The team had indeed reached a point of utter exhaustion. Arsenal stood at a critical juncture. Surpassing it would lead to boundless prospects. For Van Dijk had returned, and Arteta, Cazorla, and Harry Kane would also be making their comebacks in the coming weeks. Now is the darkness before dawn. As long as these key players return, Arsenal's issues will be swiftly resolved. The pressing concern now is how to endure this challenging period. Wenger, contemplating his options, has turned his attention to Ye Luo. At this juncture, the team must rely solely on Ye Luo. Veteran Vermaelen and Mertesacker have commenced their warm-up routines. The camera focuses on the sidelines, where Vermaelen and Mertesacker are preparing. Andy Gray expresses his surprise, questioning whether a center-back substitution is imminent. The commentators find it peculiar. Currently, Arsenal's center-backs are Koscielny and Van Dijk. What could the warm-up of Vermaelen and Mertesacker signify? Is Wenger dissatisfied with the performance of Arsenal's two center-backs? That seems unlikely, as the goals conceded by Arsenal are not primarily attributable to the center-backs. Amidst the commentators' speculation, the fourth official raises the substitution board. Vermaelen replaces Mahrez, and Mertesacker takes the place of Wilshere. These are two players whose stamina has reached its limits, so their substitutions are expected. However, the introduction of two center-backs in place of a winger and an attacking midfielder raises eyebrows. What does this imply? As Vermaelen steps onto the pitch, he relays Wenger's latest instructions: defend, hold the line. Only Ye Luo and Main remain forward, while Vermaelen and Van Dijk drop back. Koscielny and Mertesacker join Kante and B. Silva to form a quartet in midfield, creating a formidable barrier in front of the defense. Arsenal adopts a parallel midfield 4-4-2 formation, with even Main returning to contribute to the defensive effort. This reflects a desperate measure. Wenger's options are limited at this stage. He must preserve this 2-1 lead. If they can hold on, there lies the possibility of advancing to the semi-finals at Allianz Arena in the second leg. Wenger's hope rests on the imminent return of his injured players. If they reach the semi-finals, there is a 2-week respite ahead. Hold on. There is hope. Arsenal must defend. The Munich radio commentator exclaims passionately, urging for another goal, insisting that they must not let the opposition succeed. We must seize the opportunity to score as many away goals as possible. The Munich players are acutely aware of Arsenal's intentions. Following Wenger's substitutions, Bayern Munich also made changes, shifting to a 4-2-4 formation, pushing Müller, originally in midfield, up to play as a striker. The backline comprises Lahm, Dante, Boateng, and Rafinha, while the midfield features Schweinsteiger and Kroos. Thomas Müller and Robert Lewandowski form a dual-strike partnership, with Ribery and Robben on the flanks. Bayern Munich unleashes their most potent attacking formation. This is the most formidable attacking lineup in the Bundesliga. No one can impede their progress. Victory. Victory. Our sole objective is to secure a win at the Emirates Stadium. The commentator from Munich Radio exclaims fervently. Bayern Munich launches an assault towards Arsenal's goal akin to a tsunami. At this very moment, the dominant offensive prowess of Bayern Munich, the reigning champions of the Bundesliga, is vividly displayed. Crosses from the flanks, incisive shots, long-range efforts, aerial balls, and ground combinations. Bayern Munich showcases an array of attacking weapons. Numerous media outlets assert that Bayern Munich is the only team in the world without any discernible weaknesses. They excel in every aspect at a world-class level. As Bayern unleashes their offensive capabilities, can Arsenal withstand such a relentless onslaught? It has been proven that without the invigorating presence of Vermaelen and Mertesacker, the current Arsenal would undoubtedly struggle to withstand such a frenzied attack. Even in the 70th minute, it remains Bayern Munich dictating the offensive flow. We must seize the moment. The commentator from Munich Radio articulates, echoing the sentiments of Bayern's players and fans alike. The score stands at 2-1, a rather precarious margin in the context of the Champions League knockout stage. The home team may not necessarily possess an advantage, yet they have secured a victory. The away team, however, has an away goal, rendering the score a mutual benefit without favoring either side. Facing a fully fit Arsenal without injury concerns, Bayern Munich would gladly accept this scoreline. However, the current Arsenal is evidently grappling with a fitness crisis. If they do not push forward to turn the tide, extinguishing the suspense of the two-legged knockout tie, how could Bayern Munich be satisfied? The ball transitions seamlessly to Kroos, who receives it, turns, and faces the defense directly. He then delivers an astute pass to Robben's feet. B. Silva immediately closes in, with Monreal providing support from behind. Everyone is aware that Robben's cutting shots pose the greatest threat. Robben knows that his opponents will focus on defending against his cuts. At this moment, Lahm makes a run to the side, and Robben feigns a through ball to Lahm. B. Silva and Monreal must also be vigilant. Robben is formidable, but who would dare leave Lahm unmarked? Thus, Monreal must follow closely. The responsibility of defending Robin falls solely on B. Silva. Defending a winger of Robin's caliber alone is an arduous task. Robin deftly cuts in with his dribbling, utilizing changes in pace and rhythm to bypass B. Silva. Everyone knows Robin intends to cut in, yet he remains indefensible. Robin. Amidst the commentators' astonishment, Robin curls the ball towards the goal with his left foot. A gasp echoes through the Emirates Stadium. In the midst of this astonishment, the ball strikes the post and ricochets out of play. Oh no, the post. The commentator of Munich Radio cradles his head in despair, mirroring the sentiments of the Bayern Munich supporters who are also lamenting their fate. On the sidelines, Hanks is poised to celebrate, but can only shake his head in resignation before he begins to clap fervently, urging his team to press on. Arsenal cannot withstand this barrage for long. Bayern's offensive prowess is formidable. Maintaining their defense seems an insurmountable task. Andy Gray's voice drips with apprehension. On the pitch, Bayern's assault resumes, this time shifting to Ribery's side. After executing a series of 1-2 passes with the fullback Rafinha, Ribery darts toward the byline. Lewandowski and Muller surge toward the near post and the center, while Robin positions himself at the far post. The trio advances, creating a vast expanse near the edge of the penalty area. Ribery's pass seeks this very space. The ball skims the grass, arriving at the edge of the penalty area where Bayern's prodigious midfielder, Kroos, awaits. Toni Kroos meets the ball with precision, executing a strike that showcases his distinctive long-range technique. The shot resembles a delicate push from a putter in golf. Though the pace is not exceptionally swift, the angle is exceptionally acute. The ball weaves through the legs of several defenders, hurtling toward the bottom right corner of the goal, just as Bayern's players and fans are poised to celebrate. A crucial moment arises. The veteran Vermaelen emerges, valiantly extending his leg to deflect the ball away. He has salvaged Arsenal. Vermaelen. Arsenal has been exceedingly fortunate. Kroos's shot demanded an angle so intricate that goalkeeper Szczesny was rendered helpless. Yet, in this pivotal moment, the old guard's prowess shines through. Commentators laud Vermaelen's heroics as Arsenal's players, still reeling, rush to embrace their stalwart captain. Wenger exhales deeply, only to feel a wave of tension return. Glancing at the scoreboard, he notes that the match has barely reached the 78th minute. With stoppage time included, there are still 15 minutes to endure. They must hold on for another quarter of an hour. Wenger clenches his hand in his pocket, aware that the fate of their Champions League aspirations hinges on these next moments. They must withstand. Under Wenger's watchful gaze, Arsenal retreats into a defensive stance, even the likes of Yaya Sanogo returning to assist in defense. In the 79th minute, Lewandowski heads the ball toward goal, but Szczesny makes a desperate save. In the 80th minute, Muller attempts a close-range shot that narrowly sails over the crossbar. By the 81st minute, Ribery, from a tight angle, fires a shot that strikes the side netting. Every minute, Bayern Munich conjures opportunities and threats. Arsenal feels like a ship amidst a tempest, on the brink of being engulfed by towering waves. The current plight of Arsenal is dire. Andy Gray's heart, much like that of the Arsenal supporters, hangs in a precarious balance. The only silver lining is that the match time is dwindling. Andy Gray is indeed correct. We have now entered the final 10 minutes of the game. At this very moment, countless Bayern Munich fans watching from their screens are transitioning from initial excitement to growing anxiety. Bayern Munich's relentless assaults have yet to breach Arsenal's defenses. Could this spell trouble for both sides in the second leg? Arsenal is certainly no pushover. Once they regain their composure, even with Bayern Munich commanding their home ground, they may not have the upper hand. The Bayern players, pressing forward with urgency, are feeling the tension. However, all of this reached a climax in the 89th minute. After squandering several opportunities, Robin found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. The ball was delivered from the edge of the penalty area to the flank. Robin surged forward, skillfully cutting inside. Faced with Szczesny, Robin wasted no time and opted for a shot. The ball was deflected slightly by Szczesny, yet it still wobbled its way into the net. As the ball crossed the goal line, Robin's initially expectant expression transformed into sheer ecstasy. He fervently tugged at his jersey and pounded his chest, overwhelmed with excitement. It was not merely a last-minute winner, but, strictly speaking, a last-minute equalizer. Nevertheless, for Bayern Munich, leveling the score at 2-2 felt like a triumph. Two crucial away goals. Bayern Munich held a significant advantage. A last-minute thrill. A last-minute thrill. The commentator from Munich Radio echoed the term last-minute thrill. Even though the score was currently tied, the 2 away goals instilled a sense of assurance among Bayern fans, assuring them that Arsenal would find it nearly impossible to mount a comeback at the Allianz Arena. If we can draw 2-2 on your turf, will we offer you any chances back at our home? There will be no opportunities for you. The people of Munich erupted in cheers and celebrations. With half of the city engulfed in elation, Arsenal found themselves in dire straits. Andy Gray lamented helplessly. Bayern Munich's goal had plunged Arsenal into despair, meaning they must conquer Bayern Munich on their home soil to advance. But will Arsenal's stamina be restored? How many injured players can return? These remain pressing questions. With the current lineup traveling to Munich, it is almost certain they will struggle to achieve their objective. The camera panned to Wenger, Arsenal's manager, whose furrowed brow and grave expression reflected his concern. He had no other options left. The bench held no players capable of altering the outcome. Any change in fortune rested solely on the players on the field. In the stands of the Emirates, every Arsenal fan mirrored Wenger's solemn demeanor, their expressions heavy with worry. At long last, uncertain of who initiated it, a voice resonated from a corner of the stands. Ye Luo. In an instant, it surged through the entire Emirates Stadium like a tempest. Every Arsenal supporter was chanting that name, the name that had rescued Arsenal on numerous occasions. In their direst moments, he was the first to come to mind. The television cameras swiftly focused on Ye Luo, whose expression was grave. He sensed the struggles of his teammates. Enduring a relentless series of high-intensity battles, it was truly remarkable that they had managed to hold on this long. Upon hearing the cries from the stands, Ye Luo's expression remained unchanged. He raised his right fist high and then struck it fiercely against the team emblem. This was a vow, a promise. Your pleas have reached me. The thunderous roars from the stands momentarily bewildered the Bayern Munich players, who exchanged glances. Muller scoffed. Who does he think he is? A deity who answers every call? I don't believe he can make a difference in this situation. Robin nodded in agreement. Exactly. There's nothing to fear. Lahm clapped his hands. Don't be afraid. There's nothing to fear. The match is nearly over, and he won plenty of time to make an impact. Chapter conclusion. He truly is a god. Though the players of Bayern Munich voiced their lack of fear, their actions revealed a palpable anxiety. Otherwise, they would have pressed forward in their offensive efforts to secure a victory. After all, they are Bayern Munich, a formidable contender among Europe's most influential clubs. While Real Madrid stands unrivaled as the most impactful giant in Europe, the second position is open to debate. Some argue it belongs to AC Milan, boasting 7 Champions League titles. Others cite Barcelona for their recent formidable performances, and yet others claim Bayern Munich, who consistently demonstrate both strength and stability. Much like the current top 3 in the world rankings, some say Ye Luo, some say Messi, and others say Ronaldo. There is no denying these 3 are the best. This is a consensus that cannot be contested. Thus, the question of who ranks 4th is up for discussion. The current scoreline was not unacceptable for Bayern Munich, especially since they had once trailed by 2 goals. Achieving a draw was already quite an accomplishment. Therefore, as the match resumed, Bayern Munich retreated to the vicinity of their penalty area, forming an impenetrable defense akin to an iron fortress. Against other teams, Bayern Munich would have no trouble maintaining their lead in the final minutes. However, this did not encompass Ye Luo, as he was more concerned about Bayern Munich's ability to push forward and maintain prolonged possession of the ball, a feat well within their capabilities, given their top-tier ball control. Now they have voluntarily relinquished possession of the ball, allowing Yellow to showcase his prowess. They absolutely cannot return home with a mere draw. Arsenal has executed the kickoff. The ball swiftly transitioned through a series of passes to Yellow's feet. Positioned on the right side, just outside the penalty area, Yellow faced the defensive might of Robin and Lahm. Meanwhile, in the center, Muller stood ready to lend his support. This defensive arrangement clearly illustrated that Bayern Munich had retreated en masse, even forsaking counterattacks. Otherwise, a player of Robin's caliber would never retreat so far. He should remain in the offensive zone, seeking opportunities to counter. The fact that a speedster like Robin had retreated into the box indicated that Bayern Munich was indeed preparing for a resolute defense, bracing themselves for the final minutes. Yellow executed a series of feints with both feet before cutting inside past Robin. With his left foot, he unleashed a shot. Yellow. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Neuer leapt into action, deflecting the ball out of bounds. This shot sent a chill down the spines of the Bayern Munich players. Defend against his long-range shot, Lahm shouted, clapping his hands. Under the current circumstances, it appeared that Yellow had no alternative but to attempt a long-range strike, validating Laum's defensive directives. Arsenal was awarded a corner kick, with Cancelo taking the responsibility for the execution. Yellow, initially stationed in the box, suddenly sprinted towards the corner flag. Cancelo, understanding his intent, promptly delivered the ball to Yellow's feet. Yellow executed a backheel flick and elegantly maneuvered past Muller, who had ventured out from the penalty area. Given that Muller was primarily an attacking player, his personal defensive capabilities were not particularly strong. It was unsurprising that he was bypassed. Nevertheless, Muller managed to buy time for his teammates in defense. Laum, Dante, and Schweinsteiger formed an impenetrable barrier before Yellow. The other players remained stationary within the box, wary of Yellow's potential to exploit any openings. Now, Bayern was fully committed to defense. They needed only to withstand these final moments to depart from the Emirates Stadium with a satisfactory draw. Andy Gray remarked that time was running short for Arsenal. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly shouted, "Yellow!" Yellow surged forward, slicing through the defensive trio with astonishing speed. The tail of the ox. Andy Gray knew that his exclamation could not fully encapsulate the awe he was witnessing, but it was all he could muster as Yellow's pace was simply breathtaking. With a flick of his right foot, he maneuvered the ball past the three defenders, quickly regaining control. He then cut inside, feigning a shot. At the moment Boateng attempted to block him, Yellow deftly executed a nutmeg. Boateng seemed to twist like a pretzel, instinctively reaching out to intercept Yellow's move. But the earlier blocking action was still in its execution phase. The difficulty of interrupting the spell was insurmountable. He stood frozen in place, then crashed to the ground. He could only watch as Ye Luo whizzed past him. Ye Luo, a single blade. Amidst the commentators' astonished exclamations, Ye Luo confronted the advancing goalkeeper, Neuer. Ye Luo swayed his body, executing a pendulum-like motion with minimal amplitude, just as Neuer made his judgment and leaned his weight to the right. Ye Luo had already zipped past him on the left. An open goal. Andy Gray shouted with fervor, "An open goal." In the stands of the Emirates Stadium, fans erupted in ecstasy. An open goal. By the sidelines, Wenger stared wide-eyed. Neuer wore a face of sheer terror. All the Bayern Munich players exhibited incredulity. They had no idea how Ye Luo had suddenly surged into the fray. They only knew they were about to concede a goal. What were the odds of Ye Luo missing this open goal? The Bayern Munich players held their heads in despair. Their fans emitted desperate boos. But their discontent was drowned out by the overwhelming cheers. There was no chance of reprieve. An open goal. All the Arsenal fans cheered in unison. Under their excited gaze, Ye Luo lifted his foot and pushed the ball towards the goal. The football skimmed the grass, crossed the goal line, and struck the net. Wow. Witnessing the entire sequence, Andy Gray leaped from the commentary booth in exhilaration. A last-minute winner. This is a last-minute winner. Ah, a hat-trick. A hat-trick. The 19th goal of the season in the Champions League. Not a single Bayern Munich player could thwart him. He single-handedly wreaked havoc on their defense. Bayern Munich thought they could secure a draw by holding their ground. But Ye Luo's final display made them realize they were sorely mistaken. The most ecstatic belonged to the Arsenal fans in the stands. Long live Ye Luo. Wenger was beside himself with emotion. He had even prepared for the possibility of being overtaken in the scoreline, for his team was in an exceedingly difficult situation. Upon seeing Bayern Munich's desperate defensive posture in the final moments, Wenger felt not a headache, but a profound sigh of relief. Like Ye Luo, he feared Bayern Munich would continue to press for an offensive. In truth, Wenger had readied himself for a draw. Although they had conceded 2 away goals, Arsenal was far from despair. They had proven capable of defeating Real Madrid at the Bernabeu. So overcoming Bayern Munich at the Allianz Arena was not beyond the realm of possibility. While the challenge of triumphing at the Allianz Arena was indeed formidable, it was undoubtedly preferable to losing at home. Who could have foreseen the surprises this match would hold? What a splendid surprise it is. Ye Luo astonishingly navigated through Bayern Munich's formidable defense. He deftly maneuvered past Laum, bewildered Boateng, and outpaced Neuer, pushing the ball into the empty net to alter the score. As the football collided with the net, Wenger sprinted to the sidelines with arms wide open, accompanied by his coaching staff and players from the bench. A dramatic last-minute victory. A genuine last-minute triumph. Bayern Munich had no time left to equalize. To head into the second leg with a win bears an entirely different significance than to draw away with 2 away goals conceded. Bayern Munich's players and fans stood in stunned silence. gazing at the ball nestled in the net. Lam clasped his head in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how Ye Luo had eluded him. It was beyond imagination. How had Ye Luo transformed into a gust of wind? Could he truly be divine? Witnessing the goal sent shivers down Lewandowski's spine. He found himself at a loss for words to express his emotions. Amidst the cheers of the fans, the entire Emirates Stadium erupted in jubilation. Inspired by the goal, Arsenal even managed to dominate Bayern Munich during the final 2 minutes. However, neither side could find the net again. When the referee blew the final whistle, the score remained at 3-2, and Bayern Munich's players departed the pitch with solemn expressions. To be fair, the outcome was equitable. Arsenal claimed victory at home, yet Bayern Munich secured 2 crucial away goals. The next leg held numerous uncertainties, but then again, Arsenal had delivered a decisive blow to their opponents. After the match, Ye Luo, named the best player of the game, spoke with the media. "You have now scored 19 goals. You are on track to surpass your previous record this season," a reporter inquired. "Indeed. I certainly hope to break that record. 25. I wish for that record to continue to grow," Ye Luo replied with a slight smile. During the post-match press conference, reporters were concerned about Arsenal's injury woes. Many anticipated Wenger would deliver a diplomatic response, perhaps suggesting that his team was in fine form, especially before an away match, as to not diminish their momentum. However, Wenger candidly acknowledged the challenges the team faced. "Yes, we have encountered a wave of injuries. Our physical condition is at its limit, and we are fatigued." Yet, he quickly shifted his tone, stating, "But we remain confident. We will not give up. Even if our stamina is exhausted, we will fight until the very last moment." As he concluded, he became somewhat animated, vigorously waving his arms. But everyone knew that Arsenal had truly depleted their physical reserves. Their current state would undoubtedly impact their performance in the domestic league. Injuries and fatigue have beset Arsenal, perhaps providing a glimmer of hope to the formidable squads of Manchester United and Manchester City. The following day, numerous media outlets reported Arsenal's victory over Bayern Munich. Yet most analysts remain pessimistic about Arsenal's prospects. Many believe that Wenger's performance at the press conference was mere bravado. The current state of Arsenal is insufficient to sustain a full-throttle challenge for the Champions League and league titles, and Wenger's defiant statements serve as a testament to this argument. He hopes that the courage he displays before the media will inspire his team. However, it is precisely this exaggerated performance that has unveiled Arsenal's underlying issues. What predicament does the injury-riddled Arsenal face now? In the Champions League, they have merely advanced to the quarterfinals, having allowed Bayern Munich to score 2 away goals in the first leg of the knockout stage, while they only lead by a single goal. In the league standings, Arsenal currently boasts 71 points, leading Manchester City, who has 63 points, by 8 points, and Manchester United, with 64 points, by 7. At present, they seem to have reasons for joy, yet with 12 league matches remaining, the unpredictability of the season looms large. More critically, upon returning from Munich, Arsenal is set to confront what may be their greatest challenge of the season, the formidable Manchester City. In stark contrast to Arsenal's injury crisis, Manchester City has found its rhythm following an adjustment period under their new manager. Since the 18th round of the league, City has embarked on an impressive 8-match winning streak, successfully narrowing the points gap. Furthermore, City's focus is now solely on the league, and their early exit from the Champions League group stage may not be a misfortune after all. I believe Wenger's previous strategy was misguided. He should not have aimed to secure titles on 2 fronts, as such ambition is fraught with peril. The consequences are now evident. Wenger placed excessive faith in his squad, which lacks the depth required for dual campaigns. After all, prior to his stewardship, the team was struggling in the league. Rebuilding a team is a protracted endeavor. Although Arsenal has performed commendably in the past 2 seasons, this may largely be attributed to the emergence of key players and a fortunate avoidance of injury crises. It appears that Arsenal's good fortune has now run its course. I believe Wenger must make a choice. League or Champions League, one must be prioritized. As numerous media voices cast doubt on Arsenal, Manuel Pellegrini at Manchester City finds himself in a favorable mood, reflecting on the media's response. Given the current trajectory, he feels that his team is more likely to surpass Arsenal than Manchester United, as City has the opportunity to confront Arsenal directly, while United does not. Therefore, if City can defeat Arsenal and reduce the points gap to a mere 5 with several rounds remaining in the league, the implications could be significant. The possibility of Manchester City clinching the championship is certainly not negligible. Of course, this would also benefit Manchester United. However, that is of little concern. Winning the league has always been about seizing opportunities amid chaos. Chapter 76 concludes, with Arsenal facing their demise. Mourinho's spirits are notably buoyant. He has been graced with a smile at the training base these past few days, which has in turn uplifted his players, filling Carrington with mirth and laughter. His team has triumphed in the first leg of the Champions League, defeating Borussia Dortmund 1-0 away from home. It must be said, Borussia Dortmund has endured a rather unfortunate fate. In the past 2 seasons, their core players have been persistently poached. Yet, they still managed to reach the quarterfinals of the Champions League, a testament to Klopp's prowess. As the head coach of Manchester United, Mourinho is unlikely to show Manchester City any goodwill. Even out of professional ethics, he would regard them with a steely demeanor. He once believed that City would be their greatest rival. The investors behind Manchester City, a consortium from the Middle Eastern oil industry, are not merely driven by economic gain. They are acutely aware that without a stellar reputation, they risk losing their grip on power. Thus, investing in football, a relatively small sum, allows them to cultivate a favorable image in the Western world, which is but a trifling expense for them, as long as they can safeguard their homeland. This investment is indeed a mere drop in the ocean. Consequently, Manchester City, backed by such formidable owners, poses a significant threat. Their investment can essentially be limitless. Therefore, it is almost foreseeable that Manchester City will evolve into a dominant force in the realm of football. However, Mourinho's perspective has shifted, particularly with the resurgence of Arsenal. Arsenal's revival is entirely reliant on the prodigious talent of Ye Luo, who is merely 23 years old. Given his current form, he has at least 7 or 8 years of peak performance ahead of him. Moreover, this individual rarely encounters injuries. Could it be that Arsenal is poised to dominate the Premier League for 7 or 8 years? That is indeed a daunting prospect. Is Mourinho destined to dwell in Arsenal's shadow upon his arrival at Manchester United? Such a notion is quite unsettling. In a bid to keep pace with Arsenal, Mourinho has even found himself supporting Manchester City. Should City manage to best Arsenal, Manchester United could swiftly capitalize on the opportunity, closing the points gap to a mere 4. A 4-point difference would certainly make Arsenal acutely aware of the chilling winds at their backs, diminishing their lead from 10 points to just 4. This shift would undoubtedly place immense pressure on Arsenal. Under such strain and the fatigue born from competing on multiple fronts, Arsenal is likely to falter. Moreover, if Manchester United can surpass Arsenal in their quest for the championship this season, it would deliver a significant blow to Arsenal's confidence and morale. This reversal could potentially thrust Arsenal back into a quagmire of struggle for a decade or more. Mourinho arrived in the Premier League with lofty ambitions, aspiring to be the second Ferguson, to become the next godfather of football. And as it stands now, the team that hinders his ambitions is not Manchester City, but Arsenal. Mourinho has resolved to stifle this seemingly promising Arsenal squad in its infancy, leaving no room for their growth. Should Arsenal end this season empty-handed, it may ignite unforeseen tensions within the locker room or between the head coach and the club's hierarchy, ultimately leading to the team's disintegration. Particularly concerning is Ye Luo, whom Mourinho perceives as a player with grand aspirations. Should he find himself unfulfilled at Arsenal, he would undoubtedly seek to depart. If Ye Luo were to leave, could Arsenal still pose a threat to Manchester United? Thus, Mourinho bides his time, awaiting the clash between Manchester City and Arsenal. This rivalry, pitting Mourinho against Pellegrini, encapsulates the fierce competition between the two Manchester clubs, now united in their stance against Arsenal. Wenger is acutely aware of the challenges facing his team. However, he has always dismissed the notion that the situation has spiraled out of control. He understands the dynamics within the current Arsenal locker room, which is more united than ever, rallying around their captain Ye Luo as they strive towards a common goal. Arsenal is not lacking in leadership. Prior to their visit to the Allianz Stadium, the team must first face Stoke City away, a fixture notoriously difficult to navigate. To conserve player stamina, Wenger has opted for significant rotation, eschewing an aggressive attacking strategy in favor of controlling the tempo of the match, slowing it down to achieve a cost-effective victory. Ultimately, Arsenal succeeded, securing a 1-0 win against Stoke City thanks to Ye Luo's goal. This triumph brought joy to Wenger. However, to the outside world, it merely served as evidence that Arsenal is on the decline. Relying on a last-minute strike against a team like Stoke City particularly one that hinges on Yellow's individual prowess, has led many in the English media to proclaim Arsenal's impending downfall. The prevailing sentiment suggests that Arsenal is indeed faltering. No one expected teams like Stoke City or Sunderland to impede Arsenal's progress, thus all eyes turned to the Etihad Stadium, where Arsenal would challenge Manchester City, a match that has become the most anticipated of the season thus far. The outcome of this clash could reshape the dynamics of the championship race. The majority support a Manchester City victory, as only such an outcome would intensify the competition for the Premier League title, rendering it even more thrilling. Fans of both Manchester United and Manchester City find themselves united against a common adversary, suggesting a temporary truce between these fierce city rivals. As discussions of the championship race continue in England, the Arsenal squad has arrived in Munich. During the pre-match press conference, a journalist from Munich posed a question: is Arsenal contemplating abandoning the Champions League? How could we ever relinquish the Champions League? Arsenal is currently in the lead. Not Bayern Munich, Wenger asserted. However, Bayern Munich has 2 away goals. The Munich journalist retorted. And what of it? You should focus on winning, Wenger shrugged. To be fair, the most rational approach for Arsenal would be to forego the Champions League and concentrate fully on the league, as they still retain an advantage in the domestic competition. The Champions League, however, is not guaranteed. They are merely in the quarterfinals. To claim the title, they must reach the semi-finals and face formidable opponents such as Barcelona, Manchester United, or Juventus. In comparison to the Premier League title, the likelihood of winning the Champions League is significantly lower due to the inherent unpredictability of the knockout format. One must possess a modicum of rationality to understand the necessity of prioritization. However, when Arsenal's starting lineup was announced, the journalists from Germany and England seated in the media section of the Allianz Arena were shaking their heads. It appears Wenger is taking a considerable gamble with the Champions League. But if the Champions League eludes them and they falter in the domestic league, how will he justify his decisions? I fear Wenger is playing with fire. Such a reckless all-or-nothing approach may leave him empty-handed. Conversely, among the contingent of journalists from the Dragon Kingdom, there seems to be a lack of consensus. On one hand, they recognize the preferences of domestic fans. Frankly, most domestic supporters are not overly concerned with whether Arsenal can clinch the league title. Their focus lies on the Champions League, which they perceive as more prestigious. Journalist Zhong Daong from the Southern Sports Daily was also present. Having a personal relationship with Ye Luo, he has become the most popular football journalist in the Dragon Kingdom. He typed a line on his laptop. Wenger has once again fielded his strongest possible team. While the media in Europe may deem Wenger irrational, football cannot be overly rational. Otherwise, where would the passion stem from? Arsenal possesses the capital to take risks. Because they have Ye Luo, you can always place your faith in him. A simple report on the starting lineups invigorated the Dragon Kingdom fans, who were staying up late to watch the Champions League. Life and death are trivial. If you're not satisfied, you fight. With Ye Luo, what is there to fear? Regardless, Ye Luo can prevail. Frankly, I believe as long as Ye Luo is on the pitch, Arsenal will face no significant issues. In contrast to the media, the fans are evidently less rational. They have unconditional faith in Ye Luo, believing he can deliver victory. At the venue, it was clear that the home fans at the Allianz Arena also recognized who the key figure for Arsenal was. Thus, when Ye Luo and his teammates stepped onto the field, he was met with the loudest boos from the entire stadium. Clearly, Bayern Munich fans hold grudges, because they all remember that it was Ye Luo and his Malaga team who snatched the coveted championship from Bayern Munich in the UEFA Champions League final. It was also Ye Luo who turned Bayern Munich into an embarrassing three-peat king in a certain season. Now, the opportunity for revenge has arrived, as Bayern Munich is undoubtedly one of the strongest teams in the world under the stewardship of Hanks. Bayern Munich has undergone a reconstruction, solidifying its structure and shedding its turmoil. Ye Luo has never underestimated Bayern Munich. The fact that Bayern is fielding their main players against Arsenal is no surprise. After all, in the last Premier League match, Arsenal made extensive rotations, precisely to engage in a fierce battle against Bayern Munich at the Allianz Arena. Therefore, Bayern Munich's players did not allow themselves to be swayed by the media's speculation about Arsenal's impending demise or their supposed fatigue. They are still trailing in the overall score. Although Bayern has 2 away goals, being behind in the aggregate score is still being behind. In this scenario, Arsenal maintains the upper hand, however slight it may be. This necessitates that Bayern Munich must secure a victory at home. A draw would mean Arsenal's advancement. Moreover, with Ye Luo on Arsenal's side. He is a figure that must not be underestimated. Perhaps in the eyes of the media, Arsenal is at their last gasp. But Bayern Munich would not dare to test their luck. Who knows how much energy this arrow, Arsenal, still possesses? What if they were to be pierced through and eliminated? Thus, Bayern Munich has assembled its strongest lineup to engage in a decisive battle with Arsenal at home. Wenger can discern Bayern Munich's intentions from their starting lineup. They would absolutely not allow themselves to be eliminated on their home turf. Wenger understands that this match will be anything but easy, and he has even prepared for the possibility of elimination. In this match, Arsenal faces an even weaker lineup with the addition of Wilshere's injury and main suspension due to a red card. Thus, their squad is further diminished. It would not be surprising if they were eliminated. However, Wenger remains undeterred, for he possesses a team of boundless potential. As long as they maintain their current structural integrity and bolster the bench, Arsenal can undoubtedly become one of the most formidable teams in the Champions League. Ye Luo does not contemplate as much as Wenger. The only outcome he can accept is progression to the semi-finals. Yet, from the very beginning of this match, luck was not on Arsenal's side. In the 3rd minute, Arsenal was awarded a penalty. Ribery's cross struck Koscielny's arm. Handball. Penalty. 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 Bayern Munich has been awarded a penalty. The commentators exclaimed with fervor. The commentator from England, Andy Gray, furrowed his brow. This is undoubtedly the most dire situation Arsenal has encountered. Ribery's cross posed little threat, yet Koscielny's arm inexplicably extended, granting Bayern a penalty. And now Arsenal finds itself in a precarious predicament. The only one who can salvage Arsenal now is Szczęsny. The fans at the Allianz Arena are acutely aware of what this penalty signifies. They erupted in cheers. Once this penalty is converted, the initiative will entirely rest with Bayern Munich. This decision has left Arsenal's players and supporters deeply discontented. The players surrounded the referee, hoping he would retract his call. However, the die was cast. Thomas Muller confidently converted the penalty, giving Bayern Munich a dream start. This penalty also heralded the onset of a frenetic match. For Arsenal, this goal eradicated their earlier advantage. They now had no choice but to attack. It is often said that Arsenal's luck is lacking. Their several threatening incursions were miraculously thwarted by Neuer. Consequently, in the 13th minute, Bayern Munich launched a swift counterattack. Robben delivered a cross, and Lewandowski met it with a header to score. 2-0. While Arsenal's fans were still in shock, the 3rd goal arrived just 3 minutes later. It was Robben again. The Flying Dutchman surged down the flank, cut inside, and unleashed a shot. His signature curve evaded Reyna's defense. 3-0. In less than 20 minutes. Bayern Munich had gone completely berserk. Once this goal went in, it was clear to all. Bayern Munich was destined to win. The aggregate score stood at 5-3. Arsenal trailed by 2 goals. Their fate seemed sealed. Mourinho mused in front of his television. Pellegrini smiled at his assistant. Arsenal is truly finished. Chapter 77. That man. Wenger merely shook his head slightly upon witnessing his team concede the 3rd goal. He had mentally prepared himself for this outcome ever since that penalty was awarded. After sitting in his chair for a while, Wenger ventured to the sidelines, still hoping for a significant European campaign this season. However, it now appeared that this aspiration might be in vain. Had Arsenal been able to field their strongest lineup, they would have posed no threat to Bayern Munich. Yet now, apart from Ye Luo, every position found Arsenal at a disadvantage compared to Bayern. If there remained any glimmer of hope for Arsenal, it resided solely in Ye Luo. Wenger believed that Ye Luo would never concede defeat. The camera focused on Ye Luo, as everyone understood that he was Arsenal's only remaining hope. He was the captain, a superstar, the individual who had repeatedly rescued Arsenal from dire situations. Ye Luo stood in the center circle, awaiting the kickoff, his expression remarkably calm. The current situation is undeniably unfavorable for the team, yet it is not a time for self-pity. There is still time remaining. After the match resumes, Ye Luo ardently seeks opportunities to score. However, he finds himself alone in this endeavor, as his Arsenal teammates have reached their limits. In truth, Arsenal had previously been relying on sheer willpower, which dissipated entirely after conceding a goal to Bayern Munich. If Arsenal harbors any aspirations of advancing, they must now place their hopes solely on Ye Luo. For Ye Luo, this is the most arduous match he has ever encountered. After leading 3-0, Bayern Munich seamlessly transitioned into a defensive counterattack. With players like Ribery and Robben, they possess world-class wingers capable of posing a significant threat on the break. Arsenal, wary of overcommitting, hesitated to press forward. Time ticked away mercilessly, and as the first half neared its conclusion, Arsenal showed no signs of scoring. Their supporters grew anxious, chanting Ye Luo's name. Yet, this is Allianz Arena, and the voice of the visiting Arsenal fans was utterly drowned out. The Arsenal supporters, closely monitored by vigilant Bayern fans situated nearby, found their efforts to cheer thwarted by the cacophony of noise aimed at disrupting them. Undeterred, the Arsenal fans raised their volume. Ye Luo. Yet their cries were once again overwhelmed by a tempest of sound. On the pitch, Arsenal appeared fatigued. While in the stands, their fans felt suppressed. What more could Arsenal possibly achieve? The consensus was that Arsenal's fate was sealed. Bayern Munich supporters danced the Poznan, linking arms and turning their backs to the field, declaring that they no longer needed to focus on the match, for victory was assured. However, this atmosphere was momentarily interrupted in the 45th minute when Ye Luo scored. Seizing an opportunity from a corner kick, Ye Luo leapt high within the penalty area, overpowering the defenders to head the ball into the net. This goal ignited a flicker of concern among the Bayern supporters, though outwardly, they maintained an air of composure, tacitly agreeing to suppress any worries. So what if they scored? We are still ahead, they scoffed. It was merely a goal from a corner kick. They have no other means to score. We still lead by 2 goals. Nevertheless, Ye Luo's goal narrowed the score to 3-1. Bringing the aggregate score to 5-4, placing Arsenal just 1 goal behind. Following the goal, Ye Luo refrained from celebrating and instead sprinted back to the center circle, forcefully placing the ball at the kickoff spot, signaling to the Bayern players to resume play promptly. Shortly after Bayern Munich kicked off, the referee signaled the end of the first half. Although Ye Luo had managed to score a goal, Bayern Munich supporters regarded it as inconsequential, attributing it merely to luck. Arsenal had earned a corner, and Ye Luo fortuitously headed it in. Nothing particularly remarkable. Thus, as the first half concluded, the Allianz Arena resonated with thunderous cheers. The players of Bayern Munich exited the pitch, engaged in light-hearted banter, while Arsenal's players bore solemn expressions. Wenger, of course, could not convey to his players the notion of conceding the Champions League to focus solely on the league. Such thoughts must remain concealed within his heart. Moreover, deep within Wenger's psyche, there lingered a glimmer of hope. What if? No extraordinary events transpired during the halftime break. Wenger offered encouragement to his players, while on Bayern's side, Hanks insisted that his team must not let their guard down. Do not forget the terror of that individual. Hanks' admonition proved effective, as the initially exuberant Bayern players were swiftly reminded of Ye Luo's ominous prowess, causing their excitement to wane. However, this did not denote a loss of determination. Rather, it simply instilled a greater caution among the Bayern Munich players. Ye Luo had never faced such a formidable challenge before. Bayern Munich had evidently devised a stringent defensive strategy against him. Surrounding Ye Luo were always more than 3 defenders, leaving him to contend alone against the entire Bayern backline. The prospect of scoring seemed distant. Yet, Ye Luo did not relent. He began to implore his fellow Arsenal players to deliver the simplest long passes to him, whether from the back line or through crosses from the flanks. Within the penalty area, he engaged in a physical tussle with 3 or 4 robust Bayern defenders. Finally, in the 62nd minute of the match, Ye Luo's perseverance bore fruit. He received a long pass from the back line, deftly maneuvered to evade his opponent, and was poised to surge forward when Schweinsteiger decisively fouled him. Arsenal was awarded a free kick approximately 25 meters from the goal, a direct free kick. The position was slightly askew, near the edge of the penalty area. Shooting directly from this angle was somewhat awkward, yet not entirely impossible. In this match, Bayern Munich's strategy was to avoid fouling in dangerous areas, defined as zones from which Ye Luo could potentially score directly. This position was one that, barring necessity, Bayern would prefer not to concede a free kick. However, when Ye Luo attempted to break through, committing a foul was part of Bayern's tactical approach. Weighing the 2 unfavorable outcomes, it was deemed more prudent to grant a free kick than to allow Ye Luo to penetrate the penalty area with the ball. Ye Luo frowned, fixating on the goal. The angle was rather narrow. If only it were a tad wider. He was well aware of Neuer's prowess. Breaching his defense from such a tight angle was indeed a daunting task. Under ordinary circumstances, Ye Luo would simply take a shot, indifferent to the outcome. However, at this moment, he knew he had to seize the opportunity. After some contemplation, he beckoned Mahrez over. "You need to create a diversion for me," Ye Luo whispered discreetly, covering his mouth. Mahrez nodded in understanding, refraining from any actions that might arouse suspicion among Bayern Munich's players. When Mahrez began to run towards the wall, they assumed he was merely attempting to distract it, paying him no mind. Meanwhile, Ye Luo had positioned the ball and was stepping back, perhaps a bit too far. Just as the Bayern players pondered this anomaly, Mahrez abruptly turned and kicked the ball towards the right rear. The football rolled diagonally, approaching the center. They fell for it. In the wall, Schweinsteiger reacted instantly, charging towards the ball. Yet, Ye Luo was even faster. With a significant run-up, he surged towards the ball. A powerful strike. The taut instep connected forcefully with the ball, producing a resounding thud. Schweinsteiger instinctively squinted and leaped, attempting to intercept the shot with his head. The football whizzed past his cheek, the gust it created stirring his facial muscles like rippling water. Oh no! A sense of dread washed over Schweinsteiger. Even before he landed, he turned to glance behind him. Neuer leaped to save it, but by the time he reached for the ball, it had already plunged into the net. Boom! As the football crossed the goal line, a frenzy erupted within the Allianz Arena. Arsenal fans erupted in cheers, while Bayern supporters gasped, booed, and roared. Goal! In the commentary booth, the score was now 3-2. Andy Gray exclaimed. Arsenal had equalized the aggregate score. Ye Luo. Oh my goodness. Ye Luo. The commentators erupted with fervor at that moment. Magnificent. A splendid free kick combination. The Arsenal players executed a flash of inspiration on the field, catching Bayern Munich completely off guard. Undoubtedly, the success of this goal hinged on Ye Luo's performance. While Mahrez assisted in widening the angle, converting from such a position was still no easy feat. Ye Luo executed a remarkably high-quality shot, sending the football soaring like a cruise missile, precisely piercing the net. The score is now 3-2, leveling the aggregate score. Both teams have equalized in away goals, indicating that they stand entirely on the same starting line. Should the match conclude at this score after 90 minutes, they will proceed to extra time. If the score remains unchanged during extra time, a penalty shootout will ensue. The competition between these two teams has reached a thrilling climax. Of course, Bayern Munich still holds a slight advantage, as they are currently playing at home, Andy Gray proclaimed. However, it is evident to all that in this two-legged knockout stage, particularly under the current circumstances, playing at home may not necessarily be an advantage for Bayern Munich. For if Arsenal scores again, Bayern Munich must net too. In the away fans section, Arsenal supporters wore fierce expressions, declaring, "We are the Gunners. We shall never yield." They briefly seized the upper hand at the Allianz Arena, as Bayern's fans found themselves engulfed in chaos. This turmoil affected not only the supporters of Bayern Munich, but also their players. Neuer stood frozen, staring at the ball lying in the net. As memories of the torment from 2 seasons ago, when Ye Luo scored consecutively against him, flooded back. The painful recollection of relinquishing the Champions League title overwhelmed Neuer, leaving him kneeling on the ground for an extended period. He recalled the myriad ways Ye Luo had found the net, dribbling, breaking through defenses, long-range strikes, and headers. 2 years ago, it was this man who snatched the Champions League title from Bayern Munich, leading the modest Spanish team Malaga to an astonishing victory. Schweinsteiger's countenance was grave, his cheeks stinging from where the ball had grazed it, now flushed red. Yet, at that moment, he had little time to dwell on his discomfort. As Ye Luo took his shot, his heart raced, for he knew that the individual named Ye Luo possessed an extraordinary talent for long-range shooting. Lahm, visibly dismayed, was the first to notice Mahrez's movement. However, he was on the opposite side of the wall and could do nothing to prevent it. Bayern Munich's commanding 3-0 lead had now been diminished to 3-2, with the aggregate score leveled. Observing his teammates' expressions, Lahm recognized that they were shaken by Ye Luo's prowess. This simply would not do. They needed to rally. The match was far from over. Lahm shouted emphatically. Hanks wore a serious expression. The ramifications of this goal were dire. The aggregate score had been equalized, nullifying Bayern Munich's previous advantage in away goals. In other words, both teams truly stood on equal footing. Moreover, what truly exacerbates the situation is the chain reaction instigated by this goal. Firstly, it is Arsenal's morale that takes center stage. Just when Bayern Munich seemed poised to unleash their might and obliterate the already fatigued and demoralized Arsenal, the tide has shifted. Arsenal, which appeared on the brink of collapse, has now experienced a surge in spirit. This goal has undoubtedly elevated Arsenal's morale to unprecedented heights. The players' mental fortitude has instantaneously skyrocketed. In this ebb and flow of momentum, the match has become increasingly challenging. Underestimating a revitalized opponent could lead to dire consequences for Real Madrid, as history has shown. Chapter 78. A solo counterattack. Mourinho furrowed his brows, realizing that his previous experiences seemed futile. Is Arsenal plagued by injuries? Indeed. Are they suffering from fatigue? Absolutely. Presently, Arsenal resembles a boxer reeling from a barrage of blows, appearing on the verge of collapse, yet unexpectedly delivering a crushing uppercut that nearly knocks out their adversary. This resurgence is fueled by their secret weapon, Ye Luo. Mourinho's realization dawned upon him. Ye Luo cannot be assessed by conventional standards. He had never encountered a player like Ye Luo before. He seemed almost robotic, tireless, devoid of fluctuations in form, and lacking any discernible weaknesses. Pellegrini's expression mirrored concern. Arsenal found themselves in an unequivocal predicament. Yet, astonishingly, they had not been vanquished. Such a team is truly terrifying. Pellegrini initially believed that Manchester City could triumph over Arsenal at home. However, it became evident that he had underestimated the situation. Arsenal's performance was giving their opponents a considerable headache. Wenger, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement. He felt a sense of relief for not having uttered defeatist sentiments, such as conceding the match due to dire circumstances. Otherwise, it would have severely impacted the team's morale. Football demands passion, a fierce effort. Who knows? Perhaps this season could yield miracles. With his heart racing, Wenger began contemplating strategies for victory. Although Arsenal had scored, it was not yet a win, as they merely equalized the aggregate score. The journey to the semi-finals remained a distant one. Ample time still lingered in the match, and it was imperative to resolve matters within the regulation 90 minutes. Prolonging the match into extra time was not an option. But could Arsenal afford to take the initiative and attack? Such a notion seemed utterly fantastical, as they lacked the resources. Thus, their only avenue to score lay in counterattacks. Necessitating as many interceptions as possible, Wenger gazed at Ye Luo and, with a resolute determination, decided to seize the moment. Arsenal's singular advantage lay in Ye Luo, and he intended to exploit this advantage to its fullest. The counterattack need not involve a multitude of players. Only Ye Luo is sufficient. Let Vermaelen warm up. Wenger took a deep breath and instructed his assistant, Blake. Who will be substituted? Blake inquired, somewhat puzzled. Giroud must be replaced. Are we switching out a forward? Blake's face expressed astonishment. Upon seeing the determination etched on Wenger's face, he could not help but inhale deeply. It appeared that Wenger had devised a new strategy. Am I to warm up? Vermaelen did not hesitate, immediately donning a fluorescent training jacket and sprinting to the sidelines. The television cameras swiftly focused on Vermaelen. Vermaelen is warming up? Arsenal is making a substitution. A center-back is coming on, signaling that Arsenal intends to fortify their defense. With over 20 minutes remaining in the match, is Arsenal planning to defend from this point forward? Is Wenger aiming to drag the game into extra time? If it goes to extra time, given Arsenal's physical condition, they might not gain any advantage. Commentators speculated on the intentions behind Wenger's decision. Hinks also took note of Vermaelen warming up, furrowing his brow. What shall we do? His assistant queried. Remain still. Hinks pondered before responding. He planned to observe Wenger's next move before making any decisions, knowing Bayern Munich had ample resources to respond. On the bench, Bayern had Gomez, Skirl, and Van Buyten among others. Regardless of whether they sought to attack or strengthen their defense, Hinks had sufficient options at his disposal. He possessed the luxury of a strategic counterattack. As he glanced at the Arsenal bench, Hinks noted the young players adorned with oversized numbers. Do they truly intend to defend and stretch the match into extra time? I am not intimidated. Do you understand what is required when you step onto the pitch? Wenger asked, placing an arm around Vermaelen's shoulder. Defense. Vermaelen replied. What else could a center-back do? Should he play as a forward? Yes, defense. But not merely to prevent the opposition from scoring. It is to launch a counterattack. Wenger whispered. You will enter as a center-back. Then let Koscielny play as a defensive midfielder, and have Mahrez return to play as an attacking midfielder. Vermaelen looked bewildered. But this means we will have only one forward left. That is sufficient. Wenger smiled slightly. A counterattack can rely solely on Ye Luo. Now we have Koscielny, Mahrez, Kanté, Ramsey, and Silva in midfield. A glint of resolve flashed in Wenger's eyes. Inform them not to hold back their stamina. We still have 2 substitutions available. I will gradually bring on 2 defensive players, and those who exhaust their energy can leave the pitch. Vermaelen nodded repeatedly. We will strangle them in midfield. Once we regain possession, Wenger patted Vermaelen's shoulder. Do you know what to do? Of course. Vermaelen certainly understood. Pass the ball to Ye Luo. The counterattack will rely solely on Ye Luo. As Vermaelen entered the field, whom would he replace? The commentators were not surprised by Wenger's substitution. It was already the 65th minute, a natural juncture for a change. However, what astonished everyone was the substitution of Giroud for Vermaelen. The commentators expressed their bewilderment. This was a distinctly strategic move, replacing a forward with a center-back, signaling Arsenal's intention to adopt a defensive stance. This assessment was widely shared. Furthermore, upon Vermaelen's entry, he communicated with his teammates, leading to the swift realization that Arsenal's formation had shifted to a 4-5-1. This configuration meant that there was only one player, Law, in Arsenal's attacking front. Observing such a tactical adjustment, Bayern Munich's supporters exhaled in relief, their previous anxiety following the goal dissipating. Arsenal had assumed a posture of passive defense, which brought comfort to the Bayern fans. Their greatest fear was Arsenal launching an all-out assault. The potential of Arsenal scoring was a daunting prospect that could spell disaster for Bayern Munich. Therefore, Arsenal's defensive stance alleviated their concerns. Although the question remained whether Arsenal could indeed maintain their defense. Bayern's defensive line experienced less pressure, and Arsenal's apparent relinquishment of offense suggested that Bayern Munich was now in a position of invulnerability. The notion that Arsenal could withstand the onslaught until the end of extra time was laughable, given Bayern Munich's offensive prowess. How could they possibly fail to score within the span of nearly an hour? The confidence among Bayern's supporters surged to unprecedented heights. Even if the match proceeded to extra time, there was little to fear. Bayern's bench was far superior to Arsenal's. Bayern Munich had been dominating the match. Yet they discovered that their offense was not flowing smoothly. In midfield, they encountered significant obstacles, making it difficult to penetrate Arsenal's defensive line. Arsenal's defensive strategy involved suffocating pressure in the midfield. They refrained from pressing in the attacking third, instead ensnaring Bayern Munich in a tussle in the center of the pitch. Arsenal's players were even willing to commit fouls, leading to frequent interruptions in the match. The referee's whistle echoed repeatedly, causing Heinz on the sidelines to frown. Should he make a substitution? Upon hearing his assistant's inquiry, Heinz glanced at the clock. 76 minutes had elapsed. He shook his head. Let us wait a bit longer. He also prepared himself for the possibility of extra time. Moreover, he could see that Arsenal was expending considerable energy. If the match proceeded to extra time, Arsenal would surely struggle to endure. Extra time favored Bayern. Just then, Wenger made his second substitution, bringing on Mertesacker for B. Silva. Heinz and his assistant exchanged puzzled glances. Did Arsenal truly possess the confidence to defend throughout the entirety of extra time? The freshly introduced Mertesacker sprinted towards the center circle. The referee signaled for Bayern Munich to take the free kick. Schweinsteiger attempted to distribute the ball to the flanks. Ribery had just received the ball, darting left and right. Two Arsenal players surged forward with great intensity. Ribery pulled the ball back, preparing to send a cross to Kroos. However, Vermaelen, positioned outside his line of sight, anticipated the trajectory of his pass. As soon as Ribery executed the pass, Vermaelen decisively rushed in. Vermaelen. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, he suddenly appeared before Kroos, intercepting the ball with a precise tackle. Without even lifting his head, he executed a nearly shooting motion, striking the ball with the back of his foot. The ball skimmed along the ground, soaring towards the vacant spaces ahead as Bayern Munich pressed forward aggressively. Their defense was, of course, exposed. A forward pass would surely find openings. Yet, crucially, Arsenal had only Ye Luo in the attacking zone. Could he connect accurately with Ye Luo? Where was Ye Luo? All eyes, accompanied by the camera's focus, turned to the front line. From a high vantage point in the stadium, a white figure raced towards the ball, accompanied by several red figures. At that moment, the match transformed into a sprinting competition. At Allianz Arena, a chorus of boos erupted. Ye Luo was sprinting. The Bayern players were in pursuit. But one by one, he outpaced them. Now, he was no longer racing against Bayern's players, but against the ball. He had to catch up before the ball went out of play. Ye Luo was like a gust of wind. The distance between him and the ball diminished rapidly. Ye Luo. The counterattack. Arsenal's counterattack. He was racing against the ball. Vermaelen's pass was incredibly swift. The commentators gasped in astonishment. However, if Vermaelen hadn't made that pass, how would Ye Luo have had a chance? To leverage his speed advantage, Ye Luo needed that very pass. Only then could he shake off the defense. Otherwise, If he became entangled with the defenders, even with extraordinary abilities, it would be challenging to breach Bayern's defense. Now, only Neuer remained as the last line of defense. Without hesitation, Neuer lunged towards the ball's direction. If he ignored it, it would inevitably roll out along the left sideline based on its trajectory. However, if Yellow could muster enough speed to retrieve the ball before it crossed the line, it would present a one-on-one opportunity. The key to thwarting a one-on-one chance lies in minimizing the distance between the goalkeeper and the attacker. Plus, Neuer is known for his expansive range as a goalkeeper. His timing for rushing out is exceptionally precise. Even if Yellow managed to retrieve the ball, it would be a challenging feat, as he would need time to stabilize the ball along the sideline before reaccelerating. Moreover, Neuer intended to deny Yellow any time for adjustment. His strategy was to commit a foul. With the ball still moving swiftly along the sideline, it was not a prime scoring opportunity. Even if a foul occurs, at most it would result in merely a yellow card. Using a single yellow card to thwart an Arsenal counterattack is quite a bargain. Under the watchful eyes of the television cameras, Neuer and Yellow are both racing towards the ball, and given the current trajectory, it is likely they will arrive simultaneously. Yellow sprints across the field, his muscles rippling like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. His legs alternate rapidly, creating a blur in the frame. Such incredible speed. Everyone is in awe. Yet, Yellow feels that he needs to accelerate even more. Out of the corner of his eye, he spots Neuer closing in. He must pick up the pace. Gritting his teeth, Yellow pushes himself harder, astonishingly accelerating even further. His speed has increased. On the field, all Arsenal players have come to a halt, their gazes fixed intently on the play. For Arsenal, a successful counterattack would mean leading Bayern Munich to a dead end. Bayern would need to score 2 goals to eliminate Arsenal and advance. Faster. Even faster. All the Arsenal players wish they could attach their feet to Yellow's, urging him to maintain his speed. With everyone's eyes upon him, as the ball is about to cross the goal line, Yellow and Neuer nearly arrive at the same moment. They both execute nearly identical movements. A slide tackle. Yellow dives low, his body gliding along the ground. He sees Neuer's cleats sliding in, the metallic studs glinting ominously under the lights of the Allianz Arena. Yet at that moment, a smile tugs at Yellow's lips. Apologies, but I am just a step quicker. Yellow, nearly hugging the sideline, slides the ball back into play as it rolls right beneath Neuer's very eyes. After completing the tackle, Yellow springs up with the agility of a coiled spring. With a powerful thrust of his arms, he leaps into the air, executing a near somersault. This gymnastic maneuver, though uncommon on a football pitch, proves remarkably effective. Perhaps there are universal elements shared across sports. Neuer, head held high, gazes at Yellow in utter despair as he evades the tackle mid-air, landing and continuing his forward run. This time, no one can stop him. Amidst the desperate boos of the Allianz Arena, Yellow quickly catches up with the ball he had just returned to play. Faced with an open goal, what more is there to say? Yellow lifts his foot for a strike. The ball glides along the grass towards the goal. Lahm is in pursuit, but he halts at the edge of the penalty area, for it is all in vain. The ball travels far faster than any human can run, unless Lahm possesses superhuman abilities, capable of defying the limits of the human body in that fleeting moment. Otherwise, even if he were to double his speed, he could not catch up with the ball. The soccer ball effortlessly crossed the goal line, colliding with the net. This chapter concludes. Chapter 79, Sinking Allianz. Oh my, incredible. This goal has left me speechless. What a thrilling moment. The speed was astonishing. The final move of springing up from the ground seemed beyond the capabilities of even the most skilled gymnast. Remarkable. In an instant, all the fans of Long Country gathered before their television, computer, and mobile screens erupted with excitement. They replayed in their minds the moment Ye Luo skillfully flicked the ball and then leaped to evade Neuer. If that move were to be isolated and featured in a kung fu soccer film, no one would doubt its authenticity. In fact, the video of this move quickly became a sensation on foreign social media. Does he practice Long Country kung fu? This was the immediate reaction of foreign fans upon viewing the clip. The sheer power and exceptional flexibility and balance required for such a leap are astounding. The head coach of the Long Country gymnastics national team even shared the video, inquiring on Weibo, "Who can help me contact Ye Luo? I believe with just a couple of days of training, he could secure the gold medal in men's artistic gymnastics at the Olympics." Of course, suggesting Ye Luo participate in the gymnastics events at the Olympics was a jest. Yet, Everyone understands the prowess of long country gymnastics, essentially a dream team. Ye Luo's participation would merely transition one gold medal to another, hardly a groundbreaking achievement. Thus, soccer fans need not worry about Ye Luo being swayed by the gymnastics coach. With the head coach of long country gymnastics expressing such admiration, it is evident how extraordinary Ye Luo's move truly was. During the televised broadcast, one would expect repeated replays of Ye Luo's goal. However, the broadcasting team opted to replay his remarkable leap from the ground time and again. This action was far more visually captivating than the ball lazily rolling into the goal. It was nothing short of art. Andy Gray remarked on the speed, power, flexibility, and balance. Ye Luo showcased the exquisite beauty of the human body's limits. I now understand why Ye Luo rarely sustains injuries. His physical condition is nearly flawless, making him the most physically gifted footballer in history. Absolutely breathtaking. In the face of such a goal, Bayern Munich could only accept the harsh reality. Spectacular. Even the commentators from Munich radio could not refrain from praising him in that moment. It was then that everyone began to recognize the significance of Ye Luo's goal. 3-3. Arsenal has leveled the score. The aggregate score has swung in their favor. A total score of 6-5. Arsenal has taken the lead in the overall tally. Not only are they ahead in total score, but they also lead in away goals, and crucially for Bayern Munich, they have no further opportunities to score away. This signifies that Bayern Munich must score 2 goals to eliminate Arsenal. Arsenal stands on the brink of advancing to the Champions League semi-finals, with merely 15 minutes remaining, including stoppage time. Bayern Munich has only a fleeting quarter of an hour left. Time is not on their side. Amidst the astonishment of all, it is Arsenal's players who exhibit the most fervor. Even the goalkeeper rushes forward. They collectively bring Ye Luo down in the corner flag area, roaring with excitement. The seasoned veteran Vermaelen refrains from joining the fray, remaining on the pitch, embodying the wisdom of experience. In this moment of exuberance, many spectators have vacated their seats, unaware of the risk at hand. Should everyone exit the stadium, and Bayern Munich seize the opportunity to restart play swiftly, it could spell disaster. Such occurrences have transpired in history. Joy can quickly turn to sorrow. Thus, he stands in the center circle, arms aloft in celebration, with Arsenal positioned in Bayern's half. A quick restart is impossible for Bayern, ensuring that the other Arsenal players can revel in their jubilation. As long as the referee remains uninvolved, they may celebrate until the final whistle. However, the referee does not permit Arsenal to indulge for too long. Approximately a minute later, he admonishes the Arsenal players, Hey, lads, your celebration has exceeded its limits. The match is not yet over." With the referee's intervention, the Arsenal players reluctantly return to their half. Meanwhile, Bayern Munich has completed their substitutions. In the wake of conceding, Hanks reacts swiftly. He must make changes. He seeks to bolster the attack. Gomez replaces Müller. Now on the field, Bayern Munich boasts 2 towering forwards, Lewandowski and Gomez. Both are not merely traditional target men limited to heading. They possess physicality and a modicum of technical skill at their feet. Of course, their prowess in heading remains commendable. Consequently, for Bayern Munich, the ensuing 15 minutes demand a style of football familiar to all: long passes and aerial assaults. The inclusion of Gomez to partner Lewandowski serves this very purpose. As the match approaches its climax, patience and organization is forsaken. The ball must be directed into the penalty area without delay. Bayern now requires a touch of fortune. At this juncture, on the sidelines, the young center-back, Arsenal's own academy product, Bartley, stands ready to enter, replacing Mahrez. This change results in Arsenal fielding 5 center-backs, with the others deployed in defensive midfield roles. This peculiar arrangement undeniably aims to fortify their defense, as Bayern Munich must now launch an all-out offensive. Arsenal must maintain their advantage. In the final 15 minutes, they adopted a purely defensive stance on the pitch. There were 7 defenders and 2 defensive midfielders, leaving only Ye Luo as the sole attacking force. Although Ye Luo did not engage in defensive duties, his contribution to defense surpassed that of others. His presence in the attacking zone could effectively draw the attention of at least 3 Bayern Munich players. As the match resumed, Bayern Munich launched their last desperate offensive. United in purpose, Arsenal successfully thwarted each of Bayern's advances. Inspired by Ye Luo's goal, the Arsenal players temporarily suppressed their fatigue, invigorated by the energy brought by several substitutes. In the final 10 minutes, Bayern's frenzied attempts bore no fruit, and instead, Arsenal struck back once more. In the 91st minute, when Ye Luo once again sent the ball into Bayern's net, an eerie silence enveloped the Allianz Arena. All eyes were fixed on Ye Luo as he sprinted across the field in celebration. The formidable Bayern Munich lay shattered beneath his feet. Bayern's players stood frozen in place, resembling statues. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 80, Manchester City's obstacle. After Ye Luo's goal, fans watching from their screens were left in stunned silence, with the commentators momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, no one felt that this was amiss. They were all somewhat dazed. A goal. Arsenal scored. 4-3. Arsenal had taken the lead once more, bringing the aggregate score to 7-5. Who could have anticipated this before the match? When the commentators finally regained their composure, the initial thrill and excitement following the goal had dissipated. The exhilarating peak had passed. Merely returning to a neutral state was already a feat in itself. As for feeling passionate, that seemed rather bland now. Thus, what should have been a decisive goal to seal the match appeared somewhat muted and lackluster. Yet, upon reflection, it felt rather commonplace. After all, this was Ye Luo's achievement. It was hardly surprising. Ye Luo scored. Was there anything shocking about that? Perhaps the audience was suffering from aesthetic fatigue. Ye Luo scoring was hardly worth a commotion. Furthermore, this goal did little to alter the grand scheme of things. Although only 2 or 3 minutes remained in the match, no one believed Bayern Munich could score 2 goals in that brief span. The iconic moment of Rooney and Giggs soaring in 1999 became a classic precisely because such occurrences are rare and serendipitous. However, Bayern Munich sought to fight on, at least to demonstrate their effort. Thus, after the match resumed, Bayern's players surged forward in a final, frenzied assault, showcasing their last vestiges of desperation. Nevertheless, with Arsenal's defenders united in purpose, their offensive maneuvers proved ineffective. In the final minute of the match, as Ye Luo dribbled the ball towards the corner flag, everyone is acutely aware that everything has come to an end. Indeed, Ye Luo single-handedly orchestrated 3 fouls by Bayern players in the corner flag area, effectively stalling the game for a full 2 minutes. Ultimately, when Ye Luo's kick struck Boateng and the ball went out of bounds, only the jubilant cheers of the visiting fans resonated throughout the stadium. With the captain's armband proudly displayed, Ye Luo raised his arms high, urging his supporters to amplify their voices. However, the referee denied him the opportunity to take the corner kick, decisively blowing the final whistle instead. Arsenal's players, who had been waiting on the sidelines, rushed onto the pitch with outstretched arms, embracing their teammates in a celebratory frenzy. They had triumphed over Bayern Munich. They had advanced to the semi-finals. After being eliminated last season, they had returned with a vengeance. This time, they would see it through to the end. All Arsenal players were resolute in this belief. The match concluded. The match has ended. Arsenal defeated Bayern Munich 4-3 away, eliminating them with an aggregate score of 7-5 and advancing to the semi-finals. This season, Arsenal faced a challenging draw in the Champions League knockout stage, encountering Real Madrid in the round of 16 and Bayern in the quarterfinals, a stroke of misfortune indeed. Yet, who could have anticipated that the beleaguered Arsenal would eliminate both Real Madrid and Bayern in succession, overcoming formidable adversaries to reach the semi-finals? It is worth noting that this match determined the victor, while the other 3 matches had also concluded, with the teams advancing to the Champions League semi-finals, including Arsenal, Manchester United, Juventus, and Barcelona. Prior to this match, everyone believed Bayern Munich could easily dispatch the weary Arsenal on their home turf. But it appears that they significantly underestimated Ye Luo. Amid the excited commentary from the announcers, Bayern players appeared somewhat dazed. They felt as though they were trapped in a dream. At one point, they had a commanding 3-1 lead over their opponents, enjoying significant advantages. Yet, astonishingly, they were overturned. It is indeed rare for Bayern Munich to be reversed after leading by 2 goals on their own home ground. The players found it difficult to accept the current situation, yet they had no outlet for their frustration. In the stands, Bayern fans lingered long after the match, bewildered by how the game had turned out. They had grown accustomed to Bayern's dominance, only to find themselves defeated by a single individual. That individual was the one wearing the Arsenal number 10 jersey. He had been Bayern Munich's greatest nightmare in the historic Champions League final. Now, 2 years later, upon his return to the Allianz Arena, he had bestowed upon the Bayern supporters an even greater nightmare. As the entire Arsenal squad boarded their flight back, the sports media around the globe focused their coverage on this remarkable match, Perhaps this is the most thrilling match of the quarterfinals of the UEFA Champions League. A scoreline of 4-3, it was a veritable goal fest between Arsenal and Bayern Munich. More precisely, it was a showcase of Ye Luo's prowess against Bayern Munich. A remarkable quadruple. Ye Luo has elevated his tally in this season's Champions League to 20 goals. I dare say, as we approach the semi-finals, no other team would relish the prospect of facing this fervent Arsenal squad. Amidst the media frenzy, the draw for the Champions League took place the following day. Arsenal encountered their semi-final adversary, the reigning giants of Serie A, Juventus. The media contingent around Arsenal deemed this a favorable draw, second only to facing Manchester United. It is worth mentioning that the Arsenal media harbored hopes of drawing Manchester United, as the latter has suffered 6 consecutive defeats against Arsenal. Delivering a 7th or even an 8th defeat to Manchester United has long been a cherished aspiration for Gunners fans. Nevertheless, drawing Juventus is also commendable, as an analysis of their squad strength suggests they are relatively less formidable among the 4 semi-finalists. Of course, reaching the semi-finals indicates that no team can be considered weak. While the media continues to discuss the Champions League matches, the entire Arsenal squad has turned its attention to preparing for the 27th round of the league, where they will face Manchester City away. Thus far, the only teams that seem capable of threatening Arsenal's position at the top of the Premier League are Manchester United and Manchester City. Manchester City boasts a robust squad. If Arsenal is to divert its focus towards the Champions League, Manchester City is singularly fixated on Arsenal. Arsenal prioritizes both the league and the Champions League, while Manchester City's sole desire is to secure any championship title. Just a week ago, Manchester City suffered a defeat in a final, losing the League Cup to Chelsea and thereby missing out on the trophy. Currently, Manchester City's most fervent wish is to clinch a title, given the caliber of their squad. They now have the opportunity to vie for 2 championships, the Premier League and the FA Cup. The Premier League, of course, is intrinsically linked to Arsenal. Should they falter on their home ground, be it a defeat or even a draw, they are likely to forfeit the Premier League title. The other competition is the FA Cup, where Arsenal stands in their path, as Manchester City's opponent in the FA Cup semi-finals is also Arsenal. This is precisely why Pellegrini is so intent on overcoming Arsenal. To aspire for any title without vanquishing this formidable obstacle is mere folly. Chapter completed. Chapter 81. Fortune. The match took place on February 28th. Just 4 days after returning from the Allianz Arena, Arsenal ventured to the Etihad Stadium to challenge Manchester City. For Arsenal, the encouraging news is that Arteta and Cazorla have commenced individual training, and Sanchez is also in good form. In no more than 2 weeks, the trio will make their return. Arsenal now stands at the brink of dawn, amidst the final shadows of night. Once the key players return, none shall impede Arsenal's march toward glory. The English media are well aware of this fact. Thus, whether Arsenal clinches the championship hinges on this very match. Should they manage to secure victory under the current circumstances, then with the return of Arteta, Koscielny, and others, who could possibly stand in their way? On match day, the Etihad Stadium was filled to capacity. Manchester City supporters arrived early, eagerly awaiting entry. As the gates swung open, fans surged into the stadium, which accommodates 47,000 spectators. Yet only 1,000 tickets were allotted to Arsenal. This decision incited considerable ire among Arsenal's camp, who deemed it utterly unfair, especially since they had granted Manchester City 2,000 away tickets at the Emirates Stadium. However, Manchester City had their justifications, claiming that the abundance of Arsenal fans could pose safety concerns. Naturally, Arsenal rejected this explanation, but they were left with little recourse. After all, the stadium belonged to City, who could theoretically choose not to sell them a single ticket. This only served to deepen the rivalry. In the stands, Manchester City fans were undoubtedly the main attraction, their numbers overwhelming the mere 1,000 Arsenal supporters. Even before the match commenced, they launched a barrage of taunts and insults directed at Arsenal. The Gunners fans, surrounded by security personnel, remained composed within their designated area. They understood their numerical disadvantage and recognized the futility in competing vocally with the 46,000 City fans present. It was wiser to conserve their energy for pivotal moments, such as when a goal might be scored. As Arsenal's fans observed the exuberant Manchester supporters, they could not help but smirk. "Enjoy your joy now," they thought, "for when the match begins, you'll see. We have triumphed over both Real Madrid and Bayern Munich. Why should we fear a mere Manchester City? Just a nouveau riche." In previous encounters, such palpable tension between Arsenal and Manchester City had been rare. However, times have changed. City, once impoverished, now flaunts newfound wealth, while Arsenal, as one of the Premier League's original powerhouses capable of challenging Manchester United, has risen once more, buoyed by a renewed sense of ambition. Thus, mutual disdain is quite understandable. A segment of Manchester City fans lingered outside, awaiting the arrival of the team buses. When Manchester City's bus approached, it was met with cheers, while Arsenal's bus received a decidedly different welcome. "Come on, you Gunners. Bring it on." A strikingly attractive blonde, clad in revealing attire, displayed a menacing demeanor as she raised two middle fingers towards Arsenal's team bus. "Did you hear that, Ye? She wants to race with you." Van Dijk jested. "Goodness, what a figure. Such a shame she's a Manchester City fan," Murdersacker chimed in, offering his critique. Ye glanced over, contemplating. "Not bad. The physique is commendable, but the skin lacks luster, too many freckles, and there's some excess weight around the waist that causes an unsettling sway." "Your standards are quite high," came the retort. "I think she's all right. The vehicle seems stable. I'm just particular about the headlights, as long as they shine brightly. I'm satisfied." The banter continued, revealing their casual demeanor. Clearly, they held Manchester City in little regard. After triumphing over both Real Madrid and Bayern Munich, Arsenal had elevated its status, now a formidable contender for the Champions League title. In stark contrast, Manchester City's aspirations for the FA Cup seemed rather paltry. Seated ahead, Wenger wore a subtle smile, relishing the scene. It indicated that his players were not daunted by the away match. They appeared relaxed. As Arsenal's bus rolled into the stadium parking lot, a chorus of middle fingers and spitting erupted from behind the barriers, and security personnel aimed at the disembarking players. Arsenal's athletes were well accustomed to such displays. They had encountered far more intimidating atmospheres in various stadiums. It was hardly surprising. Furthermore, these individuals could only shout from outside. To breach the inner sanctum, they would first have to navigate the iron gates and overcome the security forces. As he stepped off the bus, the cacophony of jeers and insults surged to new heights. He paid little heed to the fans. Engaging with them served no purpose. With an air of confidence, he strode through the players' tunnel into the arena. Journalists sought to conduct interviews, but the overwhelming noise rendered their efforts futile, forcing them to abandon their attempts. Manchester City fans clearly recognized who posed the greatest threat, and once the match commenced, a tidal wave of boos and curses erupted each time Ye touched the ball. Such a cacophony could induce cardiac distress even in the most psychologically resilient individuals, underscoring the intense environment in which Ye was competing. Compared to him, the jeers directed at other Arsenal players seemed trivial, as they felt almost privileged in contrast. As the match began, Manchester City hastened the tempo, seeking to dismantle Arsenal through a rapid pace on their home turf. Given Arsenal's recent grueling encounters, Manchester City undoubtedly held a physical advantage, especially in the comfort of their own stadium. The players of Manchester City believe they are no less formidable than Arsenal. Naturally, the strategy is to take the initiative and attack, aiming to vanquish Arsenal with their offensive prowess. This very weapon is what Manchester City excels at. Wenger, observing this scene, could not help but feel delighted. With yellow on the field, he fears no confrontation. Even if the opposition creates more opportunities than Arsenal, he remains unfazed. For Yellow's ability to capitalize on chances is well established. It becomes a mutual infliction of wounds, a contest of whose blade is sharper. In this realm, is there a knife sharper than Yellow? Once the match commenced, Yellow actively initiated counterpressing in the attacking third, targeting Kompany specifically. This focus stemmed from Kompany's pre-match comments, where he had advised Yellow not to attempt to exploit him, asserting that he would show Yellow the true nature of the game. Though many dismissed his words, Yellow took them to heart. To seek out Kompany's partner, Touré, would only signify fear. Thus, he concentrated his movements within Kompany's defensive territory. Kompany, in hindsight, wished he could slap himself for his own bravado. The pressure Yellow exerted was immense. Under Yellow's relentless assault, Manchester City's defense crumbled in the 23rd minute, with the breach originating from Kompany's zone. As Yellow turned his back to Kompany, he suddenly pivoted. Kompany, anticipating a breakthrough, rushed forward to intercept without a second thought. Yet, Yellow had other plans. With a deft flick of his right foot, he sent the ball gliding through Kompany's legs, effectively nutmegging him. Yellow then swiftly cut into the penalty area, leaving Kompany unable to commit a foul in time. as Ye Luo had already lifted his foot to shoot. It was a cold strike, not particularly forceful, but Company could still discern the speed of the shot from the sound it made. Indeed, when he turned to glance, Joe Hart was unprepared for the save, having not anticipated Ye Luo's intent to shoot. He watched in disbelief as the ball sailed past him, kissing the inside of the post and finding the back of the net. Goal. Arsenal takes the lead. Splendid. The entire Etihad Stadium fell into a hushed silence. The majority of Manchester City supporters, stunned by the goal, found their shouts, jeers, and curses caught in their throats. Just as they opened their mouths, an invisible force seemed to fill them, stifling their voices. No one expected the issue to arise from Company. Who would have thought that the seasoned and astute Company would fall victim to such humiliation? Being nutmegged is perhaps the greatest disgrace for a centre-back, and all attention was drawn to this moment of embarrassment. In comparison to the agile Ye Luo, Company appeared rather cumbersome. However, as the struggle for dominance unfolded, the terrifying physical prowess of Ye Luo became evident. Company exerted himself to the fullest, even pressing his entire weight against Ye Luo. Yet, what was the outcome? Ye Luo resisted with merely half of his body, while the other half executed a seamless shot, devoid of any pressure. The Manchester City fans, witnessing this scene, were left at a loss for words. They often exalted Company as the finest centre-back, yet what was the result? Ye Luo, Andy Gray exclaimed with fervor. His goal had propelled Arsenal into the lead, once again shattering the deadlock, once more securing a goal. Other commentators joined in the chorus of excitement. Before the match, many touted it as the Premier League's highlight clash, with numerous individuals believing Manchester City might gain the upper hand against Arsenal. Yet, in hindsight, such assertions seem utterly ludicrous. For Arsenal boasts a player of Ye Luo's caliber. With him on the field, who needs to focus on anything else? He is the focal point, and indeed the sole focus. What are Arsenal fans most accustomed to? Why, it is the sight of Ye Luo scoring. This has become a signature feature of Arsenal matches. If, in any given game, Ye Luo fails to find the net, it would surely signal some unusual circumstance. Amidst the commentators' ecstatic roars, Ye Luo sprinted towards the corner flag, sliding on his knees in celebration. Yet, this particular spot was occupied by the most ardent and extreme Manchester City supporters. Thus, as Ye Luo slid into view, he was met with a barrage of middle fingers and spit. Undeterred, he rose to his feet, placing his hands behind his ears in an act of feigned listening. This provocative gesture ignited the fury of the Manchester City fans, causing the entire stadium to erupt. Witnessing this, Ye Luo smiled faintly. The opponent's ire was the highest form of praise for him. He stood mere meters away from them, separated only by advertising boards, while police rushed in from various directions. Due to the palpable tension preceding the match, every fan entering the stadium had been prohibited from bringing lighters, coins, or any hard objects, with even flagpoles confiscated. Thus, despite their anger, the Manchester City fans had nothing to hurl. Of course, if one were to mention it, they still possessed their smartphones. Yet, shattering one's own smartphone seems a rather unwise choice. Other Arsenal players joined Ye Luo in celebrating their triumph, some raising their fists defiantly towards the Manchester City fans, who could only respond with louder boos and curses. However, observing the nonchalant demeanor of the Arsenal players, those jeers and insults appeared increasingly feeble. After all, their team was trailing. When behind, one must endure the repercussions. Company, in the wake of conceding the goal, was consumed by fury. For it was he who had opened the gap that led to the score. He had become the scapegoat. Why did Company perceive himself as the scapegoat? It was because he felt that when Ye Luo maneuvered past him, no other players stepped up to obstruct Ye Luo's path to goal, resulting in the conceded goal. Damn it! Company spat in frustration, utterly exasperated. On the sidelines, Pellegrini shook his head in resignation. The intention to engage in a back-and-forth was not truly his desire. He was acutely aware of the risks involved in such an approach. However, he understood Ye Luo's prowess, knowing that defense was increasingly futile. Moreover, attacking was the footballing style that Manchester City had embraced over the past few seasons. A hasty alteration of this style could easily backfire, and these star players might not comply obediently. In the current scenario, a draw held little significance for Manchester City. Victory could only be attained through offensive play. Thus, as the manager of Manchester City, facing Arsenal left him with no alternative but to pursue an aggressive strategy. With the defense already having conceded, he could only rely on the strength of his team's offense. This match was not a contest of defense, but of attack. Manchester City needed a stroke of luck. Just as Pellegrini contemplated this, fortune smiled upon them. David Silva's cross from the flank struck the arm of an opposing player, prompting the referee to decisively award a penalty. Arsenal's players protested vociferously, but to no avail. Aguero stood at the penalty spot and converted with poise. The entire Etihad Stadium erupted in jubilation. After all, this was the Etihad, Manchester City's fortress. Chapter conclusion. The cost of mending a relationship, though it was an unremarkable and contentious penalty goal. It brought considerable joy to Manchester City's supporters. Aguero. Manchester City had equalized, a development that made the match far more engaging. 1-1. Manchester City's equalizer was precisely the spectacle we wished to witness. What significance would a lopsided affair hold? Come on, Manchester City, let's create more troubles for Arsenal. Remember, this is your home ground. Many commentators rallied behind Manchester City. Arsenal had become a source of discontent, even disdain, for the majority of England, which, in another light, underscored Arsenal's strength. Their prowess inspired such animosity that spectators began to cheer for Arsenal's adversaries. Should Manchester City ever attain such formidable status, they too would find themselves the target of rival cheers. For neutral fans, Manchester City's resurgence undeniably added excitement to the match. Even the most ardent Arsenal supporters, if aware that their victory was a foregone conclusion, would likely find little enjoyment in the game, perhaps even becoming distracted by their phones or social media. Now, with the news of Manchester City's equalizer, spirits were lifted. Everyone eagerly anticipated Arsenal's response. Of course, most Arsenal fans remained unperturbed. This season, Arsenal's performance has instilled immense confidence in their supporters. They believe that Manchester City will struggle to pose any significant threat to them, as the Premier League title seems firmly within their grasp. Once the match resumed, Manchester City fans displayed a notably heightened level of arrogance. They cheered from the stands, rallying behind their players in hopes of galvanizing them to score another goal and reclaim the lead before halftime. Arsenal, however, played with remarkable maturity. Undeterred by the single goal they conceded. It was merely one goal, nothing to dwell upon. If they allowed a single setback to fluster them, they would hardly be worthy contenders for the championship. They controlled the rhythm of the match, preventing City, buoyed by their recent goal, from launching an aggressive counterattack. There was no need to engage in a head-on clash with the invigorated Manchester side. With little time remaining in the first half, they decided to reassess their strategy during the halftime break. Under Arsenal's deliberate control, the first half concluded with a score of 1-1. In the locker room, Pellegrini praised the performance of the Manchester City players, noting that Arsenal had yet to face defeat this season, highlighting their strength. And we managed to equalize despite conceding first, Pellegrini exclaimed. Moreover, they deliberately slowed down the pace at the end of the first half. What does that indicate? It shows they fear us. They are apprehensive about conceding further goals. Therefore, we are the strongest. Arsenal had no reason to fear. After leveling the score, were they not concerned about our offensive capabilities? Pellegrini's remarks, while perhaps lacking in depth, resonated with the players in that charged atmosphere. They needed reasons to believe in their potential for victory. Arsenal is indeed afraid of us. If that is the case, it signifies our immense strength, that we can instill fear in a team like Arsenal. Thus, we can completely vanquish them. The myth of Arsenal's unbeaten season is destined to be shattered by us. Pellegrini successfully uplifted the confidence of the Manchester City players. The 15-minute intermission swiftly passed. The City players returned to the pitch filled with anticipation, while the supporters resumed their seats in the stands, eager for the second half. Cheers erupted throughout the Etihad Stadium. Conversely, as Arsenal gained possession of the ball, sharp boos pierced the air, particularly when the ball found its way to Ye Luo's feet. The City fans were fervently yearning for a victory. For Manchester City, defeating Arsenal would not only narrow the points gap, but also dismantle Arsenal's unbeaten legacy, plunging them into turmoil. Additionally, it would serve as proof that they are the strongest team in Manchester, having already triumphed over Manchester United on multiple occasions. Oh, not just twice, but 6 times. As for Manchester City, excluding this match, they had only faced Arsenal 4 times. Thus, they had encountered United 2 fewer times than Arsenal, which speaks to nothing more than that. To prove that the sky over Manchester is blue, the fans here believe that defeating Arsenal is paramount. The supporters of Manchester City yearn for victory. Should they triumph over Arsenal, they would revel in the opportunity to mock their rivals and, by extension, taunt their long-standing adversaries. In previous times, Arsenal fans might have felt a twinge of anxiety, as they often experienced the shift from leading to being equalized against, which inevitably impacted their morale. Compounded by the fact that it was an away game for them, it would be reasonable for Arsenal fans to harbor concerns. However, given Arsenal's recent performances, which have defied logic amid injuries and a string of challenging matches, they have managed to secure consecutive victories. Consequently, when Manchester City equalized, there was no immediate sense of urgency. After all, there remained an entire half to play. The spectators settled into their seats, content to witness the unfolding drama. As Manchester City's fans brimmed with anticipation, Arsenal supporters similarly looked forward to a display from their captain. Upon the commencement of the second half, Manchester City came out with vigor, launching an aggressive offensive that elicited thunderous cheers from their fans, synchronizing with the team's onslaught. Initially, everything appeared promising, with the momentum seemingly shifting toward Manchester City. Yet, it went unnoticed that this fervent attack had not posed a significant threat to Arsenal's goal. As time progressed, the intensity of Manchester City's offensive efforts began to wane, and Arsenal's goal remained largely unthreatened. Nevertheless, the City fans remained convinced that their team's assault was relentless, believing that a reversal against Arsenal was merely a matter of time. In truth, while Manchester City's offense seemed imposing, Arsenal's players maintained a composed demeanor, displaying remarkable patience, an attribute born from their recent triumphs. Their victories over formidable teams like Real Madrid and Bayern Munich instilled a sense of confidence, fostering a mentality that diminished the significance of their opponents. This confidence translated into a robust defensive line, characterized by focus and discipline. Facing such a steadfast defense, Manchester City's offensive rhythm began to decelerate. After a prolonged siege lasting several minutes, they found themselves unable to breach Arsenal's defenses, as even the opposition goalkeeper had minimal interventions to make. This indicated that their incessant pressure had not yielded any substantive threat. It was merely a spectacle devoid of genuine impact. Realizing the peril of an unproductive onslaught, Pellegrini was compelled to instruct his players to withdraw and regroup. He understood well that an ineffective barrage could swiftly lead to disaster should Arsenal capitalize on a counterattack. A goal from Arsenal would deflate Manchester City's momentum, making it exceedingly difficult to regain their earlier fervor. Thus, it seemed wiser to concede possession to Arsenal and prepare to strike on the counterattack. Since the siege posed no significant threat, it would be more prudent to explore the efficacy of a counterattack. A single successful counter could spell doom for Arsenal. However, he failed to contemplate an additional concern. Once Manchester City retreated, would they be able to withstand Arsenal's offensive onslaught? As the opposing side withdrew, Arsenal commenced their attack. Such is the nature of football, an ebb and flow, where each side takes its turn to shine. When the opportunity for an offensive arose, it was only natural for them to seize it. Yet, when Arsenal began their assault, it became evident that the intensity of their offense was on an entirely different level than that of Manchester City. The players of City, initially believing they could not penetrate Arsenal's defense, chose to consolidate their own, thinking Arsenal would struggle. Thus, they were unprepared for the ferocity of Arsenal's attacking momentum. Merely 5 minutes after City's withdrawal, Arsenal swiftly executed a rapid offensive maneuver. Yellow retreated to the edge of the penalty area to receive the ball, pivoted, and unleashed a powerful long-range shot without hesitation. This strike came as a complete surprise. No one had anticipated Yellow would shoot from such a position. Yet, he executed a high-quality, precision-guided shot from approximately 30 meters away. The ball skimmed the grass as it soared, maintaining a straight trajectory towards the goal. Joe Hart, confronted with this unexpected shot, was ill-prepared. His delayed reaction led to a futile attempt to intervene. He merely watched as the ball sailed past his fingertips and into the net. The Manchester City fans were momentarily stunned. Yellow's seamless sequence of actions, retreating, turning, and shooting, transpired so swiftly that they scarcely had time to comprehend what had occurred before the ball was already twisting in the net. It felt like a sudden plunge into cold water, leaving City supporters chilled to the bone. The Etihad Stadium quickly fell silent. However, Arsenal's fans were the first to regain their composure, momentarily seizing the atmosphere of the Etihad. A wave of jubilant cheers surged throughout the stadium. Not only the fans, but even the commentators were caught off guard. The goal had simply materialized. They only witnessed Yellow suddenly striking the ball from outside the penalty area, which then flew straight into the net, causing the goalpost to tremble. In that fleeting moment, Anyone who momentarily diverted their attention likely missed the very instant the ball found its way into the net. Some commentators were momentarily speechless, and only after confirming they were not mistaken did they begin to exuberantly announce the goal. The commentary booth erupted in excitement. Arsenal fans raised their arms in triumph, reveling in the astonished expressions of the Manchester City supporters. Drawing level means victory? They were truly naive. Many City fans appeared as though they had been suddenly choked, unable to utter a single sound. After their initial shock, the Manchester City fans finally grasped the reality. It was Yellow once again. They beheld the man racing across the pitch. The fans of Manchester City are filled with a mix of hatred and regret, for this individual was meant to be one of their own. All their hopes have been shattered by that fateful strike. It is he who has extinguished their aspirations. However, Yellow possesses a memory that holds grudges. He recalls vividly how the City fans had scorned him in the past. Thus, after scoring, he ran towards the stands, cupping his hand to his ear, feigning a gesture of listening. This provoked the City supporters to the brink of fury. They were no longer concerned with their regrets, hurling insults and gestures of disdain at Yellow, their faces contorted with rage. Yet, Yellow remained unfazed. He raised his arms, encouraging the City fans to voice their discontent even louder. Indeed, the cacophony within the Emirates Stadium grew more intense. Yet, Yellow seemed unsatisfied. Like a conductor of music, he continued to wave his arms. However, human limitations prevailed. Even as he urged them on, the fans could not amplify their voices beyond their physical constraints. Ultimately, disappointment marred Yellow's expression. Witnessing this, the City fans were further incensed. Yet what could they do? The fourth official hastily approached, urging Yellow to return to the pitch, genuinely concerned that the fervent supporters might suffer from their agitation. After all, many among them were elderly. Should one of them suffer a heart-related incident, who would bear the responsibility? Under the official's insistence, Yellow reluctantly returned to the field, joining his teammates in celebration of the goal. The City fans were driven to madness. The Arsenal players embraced Yellow without hesitation, laughing heartily. Yellow smiled subtly, thinking, let them seethe a little longer. It was not just the City fans who were incensed. Pellegrini was furious as well. His meticulous preparations during halftime had been obliterated by that singular goal. Could he remain calm? With Arsenal's morale soaring, they were playing with a fervor that even Real Madrid and Bayern Munich could not withstand. Manchester City stood no chance in comparison, and Arsenal was rapidly trending towards a frenzied performance. Pellegrini felt a deep sense of frustration. His team boasted a plethora of stars, yet a solitary Yellow rendered them insignificant. He would gladly trade them all for just one Yellow. With him at the core, combined with Manchester City's financial prowess, conquering the Champions League would be effortless. Truth be told, Pellegrini's sentiments were echoed by a prominent figure, none other than Mansour, the owner of Manchester City, who was presently seated in the VIP box of the Emirates Stadium. As the leader of the White Turban Consortium, Mansour seldom has the luxury of watching football matches in person, often leaving attendance to the club's chairman, Al-Fallah. However, on this occasion, he found the time to grace the stadium with his presence. During the first half, he watched with a beaming smile. The second half swiftly took a disheartening turn. The expression on his face had become rather grim. He had invested a considerable sum to build Manchester City, yet thus far, they had secured no championships. The head coach had transitioned from Mancini to Pellegrini, and in comparison, Pellegrini seemed to have not only stagnated but perhaps even regressed. While Mansour typically refrained from meddling in team affairs, his lavish expenditure was not intended for Manchester City to merely serve as a backdrop for Arsenal or Manchester United. If they could not even clinch the Premier League title, what purpose did this financial outlay serve? His gaze fell upon the focal figure on the pitch, the one who had repeatedly bested Manchester City, relegating them to the role of mere supporters. Arsenal's number 10, Yellow. Mansour was practically inclined to enlist his agents to eliminate all the incompetent individuals from Manchester City's past. Had it not been for them, Yellow would have already been part of Manchester City, and they would not find themselves in such a passive predicament now. Despite the deteriorating relationship with Yellow, Mansour believed there was still a chance for Manchester City to acquire him. After all, for professional athletes, isn't it all about money? His wealth flowed endlessly from beneath the earth. He harbored no fears about expenditures. Thus, he proclaimed on the pitch, next season, I hope he will don the number 10 jersey for Manchester City. Abelak appeared somewhat conflicted. Boss, considering the state of his relationship with us. Mansour stood up, produced a check, and instructed him to write down the amount necessary to mend that relationship. Chapter conclusion. Is that all? Just a box? Mansour was not merely a businessman. He was one of the rulers of a nation. He lacked for nothing and considered the discord between Ye Luo and Manchester City to be trivial. The meager earnings that these stars toiled for were insignificant in the eyes of this affluent Arab magnate. However, Abelak found himself in a quandary. While Mansour had wealth, the funds belonging to Manchester City needed to be channeled through appropriate avenues to maintain compliance with financial fair play regulations. Yet, even if Manchester City could indeed attract Ye Luo, the cost might place the club under scrutiny. Moreover, Arsenal would never entertain selling Ye Luo unless they had lost their senses. Nevertheless, with his owner expressing such intentions, he felt powerless. He had previously aimed to bring Ye Luo to Manchester City and had come close to success, only to be deceived by the inept. The suspense of the match had dwindled significantly. Following Ye Luo's brace, Arsenal had firmly taken control of the situation. The morale of Manchester City was flagging, and their players had lost all spirit. At this juncture, they possessed no confidence to overturn Arsenal and seize the Premier League title. Even playing at home, they lacked the motivation to launch a counteroffensive. In the 81st minute of the match, Arsenal's Ye Luo assisted Maine in scoring the third goal for Arsenal, decisively securing their victory. Ultimately, Arsenal triumphed over Manchester City with a score of 3-1, maintaining their flawless record against them. Ye Luo was once again named the player of the match. However, post-match, few media outlets focused on this achievement. His recognition as the best player had become a mere formality. It would be newsworthy only if he were not awarded that honor. Instead, it was manager Pellegrini's resigned comments during the press conference that captured everyone's attention. When asked why his team lost, he succinctly stated, "It is simple, we lacked Ye Luo." Pellegrini's exasperated gesture became a prominent image on many local media front pages the following day. His remarks sparked considerable debate, with Manchester's local press criticizing Pellegrini for his perceived irresponsibility. Such statements raised concerns about the morale of the Manchester City players. Several club legends criticized Pellegrini for shirking responsibility. As the head coach, after a loss, he should reflect on the reasons for defeat rather than simplistically attributing it to the absence of Ye Luo. Even if this statement held some truth, articulating such facts could harm others. Pellegrini likely regretted his words immediately, aware that while he could dismiss media criticism, this particular comment would undoubtedly stir dissent in the locker room. Consequently, this remark was unbeneficial for Manchester City, complicating Pellegrini's position. To pacify the locker room atmosphere, Pellegrini would have to engage in more conciliatory efforts. Yet, this was not his most pressing concern. He feared the stance of the club's higher-ups. If the chairman perceived him as evading responsibility, it might lead to his dismissal, a scenario he wished to avoid. However, contemplating the immense investment the Manchester City club had made, Pellegrini realized that finishing the season without any trophies was a distinct possibility. Under such circumstances, his termination would not be surprising. Pellegrini understood the formidable nature of Ye Luo, recognizing that clinching the Premier League title could prove more challenging than winning the Champions League. Ye Luo was indeed a phenomenon. From the moment he first witnessed Ye Luo play, he was convinced of this truth. Thus, when Pellegrini received a call from Chairman Abelak asking him to visit his office, he entered with a resignation letter tucked in his pocket. Pellegrini was reluctant to leave Manchester City, appreciating the strength of the squad and the lucrative salaries. Departing would mean searching for new employment. However, this is the nature of football coaching. Without results, one must face the consequences. Offending the owner could also lead to dismissal, and sometimes, simply failing to please those above could result in the same fate. Pellegrini pondered whether he should send out job applications to clubs in La Liga or Serie A. Yesterday, I heard some rather intriguing remarks. The moment Abelak spoke, Pellegrini's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, he had come for that matter. Pellegrini nervously fiddled with his resignation letter, deciding to endure a little longer. "Mr. Alarak, that was merely a slip of the tongue. I was momentarily overwhelmed by failure," Pellegrini hastily asserted. What Pellegrini did not anticipate was that Abelak was not there to reprimand him. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am not interested in hearing that. I wish to know what you could achieve with a player like Ye Luo at Manchester City." Pellegrini was taken aback. He had not expected Abelak to be so lenient. With a sigh of relief, Pellegrini responded almost without hesitation, "We could attain everything." He was acutely aware of Ye Luo's immense talent, having discovered him himself. It was solely due to Yellow's contributions that a club like Malaga could secure both the La Liga title and the Champions League trophy. With Yellow, Manchester City could claim every championship. The Champions League and Premier League would be well within reach. Pellegrini was perplexed as to why Abelak posed such a question. Could it be that Barcelona was considering selling Messi? That seemed implausible. Barcelona would never part with Messi, even if they were on the brink of bankruptcy. Unless their president was utterly foolish. Was it about Cristiano Ronaldo? That too was unlikely. Real Madrid had a tradition of keeping their star players until they were past their prime. Surely, Ronaldo still had 5 or 6 years before that moment arrived. In this era, the only two players who could even be mentioned in the same breath as Yellow were these two. Yet, even they could not equate to Yellow's significance. Pellegrini had never dared to contemplate that Manchester City might pursue Yellow. Therefore, when he left Abelak's office, he was still in a state of confusion. At the very least, he knew he need not seek employment just yet. He tore up his resignation letter and discarded it into the hallway trash bin. His job was temporarily secured, but the underlying issues remained unresolved. Pellegrini's primary concern was the discontent within the Manchester City dressing room. His comments during the post-match interview had been somewhat rash, compounded by the media's sensationalism. Now, dissonant voices were emerging from the dressing room. How to soothe the team had become his most pressing and troubling dilemma, particularly concerning Agüero. Given Agüero's close relationship with Messi, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Yellow, who was often dubbed Messi's greatest rival by the media. In the Manchester City dressing room, no one was more invested in overcoming Yellow than Agüero. However, the coach's remarks had left him quite displeased. Furthermore, as a forward, the very player responsible for scoring, he was the team's offensive nucleus. Upon hearing these words, a profound discomfort settled within me. What does it mean to claim that the loss was due to Manchester City lacking Yellow? Such statements are utterly absurd. It is akin to a man, in the presence of his wife, declaring to another, "Alas, my wife is inadequate. If only she were Marilyn Monroe." It is a sentiment that no individual could endure. Thus, Agüero's indignation is entirely justifiable. For Pellegrini, Agüero stands as the team's paramount star. Should he harbor discontent that affects his performance, Manchester City would undoubtedly suffer as a consequence. Therefore, assuaging Agüero's discontent became Pellegrini's foremost endeavor. Unbeknownst to Pellegrini, after leaving the office, Abelak pondered in contemplation on his chair for at least half an hour before arriving at a resolute decision. To hell with it. He made a phone call to inquire about the transfer budget available to Manchester City for the upcoming summer transfer window. It is worth noting that the financial capabilities of Manchester City do not solely depend on the wealth of the Mansour consortium, but rather on how much revenue they can generate through fiscal operations within a single season. Regrettably, the old money in Europe has implemented the financial fair play regulations to suppress emerging clubs like Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain, which has severely impacted teams such as Inter Milan and AC Milan. Arsenal's general manager, Gazidis, received a fax from Manchester City. Upon glancing at it, he was momentarily taken aback, only to discard it into the shredder. A bunch of lunatics, Gazidis muttered to himself. Manchester City actually wishes to acquire Yellow? He assumed it was merely a jest from the city officials. Did they not comprehend the extent of the disastrous relationship between Yellow and Manchester City? Or did they genuinely believe that money could procure everything? Moreover, how could Arsenal even consider selling Yellow? He is the locker room leader, the symbol of the team, the standout performer on the pitch, and a financial asset for the club. Even if a dog were to occupy the position of Arsenal CEO, it would recognize the folly of selling Yellow. The Emirates Stadium could be sold before Yellow is ever put on the market. Gazidis shook his head in disbelief and began to examine Wenger's proposed enhancement plan for the upcoming season. As the current season draws to a close, the coaching and management teams must initiate preparations for post-season activities, primarily focusing on recruitment. Wenger expressed that the team possesses an excellent starting lineup, with the goal for the next season being to bolster the substitutes. The immediate needs include 2 fullbacks, a versatile midfielder, and a tall striker, necessitating at least 4 new signings. The scouting team is to begin compiling a list of potential targets, which will ultimately be presented to the head coach for selection. At that moment, the office door swung open, revealing the team's head coach, Wenger, who entered with a smile. "I have good news. Sanchez will be available for the next match," Wenger announced. Gazidis' face brightened at this revelation. "Can we dare to dream of the Champions League title this season? It is only natural." Wenger glimpsed the exit of the shredder, where fragments of paper bore the emblem of Manchester City. Manchester City? Gazzetti shrugged, uncertain if they had lost their minds, as they had the audacity to fax an inquiry asking if Yellow was for sale. Wenger could only chuckle in disbelief. They must be insane. The two men shared a laugh, although Abelak was unaware that Gazzetti's and Wenger regarded him as a madman. He understood well enough that Arsenal would never part with their star player so easily. Therefore, it was entirely expected that the fax would elicit no response. Nonetheless, for Abelak, he found a certain thrill in such challenging endeavors. If a problem could be resolved with money, then it was not a problem at all. This was Abelak's life philosophy. However, with Yellow, he sensed that mere financial means might not suffice. A different approach might be required. Gazzetti's initially believed this was merely a minor probe from Manchester City and did not take it seriously. Yet, 2 days later, he received another fax from the City Club. This time, it was not an inquiry but an offer. £1.5 billion? Gazzetti's gasped at the figure. This had to be the most exorbitant offer ever made, and it was only the first. However, as the saying goes, while 15 billion is substantial, it is still far from adequate for Yellow. Currently, Yellow was practically priceless. If Arsenal were to sell him, one could be certain that it would yield an unprecedented, mind-boggling price that would astound the world. £1.5 billion? Ridiculous. Thus, the offer was once again fed into the shredder, and Gazzetti's pleasant mood dissipated. He was quite displeased, feeling that Manchester City was mocking him. After losing to us in the league, was this their childish way of retaliating? Truly immature. The oil tycoons of Manchester City seemed utterly oblivious to any decorum. Gazzetti's could not swallow this affront, so he made a phone call. The following day, several media outlets began reporting on Manchester City's pursuit of Yellow. Given the recent encounters between the two sides, such news held some journalistic value, especially with everyone abuzz over Pellegrini's remarks at the post-match press conference. Well, since we lost without Yellow, why not acquire him? It seemed quite logical, did it not? Furthermore, Manchester City had been quite close to Yellow previously, but due to the quack incident, their relationship with him had soured significantly. Consequently, many believed that City would no longer pursue Yellow. Thus, when this news broke, there was an initial shock, though it quickly became apparent that this was, indeed, characteristic of Manchester City's modus operandi. Manchester City aspires to ascend to the echelons of elite football. There are two paths available to achieve this. The first, undoubtedly, is to secure championships, numerous championships. The second is to attract star players to the club. So, who is currently regarded as the most illustrious player in the world? Most would undoubtedly point to Yellow. Even the most discerning media would place him at least in a tie for first. This illustrates the magnitude of his stardom. Yellow's transfer would undoubtedly send ripples across the globe. Should he don the Manchester City jersey, the club would instantly become the focal point of attention for fans worldwide. Yellow's joining would elevate Manchester City to unprecedented levels of visibility, such as the influence of the world's premier footballer. Moreover, if Yellow were to join Manchester City, would their chances of winning championships diminish? Thus, upon the emergence of this news, skepticism about its authenticity was virtually non-existent. Manchester City indeed desires Yellow, coupled with Pellegrini's remarks. This only fuels speculation. However, upon learning of Manchester City's bid, many erupted in laughter. $1.5 billion? Really? They believe they can procure Yellow for that sum? Initially, many suspected this to be mere tabloid gossip. However, when John Jervis, a well-connected editor at the Times with ties to Arsenal, reported on the matter, the truth began to surface. This was, indeed, not a fabrication. Jervis shares a close rapport with Arsenal's general manager, Gazzetti's, a well-known secret within media circles. While his other reports may occasionally lack accuracy, when it comes to Arsenal, his news is generally reliable, as he serves as Gazzetti's mouthpiece. Given that he confirmed the veracity of this matter, it must indeed be true. What could have prompted Manchester City to offer such a staggering sum of $1.5 billion for Yellow? Are they harboring resentment from a recent defeat, seeking to humiliate Arsenal and Yellow in such a manner? That would be rather unbecoming. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 84, Provoking Juventus? Damn it. Abelak's phone has been inundated with calls from reporters. What was once a closely guarded secret has now become common knowledge, placing him in an awkward position. If one were to ask which player Manchester City fans currently detest the most, Yellow would undoubtedly be among them. Consequently, Abelak sought to discreetly communicate with Arsenal, attempting to prevent this matter from becoming the subject of public discourse, lest it spiral out of control. However, The situation has now escalated significantly. He is certain that it was Gazidis who leaked the information. While he admits the initial offer was somewhat lacking, he insists this is merely part of negotiations. Who reveals their cards at the outset of negotiations? Gazidis, you scoundrel. The cat is now out of the bag. And while Abelak is uncertain of the fans' reactions, he fears the team may experience some turbulence in the near future. Currently, the most vexing issue lies in how to placate Aguero, for the uncertainty surrounding the acquisition of Ye Luo remains unresolved. Should the club's star player decide to depart, Manchester City would find themselves at a significant loss. Pellegrini was genuinely taken aback upon receiving this news, as he is known for his conservative nature, preferring to gather information from newspapers and television news rather than social media or smartphones, which are the realms of the younger generation. Thus, upon arriving at the training facility the following day, he was swiftly encircled by a throng of journalists. What? The expression on Pellegrini's face as he listened to the reporters' inquiries was nothing short of remarkable. He finally comprehended the peculiar matters that Abrahak had inquired about. Contrary to the speculations of the journalists, he was certain that Abrahak was indeed contemplating a bid for Ye Luo. At that moment, numerous Manchester City fans had also gathered around the training ground, brandishing banners and chanting slogans. Truth be told, if a vote were to be held among the City supporters, the majority, once calmed, would likely embrace Ye Luo's potential arrival. However, one must consider that every club has its zealous fans, who are often impervious to reason. Just 2 days prior, Ye Luo had humiliated Manchester City at the Emirates Stadium. How could they possibly allow the team to recruit Ye Luo? We do not need Ye Luo. We have Aguero. He is the finest. When the club's chairman, Abrahak, made his appearance, the Manchester City fans erupted in cheers. Abrahak smiled and waved at the supporters before addressing the journalists. Rumors. This is all mere speculation. How could we possibly pursue Ye Luo? We have no interest in him, he stated earnestly. With that, he proceeded into the building. The reporters, reluctant to part ways, sought to elicit further comments from Abrahak, but alas, the security at Manchester City is of the highest order, rendering their efforts futile. Nonetheless, the journalists obtained what they sought, an official response from Manchester City confirming that they had no plans to acquire Ye Luo. It appears this truly is a fabrication. Considering that Ye Luo's contract with Arsenal only has 2 years remaining, expiring in 2015, it is indeed time for Arsenal to initiate contract renewal discussions. While 2 years may seem ample, if Arsenal fails to act, they will find themselves at a disadvantage when Ye Luo's contract dwindles to less than a year. Furthermore, commencing negotiations early signifies Arsenal's commitment to Ye Luo. In this context, the emergence of such rumors is hardly surprising. Consequently, the media swiftly concocted a narrative suggesting that Ye Luo was negotiating a contract renewal with Arsenal, with his agent Mendes leaking information through the media to apply pressure on Arsenal regarding Manchester City's purported interest in Ye Luo. Such occurrences are not uncommon. In the present era, clubs like Manchester City, often perceived as nouveau riche, are frequently utilized as instruments for inflating transfer fees due to their substantial financial resources. Their ambition to acquire star players is not entirely unfounded. Many Arsenal supporters are increasingly anxious, gathering at the team's training facility. Upon the arrival of the club's general manager, Ivan Gazidis, they rushed forward, exclaiming, "You cannot sell Ye Luo. This cannot be true, can it?" The urgency among the Arsenal fans was palpable. Gazidis, observing their distress, proclaimed loudly, "Indeed, we shall not part with our star player. How could we possibly entertain such an idea? Allow me to reiterate, regardless of the circumstances, Ye Luo shall remain with Arsenal. He is our untouchable asset." He emphasized the term untouchable with great conviction. After his declaration, he disregarded the reporters and entered the training facility, confident that the journalists who had been listening intently would not miss his words. Abelak, however, viewed this situation as a challenge to be met head-on. He swiftly contacted Gazidis. "Hello, Mr. Gazidis," came a polite voice from the other end. "I am Abelak, the chairman of Manchester City. It seems we have had some misunderstandings over the past few years." After listening to his counterpart, Gazidis realized that they were indeed serious about purchasing Ye Luo. "We can offer a considerable transfer fee," Abelak emphasized. Gazidis scoffed. "Mr. Abelak, let me reiterate, Ye Luo is our untouchable asset, truly untouchable." With that, he ended the call, not wishing to prolong the conversation. On the other end, Abelak was not surprised by Arsenal's response. He promptly submitted a second bid, 200 million. Gazidis merely shrugged at this offer. it was insufficient to evoke any sense of urgency. Thus, Manchester City's second proposal was promptly discarded. Abelak, not receiving a response from Arsenal, was not disheartened, for he understood the difficulty of this endeavor. Moreover, 200 million was not his final offer. Merely a step in his probing strategy to penetrate Gazidis' psychological defenses with financial allure. He could not fathom that there existed individuals who did not covet wealth. As the media began speculating about Ye Luo's future with Arsenal and Manchester City, beneath the surface, both parties engaged in a subtle dance of probing and competition. When Manchester City's offer escalated to 300 million, even Gazidis was taken aback, feeling a surge of irritation. He had repeatedly asserted that selling Ye Luo was utterly out of the question. Did the chairman of Manchester City simply not comprehend this? Moreover, Gazidis detected an air of superiority in Abelak's tone that only added to his displeasure. From whence does this sense of superiority arise? It is attributed to wealth. He finds Manchester City's actions rather irksome. It appears that the involvement of the concerned party is necessary. He picked up the phone and dialed Ye Luo's number. Upon learning that Manchester City was willing to pay £300 million for him, Ye Luo was somewhat astonished. However, he harbored no interest in joining Manchester City. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it, as he was currently preoccupied with an impending Premier League match and an upcoming away game against Juventus. He simply had no time to engage in a verbal skirmish with Manchester City. Consequently, he swiftly took to Twitter, declaring, "I can assure you that I will not join Manchester City now, in the future, or ever. This is not a matter of money. Many things in this world can be bought with money, but not me." This statement from Ye Luo promptly sent shockwaves through the English media. It was indeed true that Manchester City sought to acquire him, and Ye Luo's public declaration served as a direct and unequivocal refusal. There had once been a chance for Manchester City to secure Ye Luo, but that opportunity had now vanished. Abelak soon realized he had made a significant oversight. He had not contacted the player first, even if he had come to an agreement with Arsenal. What could he do if the player was unwilling to join? Thus, Abelak quickly reached out to Mendes. Mendes, in turn, swiftly called to inquire about Ye Luo's thoughts. They expressed a willingness to offer him the most favorable terms, and Abelak hoped to meet with him in person. Mendes relayed Abelak's words. Ye Luo was bemused. Did this man have an inflated sense of self-worth? Is this how the wealthy operate? No, I do not have time to discuss anything with him. Tell him that no matter what conditions he proposes, I will not be going to Manchester City. Mendes secretly hoped Ye Luo would consider joining Manchester City, as the transfer fee and salary would yield significant profits for him. However, Mendes also adhered to his professional ethics. He respected the player's wishes. Moreover, Ye Luo had become a lucrative asset for his agency, and he could not afford to offend him in such matters. Thus, he promptly conveyed Ye Luo's exact words to Abelak. What recourse did Abelak have? The message had been made abundantly clear. Ye Luo would not accept Manchester City's invitation. In this world, money can procure most things, yet certain matters remain beyond its reach. As the weekend Premier League matches commenced, this minor incident faded into the background. Arsenal's opponents that weekend were Blackburn, the inaugural champions of the Premier League. However, Blackburn now operated as a yo-yo club, lacking in strength. Arsenal quickly gained the upper hand in the match, with the most significant aspect being that Sanchez made his return and Cazorla was included in the matchday squad. By the 83rd minute, Arsenal had established a 3-0 lead. The returning Cazorla has instilled immense confidence within Arsenal. Simultaneously, there is further good news for the team. Arteta has participated in full training alongside the squad. Injured players such as Fabinho and Harry Kane are also on the verge of returning. This signifies that the strongest version of Arsenal is making a comeback. In light of this, the players of Arsenal, brimming with boundless confidence, are heading to Italy to face their Champions League semi-final adversary, Juventus. In England, there is a prevailing sentiment that Arsenal has drawn a favorable opponent in the semi-finals, as Juventus is perceived to be less formidable in comparison to Manchester United and Barcelona. Although Juventus has reclaimed the Serie A title, the current state of Italian football is far removed from its former glory as a mini-World Cup. With Italy's economic decline, it has sadly become one of the so-called PIGS nations within the EU, struggling at the bottom of the economic ladder. The domestic economic challenges have adversely affected the financial capabilities of Serie A clubs, which no longer possess the prowess to compete for world-class stars as they once did. The illustrious era of Serie A, filled with dazzling talent, has now given way to a period marked by a scarcity of star players. For the Italian media, this match garners significant attention, particularly given last season's debacle where all Serie A teams were eliminated in the group stage, resulting in a considerable embarrassment for Italian football. This season, however, the situation appears slightly improved, with 2 Serie A teams reaching the quarterfinals and Juventus advancing to the semifinals. Should fortune favor Juventus, eliminating Arsenal and clinching this season's Champions League title is not beyond the realm of possibility. So what is the key to ousting Arsenal? According to Tuttosport, the answer lies in neutralizing Ye Luo. Indeed, Ye Luo stands as Arsenal's greatest threat and is the player Juventus must contain. Juventus aims to demonstrate the essence of chain defense to Ye Luo with the intention of completely curtailing his scoring opportunities at home. The media in Turin fervently rallies behind Juventus. And unlike other regions, Italian fans appreciate not only offensive play, but also the art of defense. Overall, Serie A has gradually been surpassed by La Liga and the Premier League as the world's Premier League. This decline is attributed not solely to economic factors, but also to the style of play. Serie A teams place a high premium on defense, which can render matches rather dull for the majority of fans. Appreciating the nuances of defensive play requires a certain level of understanding, leading to a situation where only a select few can truly appreciate its beauty. Some knowledgeable fans may smugly assert, "You fail to grasp the artistry of defense." However, the reality is that most fans lack deep football knowledge and are disinterested in tedious defensive maneuvers. They yearn for the thrill of passionate attacking play. Is this desire truly erroneous? The result of high aspirations and a lack of audience is that the Serie A increasingly struggles to captivate overseas fans. In contrast, the English Premier League, perceived as rather crude by Italians, sees its viewership soaring internationally. Is this due to the Premier League's superior technical prowess? Certainly not. The primary reasons lie in the robust British economy, the widespread influence of the English language, the lively nature of the Premier League, and the abundance of star players that most fans are eager to watch. When comparing the technical sophistication of the Premier League and Serie A, opinions may vary widely. However, the Premier League is undeniably vibrant, characterized by physical confrontations and an emphasis on offensive play, elements that draw the attention of fans. Thus, the Premier League enjoys financial prosperity, enabling it to acquire star players, while Serie A, lacking in funds, is left to confine itself to a niche existence. The media surrounding both leagues is quite boisterous. Yet Juventus remains strikingly quiet. It seems as though Conte's team has vanished from the media landscape, appearing almost impossibly understated. This situation raises concerns for Wenger. He is not troubled by Juventus's high profile, but rather by their silence, which suggests a simmering intensity within the team. Juventus, affectionately known as La Vecchia Signora, epitomizes Italian football. Watching a Juventus match can sometimes induce drowsiness, as their approach is excessively cautious, rarely venturing into risky passes. For Juventus, securing a victory by a mere 1-0 is deemed sufficient. Their hallmark is stability. Other teams might feel compelled to attack at home for the sake of pride, but Juventus does not share this inclination. When in a disadvantaged position, Juventus will undoubtedly resort to a defensive counterattack at home, a strategy easily discernible. With Conte at the helm, his 3 center-back system has elevated Juventus's defensive capabilities. Engaging with such a team in a tedious battle against a dense defense is almost predictable. Their silence necessitates caution. During tactical meetings, Wenger tirelessly emphasizes that they will not mount an offensive. We must be prepared for a grueling away match. Yet, upon hearing this, Ye Luo furrowed his brow slightly. If they are too quiet, shouldn't we provoke them? Ye Luo suggested. Wenger paused, taken aback. Provoke Juventus? Chapter conclusion. Chapter 85. The young Buffon. How does one provoke Juventus? This is the forthcoming objective for Arsenal's players, who wish for their opponents to take the initiative in attacking. Unbeknownst to Conte, the Arsenal players are plotting mischief. In the lead-up to the match, Juventus has maintained an exceptionally low profile, with training sessions entirely closed off. Media reporters are granted merely 30 minutes of open training time daily, during which they cannot interview players or capture any tactical training scenes, only warm-ups and running, which hold little significance. Juventus's reticence is undoubtedly orchestrated by Conte, whose recent focus has been the study of Ye Luo. In examining his technical attributes, Conte discovered that Ye Luo possessed almost no weaknesses. His proficiency was so all-encompassing that it left Conte feeling as though the world were somewhat surreal. Since it was temporarily impossible to identify any technical deficiencies in his opponent, alternative strategies had to be employed. For instance, it was essential to prevent the opponent from becoming incensed. Pre-match verbal warfare would undoubtedly ignite their emotions and competitive spirit, which would be detrimental to Juventus. Should this match not attract such intense scrutiny, the players' fervor would likely diminish, thereby achieving Conte's second objective, to decelerate the pace of the game. Arsenal thrived in fast-paced contests, whereas Juventus excelled in a more measured tempo. A slowed rhythm would favor Juventus, especially in the high-stakes environment of a Champions League semi-final against a formidable opponent like Arsenal, bolstered by Ye Luo. Many believed that Juventus' path to advancement was as arduous as scaling a mountain. However, no challenge would warrant surrender, for this was the Champions League semi-final. Surmounting this hurdle would lead them to the final, where anything could unfold. At this juncture, no one could be heard uttering the word give up. Thus, the desire of Conte and Juventus to triumph and progress was palpable. As the head coach, it was imperative to cultivate conditions conducive to his team's performance before the battle commenced. Conte believed that to neutralize Ye Luo, it was essential to prevent the opponent from entering the field with anger and zeal. In the presence of Ye Luo, even the illustrious Juventus had to momentarily bow their heads and adopt a humble stance. Arsenal's players sensed that this adversary was distinctly different. Their understated demeanor was unsettling, leading to suspicions of ulterior motives. Consequently, the Arsenal locker room was abuzz with discussions on how to provoke Juventus' ire. Conte was apprehensive that Arsenal's players would arrive brimming with indignation, while Arsenal, in turn, worried that Juventus lacked sufficient rage. Thus, when addressing the media, Arsenal's players exuded bravado, declaring, "We are here to claim victory. Juventus, we will eliminate them. The finalists will surely be us." The words of Arsenal's players cast a pall over the faces of Italian journalists, akin to iron frying pans. Most cutting was Ye Luo's remark. "I believe Juventus is certainly intimidated by us," he expressed to reporters. "Otherwise, why would they remain silent? To be frank, I have been in Turin for nearly 2 days, and I have not heard a single Juventus player express an opinion on this match. Do they not care about it? That is implausible. This is the Champions League semi-final. Therefore, I surmise they are afraid of us, rendered speechless by their fear, or perhaps they dread provoking us, concerned that inciting our wrath would render them unable to withstand our offensive on their home turf. Hence their demeanor remains so subdued." The most piercing truths are often the most hurtful, and this statement lays bare the sentiments harbored by Juventus, exposing their innermost thoughts. It casts a pall over the faces of the Italian journalists who support Juventus. However, given Juventus's current performance, they do seem somewhat intimidated by Arsenal. Their own team falters, leaving these journalists powerless, resigned to their own frustrations, embellishing and disseminating Ye Luo's remarks to the media. That evening, as Wenger watched television, he noted that nearly every Italian broadcaster was covering Ye Luo's interview. Wenger nodded in satisfaction. It appears that Ye Luo is indeed a master of provocation. Were he to hear such words from Ye Luo, he would undoubtedly be incensed. But what of Juventus? Perhaps this will stir their ire. If Juventus, known for their steadiness, were to become enraged, their composure would surely be compromised. In light of Arsenal's taunts, should Juventus refrain from retaliation, it would undoubtedly undermine their morale. Consequently, the following day, a Juventus player stepped forward to respond, and it was none other than their captain, the center-back Chiellini. I listened to his words. He clearly aimed to provoke our anger and disrupt our calm, but we shall not grant him that satisfaction, he said, arms outstretched at the hotel entrance. Furthermore, you all assert that Arsenal is one of the strongest teams. If that is the case, why resort to such underhanded tactics against us? This indicates their apprehension towards Juventus. The true fear lies with Arsenal, not us. Chiellini's remarks were well-reasoned, perfectly articulated, and utterly irrefutable. Yet, as Wenger observed this exchange on television, he chuckled. Regardless of how flawlessly Chiellini rebutted, it mattered little to him. What he cared about was that Juventus had emerged to retaliate, signifying their genuine anger. Arsenal's objective is to provoke the wrath of Juventus, destabilizing their mindset. That afternoon, a reporter relayed Chiellini's interview to Ye Luo, who responded with a succinct remark. Excellent. They have finally emerged from their shells. At last, we have received a response from our adversary. Otherwise, I would have thought this match was merely a training session. Shall? The Italian journalists were taken aback. Juventus had been derisively likened to turtles. They could easily envision the uproar this statement would incite among Juventus players. 10 minutes later, at Juventus's hotel, as the players prepared to board the bus, they awaited their transport in the hotel lobby. Marchisio picked up his phone to scroll through Twitter, only to suddenly exclaim, "Damn those bastards." This outburst immediately captured the attention of all Juventus players. A fervent teammate inquired urgently, "What is the matter, Claudio?" Marchisio, pointing at his phone screen, replied with indignation, "This fellow dares to call us turtles." Even the most steadfast Juventus players were now on the brink of explosion. Damn it! How could he say such a thing? I can't take it anymore. I must make him understand his folly. The Juventus players wore expressions of outrage and indignation. As Conte entered the hotel lobby, he noticed the players' faces were clouded with anger. He promptly approached his assistant coach, Alessio, and asked, "What is going on?" Alessio, equally perplexed, responded, "Let me find out." Soon, Alessio returned, his expression mirroring the players' fury. "Yellow attacked us, and all the players are a bit agitated." Yellow? Conte frowned. The mere mention of that name was a source of discomfort for him. He was at a loss as to how to contain such a character. He said, "We are turtles," Alessio added. Conte's countenance shifted, revealing a flicker of anger in his eyes. He had been striving to maintain his composure for the upcoming match, presenting himself as harmless. Yet, while he might refrain from provoking others, he would not allow himself to be provoked. He understood the players' anger. He was incensed as well. However, Conte quickly regained his composure. As the head coach, his responsibility was to guide the team to victory by any means necessary. He recognized that Yellow's unusual behavior, or rather, the peculiar actions of the Arsenal players, was undoubtedly a psychological tactic aimed at inciting Juventus, hoping to strip them of their advantage. Yet, in the face of such provocation, a lack of response could jeopardize the morale of his own side. This was something he could hardly tolerate. Hence, he considered not how to suppress the players, but how to channel their anger constructively. During warm-ups, the Juventus players appeared remarkably energized, with several fixated on Yellow. While the players might still hesitate, the fans at the Torrent Stadium held no such reservations, filling the arena with chants aimed at Yellow. Upon entering the stadium, Yellow could immediately sense the fervent hostility and anger emanating from the crowd. Yet, he remained unfazed. All was part of the tactical necessity. As the warm-up progressed, everyone scrutinized Yellow, assessing his condition. Ultimately, Yellow performed adequately, exhibiting neither exceptional form nor signs of distress. During the training session, nothing seemed amiss. Conte was not merely observing Yellow. More importantly, he was focused on his own players. In stark contrast to Yellow's calm demeanor, his own players radiated fury. For instance, during shooting drills, they unconsciously exerted extra force, the footballs thundering towards the goal, overwhelming their goalkeeper, Buffon. The current players of Juventus are engulfed in a profound fury. If this tempest of emotion is not channeled appropriately, it may ultimately consume them. Upon returning to the locker room, Conte commenced his performance. "I overheard the remarks made by Yellow prior to the match." Conte delivered an opening statement, and all eyes turned towards him. "Like all of you, I too am filled with indignation. Regrettably, we lack the luxury of time to counter his nonsensical claims through the media," Conte expressed. "However, we now possess a far superior opportunity to respond, and I trust you all know what that entails." Indeed, a player eagerly shouted, "Defeat them in the match." "Precisely. We must vanquish them. We shall retaliate with victory," Conte proclaimed, his fists clenched tightly. "Just envision it, when we achieve victory and walk past them. All the words they uttered will be rendered utterly laughable." Conte understood that the players' fury could not be contained any longer. Thus, he seized the moment to redirect this anger towards their adversaries, inciting them. "Can you bear the consequences of this provocation?" The Juventus players were fervently animated. Witnessing such a scene brought Conte great joy. The players were free to unleash their wrath, transforming their anger into the driving force for the match. With their rage and fervor, they would engulf Arsenal. As the players took to the field, the new Emirates Stadium erupted with resounding cheers, all directed towards the home side. Juventus. In stark contrast, when the Arsenal players emerged, they were met solely with a torrent of boos. When the stadium announcer called out Yellow's name, the jeers roared like a tsunami. This overwhelming wave of sound permeated through television screens across the globe. This was the first match of the UEFA Champions League semifinals. Unlike the quarterfinals, where matches commenced simultaneously, the semifinals were staggered to prevent the dispersal of fans. The clash between Arsenal and Juventus took place early Wednesday morning in Dragon Country time, while Manchester United hosted Barcelona on Thursday morning. Beyond the question of which team would eliminate the other to reach the finals, spectators also keenly observed the race for this season's top scorer. However, there was little competition, as Messi had already netted 18 goals, a commendable tally. Yet, in comparison to Ye Luo, it seemed relatively modest, for after his match against Bayern Munich, Ye Luo's Champions League goal count had soared to 23, far surpassing Messi. Nonetheless, it must be noted that Ye Luo's opponent in the semi-finals was none other than the formidable Italian powerhouse, Juventus. Perhaps against such a robust defense, Ye Luo would find it challenging to score? What performance could Ye Luo deliver in the face of such a team? He glanced around, his gaze landing on the goalkeeper Buffon not far away. Who could have imagined that Gianluigi Buffon remains Juventus' primary goalkeeper? A couple of years ago, the prodigious goalkeeper Gianluigi Donnarumma emerged, yet he could not displace Buffon from his starting position. The media in Turin has proclaimed each season the necessity of finding a successor for Buffon, yet every contender has fallen short in comparison to his unwavering stability. Buffon and Juventus seem to be a match made in heaven, both exuding an air of reliability. When it comes to selecting the world's best goalkeeper, Buffon's name is inescapable. His goalkeeping prowess and dominance in front of the net are truly world-class. Buffon has yet to face off against the formidable striker, Ye Luo, and thus he has been observing him closely. The crux of the upcoming match lies in how effectively Juventus can contain Ye Luo. Should they manage to restrict his influence and steer the game into a rhythm where Juventus excels, they may have a genuine chance of eliminating Arsenal and advancing to the finals. The UEFA Champions League has been a source of anguish for Juventus, having reached the finals 7 times, yet succumbing 5 times. If a tally were kept of the number of times a team finished as runners-up in the Champions League, Juventus and Bayern Munich would find themselves in a similar plight. While Bayern boasts 4 Champions League trophies, Juventus has only 2 from their 7 final appearances, an undeniably awkward statistic. Buffon, who has previously journeyed with Juventus to the Champions League finals, ultimately only walked away with the runners-up medal. Now, having returned to Serie A after the Calciopoli scandal, Juventus, following 2 consecutive league titles, has set its sights on making a mark in the Champions League once more, having reached the semi-finals. Their next objective is undoubtedly to reach the finals. Taking a deep breath, Buffon, who is typically as calm as a seasoned veteran, finds himself feeling a slight twinge of nervousness in the face of Ye Luo. Perhaps this is due to the many match tapes he has watched of Ye Luo's performances. Throughout his nearly 2-decade career, Buffon has never encountered a striker as well-rounded and seemingly devoid of weaknesses. Chapter 86. The young Buffon's universe. Juventus has indeed been roused by Ye Luo. Following the match's commencement, their fury has successfully transformed into offensive momentum. This iteration of Juventus is impressive, featuring Buffon in goal, with a defensive line comprising Chiellini, Bonucci, and Barzagli. The midfield boasts Pirlo, Marchisio, Pogba, and Vidal, while the forward line includes Giovinco, Llorente, Quagliarella, Tevez, and Vucinic. Such a squad is undeniably luxurious. In response to the opponent's frenzied assaults, Arsenal remains composed, tightening their defensive formation. It is, after all, their first time playing at this venue, and a degree of caution is entirely reasonable. Moreover, Arsenal aims to entice Juventus into committing to an offensive approach, knowing that their counterattacks pose a significant threat. Consequently, Arsenal is willingly retracting their lines. Allow Juventus to unleash their offensive prowess, a strategy that effectively stifles their most adept tactics. Arsenal, equally proficient in counterattacking, finds itself at a disadvantage whenever Juventus presses forward. The spaces behind Juventus become immense opportunities, particularly given that Arsenal boasts one of the world's most formidable scorers. The Juventus supporters erupted in jubilant cheers as their team seized control of the attacking narrative, relentlessly pinning Arsenal within their own half. The euphoria among Juventus fans was palpable. Who, one might ask, has retreated into their shell? Oh, tortoise, why have you withdrawn your head? Is it due to a lack of courage? Ah, Arsenal, you embody the essence of the timid tortoise. The Juventus fans sang and danced, incorporating these lively lyrics into their chants, their spirits lifted by the fervent support. With the backing of their home crowd, Juventus seemed infused with boundless energy, their offensive efforts becoming increasingly ferocious. In this onslaught, Arsenal struggled to mount a counterattack. One wonders what Arsenal's players are thinking. Why provoke Juventus when they could simply focus on the game? Angering Juventus serves no beneficial purpose. Akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot, Juventus appeared in fine form, and it seemed only a matter of time before they would find the back of the net. In the media box, journalists engaged in animated discussions, noting how Juventus leveraged their home advantage to dominate Arsenal. This scenario inevitably brought to mind the verbal sparring initiated by Arsenal prior to the match. The provoked Juventus appeared to possess an added impetus. As the media speculated, Arsenal launched a counterattack. The ball was intercepted in the backfield. Cancelo, with his back to play, passed laterally to the awaiting Van Dijk. Van Dijk had already devised a plan for this moment. He sent a long ball into the forward line. Although the opportunity for a counterattack was not optimal, as all Arsenal players were entrenched in defensive positions, leaving the front line barren. However, should the player at the receiving end of the ball be yellow, the situation would pose no issues. Although the Juventus fans were full of spirited chants, they were not oblivious to the threat yellow represented if he were to gain possession in the attacking zone, before the ball even touched the ground. A chorus of boos resonated through the new Emirates Stadium. As yellow skillfully controlled the high ball while fending off Bonucci, the intensity of the boos escalated dramatically. At that moment, yellow stood approximately 40 meters from the goal. Bonucci instinctively aimed to contest the ball with yellow, but upon contact, he was pushed back by yellow's formidable strength. The disparity in their physicality left Bonucci astonished. As he had initially believed, even though his strength may not match that of Ye Luo, the difference is marginal, considering his physique is considerably larger than Ye Luo's. However, no one could have anticipated that Ye Luo would possess an overwhelming advantage in strength when facing Bonucci. An error in judgment at the crucial moment rendered Bonucci's subsequent defensive action rather passive. He could only watch helplessly as Ye Luo skillfully controlled the ball and, with his body pressing against Bonucci, turned to make his move. In a desperate attempt to bring them both down, Bonucci tugged at Ye Luo's jersey. Yet, Ye Luo suddenly exerted himself with remarkable force. Even as Bonucci twisted Ye Luo's shirt into a triangular shape, applying all his strength, Ye Luo broke free with surprising agility. As Ye Luo sprinted past Bonucci, Juventus's defenders lingered near the penalty area, hesitant to advance too far and risk being bypassed by Ye Luo's explosive pace. However, this caution granted Ye Luo the space to take a long-range shot. He lifted his right foot, preparing for a strike. The Juventus fans in the stands shouted, "Shoot! Shoot! Shoot!" Their tone was nonchalant, for they believed the distance was too great. Moreover, this was Arsenal's first genuine offensive move of the match, typically regarded as merely an attempt to gauge the wind. Amidst their chants, Ye Luo struck the ball with vigor. The football soared into the air, hurtling toward the goal like a meteor. Just as the Juventus supporters presumed that this long-range attempt, which exceeded 35 meters, would either sail over or miss wide. They could afford to think of it as Ye Luo merely calibrating his aim. Gianluigi Buffon, however, could not take such chances. He dared not gamble that Ye Luo's first shot might be poorly executed. The moment Ye Luo settled the ball, Buffon simultaneously directed the Juventus defense and concentrated on thwarting Ye Luo's long-range effort. Buffon's strategy this time was to instruct his defenders to retreat, thereby granting Ye Luo space for his shot. In essence, Buffon was well prepared for Ye Luo's strike. It was evident that Buffon had studied Ye Luo's characteristics. He understood that pressing forward could leave exploitable gaps behind. Faced with Ye Luo's one-on-one opportunity, he was uncertain of his ability to make a close-range save. Thus, he concluded that conceding a long-range shot was the better option. No matter how formidable Ye Luo's long-range ability, Buffon was confident that with adequate preparation, and provided that the shot did not enter an absolute dead angle, he would be fine. In an instant, Buffon leaped into the air, executing a stunning save. His body arched gracefully, arms extended, palms guiding the ball upward. It was precisely this maneuver that caused the football to deflect slightly upward, just grazing the crossbar. The exclamations from the Juventus fans fell to a hushed silence, followed by a collective gasp. "Oh, Buffon! Buffon! Buffon!" He delivered a sensational save. As long as he stands before Juventus goal, Juventus remains invincible. The Italian commentator erupted with excitement. This is the world's finest goalkeeper, Buffon. He is undoubtedly poised to thwart Ye Luo's attempt. Ye Luo's long-range shot came unexpectedly, yet Buffon appeared to be thoroughly prepared. His judgment was impeccable, exuding confidence without a hint of hesitation, showcasing his goalkeeping prowess and explosiveness. On the sidelines, Conte clenched his fists, clearly pleased with Buffon's performance. The outcome of this match hinges on whether Juventus can breach Arsenal's defenses and whether Buffon can repel Ye Luo's strikes. As long as Buffon maintains his stellar form, anything is possible. Well done, Buffon. After executing that shot, Ye Luo gazed expectantly towards the Juventus goal. He felt confident. The power and angle were flawless. Then, he witnessed Buffon leap into action, deflecting the ball away. Such a magnificent long-range attempt had failed to find the net. Ye Luo couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Although he had heard of Buffon's illustrious reputation, he had never faced him directly. Nevertheless, Ye Luo believed that as long as he executed a high-quality shot, the goalkeeper would invariably be at a disadvantage. Was it necessary to analyze the goalkeeper's attributes? Absolutely not. This was Ye Luo's conviction. Yet, this time, he realized that the goalkeeper before him was truly exceptional. The title of the world's best goalkeeper certainly warranted his respect. He scrutinized the figure before him. Buffon sensed Ye Luo's gaze and turned his head to meet his eyes. Beneath the calm exterior lay a glimmer of unwavering confidence. Neither player was willing to avert their gaze first, as if the one who did would concede defeat. Such formidable athletes possess an aura about them. Now, it was a clash of their presences. Ye Luo smiled, gently clenching his fist. This opponent is intriguing. Buffon's presence ignited Ye Luo's fighting spirit, prompting him to sprint toward his corner kick position. Buffon, meanwhile, withdrew his gaze, his expression grave. If memory served him correctly, Ye Luo was still under 21. A player so young, yet already exuding such a formidable aura. This adversary was indeed daunting. Buffon's focus sharpened like never before. In this match, the tasks before him would be plentiful. Overall, during the first half of the match, Juventus leveraged their home advantage to maintain relentless pressure on Arsenal. This was Conte's strategy. Prior to the match, he directed the players' fury toward pressuring Arsenal's defense. During this period, Arsenal had few offensive opportunities, with only sporadic counterattacks. However, what was truly alarming was that even those scant counterattacks often culminated in shots on goal. Because the player responsible for counterattacks in the front line is Ye Luo, a comparative analysis reveals his formidable prowess. Juventus boasts a staggering 76% possession rate, yet they managed only 6 attempts on goal. In contrast, Arsenal, with a mere 24% possession, also recorded 6 shots. Notably, of Juventus's 6 attempts, only 1 required a save from Reina. Conversely, all 6 of Arsenal's shots can be attributed to Ye Luo, 4 of which struck the frame of the goal. This signifies that Buffon successfully parried 4 of his shots. In the 21st minute of the match, Ye Luo unleashed another long-range effort. Under Buffon's strategic direction, Ye Luo was afforded numerous opportunities to shoot from distance, and he took full advantage. Confident in his shooting ability, he aimed once more. This particular shot from outside the penalty area exhibited high quality, tremendous speed, and an acute angle. Buffon leapt, his fingertips grazing the ball, diverting it away from the goal. The shot was so swift, and his reaction equally rapid, that commentators initially believed Ye Luo had missed. However, the slow-motion replay revealed Buffon's slight fingertip touch caused a minor deviation. Otherwise, the ball would have surely found the net. What a world-class save! The commentators erupted in excitement, praising the exquisite shot and the remarkable save. Ye Luo, facing Buffon, was indeed a worthy adversary. Truly, Buffon is the world's premier goalkeeper, a title he rightfully holds. Soon, Ye Luo found himself with another opportunity, this time from a cross delivered by Yares. Rising above Bonucci and Chiellini in the penalty area, Ye Luo directed a powerful header towards the goal. The ball struck Buffon squarely in the chest. Before it even touched the ground, Buffon, like a fierce tiger, pounced on the ball, securing it in his grasp. Ye Luo shook his head in disappointment. The timing of his header was slightly off, affecting the angle. Nevertheless, at such close range, Buffon swiftly blocked the shot and immediately controlled the ball, denying Ye Luo any chance for a follow-up. While Ye Luo and Buffon engaged in their duel, it was Juventus that drew first blood. Vucinic broke the deadlock for Juventus at home, sending their supporters into a frenzy. As they cheered for Vucinic, they taunted, "Who is the turtle now? Haha, who is the turtle now?" It was unmistakably aimed at Ye Luo. The television broadcast zoomed in on Ye Luo, eager to capture his reaction amidst the jeers from Juventus fans. Ye Luo's expression remained composed. He appeared to be oblivious to the derision and mockery surrounding him. The stalemate of the match was first broken by Juventus. Although the goal was scored by Vucinic, I dare assert that Juventus's true hero was not he, but rather Buffon. In terms of offensive threat, Arsenal's attacking prowess far exceeded that of Juventus. However, Buffon's remarkable saves, including a stunning stop against Ye Luo's shot, provided Juventus with a chance to counterattack. Had Arsenal opened the scoring, Juventus would likely have been deprived of such an opportunity. Ye Luo certainly felt the might of the world's premier goalkeeper. After all, even Messi and Ronaldo have failed to breach Buffon's defenses. To be candid, if Buffon were in exceptional form, even Ye Luo would find it challenging to score. Before the match, many believed that with several key players returning from injury, Arsenal would showcase their strength. Yet now, confronted with Buffon's stellar performance, what could they do? Juventus. The Italian commentators continued to exult. Following the goal, the morale of the Juventus players soared, and their offensive onslaught intensified. Observing this scene, many wondered whether provoking Juventus truly benefited Arsenal. It now seemed that they had indeed shot themselves in the foot. Wenger's expression was undeniably grave, yet he was not regretful about the strategy that incited Juventus's ire. His approach had proven successful. Juventus had indeed surged forward, allowing Arsenal to seize several counterattacking opportunities with little effort. Ye Luo executed high-quality shots. But the one factor he had not accounted for was the goalkeeper's form, specifically Buffon's form. Who could have anticipated Buffon's resurgence in this match? Such an occurrence was unforeseeable. A great goalkeeper can elevate the performance of an entire team. When a goalkeeper is in peak form, every save seems effortless. It defies rational explanation. Many goalkeepers, when in fine fettle, can appear as impenetrable walls, thwarting every attempt on goal. Wenger had anticipated everything, except for the eruption of Buffon's brilliance. It is a rare occurrence for even a mediocre goalkeeper to be formidable. How much more so for Buffon? This unexpected turn of events led to the current predicament. Wenger's gaze turned to Ye Luo, believing that despite the odds, he could still overcome Buffon. In truth, harboring doubt was futile. He had no choice but to place his trust in Ye Luo. What other recourse did he have? End of chapter. Chapter 87, Ye Luo's response. In contrast to Wenger, Conte discerned a glimmer of hope for victory. In terms of lineup, Juventus and Arsenal were slightly mismatched, but the difference was minimal, primarily due to Arsenal's possession of a standout like Ye Luo. In other respects, Juventus might even prove to be superior. The forward of Juventus indeed finds it challenging to compare his individual prowess with that of Ye Luo. However, Conte believes that football is ultimately a team sport. Even if Juventus lacks a player of Ye Luo's caliber, their collective offensive strategy might still yield goals. Arsenal's defense is not impenetrable, especially considering Buffon's current exceptional form, which should sufficiently mitigate the threat posed by Ye Luo. Conte rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement. Although Juventus held the lead, it did not guarantee victory. Thus, Conte remained grounded, fully aware that Arsenal was not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, the Juventus fans were unconcerned. They were the ones in the lead. Coupled with Buffon's outstanding performance that instilled confidence in the supporters, they felt emboldened to mock Ye Luo and Arsenal without fear of repercussions. The new Emirates Stadium transformed into a venue for unleashing all negative sentiments directed at the Arsenal players. Turtle. Oh. Who is the turtle? Who is the turtle? Who the hell are you calling a turtle? Oh. Turtle. The chants ridiculing Arsenal echoed throughout. Ye Luo himself remained unfazed, as Arsenal's star player. He had long been the target of external criticisms. However, his indifference bore no weight, as the performance of his teammates inevitably felt the repercussions. This exemplifies the advantage of playing at home. Amidst the verbal onslaught from tens of thousands, few could remain as unperturbed as Ye Luo. Thus, he recognized the precariousness of the current situation. Buffon's repeated saves instilled tremendous confidence in the Juventus defense. Confidence is a nebulous entity. Players brimming with it often exceed expectations. Vucinic's goal only served to reinforce this burgeoning confidence. For Arsenal, their pre-match strategy to lure Juventus into an offensive posture and then launch counterattacks faced no tactical flaws. The sole issue lay in their failure to score, compounded by conceding a goal instead. To reverse their fortunes, action was imperative. Ye Luo understood this well, prompting him to adopt a more active role and expand his range of movement. In the 29th minute of the match, Ye Luo advanced with the ball only to be brought down by Marquinhos. Arsenal was awarded a free kick in the attacking third. Although the position was somewhat distant, approximately 40 meters from the goal, Yellow confidently stepped up to take the free kick. The cameras focused on him, even from this distance. It remained within Yellow's striking range. Buffon, not daring to relax, meticulously directed his teammates to form a wall, positioning it to guard the near post while he shifted slightly towards the far post. The wall covered the near side, while the goalkeeper prepared to defend the far side. This was a textbook formation for a wall, with the goalkeeper coordinating effectively for the free kick defense. The position of this free kick is rather distant. Yet Juventus approaches it with utmost seriousness, for standing over the ball is the formidable Yellow. Buffon must be exceedingly vigilant. The wall must coordinate impeccably. The Italian commentator appears to be somewhat anxious. Juventus has taken an early lead, which is advantageous, yet it does not guarantee their safety. Yellow is acutely aware of this. The opposition has undoubtedly rehearsed specific strategies to defend against him. At Yellow's current stature, he is met with the highest caliber of defensive tactics. Although the free kick is far and slightly off-center, it is typically challenging to pose a significant threat through a direct shot. Nonetheless, it is universally acknowledged that Yellow's mere presence at the ball creates an immense threat. The players of Juventus are eagerly anticipating the opportunity to execute a swift counterattack from this defensive set piece, especially since Arsenal's players have pressed forward, leaving vast spaces in their rear. Should they manage to secure a 2-goal lead before halftime, it would herald a dreamlike start to the two-legged knockout stage, greatly enhancing Juventus's hopes of advancing to the final. Consequently, the likelihood of eliminating Arsenal would also increase significantly. With the sound of the whistle, Yellow begins his run-up. After a few steps, he positions himself before the ball and strikes it fiercely with his right foot. The ball hurtles toward Buffon's goal with a resounding swiftness. Observing the trajectory of the ball, it ascends dramatically, soaring straight into the sky, seemingly destined for the upper tier of the stands. The ball sails over the heads of the towering wall. Behind the goal, the most devoted Juventus fans gather, erupting in cheers. It's going over. However, as the ball clears the wall, it suddenly plummets with alarming speed. The expressions of mockery on the faces of Juventus supporters swiftly transform into anxiety and fear. For the descent of the ball after surpassing the wall is steep and rapid. From the vantage point behind the goal, the ball's erratic movements are unmistakable. A disquieting thought crosses the minds of the Juventus fans, for they are all too familiar with such a shot. Reminiscent of the falling leaf free kicks expertly executed by their own Pirlo, Buffon leaps into the air, reaching for the ball, yet he fails to make contact. Turning his head, he initially exhales in relief, as the ball appeared to veer outward just as it approached him, leading him to believe it would likely sail wide of the goal. He is convinced that as long as he does not touch it, the ball cannot possibly find the net. Just as this thought crosses his mind, he hears a sharp sound emanate from behind him. The crossbar. Oh no! The English commentator exclaims, hands on his head, gazing skyward in despair. Buffon falls to the ground, looking into the goal, which remains empty. He breathes a sigh of relief and raises his gaze to Yellow, who is also looking back at him. In the gazes of the two individuals, there exists nothing extraneous. This kind of gaze is something Buffon comprehends well. At the age of 36, a wave of trepidation washed over him. The football striking the crossbar reverberated in his heart, and the alarm of danger incessantly circled within his mind. Buffon felt a twinge of unease. Everyone believed Arsenal had squandered a prime scoring opportunity. The player who hit the crossbar, Yellow, would surely feel a sense of regret. Yet, Yellow merely walked away with a serene expression, for he harbored absolute confidence in himself. Scoring was merely a matter of time. Naturally, an earlier goal was preferable to a later one. Thus, he had no intention of postponing the resolution of the issue until the second half, for doing so would grant Buffon an additional 45 minutes, plus a 15-minute halftime break, to bolster his confidence. Moreover, during the halftime intermission, there would undoubtedly be whispers. The world's premier goalkeeper, Buffon, has kept Yellow at bay for 45 minutes. This was a scenario Yellow wished to avoid. His aspiration was to be the best in the world. However, if the so-called best goalkeeper in the world had managed to thwart him, could he still claim that title? With just over 10 minutes remaining in the first half, Yellow understood the urgency of the moment. Arsenal supporters were predominantly lamenting the missed opportunity, and the players shared in this sentiment. However, upon witnessing Yellow's calm demeanor, they found solace. His composed performance instilled a sense of confidence, dispelling any panic. After all, it was merely a crossbar. It was not a calamity. And what had been thwarted this time could very well turn into a goal next. From this perspective, Buffon could not truly be an impregnable wall, no matter how formidable. He remained just a goalkeeper. Scoring had merely become a tad more challenging, yet it was far from impossible for Yellow. Goalkeepers often experience moments of brilliance, and Buffon was no exception. Nevertheless, as long as Yellow maintained his form, what was there to worry about? Everyone would strive to defend diligently and deliver the ball to Yellow's feet, affording him more opportunities to shoot, thereby ensuring a goal would inevitably come. Yellow exuded formidable confidence, and his teammates held unwavering faith in him. This confidence stemmed from the experiences they shared alongside Yellow, who had never once disappointed them. As long as Yellow was present, victory was assured. In this regard, Yellow's reputation was remarkably strong. With such confidence, Arsenal commenced their tactical exchanges with Juventus in midfield. Cazorla and Fabinho had just returned from injury, and during the initial stages of the first half, the long-absent Cazorla had yet to regain his rhythm, which was entirely understandable. In fact, this presented Juventus with an opportune window. If they could capitalize on Cazorla's and Fabinho's struggles to find their form and extend their lead, perhaps they could still harbor some hope for the match. However, at this moment, as Cazorla began to rediscover his game, as Arsenal gradually began to establish dominance in the midfield against Juventus, the opportunities for Yellow multiplied. The contest in the midfield was intensely fierce. Kanté surged forward abruptly, intercepting the ball from Marquinhos' feet. Without seeking personal glory, he promptly passed the ball to the supporting Cazorla. After evading his marker with a swift turn, Cazorla unleashed a precise diagonal long pass. The ball skimmed the grass, threading through the narrow gap between Juventus's three central defenders, landing at Main's feet. At that moment, the commentators' excitement surged, for Main was now faced with a vast expanse of open space. The English commentator, Andy Gray, expressed his admiration. "This is Cazorla." The precision of Cazorla's pass cuts through Juventus's defense like a surgeon's scalpel. Main now found himself with a plethora of options. Wenger suddenly rose from his seat, recognizing that such an opportunity was crafted through the midfield. In the absence of Cazorla and Arteta, Arsenal's midfield struggled to conjure such creativity. However, there was still a player within the squad capable of such brilliance: Yellow. Yet, if he returned to the midfield, who would take responsibility for scoring? Cazorla's return could be seen as a liberation for Yellow, fully unleashing his scoring potential. As Cazorla delivered the pass, Yellow began to make a lateral run. Main pushed the ball forward, moving towards the inside, with Yellow making a diagonal run into the penalty area. Observing this, Juventus's players breathed a sigh of relief. Conte's tactics were built upon a three-man defense, which, relatively speaking, could struggle to manage the flanks, while their central defense was formidable. They had previously worried that Main would exploit the wing for a cross, yet he instead advanced towards the middle, alongside Yellow and Sanchez in the center. The three Arsenal players, in that instant, inadvertently compressed the space rather than creating it, inadvertently aiding Juventus. They were all bunched together, devoid of space. How could they score now? Chiellini closely shadowed Yellow, not daring to relax for a moment. Main, like a streak of black lightning, cut inside with the ball, seemingly intent on taking a shot himself. Sanchez, while not as swift as Main, still moved with purpose, positioning himself in the central zone of the penalty area. Yellow did not accelerate. Instead, he steadily made his way into the box. Chiellini quickly realized that Sanchez and Main had drawn away the other two central defenders, leaving him alone to face Yellow. This arrangement put Juventus's central defenders in a precarious position, forming a reversed horseshoe shape, with Chiellini at the center, further from the goal, while the other two central defenders remained ahead. Thus, a vast chasm emerged before Chiellini. Such a defensive posture is exceedingly perilous. Chiellini, of an elite caliber as a central defender, possesses an astute anticipation of impending danger. Consequently, he surged towards the void. Little did he anticipate that Yellow would abruptly halt in place. While Chiellini did indeed fill the gap, his departure immediately created another opening for Yellow. Therefore, when Main executed a back pass to Yellow, Chiellini's heart raced in alarm. He hastily attempted to reverse course to thwart Yellow, yet inertia rendered him seemingly immobilized. He could only watch as Yellow deftly maneuvered the ball past him with ease. Yellow. Amidst the commentators' astonished exclamations, Yellow prepared to unleash a strike with his right foot. Buffon lunged forward, fierce yet ultimately too late. Yellow's right foot struck the ball with tremendous force. Thud! The ball soared, hurtling over Buffon's head. As Buffon leapt, Resembling a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, he was slightly delayed this time. He failed to make contact with the ball. Yellow. Amid the commentators' prolonged cries, the ball, trailing a fading shadow, plunged into the net. Chapter 88, Unreachable. As Buffon landed, his face bore an expression of shock and disbelief. He struggled to comprehend the velocity of the shot. The ball had whizzed past his head. Logically, he needed only to raise his hand to block it. Yet he could not react in time due to the sheer speed of the shot. Conventionally, Yellow should have employed a more cautious approach to score. He could have attempted a chip, a place shot, or even dribbled past the defender. However, he opted for a powerful strike instead. It is worth noting that such a strike often leads to a miss. Typically, forwards choose more conservative methods of shooting, while those like Yellow, who take such direct, forceful shots, are either inexperienced or possess absolute confidence in their technique. Yellow, without a doubt, could not be classified as inexperienced. Hence, this forceful strike was undoubtedly a manifestation of his confidence, a display of prowess. Buffon brushed the grass with his hand before promptly rising to his feet, racing back to the goal to launch the ball towards midfield. The match was far from over. Yellow's goal held profound significance for Arsenal, as it secured an away goal. With half the match still remaining, they had the opportunity to turn the tide. Yet, with time dwindling in the first half, Arsenal opted for caution, choosing to control the game rather than take unnecessary risks in attack. As the first half of the match drew to a close, the score stood at a stalemate of 1-1. The moment the whistle signaled the end of the half, the camera promptly focused on Buffon. While Juventus managed to hold Arsenal to a draw in the first half, the primary reason for this achievement was Buffon's remarkable performance. Despite conceding a goal to Yellow, without his exceptional skills, Juventus would likely have succumbed to a far greater defeat against Arsenal. Statistically, the possession rate was quite balanced between the two teams. However, Arsenal had significantly more clear scoring opportunities. Were it not for Buffon, Juventus would have already faced a collapse, such as the impact of a superstar. For Juventus, the second half necessitates a concerted effort to attack, particularly as they are playing at home. Should the match conclude with the current score, Juventus's aspirations to eliminate Arsenal and advance to the Champions League final would remain mere fantasies. During halftime, commentators analyzed the predicament facing Juventus. Although the statistics indicated that Juventus was not at a disadvantage, it was evident to all which team posed the greater offensive threat. Especially given that Juventus was playing at home, conceding an away goal to Arsenal complicates their chances. If they failed to secure a victory in the second half, their hopes of overcoming Arsenal at the Emirates Stadium to reach the final would be exceedingly slim. The atmosphere at the new Alpi Stadium felt somewhat somber. Juventus fans recognized that their team was struggling to find effective solutions against Yellow, while they applauded Buffon's performance. It is concerning when a team relies heavily on their goalkeeper's extraordinary feats to barely maintain their standing. The 1-1 score did little to bolster the morale of Juventus players. Though no one cast blame upon Buffon, for he had already delivered an impressive display in the first half. The goal he could not save was certainly not his fault. Conte praised Buffon's performance in the locker room, as well as that of the other players. "I am very satisfied with everyone's performance in the first half," he declared. Regarding Yellow's goal, there was little to be done. One could only acknowledge the elegance of Arsenal's attack. Had Chiellini not covered the gap, Conte was certain that Yellow would have exploited that space with his explosive acceleration, something Chiellini would not have been able to counter. Once Chiellini moved to fill the void, Yellow immediately halted, indicating that Arsenal's attack was meticulously orchestrated. "If you cover, I will pause to receive the pass. If you do not, I will burst forward and shoot." Thus, the concession of the goal could not be attributed to Chiellini. Rather, it was a testament to the swift and perfectly designed nature of Arsenal's offensive strategy, executed flawlessly by their players. Yellow posed a significant threat. This has led Juventus to often act with trepidation. In the face of such conceding, Conte found himself at a loss for words. After clapping his hands to regain the players' focus, he urged, "Forget the first half. Gentlemen, what we need now is to attack." For Juventus, it was imperative to score in the second half to have any hope of overcoming Arsenal at home and progressing to the Champions League final. Otherwise, facing a fully equipped Arsenal away, Conte himself harbored little confidence. Wenger, of course, was well aware of Juventus's intentions for the second half. If they wished to keep their hopes of advancement alive, they would inevitably launch an offensive. Thus, Arsenal need not press forward aggressively. They could comfortably defend and counterattack. With an away goal secured, Arsenal possessed the audacity to defend. There was no need to take risks. Wenger could accept a 1-1 draw. Naturally, a scoreline of 2-1 or 3-1 would be even more favorable. The halftime interlude passed swiftly. With the current score, Juventus found themselves with no alternatives. They had to commit more to their offensive efforts in the second half. If their pressing in the first half was a proactive decision, in the second half, it became a necessity. The situation was quite unfavorable for Juventus. Thus, even the so-called old lady was compelled to take risks. The players were somewhat optimistic, believing that despite Ye Luo's shots in the first half yielding only one goal, it indicated his poor form while also underscoring Buffon's exceptional performance. Buffon was undoubtedly worthy of their trust. If they could surge forward and overturn the score, perhaps with Buffon's miraculous display, they might maintain their lead until the final whistle. With this flicker of optimism in mind, the second half commenced and Juventus launched a fervent offensive. At this moment, no one recalled Juventus's traditional style. Instead, some seasoned fans began to express their concerns, lamenting, "This is not our style. We are being overly ambitious. We should maintain our own rhythm." These rational voices were soon drowned out by the frenzy of the crowd. Before a structure begins to crumble, it is always challenging for reasoned voices to be heard. Conte was, in fact, aware of the perils of such an aggressive approach. Yet, even he succumbed to a sense of hope. This feeling of hopefulness is a universal phenomenon in football, a sport rife with unpredictability. With a stroke of good fortune, Conte, Juventus's players, and their supporters might come to regard this so-called hope as a commendable daring. Shortly after the second half began, Ye Luo struck a low shot from the edge of the penalty area, the ball skimming across the ground towards the goal, seemingly destined to slip into the net from a tight angle. As a result, Buffon suddenly launched himself to make a remarkable save, retrieving the football from the goal line and subsequently securing it firmly beneath him, denying Arsenal even a corner kick. This extraordinary intervention instilled a greater sense of confidence among both Juventus players and their supporters. "We can press forward. We have no need for concern. We possess Buffon." Buoyed by this newfound assurance, Juventus wholeheartedly embraced an aggressive offensive strategy, relentlessly bombarding Arsenal's goal. Ye Luo also retreated to the vicinity of the center circle. But his role was not to engage in defense. Rather, he awaited the opportunity to counterattack. Juventus's fervent assault placed immense pressure on Arsenal. However, once a counterattack was initiated, the vast expanse of open ground behind Juventus became Ye Luo's domain to exploit. In fact, Arsenal's anticipated counterattack did not take long to materialize. In the 53rd minute, Arsenal successfully intercepted the ball in their defensive half and promptly launched a counterattack. The ball was relayed to the center circle, where Ye Luo deftly controlled it with his first touch. Almost immediately, a tremendous uproar erupted at the new Emirates Stadium, and the commentators sprang to his feet, eyes fixed on the field. "Arsenal, the counterattack is underway." This time it was Sanchez. The momentum of this counterattack evoked memories of Arsenal's earlier goal in the first half. Could Arsenal be poised to replicate their earlier success? It is understandable for observers to harbor such sentiments, as it is well known that the three center-back formation excels in central defensive solidity. Conversely, the defensive capabilities on the flanks are somewhat compromised. This is due to the fact that a three center-back setup typically pairs with two wing-backs, who occupy the flanks entirely, needing to advance as wingers while also retreating as fullbacks. Thus, with such expansive territory on the wings, even the most skilled player would find it challenging to cover such a vast area, especially when Juventus pushes forward in attack. A swift counterattack renders the wingbacks incapable of returning to defend in time. Consequently, Arsenal now finds themselves facing a continually recovering three center-back and three midfield formation, with the flanks resembling a veritable thoroughfare. However, for Juventus, their defensive strategy must also prioritize key areas. Compared to the flanks, the central zone is evidently of greater importance. Typically, a three center-back system allows for the flanks to be somewhat neglected while maintaining a vigilant stance in the center. Should they divert their focus to the wings, a significant gap would inevitably emerge in the middle, which would be most perilous. Thus, Juventus's defensive choices are justifiable. Sanchez effortlessly advanced along the wing, while Ye Luo made a direct run into the center, positioning himself for a potential strike. Juventus was well aware of who the pivotal figure was, and consequently, nearly all of their defenders gravitated towards Ye Luo's area, with only Barzagli remaining vigilant against Sanchez's potential inward cut. displaying no concern that Sanchez might outmaneuver him in a one-on-one scenario. They were convinced that Sanchez's final pass would undoubtedly target Yellow rather than Main on the opposite flank. Of course, had Sanchez opted to pass to Main, they would have simply considered themselves unfortunate, for Yellow posed a far greater threat than Main. At this moment, they could only select the most menacing option. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded near Juventus's penalty area. Logically, with 3 attackers against 3 defenders, each should have marked one opponent. However, all 3 center-backs chose to closely guard Yellow. Even Barzagli, who had been drawn out to defend Sanchez as he dribbled into the box, was still mindful of Yellow's positioning. This meant that Yellow found himself confronting 2 center-backs, along with half of Barzagli's defense, while Main remained unmarked. "Pass to Main," cried some Arsenal fans. Just then, Sanchez delivered the cross. Without waiting for Barzagli to close in, he seized the moment before Barzagli could obstruct the passing lane and sent the ball soaring towards the penalty area. To everyone's surprise, he aimed for none other than Yellow. Although a pass to Main might have provided better space, in that fleeting moment, Sanchez placed unwavering trust in Yellow's abilities. This was indisputable. In critical moments, Yellow was the one worthy of that trust. As the ball approached, Yellow immediately surged forward. Bonucci and Chiellini enveloped him almost like a sandwich, with Chiellini gripping Yellow's shirt from behind. At that moment, had Yellow chosen to cry out and fall dramatically, rolling 360 degrees while clutching his knee or ankle in agony, he might have earned a penalty. Indeed, the odds were high. Yet Yellow had never deigned to resort to such theatrics. He believed that achieving a goal in such a manner lacked masculinity. Football is a game for men. Such scenes of dramatic falls and anguished cries were simply unsightly and somewhat effeminate. If Yellow was to score, he would do so with honor and without controversy. He was unafraid of being double-teamed, for once he leaped, no one could match him in physical confrontation. Moreover, he truly jumped exceedingly high. "My God!" exclaimed the Italian commentator. For from his perspective, Bonucci and Chiellini were pulling Yellow's jersey taut, even tearing it. Yellow's body seemed to burst forth like a cicada shedding its shell. He spread his arms, regulated his breathing, puffed out his chest, lifted his head, and tightened his abdomen. The power of his muscles surged through his strong neck to his head. Bang! His forehead struck the ball with tremendous force. The ball veered off course and soared toward the goal. At the penalty spot, Yellow executed a lion's header. Buffon had done all he could. He leaped, stretching his body as far as possible. He dove in the right direction, but Yellow's shot deflected off the ground. The football struck the ground beneath his arm and rebounded, slipping away at remarkable speed. The trajectory and angle unequivocally demonstrated that this ball was destined to find the net. An inevitable goal. Chapter completed. Chapter 89. This is football. Wow. What a splendid header. A goal suffused with power. Chiellini and Bonucci nearly hung onto Yellow, yet they could not thwart his strike. Despite tearing Yellow's jersey, they were powerless to prevent his aerial assault. In midair, he was invincible. Yellow scored his second goal, marking his 24th in the Champions League this season. Just one shy of the single-season record of 25 goals he set at Malaga. Such efficiency is truly terrifying, unmatched even by Messi or Ronaldo. After scoring, Yellow felt a chill across his back. Upon glancing back, he was startled to see Chiellini and Bonucci each clutching a piece of red fabric. The quality of jerseys these days has certainly declined. Yellow simply removed the shredded garment, baring his upper body, with his well-defined muscles rippling as he ran. A magnificent display of strength that left many female fans in awe. Yet this time, Yellow managed to celebrate his goal without incurring a yellow card. The referee refrained from penalizing him, as the Arsenal staff had already prepared a spare jersey. He was due for a change anyway. His removal of the shirt need not be interpreted as a celebration. Juventus players, too, refrained from protesting, knowing their guilt. They had torn his jersey, which was undoubtedly a foul. To protest now would only risk the referee issuing yellow cards to Chiellini and Bonucci, an unwise endeavor. Look at this physique, brimming with such formidable power. As Yellow sprinted past the sidelines, many female fans couldn't help but follow his movement with their gazes. Even several Juventus supporters were rendered speechless. Yellow donned his new jersey and celebrated with high fives for the coaching staff. Wenger embraced Yellow, exclaiming, "Well done." His excitement was palpable. This was the outcome he desired: 2 away goals and a victory. Arsenal was on the brink of advancing to the Champions League final, with a score of 2-1. Arsenal had turned the game around. They executed a splendid counterattack away from home, and these two away goals essentially meant that Arsenal was nearing the Champions League final. They had one foot firmly planted in the final. The commentators recognized the significance of this goal, 2 away goals and a lead in the scoreline. If the match were to conclude with the current score, in order for Juventus to achieve a miraculous comeback in the second leg, they could only hope for an extraordinary turn of events. The Arsenal supporters, having arrived at the away match, rose from their seats, united in song. In that moment, they assumed the role of hosts. The Juventus fans fell into silence, their spirits dampened, no longer eager to engage with their Arsenal counterparts. Having conceded 2 goals and trailing in the scoreline, it became evident that Arsenal's strategy had completely thwarted Juventus. Their counterattacks were precise and devastating. If this continued, a rout seemed imminent, a rare occurrence for Juventus. The fans began to realize the alarming possibility that their team could be dismantled by Arsenal's swift strikes. The ferocity of the Gunners was overwhelming. Juventus had demonstrated their courage by not retreating, yet this very audacity had led to 2 goals against them. Was this the outcome the Juventus supporters had anticipated? Gradually, they came to terms with the reality. They had fallen into a trap. The Juventus of old would not have been so reckless. Why? They pondered. Did they allow Arsenal's provocations to ignite such urgency to prove themselves? They had been ensnared by Arsenal's cunning. With renewed awareness, the Juventus fans resolved to combat the formidable adversary with their jeers. Though the effectiveness of their boos was limited, it was the only recourse available to them. Soon, the new Allianz Stadium resonated once more with a cacophony of disapproval, drowning out the songs of the Arsenal fans. After all, this was Juventus's territory. Buffon, in a state of resignation, retrieved the ball from the net, shaking his head in discontent. As a seasoned goalkeeper, he remained unperturbed and composed. He understood that the team must not succumb to haste. A score of 1-2, though daunting, did not herald the end. By solidifying their defense, there remained a possibility to equalize. With 90 minutes ahead at the Emirates to salvage their fate, a match crucial for their advancement to the Champions League final, how could they so easily surrender? Juventus players too recognized that relentless attacking would leave them vulnerable to Arsenal's counterstrikes, capable of breaching their defenses. Thus, they sought to regain their composure and style. However, Arsenal refrained from pressing aggressively. The match unfolded at a languid pace, a torment for Juventus, who yearned to level the score but found no opportunities afforded by Arsenal. Consequently, the latter stages of the match concluded in this almost torturous rhythm, akin to a frog slowly boiled in water. With Ye Luo's remarkable brace, Arsenal triumphed over Juventus with a score of 2-1 in their away match, thereby gaining the upper hand in the 2-legged knockout tie. The Arsenal players were acutely aware of the significance of this scoreline. Consequently, when the final whistle blew, the substitute players on the sidelines jubilantly rushed onto the pitch, arms aloft in celebration. As for Juventus, suffering a defeat on their home turf while conceding 2 away goals to their opponents was a bitter pill to swallow. Returning to their own ground, Arsenal would undoubtedly feel more at ease, even capable of effortlessly countering Juventus's attempts. Ironically, this was precisely Juventus's forte. Yet they were now compelled to alter their game tempo, necessitating an all-out offensive effort to secure goals on the road. However, such a strategy would inevitably result in leaving substantial gaps in their defense, much like in this match. Ye Luo would certainly seize any opportunity presented by these openings. Key defenders Chiellini, Bonucci, and Barzagli, the stalwarts of the Italian national team, found themselves powerless against Ye Luo's prowess. Conte, observing Wenger celebrating with his assistants, finally snapped back to reality, realizing he had fallen for the old fox's ruse. It became evident that Wenger had intentionally provoked Juventus into attacking, knowing full well that such a strategy would expose vulnerabilities in their backline. More critically, this was not in line with Juventus's established style. Altering one's fundamental approach is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Arsenal had compelled the home-playing Juventus to deviate from their traditionally cautious style of play, setting the stage for a match that had already tilted unfavorably for Juventus from the outset. Post-match, media attention naturally gravitated towards Ye Luo, who once again emerged as Arsenal's pivotal figure. More significantly, he now occupied the pinnacle of the Champions League scoring chart with 25 goals, surpassing Messi by 6. Although Barcelona's match had yet to commence, many speculated that Messi would face considerable challenges against Manchester United due to their formidable lineup, featuring Van Persie, Rooney, Eto'o, Willian, and Schweinsteiger, all trailing Ye Luo by 6 goals. To suggest that Messi was indifferent would be disingenuous. In a pre-match press conference, alongside Guardiola, Messi exhibited an uncharacteristically assertive demeanor when confronted with inquiries regarding his competition with Ye Luo for the scoring title. Historically, Messi's interviews tended to be rather understated, lacking in sensational statements. However, this time, his response astonished reporters. "I relish this competition. Yes, I truly enjoy it. Trailing by 6 goals is a significant deficit. Yet I still have the opportunity to catch up, or even surpass. I aspire to secure the UEFA Champions League title while simultaneously claiming the Golden Boot on the tournament's scoring chart." Messi's dazzling brilliance has left the Catalan media astounded. This is indeed a direct confrontation with Ye Luo. Such dramatic encounters are precisely what the media revels in. Consequently, a deluge of news has emerged. The competition for the Champions League top scorer this season, in the eyes of many, appeared to have lost its suspense. However, Messi's recent remarks have rekindled the intrigue. After all, the speaker is none other than the superlative Lionel Messi, a 3-time Ballon d'Or recipient. To be candid, Mourinho has had quite the misfortune. He boasts the strongest lineup in Manchester United's history, yet in the league, he faces Ye Luo's Arsenal, a formidable opponent. In the Champions League, the semi-finals pit him against Messi, who is eager to contend with Ye Luo on the scoring chart. The first leg of their encounter took place at Old Trafford, where the home side, Manchester United, suffered a bitter defeat, 2-3. Such a significant scoreline is rare in crucial semi-final matches. Manchester United succumbed to Barcelona, and the reason for their loss was simple. Messi unleashed his fury. He delivered a hat-trick that elevated his Champions League tally to 22 goals. He now trails Ye Luo by a mere 3 goals. Tremble, Arsenal. Tremble, Ye Luo. The most ferocious Lionel Messi has emerged. The Catalan media is lauding Messi with great reverence and singing his praises. The Premier League season is approaching its conclusion, with Arsenal maintaining a 10-point lead over Manchester United. In the 32nd round of the league, Arsenal faced Burnley away from home. This match proved arduous for Arsenal, as Burnley fought fiercely to avoid relegation. Teams battling for survival are notoriously challenging to confront. As the Premier League reaches its climax, the most treacherous adversaries are not necessarily those at the top of the table, nor the mid-table teams devoid of ambition, but rather the desperate teams striving to avoid relegation. They are like wounded beasts, exceedingly ferocious. Arsenal, playing away, found themselves embroiled in a hard-fought contest. Burnley resorted to aggressive tactics in an attempt to intimidate their opponents, and Arsenal, playing on the road, did not receive fair treatment from the referee, who seemed to tolerate a lenient approach to officiating. Ultimately, Arsenal emerged victorious against Burnley, thanks to Ye Luo's last-minute goal. Until the 90th minute, the score remained 1-1. Many commentators, including Mourinho himself, believed that Manchester United had a chance to catch up. Yet, who could have anticipated that it would be Ye Luo who would deliver the decisive blow? With only 6 rounds remaining in the Premier League, Arsenal's lead is substantial. Should they win 2 more matches, they will clinch the title with 4 matches to spare. In the aftermath, the English media is exclaiming that Ye Luo is invincible. The league championship of this season has indeed become a foregone conclusion. Surrounding the training base, banners proclaiming the dawn of a new dynasty are held high by Arsenal fans. Some even raise images of their king, Ye Luo, adorned with a crown drawn upon his head by the supporters. For Arsenal, Ye Luo symbolizes the resurgence of the team. While the fans are content with the prospect of clinching the league title, for Arsenal, mere victory in the league is insufficient. They now only need to eliminate Juventus to secure a place in the Champions League final. Concurrently, they have reached the semi-finals of the FA Cup, where their opponent is Manchester City. Should Arsenal reach the finals in both the FA Cup and the Champions League, they stand a chance to achieve the remarkable feat of a treble this season. This would allow Arsenal to etch their name alongside Manchester United's illustrious achievement in 1999, becoming the treble winners. In the annals of English football history, only Manchester United achieved the extraordinary trifecta of the Premier League, Champions League, and FA Cup titles in 1999. Traditionally, the term treble refers to the Champions League, the league title, and the primary domestic cup competition. In England, this undoubtedly translates to the Premier League title, the Champions League title, and the FA Cup title. The League Cup, introduced by the English Professional Football League to compete with the FA Cup, has a relatively short history and is regarded as less prestigious than the FA Cup, which is the oldest football tournament in the world. For Wenger and the Arsenal players, progress must be made step by step. One must eat a meal one bite at a time. Taking too large a step can lead to a stumble. Therefore, after a hard-fought victory against Burnley away from home, they quickly shifted their focus to another battleground, preparing to face Juventus at home. Although the away score of 2-1 has all but assured Arsenal's advancement, the unpredictable nature of football means anything can happen. Chapter 90. Fang's Conte is not one to easily concede defeat. He has resurrected this Italian giant, which fell to Serie B due to the Calciopoli scandal, restoring them to the pinnacle of Serie A. When Juventus was relegated, many believed their decline was inevitable. Who could have anticipated that several seasons later, Juventus would not only return but also reclaim the Serie A title? Conte's contributions are nothing short of monumental. However, in the minds of many, Conte is primarily recognized as a coach adept at league play, with limited success in cup competitions. This season marks his most significant breakthrough in the Champions League. Having reached the semifinals, he certainly does not wish to surrender easily. Although the odds of a comeback away from home are slim, Conte is determined to give it a try. Juventus has few reliable players to rely on, with forwards including Vucinic, Giovinco, Bindner, and Quagliarella at his disposal. However, one cannot expect much from Bindner's form this season, which has been inconsistent at best. Giovinco possesses notable abilities, yet he too is not a reliable option in crucial battles. The only player demonstrating consistent performance is Vucinic. However, he lacks the explosive potential to shine in significant matches, to achieve a miraculous turnaround. A player endowed with extraordinary individual talent is essential. Among Juventus roster, who harbors such potential? Pirlo? No, he is too old. Age, unfortunately, signifies a diminishing capacity for breakthroughs. While Pirlo is undoubtedly skilled, the expectation for him to suddenly ignite and assist Juventus in achieving the improbable is unrealistic. Conte's attention has shifted to another individual, Paul Pogba. Did you call for me? Pogba entered the room. Conte nodded and gestured to the seat before him. Although Pogba has already gained considerable fame as a rising star in world football, he has yet to reach the stature of a £100 million player upon returning to Manchester United, leading him to remain somewhat reserved. His talent is evident. Pogba possesses a robust physique, with strength and flexibility that rank among the world's elite. Standing over 190 centimeters, he also exhibits a remarkably delicate touch. Pogba is the most gifted player within Juventus' current lineup. However, possessing talent is one thing. Translating that ability onto the field is another. You are aware of the challenges we face in our next match, correct? Conte inquired. Yes, I am aware, Pogba replied earnestly. I do not wish to lose this semi-final. Conte stated straightforwardly. Therefore, I hope you will make a significant impact in this match. A wave of pressure washed over Pogba. What do you wish for me to do? Sir? He respectfully asked. I will position you as an attacking midfielder. Your task is to help us score, whether through assists or finding the net yourself. Paul, I believe in you. You possess exceptional physicality and technique. Your long-range shots are precise, and your passing brims with creativity. If we are to stage a comeback in this match, we will undoubtedly need a hero to manifest a miracle. We require a miracle in this game. I need you to create that miracle. I hope you will become the hero of Juventus. Conte fixed his gaze upon Pogba. Pogba felt a sudden tightness in his breath. To create a miracle and become Juventus' hero, Conte had painted a picture of an unimaginable future. If he succeeded, he would undoubtedly emerge as a star under the world spotlight. Ambitions began to swell within him. The Champions League, the finals, the trophy, fame, and wealth. All of these prospects filled Pogba with longing. He inhaled deeply. Sir, how would you like me to accomplish this? As Pogba exited Conte's office, a smile adorned his face. He had been persuaded by Conte. Should he orchestrate a remarkable comeback, his name would surely dominate the headlines. He and Ye Luo are contemporaries, and perhaps he could become a genius renowned alongside Ye Luo. Moreover, Pogba possesses a considerable degree of confidence in himself. He believes he has the requisite talent to become a pivotal figure in the world of football. Previously, during his time at Manchester United, he was unable to seize opportunities and thus unhesitatingly rejected the contract renewal terms offered by the club. Instead, he opted to join Juventus on a free transfer upon the expiration of his contract. At Juventus, the young Pogba gradually secured a starting position. He is indeed a young midfielder of notable interest in Serie A, yet his reputation remains somewhat subdued. Now, Conte has informed him that should he excel in this match, he would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a globally recognized star. At that moment, his fame is certain to soar. Pogba resolved to give his all in this match. It is the most anticipated match worldwide. Juventus need not necessarily eliminate Arsenal. As long as Pogba can showcase his prowess, the media will certainly take notice. This is attainable. For in this match, Pogba is set to become the focal point of Juventus's attack, commanding possession and wielding the authority to strike. The outcome now rests heavily upon his shoulders. Furthermore, his agent, Raiola, is exceptionally adept at leveraging media attention. Conte has even promised Pogba unlimited freedom to shoot. This exhilarated Pogba, as he felt that his opportunity for fame had arrived. Eliminating Arsenal would be the pinnacle, but even if that does not come to pass, a standout performance in this match would suffice. After all, on the football field, a player's individual ability is complemented by the tactical support of the team. In Pogba's view, what enables players like Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Ye Luo to score so prolifically? Beyond their personal skills, the tactical backing of their teams plays a crucial role. With the tactical resources of the team inclined in his favor, Pogba certainly felt confident in making a significant impact in this match. Prior to the match, Conte brought Pogba to the press conference, where Pogba delivered his battle declaration. "We have reached the edge of the cliff, but we are Juventus, and we shall never surrender. We will unleash a frenzied attack to show Arsenal our might." Such impassioned words resonated with the fans, invigorating Juventus supporters who had previously harbored little hope for the match. Consequently, tickets that had initially remained unsold quickly vanished, with the allocation of 4,000 away tickets being snatched up by enthusiastic Juventus fans. To express their unwavering support for the team, fans traveled great distances to England. Pogba's declaration invigorated the Juventus supporters, who yearned to witness a miracle, a remarkable turnaround. Wenger was acutely aware that Juventus would not relinquish their pursuit easily, particularly given that this was the UEFA Champions League semi-final. They would cling to any glimmer of hope with tenacity. As a cautious strategist, Wenger, despite Arsenal's considerable advantage, dared not allow himself to grow complacent. He fervently reminded his players to avoid arrogance and to remain vigilant. Simultaneously, he contemplated the potential tactics Juventus might employ. It was abundantly clear that Juventus would need to adopt an offensive stance. However, if they were to heed Pogba's words and launch an all-out assault, would they truly neglect the vulnerabilities behind them? Engaging Arsenal in a head-to-head clash? The precedents set by Real Madrid and Bayern Munich loomed large in his mind. How could Juventus presume to possess greater offensive prowess than those teams? Their forwards, Vucinic and Giovinco, could hardly be compared to the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo, Benzema, Lewandowski, and Robin. They were simply not on the same level. When circumstances deviate from the norm, one must be wary of hidden motives. Thus, Wenger felt that Juventus harbored some ulterior strategy. Consequently, he resolved that Arsenal should adopt a more conservative approach, fortifying their defense at home and relying on counterattacks to secure their progression to the Champions League final. In such a pivotal match, it is not uncommon to embrace a slightly more cautious strategy. After all, it has long been said that finals are rarely straightforward affairs. As the match approached, the atmosphere at the Emirates Stadium was electric. Wenger remained vigilant, yet Arsenal's supporters believed firmly in their advantage. Even before the match commenced, the crowd exuded an overwhelming sense of joy, with fans convinced that this encounter was merely a formality for Arsenal's advancement to the final. No one entertained the notion that Juventus could pose a significant threat. When the players took to the pitch, Pogba found himself among the Juventus ranks, positioned third behind team captain Chiellini and goalkeeper Buffon. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of superiority, as if he were the leader of Juventus, the core around which the entire team would revolve. This feeling was a product of the focused training sessions over the past few days, orchestrated by Conte to center the team's strategy around Pogba in their quest to triumph over Arsenal. Conte was compelled to take calculated risks, seeking to unearth an attacking point that Arsenal had not anticipated. Securing an early goal would present Juventus with a vital opportunity. As the crowd erupted in cheers for Yellow, Pogba glanced towards the stands of the Emirates Stadium, which appeared to transform into a sea of banners and slogans in support of Yellow. The deafening roar of adulation resonated throughout the arena. Withdrawing his gaze, Pogba reveled in the glory and recognition. "I too shall bask in such honor," he thought. "Prepare to face your demise, Yellow." Pogba's determination surged to unprecedented heights. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this season's UEFA Champions League semi-final. where Arsenal host Juventus. The starting lineups for both teams have been announced. The home team, Arsenal, has finally assembled their strongest lineup after a 2-month hiatus. In goal is Szczęsny, with a center-back pairing of Van Dijk and Vermaelen, left-back Monreal, and right-back Cancelo. The midfield comprises Arteta, Cazorla, and Kanté, while the forward line features Sanchez, Hierro, and Maine. On the other hand, Juventus has also fielded their key players, with Buffon in goal, a three-man defense of Chiellini, Barzagli, and Bonucci, left-back Cáceres, and right-back Lichtsteiner. The midfield includes Pirlo, Marquisio, Vidal, and Pogba, while the forwards feature Vucinic. It appears that Conte has opted for a 5-4-1 formation. As the commentator's voice resonates, the players take their positions on the pitch, and the match is about to commence. Wenger furrows his brow. 5-4-1. This is a classic defensive setup. Is Juventus planning to bunker down away from home to avoid an embarrassing defeat? How lacking in ambition. However, Wenger's calm demeanor does not last long. Once the match begins, he finds himself on the sidelines, astonished to witness Juventus not merely talking big. They are genuinely pressing forward. Moreover, they are not employing a 5-4-1, but rather a 5-3-2. The key player, Pogba, occupies a position between the forward line and midfield, acting as both an attacking midfielder and a second striker. In this formation, Pogba's role is exceptionally versatile. Juventus is indeed mounting a full-scale offensive, much to Wenger's disbelief. However, the reality before him is undeniable. Has Juventus lost their minds? Conte does not believe so. He understands that to overturn the situation, one must take bold risks. Although the stakes are high, he feels compelled to proceed this way. Moreover, his strategy is not solely about relentless attacking, but rather about seizing the early moments of the match. His motivation for invigorating Pogba is aligned with this tactic. To turn the tide, a dream start would be ideal, as it could provoke the opponent. Once the opposing team loses their composure, they might be tempted to engage in an open confrontation with Juventus, thus creating opportunities for them. Conte's greatest concern is that Arsenal will retreat into a defensive shell, executing counterattacks. Should that occur, Juventus would find themselves devoid of any chances. The Arsenal players, however, are not as contemplative as Conte. They perceive Juventus' aggressive advance as entirely reasonable, especially since they are already trailing by 2 goals on aggregate. Failing to attack would spell their doom. Logically, such reckless, headlong offensives are typically reserved for the final 10 minutes of a match. To see it unfold right from the outset is indeed uncommon. Yet, the players need not ponder these complexities. Such considerations are best left to the head coach. The thoughts of Arsenal's players are straightforward. Since Juventus is so aggressively pursuing the attack, they can confidently launch their counterattacks. With such a significant gap behind them, a single counter could lead Arsenal to their demise. Amidst this fierce offensive, the Juventus supporters erupted with excitement. Over 4,000 traveling fans from Juventus, at one moment, produced an even louder roar than the home Arsenal crowd. They fervently demonstrated their support for the team. The Italian commentators were equally exhilarated, exclaiming, "Juventus is mounting a vigorous assault. This is how it must be." For Juventus to create a miracle, such offensive play is essential. During this period, Pogba emerged as the most frequently mentioned name among the commentators. His desire to shoot was insatiable, relentlessly charging towards Arsenal's goal. He frequently featured in close-up shots during the broadcast. Pogba, a shot. Magnificent. So close. Pogba, a beautiful dribble and a precise through ball. Alas, Vucinic could not reach that position. Pogba again, a turn and a shot. Szczęsny, a splendid save. Pogba's form was exceptional. Observing his performance, Ferguson must surely be regretting the departure of such a world-class midfielder from Manchester United. The commentators lavished praise upon Pogba, while the Juventus fans chanted his name. In that moment, Pogba felt invincible, believing himself to be a world-class player, rivaling even the best. With comprehensive tactical support, Pogba's confidence soared. Under Juventus's relentless assault, Arsenal's players opted to retreat, forming a defensive line within their own 30-meter zone. This spectacle delighted the Juventus supporters. Although they still trailed an aggregate score, Juventus relentlessly pressed Arsenal. This scene brought immense joy to the fans, as if they were finally releasing the frustrations accumulated over the past week. Aren't you so formidable? Now, on your home turf, you are being pushed back past the halfway line. If you have the ability, come at us. Show us what you've got. The excitement among Arsenal's fans began to wane. Frowning, They observed the unfolding events on the pitch. The volume of Arsenal supporters diminished, while the Juventus fans began to rise. They sang passionately. At this moment, the Emirates Stadium seemed to transform into a stronghold for Juventus. The Italian commentators were invigorated by the spirit of the Juventus fans. Juventus supporters had taken over the Emirates Stadium, asserting dominance in enemy territory. Their actions vividly demonstrated their support for the team. And the Emirates Stadium now felt like the realm of the Zebra Legion, while Arsenal's fans appeared subdued, mirroring the situation on the pitch. Juventus had completely seized the advantage. Should they ultimately overturn Arsenal's lead, I would not be surprised. Everyone is immersed in this prosperity and advantage, oblivious to the lurking threat. Arsenal has discreetly revealed its fangs. Their eyes fixated on the gaps behind Juventus. Chapter 91. The Frenzy of Arsenal, the Madness of Ye Luo. 20 minutes have elapsed in the match. Juventus has launched a vigorous offensive, yet they have failed to secure a goal. They are compelled to moderate their attacking rhythm, as their stamina begins to wane. No one can sustain 20 minutes of high-intensity anaerobic running. They are not machines, unable to maintain such a brisk pace indefinitely. The Juventus players require respite, a moment to breathe and recalibrate. However, Arsenal will afford them no such luxury. Just as they seek to decelerate, Arsenal swiftly orchestrates a sharp counterattack. Arteta and Cazorla exhibit remarkable synergy, their consecutive passes deftly dismantling Juventus's pressing in the final third. Cazorla initiates a long ball, seeking Ye Luo, who leaps high to head the ball towards the onrushing Main. He then pivots and sprints forward. Upon receiving the ball, Main quickly distributes it, threading a precise pass to Cancelo, who seizes the moment, penetrating Juventus's defensive line. Given Juventus's high defensive positioning, the gaps behind them are substantial. This interplay between Main and Cancelo exploits the vulnerabilities in the back line. This is Arsenal's counterattack. Cancelo is not offside. The commentator gasps in astonishment. Amidst the cheers from the crowd, Cancelo advances towards the byline. In the midst of the roaring crowd, Conte suddenly stands up. Arsenal's counter has arrived. The very scenario he feared has materialized. Juventus requires 2 goals to eliminate Arsenal. 2 goals, neither too many nor too few. However, should Arsenal score again, the aggregate would shift to 3-1. Even if Juventus manages 2 more goals, they would merely equalize the aggregate score. Moreover, at that juncture, Conte cannot guarantee that Juventus will not concede further. If Arsenal capitalizes on this counterattack to score, Juventus's plight would become even more dire. Cancelo's advance is now unstoppable. The inherent weakness in the flanks brought about by a 3 center-back formation is utterly unresolvable. As Arsenal launches their counter from the wings, they can effortlessly penetrate into the most perilous areas of Juventus's territory. Goalkeeper Buffon is poised, guarding the near post, acutely aware that the greatest threat lies with Ye Luo. Yet at this moment, Cancelo has already ventured into the penalty area. If he does not remain at the near post, it would be tantamount to gifting Cancelo an unobstructed opportunity to score. As a professional player, would one squander such a chance to simply lift a foot and slot the ball home? Buffon dares not take that gamble. Just as he shifts, Cancelo delivers the pass. He delivered a backward triangle pass to the vicinity of the penalty spot. As the ball reached Ye Luo's feet, the cheers from the Emirates Stadium crescendoed, heralding Juventus's moment of despair. Ye Luo controlled the ball, observed, and made adjustments. Then, with a deft strike of his instep, he aimed for the far corner to evade the diving Buffon. The ball, traveling low and swift, surged towards the distant goalpost. No matter Buffon's prowess, he was too late. The ball rolled unobstructed into the vast open net. Ye Luo. Oh, magnificent. Arsenal took the lead at home, 1-0. They now held a 3-1 advantage over Juventus on aggregate. In the distance, Pogba wore a face of dismay. The goal had indeed been scored. Could he still lead Juventus in a remarkable comeback? Pogba faltered. At that moment, Conte roared from the sidelines. "Paul, what on earth are you doing?" Pogba suddenly awakened. He realized he must rally himself. Currently, he was merely a rising star in the midfield with burgeoning fame. He aspired for greater recognition. Clenching his fist, Pogba understood that while the score was unfavorable for Juventus, his objective was not solely to reverse the outcome. Seizing the tactical opportunities presented during the match to score 1 or 2 goals would elevate his reputation. He could envision the headlines in the Italian media the following day: Pogba's goal, yet not enough to save the day. Pogba was also preoccupied with boosting his statistics. Meanwhile, The other Juventus players and fans were left reeling from Arsenal's counterattack, their hopes and dreams shattered. They had envisioned a grand reversal through an aggressive offensive. Yet reality poured over them like a cold shower. The aggregate score now stood at 3-1. Even if Juventus managed to score twice, it would only level the aggregate, necessitating extra time. The concern lay in Arsenal's speed and their ability to capitalize on opportunities. Could Juventus confidently score twice without conceding? The numerous gaps in their defense were not lost on the Juventus players, yet they had previously clung to the belief that their offense could suppress Arsenal's, rendering their defense secure. Now, that belief seemed overly idealistic. After reprimanding Pogba, Conte returned to his seat. Juventus teetered on the brink of oblivion, and Conte himself harbored little confidence. The stands echoed with the jubilant cheers of Arsenal fans, and it was clear to all the predicament Juventus now faced. To attack would leave them vulnerable to Arsenal's counterstrikes. To defend would mean accepting the fate of elimination. Thus, regardless of Juventus's choices moving forward, Arsenal holds the advantage. Upon the resumption of play, the Juventus players appeared somewhat flustered, still reeling from the recent goal conceded. Arsenal, on the other hand, did not hesitate. This was their home ground. They commenced a vigorous offensive. Observing this, Conte felt a flicker of hope. His greatest concern had been Arsenal adopting a defensive stance, only to spring forth with one or two counterattacks. Now that Arsenal was pushing forward, it signified the possibility of scoring, and with the prospect of scoring, the hope of victory emerged. Many shared his sentiments. Seizing the opportunity when Arsenal's attack was thwarted and the ball went out of play, Pirlo quickly convened a meeting with the Juventus players. "We must take risks. We have no choice. Let us engage them in an offensive duel. Raise the tempo," he urged. Juventus had no option but to attack. Engaging in a counteroffensive was their best course of action. Wenger, witnessing his players advance and attack, did not intervene. Generally cautious, he disliked taking risks. However, with a 3-1 lead at home, playing too conservatively would be a disservice to the fans in attendance. Thus, they would engage in an offensive battle. Even in such exchanges, Juventus would struggle against Arsenal. The current Arsenal lineup was significantly more formidable than that of Juventus. The attacking prowess led by Ye Luo could breach the defenses of any team in the world, especially with top-notch players like Sanchez and Cazorla on Arsenal's side. Indeed, moments later, Arsenal launched a threatening assault. Sanchez cut inside for a shot, but Buffon managed to deflect it just in time, narrowly avoiding another goal. What a close call. Buffon once again saved Juventus. Wenger, witnessing this, felt entirely reassured. If Juventus wished to engage Arsenal in a full-on offensive, so be it. Who was afraid of whom? He held unwavering confidence in Arsenal's attacking capabilities. Few teams in the world could match Arsenal's scoring prowess. As Arsenal pressed forward and took the initiative, the Juventus players and fans finally grasped the formidable nature of this Arsenal squad. They found themselves overwhelmed, realizing that engaging Arsenal required a mental fortitude of equal strength. The Juventus fans were anxious, hoping for a performance from their team. Many prayed for a stroke of good fortune for Juventus to mount a comeback. They indeed needed the favor of Lady Luck. However, it was evident that today, luck was not on their side. Arsenal's relentless assault compelled Juventus to fall back and defend. Through a series of midfield passes, Arsenal adeptly flattened Juventus' defensive line, setting the stage for their decisive strike. Cazorla sent the ball towards the penalty area from the corner, the football tracing a graceful arc as it sailed toward the forefront of the goal. Ye Luo leapt high into the air, executing a powerful header that firmly subdued Chiellini beneath him. No one could disrupt his momentum. Ye Luo, goal. The commentators' ecstatic roar transformed into a death knell for Juventus at that moment. 4-1. An aggregate score of 4-1. The suspense of the match had utterly dissipated. Pogba could only sigh skyward in despair. Why? After garnering the unwavering support of his entire team and consolidating nearly all tactical resources upon himself, did he have to face the formidable Arsenal? Ye Luo had netted his second goal. This marked his 27th goal in the Champions League this season, shattering his previous season's record and expanding it to an astonishing extent. Ye Luo is destined to become one of the greatest scorers in history. Perhaps we will witness a rivalry between Messi and Ye Luo in the Champions League final. Ye Luo had completely obliterated Juventus' hopes. After his goal, all Juventus fans fell into silence. Some even turned off their televisions, fully aware that a comeback was beyond their team's reach. If Arsenal continued their relentless assault, Juventus could very well face a massacre. Conte recognized that his team was not yet a match for Arsenal. This Juventus side, in truth, bore flaws in its lineup. They lacked a superstar like Ye Luo who could decisively turn the tide. Such a team might not struggle in league matches. But they were missing a genuine star in his prime. Persie was simply too old. The true value of a superstar lies in their ability to tip the balance in critical matches through sheer individual prowess. He had once believed Pogba possessed this potential, but it now appeared that Pogba was still too inexperienced. He was far from being Ye Luo's rival. The first half concluded with a score of 2-0. The players retreated to the locker rooms for halftime. Wenger expressed his satisfaction with the team's performance. Just before the second half commenced, he said, "Gentlemen, enjoy the match and deliver an exhilarating Champions League semi-final for our fans. Football transcends mere victory or defeat. The bond between fans and the team is profoundly deep. Fans attending the match naturally hope for an exhilarating experience. How can one achieve that? By witnessing more goals, of course." Thus, as the second half began, Arsenal did not retreat into a defensive posture, but instead pressed forward to attack. Although this might afford Juventus opportunities for counterattacks, given the current situation, what did it matter if Juventus managed to score? Moreover, Arsenal's players were confident that even if Juventus did score once, they are undoubtedly capable of achieving even more. In the 63rd minute of the match, Arsenal scored again. This time, it was not Ye Luo who found the net, nor was it one of his assists. Sanchez, faced with Buffon's defense, decisively struck the ball into the lower right corner of the goal. Arsenal had once again breached Buffon's defenses. This goal ignited the entire Emirates Stadium. 3-0, an aggregate score of 5-1. The final. We are heading to the final. Hooray! All Arsenal fans raised their arms in jubilation. This would mark only the second time in the club's history that they reached the Champions League final. What an embarrassing record it is. Arsenal fans consider themselves to be a powerhouse of English football. Yet, have you ever seen a prestigious club without a Champions League title? On this grand stage, even Nottingham Forest, now relegated to League One, could mock Arsenal. The last time Arsenal reached the Champions League final, they boasted a squad featuring Henry and Vieira, perhaps the most formidable Arsenal team in history. However, they encountered an even stronger Barcelona and returned empty-handed. This time, they once again had the opportunity to stand on the Champions League final stage. Their opponent could still be Barcelona, the so-called Galactic team, with a 3-goal lead. Arsenal's attacking play became even more incisive, while Juventus appeared to have lost their spirit. And Ye Luo? He was still chasing goals. Who would ever be dissatisfied with scoring fewer goals? In the 89th minute, as Ye Luo dribbled past 3 players and sent the ball into the net, the world erupted in celebration. Ye Luo, he had achieved a hat-trick in this match. It was simply unbelievable. This marked his 28th goal, his second in this season's Champions League. Poor Juventus. They faced such a relentless Arsenal and an unstoppable Ye Luo. The cameras panned across the faces of Juventus players, revealing expressions of confusion and fear. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 92, Wembley. Ultimately, Arsenal triumphed at home with a resounding 4-0 victory over Juventus, eliminating their opponents with an aggregate score of 6-1. Such a scoreline is a disgrace for a venerable Italian club like Juventus. The aftermath triggered a seismic shift in Italian football. The media criticized the players, condemned Conte, and former legends voiced their disapproval. In a flash, Juventus found themselves at the center of public scrutiny. Remarkably, no one targeted Pogba. As he was merely a young player at Juventus, no one would place the blame for their elimination on his shoulders. This realization brought a significant sense of relief to Pogba. No one is directing their ire at me. What a relief. However, Juventus Football Club was far from unscathed. They faced fierce criticism. Conte's tactics came under fire, and every detail was scrutinized. Consequently, they entered a period of turmoil. Juventus's leading advantage in the Serie A may be affected by this match's strength. However, this bears little relevance to Arsenal and Ye Luo, as their schedule is exceedingly congested, intensely so. The Champions League, League Cup, and FA Cup have all compounded this strain, particularly the grueling fixtures of the Premier League, which exacerbate player fatigue. Fortunately, the Champions League matches can temporarily be put on hold, as reaching the final signifies a well-deserved respite for Arsenal. The final itself will not take place for over a month, by which time the domestic matches in the Premier League will have concluded, and the champions of the Premier League and the FA Cup will have been crowned. Thus, Arsenal can momentarily redirect their focus entirely onto domestic competitions. However, the fans' attention remains fixated on the Champions League, as a semi-final match has yet to be contested. The day following Arsenal's match against Juventus, Manchester United and Barcelona clashed in a thrilling encounter at Camp Nou. In a display of fervent attacking play, the home-defeated Manchester United unleashed a frenzy of offense away from home, demonstrating their prowess to fans worldwide. Ultimately, Manchester United emerged victorious in this match, triumphing over Barcelona with a score of 3-2. Nevertheless, due to a significant deficit from the first leg, where they lost 3-1 at home, they were eliminated with an aggregate score of 4-5. Setting aside Ye Luo's performance, Messi netted 5 goals across the 2 fixtures against Manchester United, showcasing his divine talent. Yet, with 23 Champions League goals, he appears somewhat overshadowed by Ye Luo's 28. Without Ye Luo, it is likely that the majority would be lauding Messi as the king of football, particularly the Catalan media, who find their admiration for Messi complicated by the persistent presence of Ye Luo, forcing them to alter their praise. However, should Barcelona manage to secure the Champions League title against Arsenal, the Catalan media would have ample reason to celebrate. This represents their only remaining opportunity. As for both Messi and Barcelona, scoring 5 goals in the final to equal Ye Luo's tally seems nearly impossible. They must win the Champions League final and lift the trophy to mitigate the impact of Ye Luo's remarkable 28 goals. Turning our gaze back to domestic affairs. With 6 Premier League matches remaining, Arsenal need only to secure victory in 2 to clinch the championship, thereby allowing for rotation following the conclusion of the Champions League semi-finals. However, this does not extend to Ye Luo, for his ambition lies in continually breaking records. During the weekend, Ye Luo eagerly volunteered for the 33rd round match against Hull City, and Wenger did not decline his request, fully aware that Ye Luo would not tire easily. The general consensus among observers was that Arsenal would opt for rotation in their lineup against Hull City, especially with the upcoming FA Cup semi-final against Manchester City looming. Thus, when the starting lineup for Arsenal was announced, both the media and Hull City's coaching staff were taken aback. The team comprised entirely of substitutes and a few reserve players, along with Ye Luo, who was unexpectedly included in the starting 11. It was surprising that in such extensive rotation, Ye Luo remained a starter. One might wonder why. Amidst such a sweeping change, the star player was not rested. Was there an intention to increase his goal tally? As it turned out, such speculations were indeed accurate. However, Hull City felt underestimated, believing that Arsenal was disrespectful by fielding a team of substitutes and reserves to bolster Ye Luo's goal-scoring endeavors. The players from Hull City, fueled by indignation, aimed to demonstrate their prowess on home ground against the proud Arsenal. Yet, their aggressive offensive strategy played into Arsenal's hands, allowing the Gunners to execute counterattacks with ease. Whenever the ball was at their feet, it was directed towards Ye Luo, who did not disappoint his teammates' expectations. Seizing every opportunity, he found the back of the net, culminating in a staggering scoreline of 5-2 in favor of Arsenal. The Gunners showed no mercy, and neither did Ye Luo, who completed a hat trick, bringing his total goals to 57. Following this match, the entire Arsenal squad commenced preparations for the FA Cup semi-final against Manchester City at Wembley Stadium. To accommodate this crucial encounter, the league fixtures between Arsenal and Manchester City were rescheduled. Although it was merely a semi-final, the media's fervor infused the clash with a sense of impending grandeur. Tensions escalated as players from both teams exchanged barbs, deepening the rivalry. The media also resurrected earlier rumors regarding Manchester City's interest in acquiring Ye Luo. Pellegrini seized the opportunity to bolster Agüero's reputation within the locker room, aiming to pacify any unrest. Despite denying the transfer rumors during interviews, he stated, "I have consistently maintained that we have no intention of purchasing Ye Luo, but perhaps now you will believe me. I am completely unaware of this matter, and thus, I cannot harbor any thoughts on it, especially since we already have a world-class striker in Agüero." In truth, Pellegrini would certainly welcome Ye Luo's arrival. Yet there was nothing he could do about Ye Luo's reluctance to join. If Agüero were to offend again, he would find himself at a loss for words in the locker room. It would be as futile as drawing water with a bamboo basket. Presently, Manchester City appears to have little hope in the Premier League. The only glimmer of hope for a championship lies in the FA Cup. However, the semi-final pits them against their perennial rival, Arsenal, which poses a formidable challenge for City. The Mansour Consortium has invested hundreds of millions of pounds in transfers over the past 4 seasons. Yet Manchester City has become one of the most valuable teams in the world without yielding any tangible results. Not only Pellegrini, but even the players themselves feel the weight of Alexander's disappointment. With the FA Cup semi-final looming, City has previously struggled against a weakened Arsenal. Now, they face a fully armed Arsenal that has strategically rotated players in the league. Can Manchester City prevail? As skepticism grows around City's prospects, the match time draws near. Congratulations on reaching the final, Leo. Before the match commenced, Aguero was on the phone with Messi. They have known each other since childhood, having been teammates since their days in the Argentine youth national team, sharing the same bed, so to speak. Thank you, but Arsenal is no easy opponent, Messi remarked from the other end of the line. Aguero nodded in agreement, both aware of the unspoken name, the pressure that comes with facing that man. After hanging up, Aguero clenched his fist. He knew that man was Messi's greatest rival. Meanwhile, he too longed for a victory. Wembley Stadium buzzed with anticipation, the crowd roaring before the match even began. On the stands, Manchester City fans chanted fervently, seemingly striving to demonstrate that their team could triumph. In contrast, Arsenal supporters appeared less spirited, perhaps weary from their frequent victories. In any case, the pre-match atmosphere at Wembley found Manchester City fans in the ascendancy, their animosity towards Arsenal erupting like a volcano even before the first whistle. Arsenal players had grown accustomed to such treatment. After all, becoming England's top team came with its share of hostility. Everyone sought to claim victory over Arsenal. Yet as of now, Arsenal has gone an astonishing 44 league matches without defeat, inching closer to the record set by the invincible Arsenal of yore. Presently, Arsenal stands as a record-breaking machine. At this moment, Manchester City remains unconcerned with Arsenal's records. This is an FA Cup match, not a league encounter. Once the players completed their warm-ups, they returned to the locker room for their final preparations before taking the field. Wenger gazed at his first-team players within the confines of the dressing room, harboring high hopes for this match. On another pitch, a simultaneous FA Cup semi-final unfolded, featuring Everton against Wigan Athletic. Should they triumph over Manchester City, the likelihood of Arsenal's victory in the final, regardless of whether their opponents were Everton or Wigan, would be significantly heightened. Thus, this semi-final became a match of utmost importance. The league title was virtually secured, and the UEFA Champions League final would not commence until after the conclusion of the Premier League, which was still some time away in late May. Therefore, Arsenal possessed ample strength and resources to make a breakthrough in the FA Cup, to seize the FA Cup, clinch the league title, and ultimately capture the Champions League trophy. They aim to become only the second team in the history of English football to achieve the remarkable feat of a treble in a single season. Wenger's ambitions had grown in tandem with Arsenal's burgeoning prowess. I have but one demand, gentlemen. Defeat them and remain at Wembley for the final. Wembley, Wembley, Wembley. The Arsenal players erupted in fervent cheers. Meanwhile, in the Manchester City dressing room, Pellegrini was rallying his players for one final push. Gentlemen, I know you understand the significance of this match. Our team has endured countless criticisms and mockery. We possess the finest squad, yet we have achieved nothing thus far. They are undoubtedly waiting to witness our downfall. Consider the aftermath should we falter today. What would the media proclaim? They would label us nouveau riche, claiming our players are mercenaries playing solely for money, devoid of any sense of honor, mere vampires. Is that the narrative you wish to hear? You are all world-class players. And as you contemplate your retirement, do you want to be remembered as the Manchester City players who only had wealth to their name? Tell me, is that what you desire? Pellegrini's voice grew increasingly impassioned. For this speech, he had meticulously prepared over a week in advance, rehearsing in front of the mirror at home to fully evoke the necessary emotions. His vocal crescendos, gestures, and even his gaze had been thoroughly practiced, all aimed at igniting the fighting spirit of the Manchester City players. City undoubtedly boasted a lavish lineup, and when filled with determination, they were a force to be reckoned with. In the realm of football, there are no guarantees of victory or defeat, while external opinions may not favor Manchester City. Pellegrini understood all too well that each match is an isolated event. Perhaps Manchester City has suffered countless defeats to Arsenal in the past. However, when the final whistle blows, it heralds an entirely new contest. In mathematical terms, this is an independent event. The outcome of the match is not dictated by prior encounters, but rather by the players' performances on the field. Before Manuel Pellegrini's meticulously prepared address, a resolute expression appeared on the faces of Manchester City's players. and a fierce determination shone in their eyes. The players' fighting spirit was ignited. Captain Company rose to his feet and declared, "Lads, to be honest, I have had enough of these words." He pointed towards the pitch. "This is Wembley Stadium. We can play the FA Cup match right here. We possess the most luxurious lineup. Should we be afraid? The ones who should be afraid are them." Aguero suddenly sprang up, exclaiming, "We are going to play the FA Cup final at Wembley." He clenched his fists and shouted, "Defeat them. Wembley, Wembley, Wembley." In that moment, nearly all Manchester City players joined in a fervent roar of Wembley. Once the enthusiasm subsided, a singular voice broke through the fervor. Everyone turned to see the eternally late Balotelli. It seemed that the enigmatic Balotelli was unaware of the situation. Upon noticing everyone looking at him, he flashed a wide grin, revealing a row of pristine white teeth beneath his dark complexion. The world of Balotelli, one you will never comprehend. End of chapter 93. It should not be this way tactically. Pellegrini felt there was little left to emphasize. He did not believe Manchester City could maintain a solid defense. In contrast to his doubts regarding the defense, he held a modicum of faith in City's offensive capabilities. After all, there were no other strategies to employ. It was better to boldly confront the challenge head-on. There were no underhanded schemes or intricate tactics. Both sides squared off, akin to two boxers engaged in a turn-based game, trading punches, competing on the basis of whose strikes were more formidable and whose resilience was stronger. Such an exchange, although lacking in technical finesse, showcased the raw strength of both teams. Of course, luck played a part as well. It is an integral aspect of football. Pellegrini believed that this was the key to Manchester City's potential triumph. If fortune favored them, both Manchester City and Arsenal would forego any probing tactics. As the match commenced, both teams launched into an all-out offensive. The commentator excitedly remarked, "This kind of match makes for thrilling commentary." Ye Luo is the linchpin of Arsenal's core. 90% of Arsenal's attacks revolve around him. Manchester City did not adopt a conservative stance either. The pace of the match was exhilarating. On one end, Ye Luo maneuvered through defenders in the penalty area before his shot was blocked. Turning around, Aguero unleashed a long-range strike that threatened Szczęsny. Shortly thereafter, Sanchez attempted an inward curling shot. Meanwhile, Balotelli leapt to head the ball, narrowly missing the crossbar. In this match, the standout performer for Manchester City was undoubtedly Sergio Aguero. The recent rumors surrounding Manchester City's pursuit of Ye Luo served as a significant impetus for Aguero. It even led him to contemplate leaving the club. However, even if departure was on the horizon, he felt compelled to demonstrate his prowess to the upper management of Manchester City before doing so. Did they consider his feelings while chasing Ye Luo in front of him? They would surely regret it once he was gone. Fueled by indignation, Aguero's latent potential erupted spectacularly. He actively sought goals on the pitch, and with his already high level of skill, achieving them became a mere formality. Aguero shoots. Wow. Beautiful. He has helped Manchester City open the scoring. The match just became thrilling. The commentator almost leaped from his seat. It took until the 16th minute for the first goal to be scored, which was quite surprising given the attacking nature of the game. Waiting so long for a goal was unexpected. What a splendid goal. Just look at it. Manchester City has a world-class striker in Aguero. Do they still need to pursue Ye Luo? This is Aguero's direct response to the club's management regarding their interest in Ye Luo. The upper management of Manchester City truly seems to have lost their senses. They have offended their star player by hinting at Ye Luo's acquisition without any certainty of success. If Aguero decides to leave, it would render their pursuit of Ye Luo futile, resulting in a wasted effort. Commentators praised Aguero's goal while lampooning the management's decisions. Manchester City fans leaped from their seats, waving their arms, loudly chanting Aguero's name, while others brandished well-prepared banners and posters. "We have Koeman. We don't need that Dragon Kingdom fellow. Koeman, stay with us. We will always support you. Koeman is our best striker." After scoring, Aguero sprinted to the area below the podium, fully aware that the club's upper management was seated there. He raised his fists in defiance, determined to show them that he was no less formidable than Ye Luo. The club's chairman, Abrac, observed Aguero's celebratory gesture, fully cognizant of its implications. The rumors surrounding Aguero's potential departure had persisted for some time. He recognized that these were not mere speculations. They were orchestrated by Aguero's agent, who had even expressed a desire for him to leave the team. The prospect of failing to secure Ye Luo while Aguero contemplated his exit was indeed troubling. Considering Aguero's form and capabilities, if he were allowed to depart, Manchester City would likely struggle to find a striker of comparable quality. Thus, Abrac finds himself compelled to yield to Agüero's agent. He is poised to offer Agüero a substantial contract, one that would elevate Agüero to the ranks of the highest-paid players in the Premier League. Through this means, he hopes to secure Agüero's presence. Abrac claps, yet his countenance betrays no signs of elation. He is acutely aware that once Agüero's new contract is finalized, the agents of Manchester City's stars will undoubtedly swarm like sharks sensing blood. At that moment, the salary structure of Manchester City will face a significant upheaval, all stemming from his own misguided attempts to engage with Ye Luo. Consequently, Abrac's discontent is visibly reflected in his expression. Meanwhile, the television broadcast fails to capture Abrac's demeanor. After all, rather than focusing on the chairman's headache over the burgeoning wage storm within the team, the audience's attention is riveted on the match. Arsenal's start has been dismal this season, as they have predominantly found themselves ahead, rarely trailing their opponents, let alone Manchester City, from whom they have never been behind. The camera pans to the Arsenal players, leaving the Manchester City fans who could not secure tickets and are confined to watching the live broadcast from home in a state of disbelief. Before long, their discontent surfaces. "We are the ones scoring. We are the leading team. Why are the cameras focused on Arsenal?" They grumble. Do those in charge of the broadcast not comprehend who the true protagonists are here? Such matters may seem trivial, yet the frustration of the City supporters is justified. The team that scores typically garners more attention. Under what circumstances would the conceding team receive camera time? This occurs when the broadcasting entity perceives the dominant side as unexpectedly conceding a goal. In such instances, the camera's focus on the conceding team conveys the message that despite their strength, they have faltered. As seasoned fans, the City supporters, primarily local loyalists as their overseas fan base dwindles, are adept at interpreting this visual language. Hence, they cannot abide such dismissiveness, especially when they are portrayed as the underdogs. The situation escalates further as the broadcast grants Ye Luo an extended close-up lasting several seconds, igniting the fury of City fans. Initially, the supporters maintained a degree of silence regarding media rumors of Ye Luo's potential move to Manchester City, recognizing his prowess. Most City fans would welcome his arrival. However, Ye Luo's outright dismissal of the rumors incites their displeasure. Now, while Agüero is the one scoring, it seems the spotlight has shifted to Ye Luo, rendering Agüero a mere supporting character. For Manchester City, scoring first is an unexpected delight, instilling a sense of hope for victory in Pellegrini, who swiftly makes adjustments to bolster the defense. Previously, the attacking strategy was necessitated by Manchester City's lack of alternative means to contend with Arsenal. In any case, attacking is Manchester City's forte, so they opted for an offensive strategy. To their surprise, this approach yielded a lead. However, continuing to engage in an open contest would squander their advantage. While Manchester City's offensive prowess is formidable, Arsenal is no slouch, and may even surpass City in strength. It is only a matter of time before they find the back of the net. Should Arsenal equalize, morale would shift dramatically. Hence, Pellegrini took it upon himself to counsel Kompany directly, urging the team to adopt a defensive stance. They were to retreat to their own penalty area and, if opportunities arose, counterattack. Otherwise, they should maintain their positions diligently. By holding their ground and compressing the space, even a player like Ye Luo would find it challenging to score. Emboldened by their earlier success, the Manchester City players found Pellegrini's words to be quite sagacious. After all, victory is indeed the most effective means of establishing prestige. Pellegrini had previously called for an offensive approach, which had proved effective, and now his request for a defensive strategy resonated just as strongly. The players were acutely aware that engaging Arsenal in an open duel while holding a lead would render their hard-earned advantage futile. The coach's adjustments were timely. As the match resumed, the anticipated offensive skirmish dissipated, replaced by Manchester City's retraction while Arsenal surged forward. The game transformed into an uneven siege, a scenario that left Arsenal's fans quite disgruntled. "Cowards, you've taken the lead and retreated. Are you still men? How pathetic." They berated from the stands. However, the Manchester City supporters were unfazed by the tactical shift. Their team had not triumphed over Arsenal in over 2 seasons, nor had they even managed a draw. Thus, the City fans were less concerned with aesthetics and more focused on the prospect of victory. The dynamics of the match shifted with Agüero's goal, marking a clear delineation. The fierce contest transitioned into a territory battle, reminiscent of Arsenal's familiar defensive tactics. The pace slowed abruptly, and a sly smile crept across Ye Luo's face. Although he preferred an open contest, Manchester City's decision to withdraw was akin to relinquishing their hard-won advantage. In an offensive exchange, with a stroke of luck, City could have netted additional goals. Yet, in retreating defensively, Ye Luo would ensure they would not have another opportunity to attack. The notion that steadfast defense could stymie goals was far-fetched. Under Arsenal's relentless siege, Manchester City, initially poised for counterattacks, now found themselves wholly on the defensive. Aguero was visibly frustrated. He felt in prime form after scoring, yet the coach's directive to consolidate defense stifled any hopes of counterattacks. What had been anticipated as a chance for offensive play had now devolved into a suffocating retreat. Even Aguero found himself within his own penalty area, rendering any thoughts of attack futile. The entire team had withdrawn, leaving Aguero isolated in his offensive ambitions. This was not how it was meant to be. Manchester City was the team in the lead, while Arsenal found themselves trailing. Aguero lingered at the edge of the penalty area, moving with the team's formation. Yet his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He once believed that transferring to Manchester City marked a significant leap in his career, for it was evident to all that the club was wealthy and boasted a formidable lineup. A team of such caliber had no reason to remain empty-handed when it came to championships. Yet, why was it that this opulent squad had failed to secure any titles over the past few seasons? What could be the reason? Could it be the players' fault? Aguero certainly did not think so. Hence, if it was not the players, the blame must lie with the coach. A single inept commander can bring ruin to an entire army. In the past, Mancini managed to keep pace with Manchester United and Arsenal, nearly clinching the title. But now, Pellegrini lacked even Mancini's capabilities. His incompetence was glaring. To expect such a coach to lead Manchester City to glory was mere folly. Initially, Aguero was elated to hear that the team would adopt an offensive strategy in this match, thinking he would finally engage in a genuine battle alongside Ye Luo. Yet, they had only scored one goal, and just when the team's morale was soaring, Pellegrini abruptly pulled them back. It was nothing short of a hindrance. Aguero's dissatisfaction with Pellegrini had reached its zenith. While it was understandable why Pellegrini might choose such a strategy, given Arsenal's current strength and their tendency to adopt a defensive posture, this approach only granted Arsenal numerous opportunities to attack. Moreover, Arsenal was not a team that relied solely on counterattacks. With Ye Luo, they possessed a wealth of tactical options. In terms of organized offense, Arsenal stood strong with Ye Luo in their ranks. As Arsenal's assaults surged forth like a tidal wave, Manchester City's supporters were left on edge, their nerves fraying with every gasp from the stands, which underscored the potency of Arsenal's offense and the perilous situations unfolding within Manchester City's penalty area. In the span of mere minutes, the match had transformed into a showcase of Ye Luo's Arsenal. He first unleashed powerful strikes that tested Joe Hart's defenses before launching a header that hammered against Manchester City's backline, shaking it to its very core. He then drifted to the periphery to receive the ball and executed a breakthrough, forcing a foul from City's players and earning Arsenal a free kick opportunity. In just a few fleeting moments, Manchester City's fans became acutely aware that their slender lead was far from secure. Ye Luo's diverse offensive tactics, long-range shots, aerial bombardments, and individual breakthroughs placed immense pressure on City's defense, which was only mounting. Under such relentless strain, the collapse of Manchester City's backline was merely a matter of time. Change was imperative for Manchester City. It had become evident that they could not simply rely on a defensive stance to thwart Ye Luo. If they continue to defend in this manner, it is likely that they will concede a goal within 5 minutes. I wager that they will let in a goal in 3 minutes. The television commentators are engaging in a friendly bet. This scene evokes frustration among Manchester City fans watching from home. How infuriating! Shouldn't you maintain an objective neutrality? Is this the demeanor expected of a commentator? The disdain is palpable. However, what aggravates the City supporters even more is the actions of their head coach, Pellegrini. Given the advantageous position they were in, why have they suddenly resorted to a defensive stance? Is this not a means of undermining their own prestige while bolstering that of their opponents? What kind of coach operates in such a manner? Chapter 94. A coup within the luxury box at Wembley Stadium. The expression on Manchester City chairman Abraham's face is far from pleasant. The Mansour Group has invested over £1 billion. With such a financial commitment, they have yet to see any return. For 5 consecutive seasons, Manchester City has emerged empty-handed. Indeed, if they cannot secure victory in this FA Cup semi-final. They must confront the reality that they have squandered over £1 billion without capturing a single title. This is undeniably embarrassing. Moreover, the current situation is immensely humiliating for Abrahak. The sight of his lavishly assembled squad being utterly dominated is disheartening. It seems that appointing Pellegrini to lead Manchester City was a grave miscalculation, he muses. On the sidelines, Pellegrini remains oblivious to the precariousness of his position. Yet, he is acutely aware that if he fails to deliver results this season, he will certainly not be able to continue in his role next season. Thus, his current defensive strategy is a high-stakes gamble, one that appears to be on the verge of failure. To suggest that Manchester City could not withstand 5 minutes is, of course, an exaggeration and underestimates their capabilities. They managed to hold off Arsenal's onslaught for 5 minutes before conceding in the 6th minute. Pellegrini overestimated his team's defensive prowess while underestimating Arsenal's attacking strength. As Arsenal unleashed a multifaceted assault, combining powerful shots, aerial bombardments, and penetrating ground plays, Manchester City's defense began to falter and soon crumbled. Main's cross from the flank soared into the penalty area. Kompany leapt high to contest a header with Ye Luo, but he was ultimately overpowered in the air. Ye Luo executed a perfect Lions main header, sending the ball crashing into the net at the junction of the crossbar and post, an almost theoretical dead angle. Although Joe Hart, England's first-choice goalkeeper, is often criticized for conceding spectacular goals, his shot-stopping ability is generally well regarded. However, he had no chance against this one. The Manchester City fans fell into silence. They were at a loss, unsure of how to assist their team in reversing the tide. In fact, their thoughts had shifted from aspirations of victory to venting their frustration at the coaching staff. It is inevitable when a team's performance falters. The blame must first be directed at those in charge. Isn't he the head coach? Arsenal fans, however, were unconcerned by such matters. Upon witnessing the ball soar into the net, they erupted in jubilant cheers. Ye Luo, long live! Amidst the thunderous applause, Ye Luo beheld the football nestling into the goal as he descended from the air. Upon landing, he brushed aside the Manchester City players obstructing his path and sprinted towards the sidelines, executing a prolonged slide on his knees in celebration. In response to such audacious revelry, the Manchester City supporters finally reacted, their retorts sharp and piercing in the form of jeers. Yet, no matter how deafening their disdain, it could not alter the scoreline. Moreover, within the vast confines of Wembley Stadium, their derision might not even overshadow the jubilations of the Arsenal fans. After Manchester City had labored to score, they found themselves equalized just 6 minutes later by Arsenal, a devastating blow to their morale. The camera focused on Pellegrini, whose countenance bore the burden of despair. He understood all too well the precarious situation his team faced. Alas, he found himself at a loss for immediate solutions. He is the head coach, not a deity. And certainly not Ye Luo. Were Ye Luo part of his squad, he would undoubtedly possess the means to rectify the situation. Regrettably, he does not. Aguero is indeed a remarkable player, yet he pales in comparison to Ye Luo. Pellegrini must shoulder the responsibility for Manchester City's current plight. Following their goal, his tactical decisions are highly debatable. He instructed the team to retreat entirely, and the result of this defensive stance lasted a mere 6 minutes. Commentators unanimously attributed Manchester City's predicament to Pellegrini's strategic choices, with fans placing the blame squarely on his shoulders, accusing him of timidity and asserting that his conservative tactics led to the forfeiture of a promising lead. Such is the nature of fans, they are solely focused on outcomes. Had Pellegrini opted for a vigorous offensive approach after taking the lead, they might have deemed him overly aggressive, resulting in the team's vulnerability. In essence, a significant portion of a head coach's remuneration is allocated for bearing the brunt of criticism. Currently, the blame for Manchester City's equalization has fallen upon Pellegrini, for he is the architect of their fate. He made choices, and now he must face the consequences. Meanwhile, seated in the director's box, Abelak's expression grew increasingly grim. To be frank, his employer had invested copiously with the singular aim of achieving results. These feudal lords from the Middle East are acutely aware of how fragile their dominion is in this modern age. Their financial injections into football and the sports industry are merely attempts to curry favor with the common populace of Western nations. Thus, as long as results are forthcoming, monetary concerns pale in comparison. Initially, Manchester City appeared to be in a favorable position, at one point posing a threat to Manchester United. However, Everything shifted following Yellow's transfer to Arsenal. The protagonists of the Premier League narrative are no longer Manchester City and Manchester United. Arsenal, with Yellow at its helm, has emerged as the central figure. Abelak begins to ponder a pressing question. Although Pellegrini led Malaga to a Champions League victory, it now appears that this success is largely unrelated to his capabilities. Rather, it is Yellow who has been the pivotal factor in Malaga's triumph. Thus, can Pellegrini truly navigate the colossal ship that is Manchester City? Abelak harbors doubts. This season has been disastrous for Manchester City, yet they still have the next season and the one after that. Under Pellegrini's management, can Manchester City achieve a breakthrough? Is it time to consider a change in head coach to find success under Arsenal's formidable pressure? Just as Abelak contemplates this serious dilemma, the match resumes. Arsenal levels the score, invigorating their morale, while Manchester City's spirits plummet. They can no longer be regarded as proactive. Instead, they are being relentlessly pressured by Arsenal's fervent attacks. With no alternative but to defend, they can only hope to endure until halftime for a respite. Pellegrini stands on the sidelines, his expression grave. The more he thinks, the more his headache intensifies. Faced with such an Arsenal, he feels utterly powerless, unable to devise a strategy against them, particularly against Yellow. If he had a solution, he wouldn't be in such a dire predicament. With the head coach at a loss and the team's morale waning, it is hardly surprising that Manchester City concedes a goal. In the 36th minute of the match, Yellow, advancing just outside the penalty area, is brought down by Yaya Touré. Arsenal is awarded a free kick in an excellent position to threaten the goal. Yellow stands over the ball, and Manchester City is understandably anxious. Joe Hart organizes a five-man wall. In the face of this formidable barrier, Yellow assesses the goal's position, takes a deep breath, and, upon the referee's whistle, begins his run-up. He strikes the ball. It sails over the wall, then plunges sharply downward, curving erratically like a leaf falling from a tree. Joe Hart, confronted with such a shot, has no means to respond. The ball crashes against the underside of the crossbar and rebounds into the net. 1-2. Arsenal has taken the lead. Splendid. Arsenal's comeback was almost inevitable. Manchester City appears utterly disheveled. They must devise a strategy in the second half, or this season will end in futility for them once again. Commentators shake their heads, deeming Manchester City's plight a consequence of their own folly. What began as a promising attacking contest has devolved into a misguided attempt to retreat into defense after gaining the lead. Now, retribution has arrived. Manchester City is not a team known for its defensive prowess. Do they not realize the inadequacy of their own defense in attempting to thwart Arsenal? The commentators often exhibit the wisdom of hindsight, critiquing Manchester City's choices based on the current outcome. Yet, if they occupied Pellegrini's position, would they truly conceive of superior strategies? Engaging Arsenal in a head-to-head confrontation might have led to an even swifter demise. This merely underscores Arsenal's superiority, now evidently surpassing Manchester City, regardless of the coach's decisions. Bridging the gap in raw strength between the two teams proves exceedingly challenging. The first half concluded with a score of 1-2. Although Manchester City trailed by just one goal and had another 45 minutes to salvage the match and perhaps the season, the prevailing sentiment suggested certain defeat for City and assured victory for Arsenal. The trailing side struggled to devise any threatening approach to challenge Szczesny's goal. Pellegrini appeared somewhat at a loss, standing on the sidelines for 30 minutes without presenting a viable solution. Some might argue that Pellegrini's composure reflects his intent to wait until halftime for adjustments. If City could regain control in the second half, such reasoning might hold merit. However, in football, results ultimately speak for themselves. The victor reigns supreme. The current scenario reveals that Manchester City, having once led, faced a reversal at the hands of Arsenal, rendering Pellegrini the vanquished. Upon returning to their locker room at halftime, Arsenal was undoubtedly in high spirits, having turned the tide with 2 consecutive goals from Ye Luo after initially conceding. This undoubtedly boosted the morale of the Arsenal players, who, having triumphed over City in previous encounters, held a psychological advantage. Consequently, there was a collective belief in their assured victory, with players brimming with confidence. Conversely, the atmosphere in Manchester City's locker room was starkly different. Pellegrini arrived earlier than the players, contemplating how to reinvigorate the team's spirits. "We are only 1 goal down. We merely need to score again to equalize. And then the pressure will shift to Arsenal," he asserted. However, this motivational rhetoric failed to resonate. Such superficial encouragement seemed unlikely to stir the seasoned players of City. who sought clear directives on how to vanquish Arsenal. The efficacy of motivational speeches varies by context. City star player, Aguero, upon hearing Pellegrini's remarks, let out a dismissive snort and asserted, "Boss, let's set aside these platitudes. What we need is to attack. Tell us how to proceed and defeat Arsenal. You are the coach. You must provide a plan." Pellegrini's brow furrowed in concern. Had he known what to do, he would not have resorted to meaningless bravado. Aguero's remarks poignantly touched upon Pellegrini's anguish. He comprehended yellow better than anyone and firmly believed in the notion that yellow was invincible. Ultimately, the key to overcoming Arsenal lay in the ability to conquer yellow. However, Pellegrini harbored an intrinsic belief that this player was indeed unbeatable. The situation became increasingly uncomfortable for Pellegrini as he grappled with his impotence as a head coach. His authority was being undermined, and Aguero's comments were a direct affront to Pellegrini's dignity. Faced with this blatant challenge to his authority in the locker room, Pellegrini was taken aback and filled with indignation. A player questioning the coach's competence during halftime indicated a loss of control over the dressing room. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Pellegrini. He inhaled deeply. Recognizing that now was not the time for confrontation with Aguero, he chose to disregard Aguero's provocations and continued to rally his team, urging them to maintain their offensive momentum in the second half. Yet, Aguero remained relentless, pressing, "Boss, spare us the platitudes. Just tell us what tactical adjustments we need to make to score. We require goals, not empty motivational speeches." Aguero's fury was palpable. Pellegrini found himself at a loss for words, further inciting Aguero's ire. "You have no solutions, do you?" Aguero turned to his teammates, proclaiming, "You all see this, right? He has no answers. This isn't merely about this match. Are we inferior to Arsenal? No, we are their equals. If the coach had any worthwhile strategies, we would have triumphed over Arsenal long ago. Yet, from last season until now, we have failed to defeat them even once. This season has seen consecutive defeats. Thus it is clear you have no solutions." Aguero's gaze bore into Pellegrini, whose face turned a shade of fury. The other Manchester City players stood in stunned silence. The clash between the star player and the coach was unprecedented, leaving the team at a loss. This was a coup. Aguero sought to usurp Pellegrini's authority within the locker room. The stakes were alarmingly high. Aguero's eyes glimmered with intensity, though his earlier words stemmed from anger. He found a strange calmness thereafter. His status as a world-class striker assured that intelligence was not lacking. He understood that if he was to act, he must do so decisively. It was time to topple this head coach completely. Manchester City was looking to renew his contract, and thus, he would lay down his conditions. To renew the contract, Pellegrini must be dismissed. Only then can his status and authority within the Manchester City locker room be firmly established. The highest salary in the team? That is no longer Aguero's ambition. What he seeks is greater power, for it is only through such authority that he can truly unleash his capabilities. Much like that of Yellow, Aguero believes the reason he has not scored as many goals as Yellow is that the coach has not allocated tactical resources in his favor. If he were granted unlimited freedom to shoot, possessing privileges akin to Yellow's on the field, he too could become a prolific scorer. The players of Manchester City gazed at Aguero in astonishment. They had not anticipated that this seemingly mild-mannered individual would dare to make such a bold move at a critical moment. Pellegrini was also watching Aguero, taken aback that he would challenge him at this juncture. For a moment, Pellegrini found himself utterly at a loss. Not only was he unable to devise a strategy to conquer Arsenal, but he was also rapidly losing his authority in the locker room. Many players were looking to him for solutions to defeat Arsenal, yet Pellegrini genuinely had no answers. This was indeed a formidable challenge. An eerie silence fell over the Manchester City dressing room. As for how to approach the semi-final of the FA Cup, who still cared about that? Chapter 95. Advancing towards the treble now, no one knew what transpired within Manchester City's locker room. In truth, within all football clubs, when results do not meet expectations, various issues begin to surface. Locker room conflicts are among the most common. Victory can mask all, whereas defeat acts as a plague, unearthing every problem. Who does not relish victory? At least the Arsenal players do. They remained unaware of the discord within Manchester City. Thus, after a 15-minute break, the Arsenal players returned to the pitch in a light-hearted mood. Manchester City emerged 2 or 3 minutes later, which was within normal limits, as they did not keep the referee waiting, so no one raised any suspicions. However, when the camera focused on Manchester City's coach Pellegrini as they took the field. Everyone unmistakably noticed the severe pallor on Pellegrini's face. Perhaps for Manchester City, this match was indeed proving difficult to secure, and Pellegrini was likely contemplating which clubs he would need to interview with for the next season. Commentator Andy Gray jested. The expressions of the Manchester City players were grave, but they merely attributed it to the current pressing situation. It seemed even the players themselves understood that their chances of overcoming this opponent were dwindling. As the rescue team from the city filled the stadium, the commentators suddenly realized a perplexing issue. Where was Aguero? How could it be that Aguero was absent from the field? What was the situation? Had Manchester City, trailing by a goal, truly surrendered by substituting their leading scorer? Some speculated whether Aguero might have needed to attend to personal matters. After all, it was improbable that a striker would be substituted at such a critical moment. Many began to count repeatedly, confirming that Manchester City was indeed fielding 11 players. The cameras panned from one area to another, while the audience, both present at the venue and watching from home, became less focused on the match and more concerned with Aguero's whereabouts. Had he been substituted? That couldn't be right. Aguero had been performing splendidly in this match. Surely, Pellegrini must have lost his senses to make such a decision. Given the current score, what was the rationale behind substituting a forward? Was Pellegrini merely aiming to defend and avoid a more significant defeat? Such a lack of ambition was disheartening, especially in an FA Cup semi-final where either team had a substantial chance of claiming the title. The commentators were baffled, struggling to comprehend the reasoning behind this substitution. At that moment, on the sidelines, the fourth official raised the substitution board, clearly indicating that number 16, Aguero, was being replaced by number 10, Dzeko. Indeed, Aguero had been substituted, leaving everyone bewildered by this inexplicable change. It took a while for the television screen to display the substitution letters, confirming to viewers that Manchester City had indeed made a change. Dzeko had come on, and Aguero had departed. Concurrently, the cameras shifted their focus from the match to search for Aguero. They scanned Manchester City's bench repeatedly, only to find that Aguero was nowhere to be seen. This was quite peculiar. If Aguero had been substituted at halftime, while perplexing, it was not entirely implausible. Perhaps he had sustained an injury? Yet, judging from his performance in the first half, Aguero did not appear to be in any condition that would prevent him from occupying a place on the bench. If he was not injured, then only one possibility remained. This substitution was not made for tactical reasons. What could be the cause? Was there a rift within the team? Had a conflict arisen between Aguero and the coach in the dressing room? Such a scenario was certainly conceivable. However, why would Manchester City experience internal discord? Despite trailing in the first half, they were only behind by a single goal. It was not yet the end of the world. Although they were in a difficult position, they still had the potential to turn the tide. Trailing by a single goal at halftime, one might question the rationale behind internal discord. It seems incomprehensible, akin to being utterly perplexed. Not only the commentators and viewers at home, but even Pellegrini himself struggles to fathom why Aguero would publicly oppose him at such a critical juncture. Could it be due to previous remarks regarding our lack of a player like Ye Luo? Yet, Pellegrini had offered explanations and reassurances thereafter. The higher-ups at Manchester City were pursuing Ye Luo, a fact unbeknownst to him. If Aguero was aggrieved, it should not have been directed at his own coach. If the discontent stemmed from this match, it becomes even more baffling. The team is merely a goal behind. Victory is still within reach. What could possibly motivate such dissent at this moment? Pellegrini's countenance darkens, his confusion palpable. Meanwhile, Wenger observes the unfolding situation at Manchester City. While unaware of the specifics regarding Aguero, his absence from the pitch undoubtedly serves as advantageous news for Arsenal. He harbors no interest in delving into the internal strife at City. Upon noticing Aguero's absence from the substitutes bench and witnessing the expressions of the City players, coupled with Pellegrini's current demeanor, Ancelotti can almost ascertain that an unpleasant encounter has transpired between Aguero and Pellegrini, one that is likely quite severe. Such circumstances bode well for Arsenal in this semi-final. Victory seems all but assured. Ye Luo and his Arsenal teammates are equally astute to the unusual developments. With Aguero neither on the field nor among the substitutes, the precise reasons remain shrouded in mystery. However, the inexplicable substitution of a key striker, a central figure in their offensive strategy, raises suspicions of discord. The players exchange glances, their faces betraying a sense of schadenfreude. Sympathy for their rival is hardly to be expected. In this situation, It is inconceivable for them not to capitalize on the misfortunes of their opponent. How much fighting spirit can a team embroiled in internal conflict possess? To forego taking advantage of such a favorable scenario would be remiss. In truth, the sudden discord within the locker room has stripped this match of any suspense. The City players remain mentally anchored in the turmoil of their dressing room. The conflict between their coach and star player having eroded their belief in the game. Confronted by a formidable adversary, Manchester City fails to unite in solidarity against their opponent, instead succumbing to their own discord. What more needs to be said? As the second half commences, Arsenal launches a fierce offensive. While the players of Manchester City appear almost devoid of motivation to engage in the battle, a direct confrontation erupted between the team's frontline core and the head coach, profoundly disrupting the morale of Manchester City players. Their spirit to continue the match had waned entirely. The players presently on the field were merely propelled by the inertia of extensive professional training, managing to perform to a minimal extent. Ultimately, Manchester City has devolved into a car devoid of power. The impetus for their game has dissipated. They are oblivious to their objectives in this match, unsure of what actions to undertake. Relying solely on inertia cannot be sustained for long, which swiftly led to Arsenal's goal. In the 53rd minute, Ye Luo danced past defenders at the edge of the penalty area, only to be brought down by company. A penalty was awarded, without a shred of doubt. Ye Luo stood at the spot, calmly dispatching the ball into the net. 3-1. Following his goal, Ye Luo refrained from excessive celebration, as the match had already lost its suspense. Many Manchester City fans had shifted their focus away from the game, engrossed in their phones, seeking updates on Agüero's situation amidst a flurry of rumors. Regrettably, the simultaneous use of phones in such a crowded area led to a signal jam. Ye Luo's goal was the final straw that broke the camel's back. A remarkable scene unfolded in the stands. Manchester City fans began to exit prematurely, the crowd ebbing away at a visibly rapid pace. The fans had lost their drive, finding no reason to continue supporting a team embroiled in internal strife. They felt disheartened, having vocally rallied for their team, only to witness such disunity. In front of so many, during such a crucial final, they had succumbed to infighting. Do they not realize how fervently we, the Manchester City supporters, yearn to triumph over Arsenal? As fans departed, their disappointment in the team's performance compelled them to voice their protest in this manner. The players should not behave in this manner. They must honor the jerseys they wear. Even if we were to take a step back, as professionals, they ought to respect the salaries they earn. Such conduct is unbecoming of a club of Manchester City's stature. The spirit of competitive sports should not be reflected in this manner. Even in defeat, negativity should not prevail. They owe it to the fans who purchased tickets to witness the match. In an instant, nearly all commentators began to criticize the players on the field for Manchester City. Even in loss, this was not how it should transpire. At the very least, they should exhibit their fighting spirit and resilience. Such a scenario is indeed profoundly humiliating. The camera lens fixated on the chairman of Manchester City, a buoyed, whose complexion had turned a shade of deep dismay. He was engulfed in fury over the team's disgraceful performance, particularly during such a pivotal match against Arsenal in the FA Cup semi-final. To his utter shock, the team had succumbed to infighting. Agüero and Pellegrini confronted each other directly. A buoyed could hardly believe the news. He envisioned the repercussions. If this incident were to leak, Manchester City would become the subject of ridicule among other clubs. Moreover, he was quite displeased with Pellegrini's handling of the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, the dignity of the team should have taken precedence. By substituting Agüero, it seemed as though he was inviting public scrutiny of their internal discord. A buoyed had harbored grievances against Pellegrini previously, but now his resentment had escalated to a desire for retribution. He felt no inclination to wait for the match's conclusion before dismissing Pellegrini. After Arsenal took a commanding lead of 3-1, they virtually controlled the game. Manchester City appeared to be in a state of collapse. Pellegrini's expression was one of bitterness. He had hoped for a breakthrough in the FA Cup, only to witness such turmoil. The team's star player had unexpectedly undermined their chances of victory. Ye Luo's hat-trick sounded the death knell for Manchester City. In the 71st minute, Ye Luo provided an assist, seizing an opportunity from a corner kick, his header setting up the charging Van Dijk. The young centre-back powerfully directed the ball into Manchester City's net. 4-1. The match had lost all suspense. Congratulations to Arsenal for advancing to the FA Cup final. Now, Arsenal has simultaneously progressed to both the Champions League and FA Cup finals. with the league title tantalizingly within reach. Let us hope for Arsenal to clinch the second treble in the history of English football. Only one final step remains for Arsenal to achieve this illustrious feat. The match concluded without any uncertainty. Arsenal had reached the FA Cup final. The following day, the results of another semi-final were revealed. Astonishingly, Everton was eliminated by Wigan Athletic. It is noteworthy that Wigan is currently entrenched in the relegation zone, with little hope of survival. Yet, this team, seemingly destined for relegation to the Championship, managed to oust Everton and advance to the FA Cup final. However, had it not been for another incident, this small English club would have garnered more headlines than Arsenal. After all, Arsenal is one of the two major powerhouses in England, and their entry into the FA Cup final is hardly surprising. Newsworthy events are those that occur infrequently. Nevertheless, Wigan's moment in the spotlight was eclipsed by a more sensational story, the clash between Manchester City's coach Pellegrini and Aguero during half-time, which was sensationalized by the media. Although everyone was aware, the locker room remains a forbidden zone for the media. Numerous head coaches strictly prohibit players from disclosing events that transpire within its confines. However, there exists no wall impervious to whispers. Consequently, a plethora of so-called secrets invariably finds its way into the hands of journalists. For instance, the Manchester Evening News, a local publication, has recently shed light on such matters. The reporters boast extensive connections within both Manchester clubs, for the team comprises not only players, but also staff members. This particular report is vividly detailed, capturing the essence of the altercation and the specific exchanges that occurred, unlike previous instances where such reports were dismissed as mere rumors. Regardless of their veracity, this time, neither Manuel Pellegrini nor Sergio Aguero has stepped forward to refute the claims. Their silence, particularly following a significant defeat in the FA Cup semi-finals, is striking. Not only the principal figures, but also other Manchester City players have chosen to remain tight-lipped. When approached by reporters, they refrained from commenting. Pellegrini is acutely aware that his tenure at Manchester City is drawing to a close. Yet, he does not perceive this as a personal failure. Rather, he believes he has lacked the support from the club's upper management, resulting in a profound absence of authority within the locker room. Consequently, following this loss, Pellegrini has adopted a rather indifferent attitude. Unbeknownst to him, Aguero has also initiated discussions on his end. The Argentine striker's agent has presented new contract demands to the club's hierarchy, asserting that for Aguero to renew his contract, Pellegrini must be dismissed. As for who might succeed Pellegrini, Aguero is indifferent, as long as it is not Pellegrini himself. In a moment of turmoil, the position of the Chilean engineer at Manchester City has become precarious. A hat-trick from Ye Luo has effectively compelled the City manager toward the exit. Pellegrini's soap opera unfolded over several days. Initially, Manchester City hoped Pellegrini would resign voluntarily, allowing them to avoid a compensation fee exceeding £20 million. However, Pellegrini was unlikely to acquiesce. His goodwill towards the club had evaporated, and the thought of sparing Manchester City any financial burden was far from his mind. Thus, his response was straightforward. Compensation must be paid in full, or he would continue to draw his salary. The club found itself in a bind and ultimately reached a compromise, agreeing to pay Pellegrini's severance. Before the season's conclusion, they announced his departure and appointed a reserve team coach as a temporary replacement. Upon his dismissal, Pellegrini criticized Manchester City in a media interview, contending that the club chose to side with the players during the conflict, which he deemed an injustice towards the head coach. Labeling himself as the scapegoat, he merely served as a scapegoat for the long-standing failures of Manchester City. He further expressed that he had not received adequate respect, explicitly criticizing Aguero. He asserted that Aguero had instigated a conflict that ultimately ruined the team's closest chance at clinching the championship. Aguero, confronted by the former coach's accusations, refrained from responding publicly, as he was preoccupied with renegotiating his contract with the club. Remarkably, just a day after Pellegrini was dismissed, Manchester City announced Aguero's contract extension. During the press conference regarding the renewal, questions about Pellegrini were unavoidable. In response, Aguero shrugged, stating that commenting on the former coach was not in his character, deeming it rather unrefined. This remark reached Pellegrini, inciting his fury. Consequently, he began to unveil further revelations, vocally criticizing several Manchester City players and insinuating that they played disreputable roles in the locker room. The atmosphere within Manchester City became tumultuous. with many players distracted from the game, leading to a significant decline in the team's performance. As the 33rd round of the league commenced, Manchester City faced West Ham United away, resulting in a disheartening loss for the beleaguered team. West Ham triumphed with a score of 2-0. Following this match, Manchester City found themselves trailing Arsenal by 11 points. Should Arsenal secure a victory in their next match, Manchester City would be rendered out of the title race, losing even the theoretical possibility of clinching the Premier League championship. A semi-final match in the FA Cup stripped Manchester City of any hope of rivaling Arsenal. For Arsenal, the turmoil of their opponents was of little concern. The only remaining theoretical threat was Manchester United, who advanced to the FA Cup final with an effortless victory over Manchester City. This victory led many Arsenal players to become somewhat complacent, a misstep that they would soon regret. In the 33rd round of the league, Arsenal drew 2-2 against Reading, providing Manchester United with an opportunity to close the gap. United achieved a resounding 5-1 victory over Southampton, narrowing the point difference to 9. While still a considerable distance, it served as a significant morale booster for Manchester United. In the 34th round, Arsenal hosted Fulham in a challenging encounter. Fulham, battling for relegation, displayed undeniable determination. For them, even a single point was akin to salvation. Consequently, they amassed 11 players within their penalty area, fully aware that defeating Arsenal was nearly impossible. Thus, Fulham united in their effort to secure a draw. Faced with such a defensively minded team, Arsenal found it exceedingly difficult, only to be heartbreakingly defeated in the 92nd minute. Ye Luo skillfully maneuvered down the flank, penetrating the small box. Just as Ye Luo prepared to shoot, he found himself besieged by an overwhelming number of defenders. He delivered the ball to the far post, where Sanchez found himself completely unmarked, as most of the Fulham players were preoccupied with defending the near post against Ye Luo. Sanchez did not squander Ye Luo's generous assist, effortlessly guiding the ball into the empty net. Once the goal was scored, the most disheartened were certainly not the Fulham supporters, but rather the Manchester United fans. In this round of fixtures, Manchester United was set to face Arsenal away from home, a daunting challenge. Thus, the United fans found themselves pondering whether Arsenal might stumble. As time progressed, the United faithful clung to a flicker of hope for a miraculous turnaround in the title race. However, 3 hours after the conclusion of Arsenal's match, Anfield erupted in jubilation as Manchester United suffered a last-minute equalizer. To be precise, it was a heart-wrenching draw, leading 2-0 at Anfield. United was ultimately pegged back by a determined Liverpool side fighting for a top-4 finish. The match ended 2-2, leaving United with a bitter taste after a disappointing stalemate. Following this round, Manchester United found themselves a staggering 11 points adrift of Arsenal, with only 4 matches remaining in the league. While theoretically, a path to the title still existed, should Arsenal endure 4 consecutive defeats and United secure 4 straight victories, this was mere conjecture. United fans were acutely aware that Arsenal's triumph appeared inevitable. The Gunners needed merely 2 points to guarantee their championship, and a single victory would render any doubt moot. For the Manchester United supporters, hope was dim, and they could only pray for a miracle. Furthermore, Arsenal's next opponent would be Chelsea, who also found themselves in desperate need of points. Chelsea was merely 1 point ahead of Liverpool, making their 4th-place position precarious. This match at Stamford Bridge captured the attention of the entire Premier League. First and foremost, it was a crucial title clash for Arsenal. A victory over Chelsea would allow Arsenal to clinch the Premier League title with 3 matches to spare. Secondly, this match would herald the beginning of the top 4 battle, as Liverpool and Chelsea were set to meet in the final round of the season. At that juncture, both teams would contend directly for the coveted 4th place. For Chelsea, prior to the climactic showdown, it was imperative to maintain their slender lead over Liverpool. Should they succeed, they would enter the final match at Stamford Bridge with a significant advantage. The encounter between Arsenal and Chelsea would undoubtedly be the most highly anticipated clash of the Premier League season. However, the general consensus was that Chelsea's inconsistent form this season would likely struggle to halt Arsenal's march towards the title. Everything seemed poised for celebration: the trophy, the cheers, and the flowers. This was the headline from the North London Evening News. Through interviews with several Arsenal fans, the article vividly captured their fervent desire for the team to reclaim the championship. The media sentiment surrounding Arsenal was overwhelmingly optimistic. Amid this wave of support, the voice of Chelsea lingered in the background. It appears rather feeble, as the spotlight currently shines on the formidable Arsenal. Nonetheless, Chelsea has demonstrated remarkable resilience. This is our home ground, and we shall fight until the very last moment. Arsenal may indeed secure the league title this season, but we do not wish for them to achieve it at our expense, declared Chelsea's captain, goalkeeper Petr Cech. Ranieri has refrained from any antics this time, believing they would serve no purpose. Instead, Chelsea aims to confront their opponent with unwavering determination on their home turf, confident in their squad strength. We will not allow them to claim the title easily. In terms of broadcasting, this match has been scheduled at the prime viewing time of the Premier League's final round, deliberately chosen to maximize viewership. The attention of Premier League fans is now riveted on this clash. Everything is in place, and the protagonists are poised to take the stage. Perhaps Arsenal has underestimated their rivals, or perhaps Chelsea's defense is genuinely tenacious. Nearly 20 minutes into this highly anticipated showdown, Arsenal has yet to score, while Chelsea, playing at home, opts for a staunch defensive strategy, appearing somewhat strained. As the season approaches its conclusion, the significance of the match intensifies. Arsenal has indeed faced similar opponents consecutively, Fulham previously, and now Chelsea, both opting for a defensive stance. Their primary objective is to prevent conceding goals rather than seeking to score. However, despite Chelsea's resolute defense, Arsenal remains unperturbed. For them, a draw would suffice, as it would still allow them to clinch the title 3 rounds early, especially given Manchester United's unexpected back-to-back draws. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Thus, for Arsenal, securing even a single point is a victory. Even if Chelsea manages to hold them to a draw, it would not tarnish their celebration of triumph and early coronation. Should Chelsea adopt such a strategy against Arsenal, even earning a point would be a discredit to them, particularly on their home soil. The commentator has been quite candid about Chelsea's choice of a defensive tactic, as it detracts from the spectacle of the match. However, just when everyone believed Chelsea was merely focusing on defense, they unexpectedly revealed their sharp fangs. Ranieri, who later led Leicester City to a miraculous championship, is no ordinary coach. He possesses exceptional skills, particularly in securing victories under adverse circumstances. Leicester's remarkable triumph exemplifies this, and Chelsea seems to embody a similar spirit. Today's Chelsea is truly united in purpose. They cannot tolerate being overshadowed by Arsenal in their quest for the title, which fuels their formidable spirit. Arsenal continues to press forward, with Cazorla distributing the ball, and Cancelo's cross comes in low and sharp. Gary Cahill's clearance. The periphery. At that very moment, Stamford Bridge erupted in fervor. In the forefront, the ball was seized by Lampard. Without pausing to control it, he executed a precise diagonal pass. Ahead of him, a figure surged forth from near the halfway line. Onside. Hazard. Amidst the resounding cheers of the home fans at Stamford Bridge, the Belgian star advanced into the penalty area, opting for a delicate chip over the on-rushing Szczesny. The ball soared over Szczesny's head, cascading into the net. Mere seconds ago, the ball lingered in Chelsea's half, with Arsenal pressing them into submission. In an instant, Chelsea revealed their sharp fangs. After several seconds, realization dawned upon the crowd. Oh, the ball has entered. It's a goal. Hazard. Magnificent. Chelsea's counterattack was swift, lethal. Who could have anticipated that their very first attempt would culminate in a goal? Arsenal's ambition to defend their title at Stamford Bridge appeared far from straightforward. Chelsea stood as a formidable barrier before them, shattering the celebratory flowers and festivities the Arsenal supporters had prepared. On the pitch at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea fans erupted in jubilant chants. You think you can trample us on our way to the title? Dream on. Die, Arsenal. This is not your playground. The Chelsea supporters shouted, hurling curses and obscene gestures toward the Arsenal contingent. They had been holding their breath, and now it seemed that all their pent-up energy had been released. Following Hazard's goal, he sprinted toward the camera, passionately shouting into the lens, his voice resonating through the screens of fans watching the live broadcast. We are Chelsea, damn it. Don't even think about stepping on us to claim the title. This echoed the sentiments of all Chelsea supporters. They celebrated wildly, while in stark contrast, Arsenal players and their traveling fans were left in a state of disbelief. They genuinely did not foresee that Chelsea, while defending, would still possess the vigor to counterattack. Just one swift counter, and the goal was secured. Yellow had never underestimated Chelsea. Now, it was evident that Chelsea was remarkably resilient. Yet, it is the tenacity of the opponent that underscores the difficulty of claiming the championship, is it not? Yellow clapped his hands, rallying his teammates. Defeating a formidable foe to claim the title would add a brilliant luster to our championship, Ye Luo remarked. The Arsenal players finally reacted. Indeed, this was a match pivotal to the title race. Even if they were to lose to Chelsea, Arsenal only needed to secure a point in their subsequent matches to ensure the championship. However, one must always secure the title before celebrating, after all. Who could have anticipated that Chelsea would take the lead while resolutely defending? However, upon reflection, it is hardly surprising, for Arsenal's opponent is indeed Chelsea, a team that undoubtedly possesses a fervent motivation to triumph at home against their rivals. As the commentator spoke, Hazard returned to the pitch, fervently gesturing to the stands with clenched fists. Under his inspiration, Stamford Bridge transformed into a veritable volcano, with Chelsea's supporters exuberantly unleashing their fervor. Although they had long been dismissed from the title race, for Chelsea's fans, the foremost concern lay in securing a position within the top four. The opportunity to participate in the Champions League is immensely significant for any club, influencing both revenue and the allure for players. The ability to compete in the Champions League is a paramount consideration in determining whether a team remains among Europe's elite. Even Liverpool, once hailed as one of England's premier giants alongside Manchester United, faced diminished appeal after several seasons absent from the Champions League, ultimately attracting only players like Carrick and Lambert. Thus, it is entirely natural for Chelsea's supporters to feel elated. Should they emerge victorious against Arsenal at home, they would possess a crucial edge in their final encounter against Liverpool, requiring only to secure a draw to guarantee a top-four finish. Conversely, a loss in this match would necessitate defeating Liverpool to clinch fourth place in the standings. The degree of difficulty in these scenarios is distinctly different. As the match resumed, Chelsea continued their staunch defense. With a one-goal lead, their confidence surged. Previously, their steadfastness might have yielded only a draw, but now the stakes were elevated. Preventing Arsenal from scoring would secure victory. With this assurance, Chelsea's players defended with renewed vigor, as if engines were installed in their feet. Tirelessly covering every inch of their defensive third, Arsenal found it exceedingly challenging to pose a threat to Czech's goal. Even Demba Ba, the striker, retreated to the edge of the penalty area to contribute to the defense. Czech displayed remarkable form throughout the match, drawing continuous cheers from the fans in the stands. Chelsea supporters voiced no dissent regarding their team's decision to adopt a defensive stance, for this is the essence of Chelsea's style. Everyone understood the primary conflict. Arsenal must not be allowed to trample over Chelsea en route to the title. Faced with Chelsea's resolute defense, Arsenal found themselves with limited options. They incessantly sought opportunities for crosses, attempted long-range shots from the center, or aimed to create set-piece situations. Breaking through a dense defense is indeed a formidable challenge. On the sidelines, Wenger remained composed. After all, ample time remained in the match. He possesses confidence that the team will ultimately score. Moreover, he finds it perplexing why Chelsea believes they can thwart Arsenal's goals simply by adopting a defensive stance. What fuels their confidence? Rooney, too, is reluctant to employ such a strategy that is almost entirely passive and defensive. However, he finds himself in a position where, when confronting Arsenal, this tactic appears to offer a relatively high cost-effectiveness. Rooney is a cautious and conservative individual, yet he must now take a gamble. He must wager whether Chelsea's counterattack will arrive first or if Arsenal will score before them. In truth, Rooney has the means to take such a risk, and this advantage stems from Hazard. With Hazard's speed, stability, exceptional dribbling, and strong advancing capability, Chelsea's counterattacks become significantly threatening. Coupled with the formidable presence of Demba Ba, the partnership they form in the attacking line serves as Rooney's greatest assurance. Furthermore, even if Hazard fails to score during a counterattack, he can still create set-piece opportunities. Chelsea boasts several players with impressive heading abilities, capable of posing a threat to Arsenal's goal during these set pieces. In facing Arsenal, Rooney has positioned his team in a decidedly disadvantaged stance, employing a strategy akin to that of a relegation-threatened team against a title contender, humbling himself and awaiting Arsenal's errors. Chapter 97. A true dilemma. Rooney's calculations are not particularly difficult to decipher. After all, playing comfortably on the counter once in the lead is a strategy Arsenal knows all too well. We need to score quickly, Wenger instructed Cazorla, who then returned to the field, conveying the coach's latest directive to every player. Wenger, seated in the coach's box, was the focus of the camera. He had just imparted crucial advice to Cazorla, and for Arsenal, It was indeed time to bolster their offensive efforts, commentator Andy Gray remarked. And his words resonated with many Arsenal fans watching at home. Indeed, we must attack. Let us dismantle them with our offense. The Arsenal supporters exuded confidence. Their team was no longer the one desperately vying for a top-4 finish. At this moment, Arsenal was the most formidable attacking team in the world, and they harbored no concerns regarding their offensive capabilities. Yet, in the context where a victory would secure the championship, there lingered a modicum of apprehension among the fans. They recognized their team's strength, but a football match is often devoid of logic. One might win numerous consecutive matches, yet still fall prey to a relegation-threatened team of lesser strength. The outcome of a football match is sometimes steeped in randomness. Chelsea's fans find themselves in prayer, for they truly need to beseech for their team's success. Their team undeniably requires a modicum of fortune. Under Arsenal's relentless assault, Chelsea's defense teeters on the brink. Within the penalty area, a palpable tension hangs in the air. In the 33rd minute of the match, Cazorla, having received the ball on the left flank, executed a diagonal transfer to the right side. The right winger, Maine, seized the opportunity, deftly maneuvering past his marker and delivering a cross from the byline. The approach was remarkably direct, given Chelsea's formidable defensive formation. Any hesitation would invite immediate pressure from Chelsea's players, necessitating swiftness. Maine's cross soared into the air amidst the commentators' astonished exclamations, tracing a graceful arc toward the center of the penalty area. Ye Luo, initially making a run toward the far post, drew the attention of the majority of Chelsea's defenders. Thus, when he abruptly pivoted and surged toward the center, a fleeting moment of vulnerability emerged in Chelsea's central defense. It was precisely this moment that afforded Ye Luo an opportunity to confront the goal directly. To be candid, Maine's cross lacked aesthetic appeal, its velocity was rapid, and its height awkward, positioned around the players' waists. A header would require bending down, while a kick would be challenging to control. However, this posed no challenge for Ye Luo. As he raced toward the trajectory of the incoming ball, he had already devised a strategy for how to handle it. He surged forward, leaped, and executed an aerial scissor kick. In a tableau of astonished gazes, Ye Luo's body soared through the air, his legs resembling a pair of scissors as his right foot, propelled by the muscles of his abdomen, struck the ball with precision. The impact resonated as the ball, initially traveling laterally, abruptly altered its course, crashing down into the grass. Given the proximity, Petr Cech's ability to respond was already indicative of a world-class goalkeeper. Whether he could parry it depended on fortune, particularly if Ye Luo's shot found its way into the expanded defensive radius created by his outstretched arms and body. Alas, Ye Luo's attempt resulted in a bounce. The ball rebounded off the ground and slipped through Cech's armpit, finding its way into the net. The goal lifted the net high. Oh, how splendid! In that moment, Ye Luo resembled a gymnast, exhibiting unparalleled control over his body. His sense of balance and judgment of a landing spot were impeccable. Cech was rendered helpless. Who could have anticipated that Ye Luo would score under such challenging conditions? Ye Luo. Indeed, it is still Ye Luo. In the absence of Giroud and Kane, he assumed the role of center forward. Yet even in this position, he remains among the elite. Indeed, the finest center forward in history. 1-1. Arsenal has leveled the score, and both teams find themselves back at square one. Ye Luo. Truly, it is still Ye Luo. In a crucial moment, reliance on Ye Luo is paramount. This marks his 57th goal. Ye Luo pressed forward toward the legendary record, now merely 5 goals shy of the 62 mark. The commentators were ablaze with excitement. In the stands, Arsenal supporters leaped to their feet as the ball soared into the net, chanting in jubilant unison. Ye Luo, after completing his goal, sprinted to the corner flag, arms outstretched, relishing the adoration of the fans. At Stamford Bridge, the atmosphere was electrifying, dominated by the Arsenal faithful. It was only when Chelsea fans began to grasp the situation that Wenger, arms raised, rushed to the sidelines. He knew that Ye Luo would undoubtedly respond. He was confident of this. Thus, after conceding a goal, he felt no anxiety whatsoever. Ranieri stood on the sidelines, his head buzzing. Ye Luo, Ye Luo, Ye Luo. This name had become a veritable nightmare for Arsenal's adversaries. A sense of helplessness ignited within Ranieri. The score stood at 1-1, a draw. However, for Chelsea, the question of how to defend against Ye Luo was an immense and insurmountable conundrum. The prospect of Chelsea securing a victory seemed utterly fanciful. He shouldn't even exist in this realm. Ranieri lamented to his assistant. This fellow has utterly transformed the game of football, rendering all our tactics obsolete and turning our efforts into a farce. Ranieri was consumed by frustration. All of this turmoil stemmed from Ye Luo. He felt utterly at a loss, unsure of how to contend with such a formidable opponent. Chelsea's players were equally disheartened and frustrated. They had fought hard to take the lead, only to be equalized by such a stunning goal from their rivals. What were they to do now? A draw was rather disheartening for Chelsea, for if they failed to win this match, they would be overtaken by Liverpool, slipping out of the top four. Yet, defeating Arsenal appeared to be a nearly impossible task. Offense. Just look at Arsenal's formidable attacking trio. Ye Luo, a veritable monster, alongside Sanchez and Maine. Were they easy to handle? Their speed was remarkable, and their dribbling skills equally impressive. With Ye Luo, Sanchez, and Maine forming a lightning-fast front line, the threat of Arsenal's counterattacks was palpable. However, without an offensive strategy, relying solely on defense would be futile. Chapter 98. The veteran Drogba, Chelsea found themselves in a quandary. Meanwhile, Arsenal's players harbored no such concerns. They only needed to continue their offensive onslaught, for they had immense confidence in their attacking prowess. They believed that even if Chelsea abandoned their defensive stance and chose to engage in a battle of attacks, victory would ultimately belong to them due to their superior offensive capabilities. Hazard was indeed impressive, but in comparison to Ye Luo. In stark contrast, during the remaining minutes of the first half, Arsenal entirely dominated the proceedings on the pitch. They aspired to complete their comeback within the half, eager to secure victory and clinch the championship. Their impatience was palpable, as the 15-minute intermission felt like an eternity. They were determined to score. They were resolute in their quest for the title. The Arsenal players, invigorated by the prospect of a goal, experienced a surge in morale. On one side was the indecisiveness, while on the other was unwavering focus. Thus, the outcome became increasingly evident. In the 43rd minute of the first half, Arsenal's second goal arrived as a natural progression. Hazard's dribbling breakthrough was intercepted directly by Van Dijk. The Dutchman surged forward, carrying the ball past the halfway line, disrupting the equilibrium. Chelsea, of course, could not allow Van Dijk to advance unchallenged toward the goal. They were compelled to adjust their defense, dispatching players to mark him. However, this created gaps. Cazorla appeared in the void. Van Dijk's pass was exquisitely timed, a perfectly weighted through ball delivered to Cazorla's feet. With his back to the goal, it seemed as if Cazorla and Ye Luo were in perfect harmony. As Ye Luo retreated, he deftly redirected the ball with the outside of his right foot, while simultaneously executing a no-touch pass. A flick of the heel sent the ball diagonally to Cazorla, who had made a run into the space. A splendid combination. The commentators exclaimed. Cazorla, having closed in on the ball, found Ye Luo's pass ideally positioned for a shot with his left foot. This allowed Cazorla to comfortably unleash a powerful strike. The ball skimmed the grass, finding its way into the net through the far post. Cazorla had scored. Arsenal had turned the tide. In the aftermath of the goal, Cazorla was elated. His 2-month absence due to injury had posed a significant challenge, and this goal could aid him in regaining his prime form. With 2 finals still to play, helping their recently recovered key player find his best state was Arsenal's most pressing task at this juncture. Ye Luo's assist and Cazorla's goal rendered Arsenal an invincible force, seemingly unstoppable. Before the first half concluded, Liverpool had completed their own comeback, now merely 45 minutes away from the Premier League title. Arsenal's supporters erupted in jubilant celebration. Stamford Bridge transformed once more into their realm, as they sang and danced in the away section. All Chelsea fans sat in silence, watching the revelry of the Arsenal supporters, fully aware that hoping for a turnaround against Arsenal was, quite frankly, unrealistic. Thus, they remained seated, observing the exuberance of their rivals. At present, for Chelsea, the more pragmatic strategy in pursuit of a top-4 finish is to triumph over Liverpool in the final round of the league, thereby securing a more reliable position within the upper echelon. Ye Luo embraced Cazorla, with other composed players behind them as they approached the sidelines. Below the stands of the visiting fans, Arsenal supporters and players celebrated exuberantly together. The Gunners sang passionately, their chants resonating with fervor, Ye Luo's song, Cazorla's song, repeatedly echoing through the air. Scarves waved overhead and flags fluttered in the breeze. Champions! 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 Ultimately, all transformed into the most heartfelt of cries. We want the Premier League title, the fans shouted. their voices reverberating across the globe through television broadcasts. Arsenal stood a mere 45 minutes away from their 5th Premier League trophy, just a breath from achieving back-to-back titles. Almost all commentators echoed this sentiment, with no one believing Chelsea could mount a comeback. On the substitutes bench, Chelsea's players wore somber expressions. The camera fixated on Drogba, who found himself in the twilight of his illustrious career this season. He had received offers from clubs in the Chinese Super League and the American League, his fame sufficient to secure a substantial retirement contract. Yet, Drogba remained unsatisfied. He had yet to claim a Champions League title, and the emergence of Ye Luo had brought misfortune to Chelsea in this timeline. They had failed to secure the coveted trophy, altering the career trajectories of many players. For instance, the veteran Drogba clung to his place at Chelsea, hoping for something more. However, it now appeared that this steadfastness held little significance, as Chelsea seemed unable even to qualify for the Champions League. Furthermore, Arsenal was simply too formidable. The camera captured Drogba's troubled expression, though few noticed the clenched fist he held just out of sight. The first half concluded swiftly as Arsenal completed their comeback, with the sound of the referee's whistle. Players from both sides hastily retreated to their dressing rooms to prepare for the final 45 minutes of play. The 15-minute halftime break was a crucial opportunity for coaches to work their magic, a pivotal moment for vital adjustments. In the second half, could Chelsea reclaim the match? Could Arsenal maintain their lead? Those 15 minutes were indeed critical. Arsenal's players, naturally, were at ease. Despite conceding the initial goal, they had turned the tide by halftime and dominated the proceedings. Thus, Arsenal felt little need for significant adjustments. They were the victors and rightfully held that confidence. The onus for change rested with Chelsea. In the Chelsea dressing room, Ranieri was certainly not one to concede defeat easily, because we are merely trailing by a single goal at this moment. To concede defeat now would be a display of utter lack of ambition. Our performance in the first half was commendable. Conceding 2 goals was merely a stroke of misfortune. Although Ranieri is known for occasionally disrupting locker room harmony, he is not a fool. He would never utter demoralizing words suggesting that we lost because of our weakness against a superior opponent. Instead, he would attribute their goals to mere luck, which has little to do with our defensive players. Arsenal might believe victory is assured, but we shall not allow them to claim the championship without a fight. In the second half, we intend to surprise them. At this juncture, there is little to discuss tactically. The paramount consideration is to uplift the team's morale. We must not allow Chelsea's players to be overwhelmed by Liverpool's attacking surge. If we are subdued in spirit, Chelsea could very well collapse. In the second half, we must adopt an offensive approach, deploying greater forces on the attacking front. Didier, you will take the field in the second half. All eyes turned towards Drogba. The veteran, at this crucial moment, would once again don the Chelsea colors. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 99, Space in the backfield. Before the second half commenced, Drogba stood at the sidelines, replacing Ramirez, transitioning from a defensive midfielder to a striker. Chelsea was set to implement a dual striker formation. Drogba would partner with Demba Ba, while Hazard assumed a free role in attack, akin to his second striker. Chelsea epitomized a desperate resolve. The adjustments made by Chelsea were not surprising, for it was well understood that they were determined to win. A loss, or even a draw, held no significance for them, as it pertained to their aspirations for a top-4 finish. Chelsea had ample reasons to fight valiantly. Wenger was aware of Chelsea's desperation, yet he was unprepared for the audacity displayed by Ranieri. Such a departure from his usual conservative tactics was unexpected. After all, Wenger's impression of Ranieri was that of a coach who favored a defensive style, relying on counterattacks for victory. To witness him embrace a 3-forward offensive strategy was indeed rare. Chelsea, as a powerhouse in the Premier League, possessed a formidable squad that should not be underestimated. Thus, as the second half commenced, they indeed created several opportunities. However, these chances went uncapitalized. Drogba exerted himself, yet the passage of time was unrelenting. He had aged. His physical impact, speed, and stamina had noticeably diminished. Against the defenses of Van Dijk and Mertesacker, he could not showcase the overpowering physical prowess of his prime. Instead, he had to rely more on his experience to facilitate play in the attacking third. However, such a role does not necessarily require a powerhouse to fulfill it. Ultimately, he still needed to attempt to strike a goal. In the 50th minute, Drogba initiated his first attempt. However, as he turned his back to receive the ball and attempted to take on Van Dijk, he ultimately succumbed. Van Dijk seamlessly intercepted the ball from beneath him, allowing Arsenal to launch a counterattack. In the end, Main's shot was thwarted by Cech. The camera swiftly panned to Drogba, whose expression bore the weight of frustration. He had to concede the truth. He was indeed aging. The realm now belonged to youthful talents like Van Dijk. The competitive nature of sports can be ruthlessly unforgiving. As a new generation inevitably replaces the old, age is an insurmountable hurdle for every athlete. Drogba, unable to prevail in physical confrontations, lost possession. The once formidable powerhouse now found it increasingly challenging to contend with defenders as he once did. The beast had grown old. Observing this scene, the commentators expressed their dismay. Van Dijk emerged victorious in the duel against Drogba, prompting a sense of relief for Wenger, who had previously harbored concerns. Were it the prime Drogba, Van Dijk would have faced considerable pressure. However, now, Drogba's prowess in physical duels had diminished, rendering him incapable of matching Van Dijk's strength. With this realization, there was little left to fear. Following Chelsea's aggressive onslaught at the beginning of the second half, the stage was set for Arsenal. Whether engaging in open play or transitioning to defensive counterattacks, Chelsea struggled to cope. With Chelsea pressing forward, Arsenal seized the opportunity to exploit counterattacks. The Arsenal players, weary of dismantling opponents' defensive walls, relished the prospect of Chelsea's advance. After all, Arsenal had garnered a reputation that compelled most teams to adopt a defensive posture, offering little room for maneuver. Each match became an endeavor to unravel the opponent's steadfast defenses, leading to a certain aesthetic fatigue. Now that Chelsea sought to advance, Arsenal's players were eager to respond. They fortified their defenses, compelling their opponents to expose vulnerabilities in the spaces behind them. For with Chelsea pushing forward, gaps in their defense were inevitable. Arsenal merely needed to exploit the areas behind them. Ranieri was aware of this reality, yet he was powerless to alter the course. As his team found themselves trailing, he could only gamble. In his heart, Ranieri prayed for a stroke of luck for his team. When a head coach begins to beseech divine intervention, it signifies an acknowledgement of the daunting probability of defeat. Arsenal's front three were exceptionally suited for counterattacks. In the 52nd minute, Ye Luo sent the ball into Chelsea's net. This was a long pass following a successful interception in the defensive half, directly targeting the space behind Chelsea's defensive line. As Chelsea pressed forward to attack, their defenders were compelled to advance, maintaining a reasonable distance from the midfield. Consequently, when faced with Arsenal's long ball, they could only retreat in a defensive scramble. But who could possibly keep up with Ye Luo? Thus, they could only watch helplessly as Suhan launched a powerful strike that pierced through Cech's goal. Fortunately, it was the assistant referee who came to their rescue, raising the flag to signal that Ye Luo was offside. What a pity. That goal was indeed offside. It was a razor-thin margin to determine whether Ye Luo was in an offside position. I felt the assistant referee was somewhat stringent, as the commentators shook their heads in disapproval. The television screen displayed the moment Cancelo delivered a long pass, highlighting the positioning between Ye Luo and the Chelsea defenders. Ye Luo was almost parallel to Chelsea's two central defenders. Whether or not he was offside could not be discerned by the naked eye. Not to mention, even with the advent of VAR in the future, determining such a situation would still be subjective. One could only say that, this time, the officiating team seemed to have taken into account the home advantage of Chelsea. However, this incident served as a reminder to all about the considerable risks Chelsea faced with their current style of play. Ye Luo felt somewhat resigned. He had intended to celebrate, only to see the assistant referee's flag raised. He simply shook his head and turned back, thinking to himself that there would be plenty of opportunities. Ye Luo was correct. 3 minutes later, Arsenal earned a clear chance on goal. Chelsea had focused their defensive efforts solely on Ye Luo, neglecting the likes of Sanchez. In the 55th minute of the match, Cazorla received the ball and played a direct pass. Sanchez made a swift run. At the moment Cazorla passed the ball, Sanchez had remained in his own half, never crossing the halfway line. Under such circumstances, there was no way an offside could be called. Chelsea's players could only watch as Sanchez pursued the ball, advancing with it. A one-on-one. A one-on-one. Sanchez. As the commentators exclaimed, Cech decisively charged forward, and the two met at the edge of the penalty area. Sanchez aimed to chip the ball over Cech into the open net, but at that critical moment, Cech suddenly dove, executing a tackle. Sanchez fell. The ball rolled out of play. A foul. Wenger raised his arms in exultation. On the other side, Ranieri was drenched in cold sweat, shouting that he had played the ball. The chapter concluded with the 100th segment, a volley. Sanchez's one-on-one, Cech's tackle. Oh dear. This is perilous. If Cech committed a foul, it would mean a red card. How would the referee decide? All eyes were fixed on the referee, who appeared hesitant, glancing at the assistant referee, who in turn looked back at him. In truth, he had not seen whether there was contact between the two players, nor could he determine if Cech had tackled the man or the ball. This exemplifies the challenges faced by referees. Sometimes, even if you are uncertain, you must make a decisive call in that moment. Otherwise, any hesitation could lead to pitfalls. Thus, the referee hesitated for merely half a second before decisively blowing the whistle. The finger pointed towards the corner flag. A corner kick. For the referee, this decision bore the least risk. Perhaps it was a misjudgment. Yet the repercussions were far less severe than sending off Cech with a red card. Had Cech indeed made contact with the ball, this erroneous call could have placed immense pressure on the officiating referee post-match. Conversely, awarding Arsenal a corner kick, despite potential dissatisfaction from their side, was a relatively innocuous decision. Firstly, it was Chelsea's home ground, which could be perceived as an advantage for them. Secondly, Arsenal was currently in the lead, with a palpable chance of securing victory. The referee was acutely aware of the match dynamics. Chelsea's path to triumph appeared daunting. Hence, without a comprehensive grasp of the situation, the referee opted for the least risky verdict. All Chelsea players, fans, and even Ranieri on the sidelines, along with the substitutes, let out a collective sigh of relief. While a foul would not have resulted in a penalty, but rather a free kick outside the box. A foul by Cech to thwart a clear goal-scoring opportunity would have undeniably led to a red card. Trailing in the scoreline, the prospect of their starting goalkeeper being sent off would have rendered their situation dire. Cech, feeling a significant weight lifted, acknowledged the gamble he had taken. If it had gone awry, he would have had to accept the fate of a red card. As it stands, his risk has temporarily paid off. He avoided a foul and a red card, granting only a corner to Arsenal. On the Chelsea side, relief permeated the atmosphere. However, the mood on Arsenal's end was furious. Wenger erupted towards the fourth official. That was a foul. Absolutely a foul. This is a misjudgment. The poor fourth official was besieged with verbal fury but could only raise his hand, signaling Wenger to calm down. Arsenal's players were equally incensed. Sanchez, who had just squandered a clear goal-scoring opportunity, now lamented not only his miss, but also hoped for Cech's expulsion. The result? Just a corner kick? The disparity was overwhelming. Thus, Sanchez sat on the ground, arms raised in confusion and discontent. Other Arsenal players pursued the referee for an explanation, with the more agitated among them, like Maine and Cancelo, receiving yellow cards in the process. Arsenal, already distressed over the squandered chance, now faced further frustration with two players cautioned. Meanwhile, the Chelsea radio commentator was brimming with excitement. Cech has executed a crucial save. Brilliant. Well done. A counterattack. From this moment on, such words invigorated Chelsea fans watching from home. Disrupting the opponent's clear chance and earning 2 yellow cards for them shifted the momentum. Perhaps this moment could indeed serve as the turning point of the match. The Chelsea fans brimmed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the counterattack heralded by their commentator. However, prior to that, they had to wait for Arsenal to execute this corner kick. Yellow urged his teammates to clear the area, reasoning that the decision had already been made and could not be reversed. After all, it was the opponent's home ground, and having the advantage of familiarity was to be expected. He cautioned against inciting further trouble. Should they receive a yellow card, it would prove detrimental. Once the Arsenal players were persuaded to withdraw, Yellow, as captain, approached the referee for clarification. Yet, the referee insisted that Cech had committed no foul. Yellow could only shake his head, expressing his disagreement, but the match had to proceed. Arsenal's attacking players infiltrated the penalty area, while Van Dijk and Mertesacker advanced to join the offensive from the corner kick. Meanwhile, Chelsea's players were searching for Yellow, the most formidable threat on the field. Despite this being merely a corner kick, where was Yellow? The Chelsea defenders soon realized he stood outside the penalty area. What was his intention? Was he poised to thwart a Chelsea counterattack? Yet, was it not a waste to employ Yellow in such a defensive role? The Chelsea defenders found themselves in a quandary, uncertain whether to maintain their position in the penalty area or to push outwards. Cahill and Luiz were particularly torn. Convention dictated they remain to guard the most perilous zone. However, the most dangerous Arsenal player was not within that space. What should they do? Ultimately, they resolved to defend within the penalty area, reasoning that even if Yellow charged in, he would still have to approach the goal. Thus, securing this area seemed the most prudent course of action. They believed Yellow aimed to lure defenders away from the penalty area, thereby exploiting his speed and agility. They could not afford to fall for his ruse. Observing that the opposition had not taken the bait, Yellow felt a pang of regret. Yet, since Plan A had faltered, it was time for Plan B. Yellow raised his left hand, signaling his teammates to pass the ball to him. "Don't go out. This is a decoy," Cahill stated firmly, to which David Luiz nodded in agreement. The responsibility of marking fell to Drogba, as they could not allow Yellow to receive the ball unchallenged. The defenders remained vigilant in the danger zone, while offensive players like Drogba were tasked with man-marking. Drogba focused on Yellow, yet he dared not defend too closely, aware that he could not match Yellow's pace. Thus, he retreated several steps, ensuring Yellow remained within his sight, while also allowing himself room to react once the ball was played. Drogba's extensive experience in the game taught him that defense was not a one-time effort. He needed to maintain flexibility. Just then, the ball was played out by Cazorla, though it did not reach the goal. Instead, the ball found its way to Yellow outside the penalty area. Upon witnessing the ball being lifted, Drogba immediately surged toward Yellow. He observed Yellow retreat a step, then swing his right foot with intent. In that instant, Drogba realized what the lad was about to do. A volley from outside the penalty area. Not only Drogba, but the defenders in front of the goal also understood the impending threat. Yet, they were too far away to intervene. The commentators in the booth suddenly raised their voices, their elongated exclamations echoing across Stamford Bridge. "Yellow!" The ball zipped through the air, arriving at a perfectly suitable height before Yellow. Then, with a resounding thud, Yellow's fully rounded right foot struck the ball with tremendous force. The deafening sound caused Drogba, who had surged forward, to shudder involuntarily. In the next moment, the ball hurtled toward him. In a desperate attempt to block it, Drogba leaped, tilting backward to reach it with his head, resembling someone struck down by the force of the ball. He failed to make contact, and the ball soared over him. A stunning volley. The ball whistled through the throng, flying toward the goal. Czech, having not seen when Yellow executed the shot, could only react as the ball crashed into the net with a whoosh. End of chapter 101. The moment of truth. I am destined for the treble. Yellow, Yellow, Yellow. Oh, magnificent. An exquisite goal. This decisive strike, a breathtaking volley, has prematurely secured the Premier League title. It truly is the finest way to conclude. A masterful creation. Yellow received a pass from Cazorla. Without pausing or adjusting, he lifted his foot and shot. What a champion. Arsenal has clinched the title. Arsenal's resurgence is nearly unstoppable. The commentators went wild. In the silence of Stamford Bridge, they raised their arms, shouting and cheering. This is the goal that seals the Premier League title. Even if it were a simple goal, it would not go unnoticed, especially considering the sheer brilliance and excitement of this strike. Arsenal's fans were ecstatic. The current Arsenal has indeed made a complete comeback. Yellow, the undeniable core leading this revival, is the new king of Arsenal. With his current achievements, a statue in his honor will surely stand tall at the Emirates Stadium after his retirement. One commentator proclaimed. His co-commentator chimed in. Arsenal should now prepare to invite sculptors. The coaching staff and substitutes of Arsenal were engulfed in jubilation. As for Chelsea, Ranieri returned to the bench, knowing the match held no suspense. The outcome was beyond redemption. Yellow was too formidable. He is the king of the pitch, a monarch with dominance surpassing even that of Maradona. Laney looked at Wenger with a tinge of envy. This fellow was exceedingly fortunate. The players of Arsenal were equally blessed. They would, in time, be akin to the esteemed ministers and generals who served the great emperors of history, becoming the subjects of fervent discussion among the masses. There may be many stronger than them in this world, yet none could capture attention as they do, for they are the right hands of the king. Their names are destined to be etched alongside that of Yellow on the honor roll of world football. Truly, they are remarkably fortunate. No one can impede their progress. The players of Chelsea hung their heads in defeat. This Arsenal team is an invincible force. While they are undeniably tenacious, such determination cannot alter their fate. They are fated to be the sacrificial offerings at Arsenal's championship celebration. The outcome of the match was already determined. After 35 rounds of the league, Arsenal secured 30 victories and 5 draws, amassing a staggering 95 points. They could even shatter the record for the highest points tally since the inception of the Premier League. With an astonishing 109 goals scored and only 19 conceded, their goal difference soared to 90, nearly 50 greater than that of second-placed Manchester United. As commentators lauded Arsenal's season as utterly dominant, Wenger began to make substitutions. With the league title secured, he turned his thoughts to the upcoming finals, the FA Cup and the Champions League. The match unfolded without further incident. When the referee blew the final whistle, all the Arsenal substitutes rushed onto the pitch to embrace and celebrate with their teammates. The match concluded. The match is over. Congratulations to Arsenal for successfully defending their Premier League title. They clinched the championship 3 rounds early. Arsenal demonstrated their supremacy in the Premier League. Indeed, it is supremacy. A second consecutive championship is certainly not the endpoint for this Arsenal team. Just look at their roster. Their core players are remarkably young and exceptionally talented. Arsenal's fans can cheer to their heart's content. Stamford Bridge has transformed into a sea of jubilant Arsenal supporters. The Chelsea players and fans have already departed. At this moment, Stamford Bridge does not belong to Chelsea. The players joined hands, jubilantly running towards the stands, waving to the Arsenal fans in gratitude for their support throughout the season. Some exuberant players even tossed their shirts and shorts into the crowd, eliciting a chorus of cheers. Although Arsenal has already claimed the title, the official celebration is not yet at hand. The awards ceremony will occur during Arsenal's home match. Therefore, after engaging with the fans for a while, the players exited the field. After all, this is not the Emirates Stadium. The staff at Stamford Bridge initiated the sprinklers to clear the area as the match concluded, which was a fair gesture. However, should Arsenal continue their revelry, they might not be so accommodating, and a power outage could ensue. Moreover, this is not Arsenal's first triumph in the league. The exhilaration felt this season is markedly less than that of the previous one, with many players swiftly regaining their composure. However, the fans in the stands were still reveling in the moment. Yet, the staff at Stamford Bridge had their own sentiments to express. You celebrate? Who do you think you are to celebrate? They remarked. They also voiced their thoughts. When Chelsea claimed the title, it was entirely justifiable to celebrate. But you Arsenal supporters wish to commemorate your victory on our grounds? Absolutely not. Hence, under the urging of Chelsea staff, fans were hastily escorted away from the stadium. Nevertheless, around the vicinity, excited Arsenal supporters were abundant, with North London resonating with cheers, shouts, and celebrations from fans donned in Arsenal's home jerseys. At that moment, it felt as though they had commandeered the entire city. In the post-match press conference, Ranieri graciously extended his congratulations to Arsenal on their championship win. We performed admirably in this match, but unfortunately, Arsenal performed even better. That is football. Whoever plays better deserves to win. Arsenal has exhibited remarkable prowess this season, and I believe their victory is well-deserved. Congratulations, Arsenal. And of course, congratulations to Ye Luo, who has had a stellar season in the Premier League. The season is not yet over, and perhaps he will have the opportunity to achieve even greater accomplishments. With the match concluded, Ranieri's words, although possibly irking Chelsea fans, would not provoke any retort. Even in defeat, one must maintain decorum. Moreover, while this match was indeed a London derby, it must be acknowledged that Chelsea and Arsenal are not archrivals, especially when compared to the enmity between Arsenal and Tottenham. Although Chelsea fans may feel discontent over Arsenal's victory at Stamford Bridge, their disappointment is rather limited. They wouldn't be overly heartbroken. As Ranieri departed, Wenger entered. Upon taking his seat, anyone could see the smile on his face. Naturally, Wenger was elated. The dominance displayed by this Arsenal side is exhilarating. With Ye Luo in the ranks, Arsenal's strength surpasses even that of the invincible squad of yore. Ye Luo is so young, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is likely to remain with Arsenal for several seasons. Arsenal is poised to reign over another era. Who can predict what lies ahead? How many seasons of dominance can we expect? What could possibly be unsatisfactory about clinching the title 3 rounds early? Indeed, this is an extraordinary achievement, and I must extend my gratitude to my players for enduring a magnificent season. I also wish to thank my coaching staff, for this accomplishment is a result of our collective efforts. Looking ahead, we must prepare for the Champions League and the FA Cup finals. Our goal, undoubtedly, it is the championship. We aim to bring home both the Champions League trophy and the FA Cup trophy for our fans. In a prior interview, Wenger was not as audacious. He would express caution regarding formidable opponents, emphasizing the need for vigilance. However, he has now laid his cards on the table, unabashedly declaring his ambition for a treble. At this juncture, the pretense of humility and caution serves no purpose. With the finals upon them, it would be disingenuous to assert that their objective is anything less than the championship. There is certainly no issue in setting the championship as their goal at this stage. Nevertheless, journalists perceive that Arsenal faces a daunting challenge in securing the UEFA Champions League title, especially against Barcelona. This season, the only team comparable to Arsenal is undoubtedly Barcelona under Enrique's leadership. Following a tumultuous previous season marked by Guardiola's departure and the interim management of Mourinho, which led to instability, the new season sees Barcelona rejuvenated. They boast a fearsome attacking trio of Neymar, Messi, and Suarez, while the midfield triumvirate of Xavi, Iniesta, and Busquets remains steadfast. Enrique has helped restore Barcelona's dominance, suggesting that they still embody the essence of a cosmic team. For Barcelona, they are set to confront an old rival. During the 2012 to 2013 season, they were eliminated from the Champions League by Malaga under the guidance of Ye Luo. As the two sides meet again, one could say fate has brought them together once more. In terms of squad strength, Arsenal appears to be somewhat at a disadvantage. Whether they can triumph over Barcelona in the Champions League final remains uncertain. Wenger candidly expressed his desire for his team to clinch both championships. The journalists whispered among themselves, acutely aware of their skepticism regarding Arsenal's ability to overcome Barcelona. On paper, Barcelona indeed appears formidable. Yet, Wenger remains undeterred. He possesses Ye Luo, who is his greatest source of confidence. Even with Messi on their side, Ye Luo surpasses him in prowess. Of course, numerous factors can influence the outcome of a match, and there are no guarantees of victory. Wenger's optimism is rooted in strategy. He is preparing meticulously on a tactical level. Arsenal's exhilarating 3-1 away victory over Chelsea, which secured the league title, quickly made headlines, dominating the front pages of all newspapers. This event is emblematic for English football, marking Arsenal's resurgence as a contender for supremacy in the Premier League. Over the past 2 decades, the Premier League has largely been under Manchester United's dominion. However, during their reign, 3 teams have managed to snatch the championship from them: Blackburn, Arsenal, and Chelsea. Notably, apart from Chelsea, neither Blackburn nor Arsenal, prior to Ye Luo's arrival, succeeded in achieving the feat of defending their championship title. If one were to peruse the historical records of Premier League championship years, they would discover a sea of Manchester United's crimson emblem, with Blackburn and Arsenal merely serving as embellishments, akin to verdant leaves accentuating a vibrant flower. However, this time is different, for the spotlight has shifted to Arsenal. They have accomplished the remarkable feat of clinching back-to-back Premier League titles, becoming the 3rd team in history to achieve consecutive championships. In fact, they may very well pave the way to becoming the first team to secure a triumvirate of Premier League triumphs, buoyed by the prodigious youth of their linchpin, Ye Luo. Presently, Arsenal stands formidable, having not only historically claimed the Premier League title, but also successfully defended their championship. This signifies that Arsenal possesses the prowess to dominate the league. It has dawned upon many that Arsenal's resurgence poses a significant upheaval to the current order of English football. Will Manchester United falter as a result? Could Arsenal's ascendance herald a renaissance of flamboyant football for England and Europe? Might this influence the rise of additional teams? Such inquiries have sparked contemplation among numerous individuals. Consequently, following Arsenal's championship victory, various media outlets commenced thorough investigations to unearth the reasons behind their ability to retain the Premier League title. Ultimately, it all circles back to one name: Ye Luo. The sole reason for Arsenal's dominance lies in their possession of Ye Luo. Yet, should his form wane, perhaps Arsenal's supremacy would dissipate. But who can foresee the arrival of that day? When will it come? At least, in the forthcoming 2 or 3 seasons. It is certain that such a decline will not be witnessed. Arsenal's rise is by no means a fleeting phenomenon. They come armed with ambitions to overthrow Manchester United's reign. Is the Premier League undergoing a transition? Naturally, many football analysts, journalists, and legends will engage in discussions surrounding this topic. Yet, this matter bears little relation to Ye Luo. Transition? Wherever Ye Luo may go, that is where his dominion resides. This reflects the confidence of the world's best. Ye Luo currently pays no heed to media commentary. The entire Arsenal squad is diligently preparing for the FA Cup final and the Champions League final. As for the league, Wenger has stated that, aside from Ye Luo, no other key players will start in the league matches, with only a few possibly coming off the bench to maintain match fitness. This strategy is in place to conserve energy for the 2 finals. The rationale for fielding Ye Luo is, of course, to amass goals. The outcome of the matches has become somewhat inconsequential for Arsenal. Although the team could strive to break their own record of 48 consecutive unbeaten matches, having currently achieved 46. Remaining unbeaten for just 3 more games would suffice to set a new record. However, such records are primarily of concern to the media and the fans. For the team, such records can sometimes become a burden. Moreover, this record originally belonged to Arsenal. Thus, the motivation to break it is not particularly strong for the club. Securing the championship is what truly matters, while records hold little significance. This chapter concludes with chapter 102, the ancient record. Arsenal's league season has come to an end, yet Ye Luo's journey is far from over. Arsenal shows little interest in surpassing their own past achievements. But Ye Luo is fervently eager to shatter the long-standing record for the most goals scored in a single season in the English top flight. A record that has remained untouched for over 70 years. The team has already claimed the championship in the league, and with no competitive targets left, the other players' focus shifts to maintaining form, avoiding injuries, and preparing for the crucial 2 finals ahead. Ye Luo, however, remains highly motivated. Naturally, he does not expect his teammates to sacrifice their own stamina to assist him. This is his solitary battle. He is unperturbed by the demanding schedule or the strain on his physical condition. However, his teammates cannot afford such luxury. Wenger, understanding that Ye Luo is the cornerstone of the team and a symbol of an era for Arsenal, contemplates deploying the first-string players to aid him in achieving his goal. "Boss, there's no need for that. This is my matter alone. It shouldn't impact the team," Ye Luo interjected, shaking his head. "You should proceed with your own plans. I can lead the youth and reserve players in the upcoming matches." The young and reserve team players undoubtedly yearn for the opportunity to compete in the remaining Premier League fixtures, even though Arsenal has clinched the championship. For those players who rarely see action in the first team, every match in the Premier League, regardless of its stakes, holds immense value. It represents a chance to showcase their talents on a global stage, a rare opportunity they are determined to seize. In the 36th round of the league, the opponent is Queen's Park Rangers. When Arsenal's starting lineup is announced, all media personnel and fans are taken aback. The lineup predominantly features youth team players, supplemented by Ye Luo. While Ye Luo is not significantly older, he stands alongside peers who are still striving for positions in the first team. Most of these young players may never ascend to the Premier League and will likely find opportunities only in lower divisions. For them, the chance to play in the Premier League, broadcasted to a global audience, represents the pinnacle of their careers. Therefore, they cherish this match against Queen's Park Rangers, who are fighting for points to avoid relegation, and they remain resolute in their defensive counterattacks. Whenever possession was secured, the direction of the pass was singular, towards yellow. Ultimately, the match concluded with both teams netting 2 goals, resulting in a draw of 2-2. Yellow's remarkable brace enabled Arsenal to salvage a point while maintaining their unbeaten streak. Fielding a squad predominantly composed of youth players, Arsenal managed to hold Queen's Park Rangers to a stalemate on their home turf, showcasing the burgeoning confidence of their young talents. This self-assurance is undoubtedly instilled by their captain. Under Yellow's leadership, these youngsters brim with confidence. As the final whistle echoed, Andy Gray, the commentator from Sky Sports, reflected on the match. Following this encounter, only 2 rounds remain in the Premier League. The championship race has concluded, but the battle for the top 4 is fiercely contested. With Manchester United and Manchester City having secured 2nd and 3rd places respectively, the coveted 4th spot, which grants entry to the Champions League, is hotly contested among Chelsea, Liverpool, and Tottenham. Currently, Chelsea occupies the 4th position, leading Liverpool by a mere point and Tottenham by 2. Crucially, in the 38th round of the league, Chelsea will face Liverpool directly at home, signifying that all 3 teams retain their chances. Should Chelsea triumph, they secure 4th place. If Liverpool prevails, they claim that position. A draw would allow Tottenham, with a win in the final round, to equal Chelsea on points and potentially surpass them on goal difference. The drama of the race for 4th is far more captivating than the title chase. Moreover, the final intrigue of the Premier League, aside from the battle for 4th, lies in Yellow's pursuit of breaking the single-season goal-scoring record in the English top flight. This record belongs to Everton's legendary striker Dixie Dean, who, during the distant 1927-28 season of the 2nd Division, astonishingly scored 60 goals, averaging 1.5 goals per match. Dean's solitary prowess was pivotal in securing the league championship for Everton that season, all while he was merely 21 years old, the same age as Yellow. The record of 60 goals in a single season now appears almost astronomical, particularly when current Premier League strikers often regard 30 goals as an aspiration. Dean's feat remains a mythical standard, unparalleled in modern football. In the annals of English football history, Dean's record stands unassailable, with the second highest tally being 49 goals, achieved by Aston Villa's Tom Waring in the 1930-31 season, an 11-goal chasm that renders Dean's single-season scoring saga unreachable. Over the course of his career, Dean made 433 appearances for Everton, scoring an astonishing 383 goals, a remarkable strike rate. He also represented the England national team 16 times, netting 18 goals, including 2 hat-tricks against Belgium and Luxembourg, achieved within a mere 10 days of each other. Dean is an exceptionally professional player, and despite being a forward who often faces rough tackles from opponents, he once even lost a testicle during an interception. Since the Premier League's reform in 1992, among the historical goal scorers, only Shearer and Andy Cole, aside from Ye Luo, have netted 34 goals. This highlights the astonishing figure of Dean's 60 goals. However, when Dean set this record, the evolution of football was still in its infancy, with scarcely any tactical sophistication in play. Defenses lacked the intricate systems we see today, such as zonal marking, man-to-man marking, and chain defenses. Back then, defense was straightforward, simply marking the man. Following the ball was sufficient. The offside rule of that era was also markedly different. It merely required one opponent to be present in front of the receiving player at the moment of passing, rather than the current requirement of 2. Consequently, scoring was considerably easier, often resulting in matches with remarkably high scores. Why did ancient football tactics favor long passes and aerial assaults? Were the coaches of that time ignorant of the simplicity of such strategies? Certainly not. The offside regulations placed minimal restrictions on forwards, allowing the attacking side to maintain a player in the forward position at all times. After all, the offside rule dictated that as long as there was one defender ahead of the attacking player at the time of the pass, it was not considered offside. This allowed towering forwards to remain stationed in the penalty area, awaiting passes without needing to evade offside traps. Thus, during that era, half of the game was spent with the ball soaring through the air, as teams predominantly relied on high balls aimed at their towering strikers. Midfield coordination? What coordination? A single powerful kick aimed at a towering forward in the box sufficed. No one bothered with intricate plays. It was laborious and thankless. Furthermore, the long ball strategy has proven timeless. Even in today's era, where the offside rule has evolved significantly, it still yields results. How much more effective was it back then? Therefore, that period in football belonged to the center forwards. However, times have changed. The offside rule has become more stringent, compelling center forwards to move beyond the penalty area. Otherwise, they risk being offside. This necessitates movement, making the traditional tall and robust center forward less suitable for the modern game. Consequently, a plethora of tactical systems has emerged, including overlapping crosses, winger cut-ins, and midfield penetration plays. The assertion that the offside rule is the soul of modern football arises from this very premise, as nearly all tactical frameworks in contemporary football are founded upon the existence of the offside rule. This forms the bedrock of modern football. Of course, with the relaxation of offside conditions, the difficulty of scoring has consequently increased. Moreover, with the ever-evolving defensive tactics, the player's skills and physical disparities have become more balanced under the modern scientific training system. Additionally, with advancements in sports medicine, contemporary athletes possess significantly superior physical attributes compared to their predecessors. In the not-so-distant past, a player who covered 7 or 8 kilometers in a match was lauded by the media as having remarkable stamina. However, nowadays, if a player runs less than 10 kilometers in a game, they are often criticized as merely walking. This is a clear indicator of progress. Another testament to this evolution is the age at which players retire. Today, it is not uncommon to see athletes over 30, even 35, competing in top leagues, an inconceivable scenario just a few decades ago when the average retirement age did not exceed 30. The environment that Ye Luo faces now is entirely different from that of decades past, and the difficulty of scoring has escalated significantly. Currently, he has netted 56 goals, just 4 shy of the legendary record of 60 set by Dean in a bygone era. For goals, 2 matches. Arsenal fans are eagerly anticipating this achievement. In the 37th round of the league, Arsenal's opponent is Swansea. Given that Swansea has little to gain from this match, Arsenal supporters hoped to witness Ye Luo score multiple goals. However, Swansea fielded an entirely defensive lineup, comprising 11 players committed solely to defense. They completely forsook any offensive play, with 7 players remaining in the penalty area, while the remaining 3 focused solely on marking Ye Luo. Indeed, Swansea's objective was to prevent Ye Luo from scoring. Under such a staunch defense, Ye Luo faced tremendous challenges, especially as his teammates were predominantly youth players, offering little support. Consequently, he found himself goalless until the 93rd minute of the match, with the score still at 0. However, in the dying moments of stoppage time, Arsenal earned a corner kick. Seizing this opportunity, Ye Luo leaped high and headed the ball into the net, ultimately securing his 57th goal of the season. The task of breaking the record has now become even more daunting. Andy Gray, in the commentary box, shook his head, noting that to equal the record would require a hat-trick, while breaking it necessitates 4 goals. The critical factor is that their final opponent is Everton, who will be playing at Goodison Park. It is worth noting that Dean, the record holder, is an Everton legend, and a statue of him stands proudly in the square outside their home ground. Therefore, the challenge for Ye Luo to shatter the record in the final match, requiring a remarkable 4-goal performance, is formidable, particularly against an Everton side that will fiercely defend the honor of their illustrious former player. Given these circumstances, few believe Ye Luo can break the record. Perhaps if he were to join another team, Ye Luo could truly break this record. However, he is confronted by Everton, the very club determined to uphold Dean's honor. Swansea has essentially set a precedent for Everton, adopting an entirely defensive posture since the outcome holds little significance for them. They are far from the European competition and safe from relegation. Against an Everton team exhibiting an intense desire for defensive prowess, Ye Luo may score. But achieving 3 goals is an absolute impossibility, let alone a quadruple. In England, discussions abound. Media journalists, fans, and former legends are all engaging in discourse on this subject. This topic transcends England, capturing attention across all of Europe. The media is largely divided into 2 factions. One faction asserts that for Ye Luo to break the record, Arsenal must field their strongest lineup to provide even a glimmer of hope. Relying on a reserve team to support Ye Luo would make breaking the record exceedingly difficult. Not merely breaking it, but even equaling it would be unattainable. After all, to equal the record, a hat-trick is essential, and this endeavor requires not only individual effort, but also cooperation from the opponent, who just happens to be Everton. Conversely, the other faction believes that Ye Luo can easily equal the record with a simple hat-trick, as scoring is his forte. Both perspectives possess a semblance of truth. After all, achieving a hat-trick is no trivial matter, often elusive even in regular matches, let alone under the immense pressure of such a high-stakes game. Yet Ye Luo's capabilities are undeniable. Time and again, he has astonished everyone. When it seems impossible for him to succeed, he invariably delivers. In Spain, the discourse surrounding Ye Luo's record continues. Interviews with players and fans from Malaga reveal their unwavering support for him. Meanwhile, Catalonian fans are skeptical, asserting that scoring 4 goals in one match is unfeasible. While I do not deny his ability to do so in regular circumstances, this particular match is an entirely different challenge. Complete Chapter 103. The critique of weapons cannot substitute the critique of weapons considering the difficulty of achieving a hat-trick or even a quadruple. The consensus among the majority in Europe is that Ye Luo faces an immense challenge in breaking the record. If the prevailing sentiment in Europe leans towards disbelief in Ye Luo's potential to shatter the record, then in the Dragon Nation, the overwhelming majority is filled with confidence in him. The media and fans there predominantly rally behind Ye Luo, exhibiting a certain blind loyalty. However, this blindness is, in essence, a form of affection. It is precisely due to Ye Luo's immense popularity in the Dragon Nation and the fervent adoration of his fans that this phenomenon arises. Of course, it is worth noting that the term majority is used because this blind support is not entirely unanimous. There are always those who pride themselves on their independent thinking, claiming to remain awake while others are intoxicated. This is particularly true for a group of sycophantic scribes led by meticulously. They brandish the banner of rational discourse, rejecting blind acceptance, and begin to question and doubt with a tone of sardonic irony. The notion of a dashi shi, 4 of a kind, being achieved so casually is simply absurd. Ye Luo's form has declined. After 2 matches, scoring merely 2 goals, Can one truly expect him to net 4 in the final game? Those with a modicum of rationality understand that Ye Luo will not break any records. Such feats are unattainable under the conditions of modern football. 38 matches and 60 goals. What does that even mean? Is it feasible? Various statements have been surfacing in the media. As these mouthpieces of the Football Association begin to emerge from the shadows, akin to rats scurrying from the sewers. Once opportunities arise, they revel in the chance to annoy. However, the fans of Longwood do not indulge their antics. Each time they express their sardonic remarks, they receive a warm greeting from the fans. It's uncertain how they fare, but their mothers certainly endure the brunt of it, receiving inquiries by the dozens, hundreds, or even thousands. One must be grateful to their sons for such attention. In the upcoming match against Everton, many of Arsenal's key players are keen to participate, leaving Wenger in quite a quandary. Just as he sits in his office one day, there comes a knock at the door. "Come in." It is Sanchez. Before Sanchez can utter a word, Wenger interjects. "You wish to play in the final round, correct?" Sanchez scratches his head and beams. "Indeed, boss. I feel I should seek my form in the last round. You know my intentions. No need to elaborate." "I know what you're thinking. You're eager to assist Ye in scoring," Wenger interrupts. Sanchez chuckles awkwardly, aware that Wenger is well aware of his motives. "Since you've put it that way, I won't hide it any longer. I genuinely want to help him achieve his goals. This season, we have come this far largely due to his performance, haven't we? Without Ye, I can hardly imagine us contending for titles on 3 fronts and eliminating Real Madrid, Bayern, and Juventus to reach the finals." Sanchez shakes his head. "He has done so much for us. This time, I want to assist him." Sanchez's sincerity is palpable. Wenger smiles, pleased with the current atmosphere within the team. Captain Ye Luo appears to have garnered the unwavering support of his Arsenal teammates. Nevertheless, Wenger shakes his head. To the puzzled Sanchez, he explains, "In fact, several players have approached me prior to this, expressing their desire to play. However, it is not my refusal. It is Ye's. My friends, I appreciate your good intentions, but I do not wish for the pursuit of records to disrupt the overall dynamics of the team." Ye Luo articulates on the training ground. "I am truly eager to shatter this record. However, it is paramount that it does not disrupt the team's preparations." He expressed his gratitude to the players for their unwavering support. Simultaneously, he conveyed his desire to avoid any disruption to the head coach's plans for the FA Cup final and the Champions League final due to the pursuit of a record. Nevertheless, while Yellow declined the players' goodwill, Wenger still opted to include several first-team players in the starting lineup for this match. This decision was not solely to bolster Yellow's quest for the record, but rather to provide an opportunity for those players who had not participated in the previous 2 league matches to regain their form. This was unrelated to Yellow's record-breaking aspirations. Considering the upcoming FA Cup final, Wenger did not deploy all of his key players, retaining a portion of the reserve team members. Thus, with a squad that was a blend of first-team and reserve players, Arsenal set forth to Liverpool to confront one of the local powerhouses, Everton. "We shall not allow him to achieve his goal." This declaration was prominently featured on the front page of the Liverpool-based pro-Everton publication, the Liverpool Echo. It was voiced by Everton's head coach, Moyes, during a pre-match press conference. "I am aware that Yellow is merely 3 goals shy of equaling Dean's record. We shall not permit him to fulfill his ambitions. Scoring over 50 league goals for 2 consecutive seasons is indeed remarkable, but to reach 60 goals? Perhaps next season." Moyes did not utter these words merely to provoke Yellow. He was compelled to do so, as he genuinely wished to prevent his team from becoming a mere footnote in Yellow's record-setting narrative. No one desires to be relegated to such a background role. For the record setter, this is a momentous occasion, worthy of eternal remembrance, something that will undoubtedly be revisited in the future. Conversely, for their adversaries, it is a source of considerable embarrassment. When others recount Yellow's record, they will inevitably mention that it was established against Everton. Who would wish to be immortalized in history in such a manner? It is not solely Everton's head coach who harbors such sentiments. The players themselves are equally unwilling. Furthermore, they are tasked with defending the legacy of their club's illustrious former players. This reality imbues Everton's players with heightened motivation. Even if it means committing a foul and incurring a red card, I am determined to prevent him from scoring. Stones, Everton's primary central defender, resolutely stated during a media interview. "Fouls. Red cards?" In response to the reporter's astonishment, Stones maintained a serious demeanor. "Do not doubt my resolve, at any cost. We shall not allow him to equal the record in our presence." Witnessing his unwavering determination, the reporters gasped in disbelief. This match, for Ye Luo, promises to be a formidable challenge indeed. Yes, I yearn to break this monumental record. When confronted with the cameras of reporters, Ye Luo unabashedly expressed his ambitions. Dean has an illustrious record, and I aspire to claim it for myself. Therefore, I shall exert every ounce of effort in the competition. If Everton believes they can impede my progress, let them attempt it. Ye Luo radiated confidence before the lens, observing the assurance etched upon his face. Many English viewers felt a twinge of discontent, a sentiment intertwined with Ye Luo's ethnicity. Had Ye Luo been Caucasian, perhaps his words would not have stirred such disdain among the arrogant English. Regrettably, Ye Luo bears the features of an Oriental descent. Within Europe, or more broadly, the Western cultural sphere, certain unspoken rules exist. For example, in film, noble and virtuous roles rarely, if ever, go to Asian actors, who are often relegated to portrayals of clowns, lecherous characters, or psychopathic killers. This subtle cultural influence leads one to perceive Caucasians as embodiments of justice and nobility, while other races are deemed unjust. Such tactics permeate various domains, including cinema, comics, and news, creating an insidious infiltration. However, football is governed by fairness. One's skill is evident on the pitch. Consequently, many Caucasians find Ye Luo's confidence irksome, believing that individuals from the Dragon Nation are unworthy of such self-assurance. Everton's fans, too, share this sentiment. Coupled with their motivation to defend the legacy of their club's legend, they began to assail Ye Luo through various channels even before the match commenced. They were acutely aware of Ye Luo's capabilities and sought to exploit every means at their disposal to undermine his resolve and determination, thereby diminishing his performance. This would inevitably complicate his quest to break the record. Moreover, Everton supporters endeavored to rally all non-Arsenal fans to their cause. This record belongs to England. We shall not permit an outsider to tarnish it. The efforts of Everton's fans swiftly garnered considerable backing from supporters of other clubs. Fans from Manchester United, Manchester City, Chelsea, and even Liverpool, Everton's fiercest rivals, voiced their intentions to support Everton. Dean is the greatest goal scorer in England's history. We must uphold the honor of English football. Their proclamations, grandiloquent in nature, seem to mask their underlying fear of Ye Luo potentially leading Arsenal to dominate English football for years to come, cloaking it in the guise of a noble cause, the defense of English football's honor. The vast majority of individuals wished for Ye Luo not to equal Dean's record. It represented the pride and dignity of English football. The record for goals in the history of the English Football League could only be created and preserved by an Englishman. Not to mention the Dragon Nation, even Scots, Welsh, or Irish individuals would find it equally impossible. They can permit Ye Luo to achieve success in Liverpool, which they regard as a considerable act of tolerance. However, Ye Luo dares to overstep, seeking to trample upon the pride and dignity of English football. How can this be tolerated? Although he prides himself on being a paragon of virtue, in reality, arrogance and prejudice pervade Western society. For a long time, the sense of superiority cultivated by these individuals has manifested in a state of panic with the resurgence of Eastern nations. They have begun to tear away the facade of gentility, for at their core, they cannot embody the essence of a gentleman. How could a nation of pirates ever be considered noble? After all, they have been the most successful nation in conducting maritime commerce across the 4 oceans for centuries. How could they transform into nobility in just a few decades? Typically, such sentiments might remain unvoiced. Yet, when Ye Luo threatens the so-called pride of the English, these feelings finally erupt. It is no small feat for a Dragon Kingdom individual to inscribe his name in the annals of English football history. And yet he dares to aspire to be the first. This is unacceptable. Online, the insults and threats directed at Ye Luo are ubiquitous. When the English reveal their inherent piratical tendencies, they truly spare no effort. However, their actions have not garnered the attention of mainstream media in the preservation of their image. These media outlets are the true representatives of the nation. Compared to domestic media, they are worlds apart. They understand what a propaganda war entails. My own propaganda department is rife with incompetence, and I am powerless to change that. Perhaps the most awkward situation lies with the English players in the Arsenal team, who are acutely aware that the media and fans' treatment of Ye Luo is quite unjust. They fear that he may direct his ire toward them, given that they too are English. In such moments, it It is indeed challenging for them to distance themselves. Nevertheless, they are touched that Ye Luo has not taken his grievances out on them, and they continue to coexist as before. Simultaneously, they are perplexed. Ye Luo has never been a person to suffer in silence. Why, this time, does it seem as though he is taking it all in stride? Is he indifferent? This is inconceivable. When he first emerged onto the scene, he boldly opposed the Dragon Kingdom Football Association. How could he possibly be one to shy away from confrontation? He must be planning to retaliate. But how will he do so? Will he decry racial discrimination in the media, shedding a few insincere tears? This is not Ye Luo's style. He is not one to engage in feeble lamentations. Does he believe that by accusing others of racial discrimination, they will suddenly awaken to their misdeeds? The weapon of criticism cannot replace the weapon of action. The weak can only weep, while the strong possess myriad means. In this world, there has never been a circumstance where one can compel another to apologize without possessing any strength. Should such a scenario exist, it would be insincere. A mere facade lacking genuine intent. What value lies in such apologies? Does an apology signify submission? The great nation of Canada has indeed issued an apology for the remains of Indigenous children buried beneath its churches, yet the Indigenous people are on the brink of extinction. Do you truly require such apologies? Ye Luo has never sought the hollow contrition of the weak, pleading before the strong. Since the other party has declared war, one must engage in battle. If they advance, so shall I. Ye Luo seeks not apologies, but rather a resounding slap, a fierce, reciprocated strike to the face. Chapter 104. Anyone can be mediocre. What are your thoughts on the record that is remarkably close to Dean's? In the final round of the league, it appears you have a considerable distance to cover in order to break the record. Everton will undoubtedly spare no effort to thwart your attempts. Do you have anything to say regarding this? Merely approaching this record is an achievement in itself. During the pre-match press conference, reporters bombarded Ye Luo with questions on this subject. After they finished their inquiries, Ye Luo adjusted the microphone. I fail to comprehend why you believe I cannot break this record, he remarked, smirking at the seemingly disdainful English journalists. Indeed, Dean set a magnificent record. Yet I am not merely great. I surpass greatness. A wave of astonishment rippled through the press conference. This is a disrespect to Dean. You show no respect for the history of English football. Someone rose to accuse. Respect is mutual. I only honor those who honor me. Ye Luo retorted with a cold smile. An English journalist could no longer contain himself. Rising with a hint of disdain, he asked, "Do you even understand what it takes to break a record?" "Of course, it merely requires scoring at least 4 goals, Ye Luo replied nonchalantly. "Scoring 4 goals in a single match. Do you think that is easy?" The journalist's expression grew exaggerated, as if he might burst into laughter at any moment. Yet, Ye Luo's words solidified the expressions of all present. What is difficult for others is merely a matter of my willingness for me. Ye Luo scoffed. I have previously scored 4 goals in matches against Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Manchester United, Manchester City, Liverpool, and Chelsea. What makes you think Everton is more formidable than those teams? Ye Luo stood up from his seat, his gaze calm, yet his aura undeniably aggressive. The journalist gaped, intending to argue that every match is different, that Everton is not like those strong teams that would push forward to attack. However, he opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate a single reply, for Ye Luo's demeanor was chillingly serene. One cannot help but perceive that he speaks not of events yet to unfold, but rather of occurrences that have truly transpired. Remember, I shall break this record. I am not one to share such achievements with others. Ye Luo's voice remained remarkably calm. This press conference had seemingly transformed into a stage for his oratory, where he proclaimed his battle declaration. Though his demeanor remained serene, the English attendees were palpably unsettled. Such audacity, such arrogance, such an aggressive stance was foreign to them. Historically, it should have been they who were aggressive, yet now they found themselves out of their depth, rendered speechless by his presence. Ye Luo cast his gaze over the room, denying the journalists any further opportunity to pose questions. The facade had been shattered, and he had little left to hold back. Were they not displeased that I aimed to claim that ancient record in English football for myself? Very well, I shall exacerbate their displeasure. And what of it? With that, Ye Luo turned his back, leaving everyone behind. The journalists stared at his retreating figure, their expressions dazed. They were all taken aback by Ye Luo's audacious response, particularly the final remark. It was an unparalleled arrogance, a proclamation of superiority beyond greatness itself. This assertion darkened the faces of the English journalists. The Dragon Kingdom reporters exchanged concerned glances, apprehensive that Ye Luo's words might incite the disdain of the English. They were hesitant to report any allegations of racial discrimination or conflicts between Ye Luo and English fans, fearing potential repercussions. Thus, when issues arose, they instinctively sought trouble among their compatriots, wary of offending the foreign dignitaries. The astonishment of their allies was palpable, as this was indeed a momentous affair. Some individuals, having gone to great lengths to rescue a foreign diado, would boast about it on their public accounts. However, not all were so timid. Soon, a Dragon Kingdom reporter stood up, applauding in homage to Ye Luo. Many began to applaud his speech, their applause echoing like slaps against the faces of the disconcerted journalists. "You really needn't have said all that," Wenger remarked as he exited the press hall, somewhat exasperated. He was aware of the prevailing sentiments in England. The narrative suggested that Ye Luo breaking the record would be a disgrace to English football. Indeed, those English were rather incensed. Furthermore, Wenger understood the formidable challenge Ye Luo faced in breaking the record. Scoring 4 goals in a single match is no simple feat. Achieving such a remarkable display requires not merely skill, but also a significant stroke of luck, even for someone as proficient as Ye Luo. Instances of scoring 4 goals in a match were not overly abundant. This would undoubtedly place immense pressure upon him. Pressure? Ye Luo chuckled. "Sometimes, my dear leader, pressure serves as a catalyst for me. The greater the pressure, the stronger my motivation becomes. Thus, I am essentially recharging myself," Ye Luo remarked. As the final year approached, he found the challenges increasingly daunting. Without rallying himself, he genuinely feared he might not accomplish his tasks. The following day, Ye Luo's statement reverberated throughout England and across the globe. Renowned football legends from England began to emerge, one after another, to voice their criticisms of Ye Luo, claiming he was disrespectful and lacked reverence for his elders. At last, it seemed these Englishmen had seized upon a weakness to provoke him into making some ill-timed remarks, which the media magnified. "Look, this individual dares to speak in such a manner." It was a display of traditional antics, with the media fanning the flames. What should have been a trivial final round of the Premier League suddenly garnered more attention than the decisive clash between Chelsea and Liverpool for a top-4 finish. Everton's fans had long been preparing to deliver a stern message to Ye Luo at Goodison Park. By the morning of the match, a throng of Everton supporters had already gathered around the stadium, despite the fact that there remained a full 8 hours until kickoff. Ye Luo had just risen from his slumber, and few believed he could achieve a hat trick in the match, given the heightened anticipation surrounding it. The stakes had been raised, and for Everton, the only objective was to prevent Ye Luo from scoring. They could even allow other Liverpool players to find the net, as long as Ye Luo remained blank. In such a scenario, the match would still be deemed a victory for Everton. Newcastle United currently sat 13th in the league, safe from relegation, but far from the European competition zone. Thus, the outcome of this match was inconsequential for Everton. Their sole aim was to thwart Ye Luo's scoring. This realization underscored the immense challenge Ye Luo faced in finding the back of the net. Many relished the prospect, as the greater the excitement surrounding the match, the more formidable the defensive pressure on Ye Luo would be. Everton's players would undoubtedly not hesitate to commit fouls during the game, and the referee, being English himself, would likely conform to the familiar tendencies observed in past matches. This contest was rapidly evolving into a duel for Ye Luo to challenge the honor of English football. One couldn't help but wonder whether he would encounter bias from the officiating crew. Given the historical behavior of English referees, this seemed certain. Was it not the case that Mourinho had once offended the English referee committee, resulting in his team receiving scant penalties, with only 2 awarded over an entire season? After all, referees are human too. The intricacies of social conduct in England are quite profound. Otherwise, how could a coach like Allardyce, devoid of any tactical finesse, attain the status of a survival expert? The initial challenge Arsenal faced was the journey from their hotel to the stadium, a route that had been overtaken by Everton supporters. Consequently, local security forces were summoned to escort Arsenal's team bus, which crawled along the road. What should have been a 10-minute trip extended to over an hour. During this prolonged journey, Arsenal's players, particularly Ye Luo, were met with an overwhelming display of enthusiasm from Everton fans. They gestured obscenely, hurled insults, and bombarded the team bus with various objects. leaving many Arsenal players visibly shaken. This match was unlike any they had previously encountered. Upon arriving at Goodison Park, the cacophony of jeers and insults directed at Yellow intensified. As the team warmed up, the stadium erupted with a chorus of boos that seemed to shake the very ground beneath them. The deafening sound left Arsenal's players, most of whom were substitutes or from the reserve squad, feeling anxious. However, Yellow comforted his teammates, reassuring them that such an atmosphere paled in comparison to venues like the Bernabeu or the Allianz Arena. With the captain's armband firmly on Yellow's arm, his confidence soon calmed the rest of the team. Yellow's unwavering belief inspired theirs. He had long been the backbone of the squad, consistently shielding them from adversity with his successive goals and leading them to victory. Yellow glanced toward the stands, aware that today's match was atypical for the Premier League. Numerous media outlets had already proclaimed that the outcome was inconsequential. The sole objective was to prevent Yellow from scoring. Indeed, the mission was simply to thwart his goal-scoring prowess. If Everton's aim were to triumph over Arsenal, it would be an unrealistic expectation, even on home turf, especially with Arsenal fielding a half-strength team. Everton could hardly assert they would emerge victorious, and even securing a draw seemed a daunting task. However, if the only goal was to ensure that a particular Arsenal player did not score, that would be a remarkably achievable feat. Not only would a renowned coach like Moyes understand this strategy, but even a seasoned fan could outline the necessary tactics. A staunch defense paired with man-marking. By crowding the penalty area with 11 players and ensuring 2 or 3 were perpetually shadowing Yellow, the other Arsenal players could be allowed to score at will, as long as Yellow remained goalless. Under such circumstances, how could Yellow possibly secure a victory? For these Englishmen, it was an assured confrontation, a definitive win in the making. The atmosphere was electric, far more intense than anything Qin Shi Huang could have envisioned. With an air of certainty surrounding victory, it was inevitable that the audience would swell in number. Everyone yearned to witness the expression on Ye Luo's face upon his defeat. The mere thought of being able to revel in the mockery of that individual from the Dragon Kingdom within the span of 90 minutes sent shivers down the spines of the English spectators, rendering them almost paralyzed with anticipation. What a cacophony of boos. I find it perplexing why Ye Luo would utter such statements before the match. It is rumored that many local Everton fans were unable to secure tickets, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain entry. The influx of out-of-town supporters eager to witness this encounter was remarkable. They were all adversaries of Ye Luo. This match was poised to present Ye Luo with immense challenges. Just look at the stands. Every fan seemed to be rallying against him. To be candid, even without the hostile away environment, I believe that for Ye Luo to achieve a quadruple and shatter records would still be a formidable task. Beyond the Everton faithful, a multitude of supporters from other clubs descended upon the stadium, thanks to the media's promotion. Otherwise, how could Everton's home tickets have become so coveted? Everyone was eager to witness the farce of the individual who dared to challenge the honor of English football. Initially, the Everton fans were elated, as they gathered to support their team, a testament to the affection for the club's esteemed figure, Mr. Dean. To think someone would dare to challenge Dean's record was intolerable. However, as fans from various locales filled the venue, they soon regretted their decision. The atmosphere turned chaotic and clamorous, with disjointed attire and distinct chants that diverged from the Everton supporters' traditional anthems. This confluence of diverse fan bases rendered the stadium disorganized, devoid of any cohesive spirit. The only semblance of unity lay in the synchronized jeers, a sound that required no rehearsal, lacking in sophistication yet remarkably uniform. But could mere boos truly disturb Ye Luo? Many were skeptical. Although he was young, he had weathered numerous storms in his career. To think that the jeers from the stands could unsettle him was rather fanciful. Some Everton fans felt discontent, yet ultimately acquiesced to the greater good. Regardless of the circumstances, their sole criterion for victory was to prevent Ye Luo from executing a hat trick. By lowering their standards for winning sufficiently, anyone could achieve it. Thus concludes this chapter. Chapter 105. A Heart of Courage. Moyes believed that if Everton could focus solely on countering Ye Luo without dwelling on the outcome, victory would be assured. With a mindset of triumph, the Everton fans eagerly anticipated the commencement of the match, fervently wishing to teach Ye Luo a lesson on their home turf. You claim to score? Then score. Go on, score. For heaven's sake, score. And so, the match commenced. As anticipated by the external circumstances, Everton adopted an exceptionally robust defensive posture, 3 players were assigned to mark yellow, while the rest stationed themselves within the penalty area. However, they were taken aback to find that, despite their efforts, yellow nearly eluded their grasp. In the 3rd minute of the match, yellow unleashed a long-range shot from outside the box, which audibly struck the crossbar, startling both the Everton supporters and English fans present. In this encounter, Everton fielded an atypical lineup. While they boasted prominent players such as Lukaku and Lennon, their primary objective was to thwart yellow from scoring, leading them to deploy no forwards at all, not even on the substitutes bench. Instead, they opted for a configuration of 5 defenders and 5 midfielders. The goalkeeper was the 44-year-old American veteran, Howard. In the defensive line, Jagielka, Stones, and Fellaini formed the central trio, while the wingbacks were Coleman and Barnes. The midfield consisted of 5 players, with McCarthy and Barkley serving as defensive midfielders to shield the backline, while Pienaar, Gethin, and Doran, known for their stamina and agility, focused solely on containing yellow. Yet, this seemingly impenetrable fortress was breached when yellow managed to take a shot. This was largely due to the fact that, despite the 3 players' relentless pursuit, the Everton defenders were somewhat hesitant, as their defensive line was drawn back too far, allowing yellow to receive the ball near the edge of the penalty area. In such circumstances, they were reluctant to commit fouls, which yellow cleverly exploited to break through. He was aware that a complete breakthrough was unattainable given the opponent's formation, but he did not need to fully penetrate. He merely required a sliver of space to shoot. Given Everton's defensive setup, he anticipated numerous opportunities to shoot. In fact, yellow perceived that Everton's strategy to prevent him from scoring was not the most effective. The optimal approach would have been for Arsenal to capitalize on the fact that a significant portion of their squad comprised youth and reserve players, thereby controlling possession at home. By securing the majority of the ball, yellow would likely find himself with insufficient time to attempt a shot. Thus, upon witnessing Everton's defensive stance, yellow felt emboldened rather than intimidated. He merely needed to position himself at the edge of the penalty area to receive the ball. Would they dare to foul him? Should they commit a foul, he would gain a direct free-kick opportunity to attack the goal. If they refrained from fouling, the possibilities for my writing have significantly expanded. This is precisely why, within just 3 minutes of the match, Ye Luo executed a threatening shot on goal. On the sidelines, Wenger applauded Ye Luo's attempt, while the Arsenal substitutes collectively cradled their heads in disappointment. It was indeed a lamentable moment. For had that shot found the back of the net, scoring so early in the match would have made the game considerably easier ahead. Scoring 4 goals in a single match is no simple feat, and Moyes wore a furrowed brow, realizing he had been misled by the media's optimism. He had thought that simply placing a strong defensive line would suffice to contain Ye Luo, but it became evident that such assumptions were somewhat naive. However, he found himself unable to alter his tactical approach immediately. On one hand, the players on the field were not equipped to abandon their defensive roles. Asking these diligent defenders to suddenly embrace a more artistic style of play would be akin to asking Zhang Fei to engage in embroidery, though Moyes may not know who Zhang Fei is. He certainly understood the analogy. Furthermore, throughout the past week, Everton had been rigorously practicing their defensive strategies. Abruptly changing tactics would send a message to the Everton players that their days of hard work on the training ground had been in vain, akin to a futile race against time. Initially, everyone prepared to see who could finish the quickest, only to be told just before the match that the competition would now be judged on artistry rather than speed. Such a notion seemed absurd. Moyes stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression calm and composed, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned manager. Following Ferguson's retirement last season, the English media had even touted him as the prime candidate to succeed the legendary manager. Ultimately, however, Ferguson opted for Mourinho, believing that Moyes might struggle to shoulder the enormous responsibility of contending with a team featuring Ye Luo. The man who could take up the mantle from Sir Alex was indeed a genius, and now Moyes, the so-called genius, appeared quite composed even after that menacing shot on goal, earning him praise from commentators and journalists alike. Yet, his hands, tucked into his pockets, had begun to perspire, as an ominous premonition lingered in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he approached the sidelines and loudly instructed the Everton players to tighten their positions, using their bodies to obstruct Ye Luo's shooting angles. With 3 players unable to fully contain Ye Luo, they had no choice but to rely on a greater number of players to block his attempts. Moyes' strategy proved to be quite effective, as Ye Luo's subsequent efforts were thwarted by the defenders. Nevertheless, his performance continued to garner admiration from the commentators and journalists in the stands. It is worth noting that now, the entirety of Goodison Park resembles a vast cacophony, akin to the roaring engines of supersonic jet fighters. Amidst the intense tremors and thunderous noise, the overwhelming jeers are directed solely at Ye Luo. Nevertheless, Ye Luo appears utterly unfazed. He continues with his deft touches and precise shots, displaying remarkable composure. Indeed, he possesses an immense heart. Commentator Andy Gray reflects on this, acknowledging the prevailing circumstances in England to maintain such an exceptional level of performance under such scrutiny, in such a hostile environment, is nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 106, The Pitiful Fellaini. Of course, the crux of the match lies in the ability to score. No matter how exquisite the passing, how steady the control, how graceful the dribbling, or how fierce the shooting, if the ball does not find the net with precision, it is all for naught. Everyone is fixated on the prospect of goals. The focal point of this match is not merely the outcome, but whether Ye Luo can score and shatter records. Achieving a hat trick is a formidable challenge, and attaining 4 goals even more so. Yet, it is Ye Luo who aspires to accomplish this feat, inciting a glimmer of hope among the spectators. Arsenal, in truth, has ample opportunity to score, for Everton's players are solely fixated on Ye Luo. However, the Arsenal players have chosen to pass the ball to Ye Luo, fully aware that the match's significance hinges on his ability to score. Their actions resonate as a testament of support for their captain. They are determined to assist Ye Luo in achieving his goal at any cost. While the entirety of England questions and criticizes Ye Luo, only the fans and players of Arsenal stand steadfastly by his side. After all, Ye Luo is the very soul of Arsenal. Without him, would Arsenal have clinched the Premier League title? Would they have reached the Champions League final? Who would dare to entertain such thoughts? As for the media, what is there to fear? Their nature is such that they swiftly forget their previous statements, eagerly pursuing the next sensational topic. They are fickle, praising one moment and disparaging the next, as their loyalties do not align with yours. Arsenal's players and fans are acutely aware that supporting Ye Luo equates to supporting Arsenal. Wenger has previously stated, as a Frenchman, why should he concern himself with the glories of English football? Thus, he emphasized to the entire team before the match that victory is merely a secondary objective. The primary goal is to assist Ye Luo in scoring. Consequently, in this match, the team has positioned 4 wingers, adept at delivering crosses, along the flanks, assigning them to play in place of fullbacks. Arsenal presented an atypical lineup, employing a tactic centered around 4 wingers who alternately delivered crosses into the penalty area. In the midfield, Kanté and Fabinho, alongside Bernardo Silva, commenced the match. Silva was tasked with distributing the ball to the flanks, while the 2 interception specialists, Kanté and Fabinho, endeavored to reclaim possession. The remaining players focused on delivering crosses. Arsenal's strategy was remarkably straightforward: consistently assault the flanks, sending the ball into the penalty area to the position of Ye Luo. They believed that with enough attacking opportunities, Ye Luo would inevitably find the back of the net. This was a match that defied conventional understanding, with one side eschewing defense almost entirely and the other side neglecting offense. Commentators in the booth shook their heads in disbelief. Typically, in any match, even one characterized by dense defense, if a team concedes a goal, they often feel compelled to push forward in search of an equalizer, thereby abandoning their rigid defensive posture. However, Everton's objective was not to secure a victory, which meant their staunch defense would persist throughout the match. This posed the greatest challenge for Ye Luo and tested his resolve. Ye Luo was acutely aware of the formidable task of scoring against such a defensive setup. Crucially, it required time, ample time. If his aim for this match were to win, he needn't rush. He had sufficient time to gradually wear down his opponents, exhausting their patience and morale, and then strike decisively. Yet today was different. He needed to score swiftly to allow for the possibility of additional goals. Ye Luo set himself a modest target: to net a goal within the first 10 minutes of the match. Should this ambition become public knowledge, it would likely invite criticism for perceived disrespect towards the opponent. Nevertheless, Ye Luo was indifferent to such opinions. He held no regard for an adversary he deemed beneath him. If questioned by the media, he would assert that when faced with those who show him no respect, he felt no obligation to reciprocate. However, scoring would not be an easy feat. The methods for breaking through a tight defense were limited. Essentially, a dense defense filled spaces with numbers, erecting a formidable wall in front of the goal. While this wall lacked offensive capability, Breaching it required considerable effort. Yellow's approach to this dense defense was refreshingly direct. Shoot more. Headers, long-range strikes. Dribbling past defenders to shoot, he resolved to employ every conceivable method to hurl the ball towards the goal. Soon, Yellow unleashed a powerful long-range shot. A thunderous strike that echoed his intent. After deftly evading defenders near the top of the penalty area, he found the space to shoot. His right foot connected with the ball, sending it hurtling towards the goal with tremendous force, the ball morphing under the impact as it soared like a cannonball. Bang! Inevitably, it collided with a defending player. Everton's centre-back Fellaini, serving as the team's captain, absorbed the blow with his chest. Versatile in his positioning. Capable of playing as a forward to breach defenses or retreating to function as a playmaker, and even dropping back to assume the role of a defensive midfielder. Fellaini's prowess extends to central defense. His aerial skills are nothing short of remarkable. In a strategic move to counter Arsenal's wing crosses, Moyes positioned Fellaini at centre-back, intending to leverage his heading ability against Yellow's aerial threats. However, Yellow commenced the match with a flurry of long-range shots, leaving Fellaini with few opportunities to utilize his heading skills. Instead, he found himself on the receiving end of several powerful strikes. One such shot thundered towards him. With the goalpost directly behind him, he had no choice but to confront it head-on. The impact resonated as the ball struck his chest and rebounded away. Though he nearly gasped for breath from the force, he felt a surge of relief upon witnessing his teammate clear the ball, having successfully obstructed Yellow's attempt on goal. Yet, his momentary joy was short-lived, as Arsenal swiftly executed a corner kick. Yellow, upon receiving the ball, evaded his markers and faced the goal directly. With bated breath, the commentators exclaimed, "Yellow, here he comes again." A resounding shot echoed through the stadium, causing the crowd to shudder at the sheer force. In that instant, the commentators instinctively recoiled. The next moment, the ball collided with Fellaini's chin, resembling a devastating blow from a boxing match. The strike landed squarely on his jaw, a spot notorious for rendering opponents incapacitated. Indeed, Fellaini found himself momentarily dazed, his mind clouded, and his body seemingly losing control as he fell backward, while the ball soared into the sky. As the ball descended, a figure surged upward. Yellow. Amidst the commentators' astonished cries, he leaped high into the air. "Oh my God!" The crowd gasped. The camera captured Yellow's ascent, his head surpassing the crossbar. Inside the penalty area, numerous Everton defenders leaped in a desperate bid to thwart him. Yet, despite their efforts, they could barely glimpse Yellow's back. They could only look up in awe at his elevation. In a sea of blue Everton jerseys, the solitary splash of red stood out as the most dazzling presence. At the pinnacle of his jump, Yellow engaged his core muscles, channeling his strength upward. The moment before he made contact with the ball, he was met by a wall of defenders, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, surrounding him and colliding almost simultaneously. The ferocity of the impact prompted many fans to instinctively shut their eyes in anticipation. Many Arsenal fans found their hearts in turmoil. Such a spectacle is indeed rare. Despite the prowess of Yellow, it was uncommon to see 5 players, oblivious to everything else, solely fixated on defending against him. Yet, this peculiar scenario unfolded in an atypical match. 5 defenders converged. Even Yellow might struggle to withstand such an onslaught. The Everton supporters' eyes bulged with fervor, fervently chanting for his demise, wishing to break him, to shatter his leg. Yellow has now become the public enemy of all England. However, it is the Everton fans who harbor the deepest resentment towards him. Everton boasts a glorious history and once claimed a position among the league's elite. Yet now, they are merely seen as disruptors. Their illustrious past is at risk of being challenged, desecrated, and humiliated by Yellow. How can they endure this? To be fair, they cannot truly blame Yellow for their predicament. Yet, in their current state, they are indifferent to reason. Fans are rarely rational beings. Expecting them to be so is a folly. In the expectant gaze of the Everton supporters, the outcome of the collision manifested. But it was certainly not what they had hoped for. Yellow's body merely swayed in the air, while the 5 defenders, under the force of reaction, toppled backward. Physics teaches us that forces are mutual. This principle may elude the Everton fans, as elite education is often costly. However, truth remains steadfast, irrespective of human will. Whether Sir Alex was struck by an apple or not does not alter the fundamental laws of physics. Bang! As the 5 Everton players fell outward, another collision echoed, the impact of Yellow's forehead against the football. In a state of shock, Tim Howard, Everton's American goalkeeper, renowned for his goal line reflexes, failed to react this time. The ball, with a resounding thud, found its way into the net. Roar! Ye Luo clenched his fist and bellowed, his explosive energy sweeping across the entire stadium. Goodison Park fell into complete silence. Everyone was taken aback by the scene before them. Viewers at home were left speechless, the recent explosive clash leaving them momentarily dazed. In the end, it was Ye Luo who triumphed over the 5 defenders, managing to head the ball into the goal. The force behind his header was astonishing. Ye Luo executed this remarkable feat from near the penalty spot. Typically, scoring from this position requires a jump from behind, leveraging the momentum of a leap to propel the ball with remarkable speed into the net. After all, any professional goalkeeper possesses remarkable reflexes. Without sufficient ball speed, a header near the penalty spot poses little threat. Yet, what about Ye Luo? He leaps almost vertically at the penalty spot, and to add to the challenge, he does so amidst the onslaught of 5 defenders, executing a powerful header. How immense is his strength? The first to react was the commentator from Longhua, Duan Xian. Ye Luo, what a stunning header. In that moment, he triumphed over 5 defenders. He not only won the physical confrontation, but also emerged victorious against all 5 defenders. Such a powerful goal is truly exhilarating. His voice was filled with fervor, resonating through countless households via television. Fans from Longhua raised their arms in exultation. The events unfolding in England had already ignited the passion of Longhua supporters. They eagerly hoped that Ye Luo would take concrete action to silence those Englishmen. Well done. Incredible. Absolutely thrilling. Andy Gray, the commentator from Sky Sports, was equally exhilarated. He has always been an advocate for Ye Luo and vocally protested the unjust treatment he has received from the media lately. However, there are very few Englishmen, like Andy Gray, who boldly stand by Ye Luo on public platforms. Furthermore, Andy Gray has no affiliations with Arsenal. Most of those supporting Ye Luo during this time are Arsenal fans and former legends of the club. This makes his stance all the more commendable. Of course, Andy Gray has also faced consequences, being subjected to online harassment from English fans. Ye Luo's 58th goal. This marks his 58th goal in the league this season, just 2 shy of Dean's record of 60. Initially, Andy Gray had doubts about Ye Luo's ability to score a hat-trick in the final round to equal the record, but now, he is no longer skeptical. Given Ye Luo's current form, he is certain that Ye Luo will match the record. A hat-trick may be difficult for other players, but for Ye Luo, it poses no challenge at all. Commentators from other countries are equally fervent, entirely indifferent to the pride and dignity of the English. The commentator from Spain's Cadena Cope exclaimed, "It's only been 5 minutes since the match began, and Ye Luo has already scored. He must score at least 3 goals in this match. What a fantastic start. A goal within 5 minutes. Only 2 more to go." The hope of matching the record is growing ever larger. That record, which has remained untouched for over 80 years, is finally set to resurface. Ye Luo is phenomenal. Everton has entirely abandoned their offensive efforts, even neglecting to defend against other Arsenal players, focusing solely on containing Ye Luo. Yet, he continues to find opportunities. A long-range shot was blocked, but he rushed in and scored with a rebound header. 1-0. Only 2 more to go. Go Ye Luo, as the commentators fervently cheered. The rival fans in the stadium finally began to react, and sharp boos erupted amidst the cheers. With a hint of guilt and trepidation, just 5 minutes. It took merely 5 minutes to score. Could he truly achieve a hat-trick under such circumstances? The English players, who believed their victory was assured, were now utterly bewildered, their scalps tingling. The other Arsenal players, undeterred by the jeers from the stands, raised their arms in jubilation, rushing to celebrate the goal with Ye Luo. It was magnificent. 2 more. 2 more. Some teammates shouted. However, Ye Luo corrected them. No? 3 more. It suddenly dawned on everyone that Ye Luo's ambition was not merely to equal the record. At that moment, Fabinho, with keen eyes, noticed that another Everton player was lying on the ground, Fellaini, who had blocked Ye Luo's powerful long-range shot with his head. It struck him as odd. While other Everton players on the ground were covering their faces with their hands, he remained motionless. Chapter 108. Not enough to overwhelm the Everton players were in utter despair, hands on their hips, faces etched with frustration. Moyes, on the other hand, stood with his hands outstretched, exuding a sense of helplessness. Consequently, they failed to notice Fellaini's condition, and it was Fabinho, an Arsenal player, who first recognized the situation. Upon realizing it, Fabinho sprang into action as if jolted by an electric shock, raising his arms and calling out to the sidelines, "Doctor! Referee! Hurry! Get the doctor on the field." His actions successfully garnered the attention of the majority. The referee immediately blew the whistle, summoning the team doctor to the pitch while also coming to assess the situation. "Is he unconscious?" Fabinho's voice bore a hint of fear. "He can't have been struck down by the ball, can he? If that were the case, it would be a grave matter." Fortunately, when the Everton team doctor arrived, though Fellaini was somewhat dazed, he ultimately managed to get up. "What is wrong with you?" the doctor inquired. "Dizzy." "Where are you dizzy?" "My backside." "Wait. How can your backside be dizzy?" My backside hit the crossbar." "Goodness." The Everton doctor gasped, realizing the severity of the situation. This fellow must have a concussion. He hurriedly gestured to the sidelines, signaling for a substitution. Upon seeing the doctor's signal, Moyes' expression shifted. Losing a player and being forced to substitute another, Everton was now left with only 2 available substitutions. Conceding a goal within 5 minutes and being compelled to make a change filled Moyes with an uneasy premonition. He glanced at the bench. Fellaini had been playing as a makeshift center-back. With his injury, the only option remaining was the Paraguayan center-back, Alcaraz, sitting on the substitutes bench. At 33 years old, Alcaraz had seen little game time, and Moyes was dissatisfied with his physical condition and competitiveness. Yet, under these circumstances, he had no choice but to send him into battle. "We merely lost a ball. It is of no consequence. This is not the end of the world," Moyes exclaimed, addressing the soon-to-be substituted Alcaraz. Alcaraz himself felt no distress over the incident, recognizing that such occurrences, where the ball strikes a defensive player and rebounds, are not uncommon. Thus, this incident was merely an unfortunate accident. He glanced at Fellaini, who was being carried off on a stretcher, and overheard the murmurs exchanged between the team doctor and Coach Moyes. It seemed that Fellaini had suffered a severe blow to his jaw and required hospitalization for further examination. With the hope that it was merely a concussion, the doctor's words sounded rather pessimistic, causing Alcaraz's heart to tighten. It appeared that Fellaini's condition was graver than merely a concussion. Was the power of Yellow's shot truly that exaggerated? Alcaraz had initially felt a sense of excitement about his substitution, but now unease began to creep into his mind. As he took up Fellaini's position, it became his responsibility to obstruct Yellow's shooting path. Soon enough, an opportunity to showcase his skills would present itself. Yellow created space at the edge of the penalty area and unleashed a powerful shot. Logically, such shots are challenging to execute with force, yet when the ball was struck, Alcaraz was taken aback. Instinctively, he attempted to block it with his chest. Thud! The nearly deformed ball crashed against his torso before rebounding downward. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Yellow struck again. Alcaraz had no time to think and lunged forward. The ball slammed against his forehead and flew out of play. Buzzing with realization, Alcaraz now understood what Fellaini had endured. Yellow's 2 shots, which seemed insufficiently forceful, were nonetheless terrifying. Who could fathom the horror of a fully powered shot? Commentators extolled Alcaraz's performance as a substitute. "Excellent. Alcaraz has thwarted Yellow's 2 attempts." His display was commendable, a testament to the seasoned experience of the veteran Alcaraz. The commentators continued to praise him. However, Alcaraz felt a surge of trepidation. "Damn it. Why must I block Yellow's shots? These Englishmen are so exclusionary. This is your English football glory. What concern is it of a Paraguayan like me?" Alcaraz seethed inwardly. As the match progressed, he found himself increasingly intimidated, leading to a less fervent defensive effort. Defense was indeed necessary, but it could not be executed with the same fervor as Fellaini. After all, how could one earn a living if they were reckless? Blocking Yellow's absurdly powerful shots with his head? That would indeed be a sign of madness. Just look at the strength behind those shots. Even 5 men charging forward could not withstand it. A fully powered shot could truly rival the force of a professional boxer's punch. Alcaraz resolved that he would not engage in such reckless defense. He felt overwhelmed. In truth, the spectators outside the field were oblivious to the nuances at play. With so many players on the pitch, who would take the time to monitor a solitary center-back? Yet, Ye Luo was different. He swiftly discerned the state of Alcaraz. Consequently, the unfortunate Alcaraz became the primary target of Ye Luo's assault. Moyes remained unaware that one of his players had ceased to defend with unwavering commitment and had begun to evade. He was now contemplating the subsequent strategy. It was hardly a surprise that Ye Luo would score. Conceding a goal was entirely within Moyes' expectations. Moreover, This goal could yield advantageous insights for Everton. Look, Ye Luo is compelled to rely on such nearly unreplicable methods to find the net. He is out of options. Moyes hoped his confidence would resonate with the players on the field. This match was not one that they could not afford to lose. It was the final round of the league. Everton had no aspirations, thus they were free of any concerns regarding their performance. Their sole objective was to prevent Ye Luo from scoring further. Even if they lost the match, they would still be victors. Their aim was not to achieve triumph, but to safeguard Dean's record. This objective was quite feasible. Should Suhan indeed complete a remarkable quadruple, breaking the record, then every player on Everton would be branded with disgrace. Moyes had informed all players before the match not to fret over a potential loss, as long as they prevented Ye Luo from scoring. Therefore, this goal was insufficient to shatter Everton's resolve. Arsenal mistakenly believed that their early goal would compel Everton to open their gates for an onslaught. They were gravely mistaken. Moyes sat in his position, his gaze calmly fixed on the field, exuding an air of assured composure. Chapter 109, Aerial Assault. Aside from Alcaraz, the other Everton players were also feeling the weight of the moment. The plight of Fellaini was evident to all. Ye Luo had noticed this too. How did he perceive it? One Everton player had instinctively turned sideways, shielding his head with his arm. Ye Luo grinned. Afraid so soon? Then I shall not hold back. What are you afraid of? I shall bring it upon you. In the ensuing match, Ye Luo escalated his intensity. He no longer ventured into the penalty area for positioning. Instead, he received the ball just outside the box for long-range shots. These could hardly be classified as mere long-range attempts. They were aimed at the opponents. His movements were imbued with forceful intent. Even if he did not strike at a vital point, the impact would still be felt. Should the opposition yield space, his shots would hurtle straight towards the goal. If such a shot found the net, it would be a stunning world-class goal. This was a deliberate act of targeting. English fans were infuriated to the core. They understood that most Everton players were not willing to sacrifice their pride and dignity for the cause. After all, they were merely workers. Why should they exert themselves to the utmost? The fans of the Dragon Kingdom wholeheartedly support Ye Luo's actions. It is worth noting that such overt acts of retribution are rare. The players of Everton are not naive. They have become astute in their approach. Not every ball warrants a reckless charge to block an incoming shot. Some shots are evidently off target, and they wisely choose to evade them. Moreover, long-range attempts often miss the mark, soaring high or veering off course. Thus, they find themselves with less need to obstruct the play. However, this is merely a gamble, a wager on their ability to consistently judge the trajectory accurately. Yet, if they were always adept at such judgments, they would not be playing for a team like Everton. They would be gracing the ranks of a prestigious club. As the match progressed to the 18th minute without a goal, the Everton supporters began to relax, regaining their energy to jeer at Ye Luo. Return to your savage homeland. The civilized world does not welcome you. Just as their taunts escalated, a resounding crack echoed. Ye Luo unleashed a strike that silenced them. It was yet another long-range shot, aimed directly at the newly substituted Alcaraz, who appeared to be the most timid of the lot. As the ball hurtled towards him, Alcaraz instinctively realized it was aimed at his head. Remembering Fellaini's unfortunate fate, he instinctively leaned back, looking as if he were struck by the ball, which sailed over his head and into the net. The moment the ball crossed the line, the entire stand seemed to be engulfed in stunned silence. The Arsenal players erupted in jubilant chaos, surging towards Ye Luo, urging him to create history. You can do it. Meanwhile, the Everton fans, initially taken aback, erupted in furious boos. Naturally, they had no other recourse but to express their discontent this way. Their faces twisted in anger, they cursed Ye Luo, unleashing every vulgarity they could muster. If these expletives were compiled into a single volume, it would surely surpass any book on English cuisine in thickness. Moyes, however, did not focus on Ye Luo, but rather on the fallen Alcaraz. No, it wasn't just Alcaraz. Many Everton players exhibited a similar lack of resolve. Ye Luo had now netted 2 goals, yet the internal issues within the team seemed far more pressing. Numerous dangerous attempts by Ye Luo went unchallenged, with some players even choosing to avoid confrontation altogether. This alarming signal caused Moyes to furrow his brow. He finally grasped Ye Luo's intent, but how could he counter it? He was not a military commander, and even a military leader would find it challenging to compel a soldier to block a shot. Moreover, Everton's roster included a considerable number of players from diverse backgrounds. Though they remained silent, who could fathom their thoughts? Perhaps they held no regard for the so-called pride and dignity of England. Alcaraz let out a sigh of relief, blissfully unaware that Moyes harbored suspicions about him. Instead, he was grateful for his swift evasion. Otherwise, that ball would have struck him squarely on the head, and he would likely have been carried off the field like Fellaini. For Alcaraz, the notion of battling to uphold the so-called pride and dignity of the English was utterly absurd. This match held no significance for Everton. All the meaning was imposed by the fans and the English media. What does it matter if records are broken? Every year, countless records are shattered. It is merely a record. Does it truly possess such importance? If this match is deemed so vital by all the English fans, why not let the national team play? After all, he is not English. Nonetheless, several players within Everton were swayed. Upon realizing that Ye Luo was just 1 goal shy of the record, they cast aside their fears and fought with renewed vigor. The result was that, by halftime, Ye Luo had yet to score his 3rd goal, and the score remained at 2-0, with the home team leading. Returning to the locker room, Alcaraz's Arsenal teammates congratulated Ye Luo, believing that scoring a goal in the second half would be a mere formality for him. Moyes, however, wore an ashen expression, and the atmosphere in the locker room was stifling. No one dared to speak. But when he finally did, everyone was taken aback, for Moyes did not reprimand them. Instead, he praised their performance, stating, "To be honest, our first half was quite commendable. The 2 goals we conceded were nearly unavoidable. We made no significant errors. And while conceding is part of football, at least we didn't concede a 3rd. Therefore, I implore each of you to remain vigilant and approach every defensive play with the same seriousness as in the first half." Again, everyone performed admirably, with one exception. Moyes' voice turned icy. In truth, there were several players who had underperformed, but Moyes could not substitute them all. He needed to make an example. His gaze settled on Alcaraz, the unfortunate soul destined to be that example. Alcaraz, initially bowing his head in earnest attention, suddenly felt a chill when Moyes' cold gaze shifted to him. He lifted his head and met Moyes' piercing stare, instantly realizing that something was amiss. "Explain to me how that goal was conceded," Moyes asked, his tone frigid. Alcaraz felt a flicker of confusion. Could he have been discovered? Surely not. He spread his hands innocently and remarked, "Well, I intended to leap and block that ball, but I slipped. It was a rookie mistake, and I apologize. I assure you, I will rectify my errors in the second half." What can one say? Are there players in this world devoid of mistakes? Even Ye Luo has faltered. Surely, you cannot hold on to my single blunder indefinitely. There's no second half left. Moyes abruptly interrupted Alcaraz. What? Alcaraz had yet to process the situation. You have been substituted. I refuse to let you remain on the field, as I fear we might concede even more goals because of you. Alcaraz finally grasped the implication, and fury surged within him. Damn it, you English and your disputes with the Dragon Kingdom. Why must I bear the brunt? Now you want to use me as an example. And it's not just me who's faltering. Moyes' action stemmed from the fact that Alcaraz held a low status within the team. He was merely a powerless Paraguayan, conveniently positioned to serve as a warning to others. He was a scapegoat. But why? Why must I be the sacrifice? Why? Why substitute me? Alcaraz suddenly rose, seething with anger. Moyes was taken aback by the eruption from this otherwise docile Paraguayan. He glanced at the other players in the locker room, who all stared at Alcaraz in astonishment. Moyes wished to defuse the situation. If you have any issues, reflect on yourself first. Huh? Reflect on what? You want me to use my head to block their shots? Do you want me to suffer a concussion like Fellaini before you are satisfied? Why don't you try blocking Ye Luo's shot yourself? Alcaraz ripped off his jersey, revealing bruises across his chest. Truth be told, Alcaraz felt he had certainly earned the wages Everton provided him. The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he felt. Must I risk my life for this job? Fellaini is still in the hospital. Who knows if he will suffer any long-term effects? Why should I be the one to sacrifice? Moyes trembled with rage, as many players gazed at Alcaraz with sympathetic eyes. They too had endured a difficult first half. This was Moyes' greatest concern. Alcaraz's actions could directly undermine the team's morale. Enough. Silence. You are a player. Once on the field, you must fulfill your duties. There are no excuses. You will not play in the second half. Now that the veil had been torn, Alcaraz no longer cared about participating in the second half. He almost wished he couldn't play at all. He removed his jersey and tossed it in front of Moyes. The atmosphere in Everton's locker room plummeted to an icy silence. The players felt uneasy. Although Moyes had been encouraging them, claiming Ye Luo's goals were merely a stroke of luck and that there was nothing to fear. Asserting that their defense was successful, The tension loomed large. However, this clearly lacks persuasiveness. Conversely, Alcaraz's words have a significant impact on the players. Once the second half commenced, Moyes could no longer remain comfortably seated. He took to the sidelines. From the moment the whistle blew to signal the start of the second half, he remained there, never returning to his previous position. As the teams resumed play, many witnessed the substitution of Alcaraz. Everton made yet another adjustment, replacing Alcaraz, who had come on in the first half to fill in for the injured Fellaini. What could be the reason for this? Could it be that Alcaraz was injured? It is quite rare to substitute a player who has just entered the game. Perhaps it is related to Alcaraz's earlier mistake? Commentators expressed their suspicions regarding whether Alcaraz's blunder was intentional, but they lacked substantial evidence, and thus refrained from further discussion. After all, what can one say about a player's misstep? Meanwhile, the stands erupted with jubilation. During the halftime break, England's fervent fans, after 15 minutes of analysis, concluded that Alcaraz was the primary culprit behind Ye Luo's 2 goals. With Alcaraz now substituted, it was a source of great relief for many. The traitor was gone. How could Ye Luo possibly score now? Ye Luo also noted Alcaraz's substitution, indicating that Moyes had recognized the situation. However, Ye Luo encountered a new dilemma. Everton's players had altered their defensive strategy. Previously, while Everton employed a multiplayer marking approach against Ye Luo, it was only activated once he entered the danger zone. As long as Ye Luo remained outside, Everton's players maintained their positions, rarely straying from their defensive zones. But now, the situation had changed. Wherever Ye Luo went, at least 3 Everton players surrounded him, employing a strategy of sacrificing 3 defenders to mark him. They were convinced that the other Arsenal players would ultimately pass the ball to Ye Luo. Consequently, Moyes specifically assigned 3 players to shadow Ye Luo, transitioning from a solid defense to a man-to-man marking throughout the pitch. This transformation was truly astonishing. Even when he went to the restroom, they would keep a close watch on him. Moyes emphasized this with gritted teeth in the locker room. The 3 players disregarded their positions. Even if Suhan was in the defensive half, they continued to follow him. This meant that Ye Luo's opportunities for long-range shots diminished significantly. Without the chance to shoot from distance, the likelihood of the ball reaching an Everton player was naturally reduced. I have never witnessed such a match. Everton adopted a strategy of 3 players to mark Ye Luo, completely ignoring the other Arsenal players. No, it should be noted that other Everton players also paid little attention to the remaining Arsenal players. They focused solely on Ye Luo. This tactic was indeed shameless, as they presumed that the other Arsenal players would not take a shot themselves, but would ultimately pass the ball to Ye Luo, allowing them to be so brazen. The commentators from the Dragon Kingdom are brimming with fervor, and the fans are on the verge of explosion. How outrageous. Arsenal is determined to thwart Everton's attempts to allow Yellow to break the record, instead aiming to establish another record, the highest score in Premier League history. They are bent on annihilating their opponents. The fans' fervent suggestions, though unheard by the players on the field, resonate deeply within their hearts. Yet, before they could act on these thoughts, Yellow had already surged into the penalty area. Across from the flanks. Yellow raised his arm in exclamation, igniting a spark of realization among his fellow Arsenal players. Indeed, there is more to our arsenal than just long-range shots. We can also utilize flank crosses. I shall join in. Van Dijk, unable to restrain himself, advanced forward. As a central defender with exceptional heading ability, he took on the role of a center forward, aiming to create space for Yellow. Observing this, Mertesacker also pushed forward. The 2 Arsenal center-backs advanced into the penalty area to support Yellow. This match has truly become an extraordinary spectacle, an occurrence nearly unimaginable in a standard game. Both teams are indifferent to victory or defeat. Their sole concern is whether Yellow can score. Commentators are voicing their incredulity. Arsenal commenced their flanking crosses with ease, distributing the ball effortlessly to the wings before delivering crosses. With Yellow positioned within the penalty area, nearly all of Everton's players were occupied in defense. No long-range shots? Then let us settle it in the air. Yellow's leaping ability and heading prowess, particularly his unparalleled aerial combat skills, render his headers second to none. Yellow is invincible not only on the ground but also in the air. Arsenal has initiated an aerial bombardment against Everton. What was once a distant assault has now transformed into an airstrike. Yellow's Arsenal is always equipped with strategies to counter his adversaries. The chapter concludes here.